Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Delph in the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Another fourth quarter and another collapse. Holy crap. 35-16 in the fourth quarter, and Anthony Edwards could not be stopped. I thought you said we had stoppers on this team. Yeah, that's what you said. And then what? What? Nice stopping. Didn't stop anybody. Goodness gracious. 35-16, a blowout. You know, there is no game. They're going to make the postseason, and I'm afraid that this is going to be it already is their Achilles heel, but in the postseason, you got to lead and you can't hold it because you can't play in the fourth quarter, and this team has proven it can't play in the fourth quarter. And it's going to be even more disappointing because these games are getting more and more disappointing because you figure, well, they're going to pull out of it. They're going to pull out of it. They're going to pull out of it. It's 5 in a row now. 5 in a row now where they collapse some way, somehow in the fourth quarter. Be it the last minute or last night, they just collapsed the entire quarter. It is going to bite them. It is going to bite them. Their inability to close. Yeah.
It's currently biting them. It's biting them all the way out of home court advantage. Like it's in the process of biting them right now.
I know they're going to pull out at some point. They're going to win some basketball games. This is the toughest stretch of the season. But and like you said earlier, well, I can't wait to the All-Star break. There's more games. There's 4 more games to be played before the All-Star break. They gotta pull out of this thing now. This is awful to watch these fourth quarter collapses. And it just happens time and time and time again. And it just somehow, some way. Now, they got 1 more game on the road, and then they got 3 at home. At Dallas, which is going to be tomorrow. Then Sunday at home against Toronto. This has been a brutal, brutal run here. They played, this has been unbelievable how much basketball this team has played. The 25th, the 27th, 28th, 30th. 1st, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 8th, 9th, 12th, 13th. That is a lot of basketball games.
Yeah, it is.
With just a day off for the most part, and a lot of back-to-backs.
Mm-hmm.
Holy crap! This is just incredible. They haven't had 2 days off since January 24th. They haven't had two days off.
What about snow day?
Was that snow day?
21st. Did they get snow day off?
They got the were
they forced to
one of the reasons that it was so bad is because you had the Atlanta makeup game.
Yeah.
From earlier.
Yeah.
Where they got snowed out. January 11th. That moved to January 28th.
The Rockets, by the way, have now fallen to 20th in the league in the fourth quarter for the season. I would imagine it's probably last in since January, but they are now 20th in terms of points allowed in the fourth quarter, right at 27.9. Over the last 3 games, they've allowed 36.3 points per in the fourth quarter, an average of 36.3 points over the last 3 games.
That's bad.
Away, 29.6 points per game away in the fourth quarter, which would be, if I am not mistaken, no, it's not last place. It's actually Utah's last, followed by Memphis, then Golden State, then Chicago, then Houston at 29.6. Last year, they allowed 28 points per game in the fourth quarter. This year, they're allowing right at 28 points per game in the fourth quarter. It's just not good. This team, everything about this fourth quarter is awful. And you don't want to you can't say, well, they're just playing bad basketball, because they're not playing bad basketball for the first 3 quarters.
No,
they're not. But this fourth quarter thing it's more than a short-term trend. It is a longer-term trend that is costing them actual wins. And they had wins that they pulled out that could have been losses at the same time. So the problem is it's highly inconsistent offensively. They don't play together as a team. You'll notice offensively, it turns into a lot of I touch the ball, I take the shot. It turns into high turnover rates in the fourth quarter, and then it turns into issues with just defensively when the other team wants to go to their best option. You don't have you're not doing the same thing you did earlier in the game,
Mm-mm.
which is you're not staying in front of these defenders. They're either getting by you or in some cases they're just making shots. Like what were you going to do about Brunson's 26-footer? That's just a good shot. Anthony Edwards made some shots, but I mean, this is a long-term trend now that's going on for it's starting to just piss people off because you're not, you can't just go in expecting what's going to happen now because you don't think the team's starting to think that. You don't think Ime's starting to, it's not like this is sneaking up on everybody. We all know, here we go again, fourth quarter. Let's see what happens.
It's going to be a thing, and because this team has not played meaningful basketball games in I don't know how many years. How many years has it been since they played a meaningful? None of these players have played other than Fred and Dylan Brooks. They played meaningful, but the core here, none of them have played meaningful NBA basketball games, and to show this kind of lack of clutch. This is like the anti Astros during their run. This lack of clutch in the fourth quarter is going to be awful. They go into fourth quarters with leads, or they have late leads and they fall apart because they're teasing you. This is a good basketball team, and that is right now is just, I don't know if this is just a funk or if this is the regression to the means. I don't know. I have no idea. Which do you think?
I think it's a funk because it's happening. Like they have leads going into fourth quarters. A regression would mean they're not playing good basketball, period. And that's really not what's happening here. So it's really more, I think, about a mental. It may be about, hey, it may be that this team plays hard. Like it may be a fatigue thing. There may be conditioning issues at play too for some of these guys. But I do know taking care of the basketball, that's where you're missing Fred a little bit, is just taking care of the basketball in the fourth quarter. You can't point to just one thing. But I'm looking here, like they're second in the league in the first half of games. They're second in the league in from a defensive standpoint. They're 18th in the league in the second, or 14th in the league in the second half of games. In the first half, they're second in the league. So it's not, they are going to get off to a good start. That's why I wonder, is there any kind of conditioning? Because guys are getting easy baskets against the Rockets in the fourth quarter. Way too many. They get into the lane. There's not good defense. There's no active hands in the lane for interior passing as well. It's a very, very strange situation. But I don't know. We'll see where it takes them. It could end up being a pretty good situation for them because it could be one of these things that becomes a learning experience if they allow it to be, or it could turn into something that is just a harbinger of doom. Every single time the fourth quarter hits, you have guys thinking, I hope something bad doesn't happen. You can use things like these are things that can help you scar over and get better. If you can find a way over it and past it, you can get more mentally tough. And the good thing is, with a guy like Ime Udoka, I have confidence that it's going to eventually stop and he will figure it out. I think it may turn into a situation where you're going to have to find the right closers on the team. I don't know who they are. I mean, it's pretty much the same group of guys, but maybe he's just got to find who is going to be his closers, because you got to go find closers. And then you got to figure out the formula, how to close. Are we attacking baskets? Are we playing any differently offensively? Are we doing anything differently? Are we going to trap, past half court and get the ball out of the best player's hands? Like what can you do if you're Ime Udoka? We talk about it with Bobby Slowick, right? What can Bobby Slowick do if this pass protection is not good or whatever? You have to try to manufacture ways to help your offense. That's your job, is to try to manufacture. Well, Ime's job is to try to manufacture ways to get out of this, whether it's defensively or figuring out they're holding guys accountable offensively. Like, this is now Ime's job.
Yeah.
This is on Ime, these fourth quarter games.
16-point. I mean, they were on pace to, they were both scoring. It was a highly unusual game up until the fourth quarter, when the Rockets just couldn't score and they couldn't stop them, which is a bad combination.
Yeah, it's typically when you can't score and you don't stop,
Yes.
it is hard to win.
That's
a lot.
bad. That's
many
bad.
times it is hard to win.
Many times. 32-19 now, and Denver right there with them. And yeah, they're getting to a point where they're starting to lose home court advantage. This is just a terrible run. This is just an awful, awful, awful run. Oh no, they're not 32-19 now. Let's see. They are 32-19. Oh, that's yesterday.
I mean, you got to get to 44 wins.
32-19. 127-114 was the final. And they got outscored 35 just by 19 points in the fourth quarter. Yeah, they scored 33, 38, 27, 16. Goodness gracious. Just stayed with the course with what you're doing. It was a good basketball game and just an awful, awful, awful collapse by our Rockets. Oh, well, that's just another one. Fifth straight. We had the NFL awards last night. And for only the third time ever, a guy who didn't make first team. It's the same voters, too. It's so weird. Josh Allen was second team, and yet to Lamar Jackson, and the same voters voted him MVP as opposed to Lamar Jackson.
Well, no, but it's not. But there are additional voters too, right? I don't know that it's only those voters.
Well, I read it's the same voters.
Well, the same voters vote, but I'm saying, are there more voters for the MVP than the All-Pro?
Why? Why would there be?
Well, why would there only be? Why would you only have the same voters? Like, why do former MVPs get a vote?
NFL I'll have to find it where it said it's the same voters, surprisingly, at least. I'll have to find it.
This is the guy. I mean, I thought Josh was going to win because basically all things were equal. Like, the argument made for Lamar Jackson on throughout his career has been he just wins, and some of the stats don't matter. This year, all of a sudden, the stats matter. No, the same thing matters. Your numbers are relatively equal, and then one guy had more wins.
No,
but what hurt?
It's a very curious and fascinating result by the voters, mostly because that same pool of voters determined that Jackson, by a pretty wide margin, was the best quarterback in the NFL by voting him first team All-Pro ahead of Allen. The same voters. It was 27-23. It's the same guys voted him. That doesn't make any sense at all either.
Well, it didn't make any sense for Lamar to be
They decided the guys who voted didn't want to give Lamar the MVP. Yeah, you're the best quarterback, but
maybe that is.
We don't want to give you the MVP this year.
Well, you know what?
Actually, that many guys decided that.
Well, one guy
had him fourth.
Yeah.
No, one guy. Actually, that could be it. Where he's just like offensive player of the year has become a running back or wide receiver. They may have said, okay,
you were the best quarterback.
They started at MVP and said Josh Allen MVP, but then we'll just go All-Pro. It could have been a way of saying, look, it's dead even between these two guys. I'll give one this and I'll give one this. Because frankly, it was even between these two guys.
Well, but you could be the best quarterback in the league and still not be MVP. I mean, I think that's what they're saying. Josh Allen was more valuable to his team, but Lamar Jackson was the best quarterback in the league.
Or I could have made the argument the other way. Well, you can't make the argument. Well, James Cook was really, really good. But actually,
he wasn't Derrick Henry.
Because of Derrick Henry, you take away some of the quote unquote value, I guess, from Lamar. To me, this is just a matter of like, it doesn't even require. But for me personally, I'm not even going to put much time or effort into this because I think either guy deserved it. They both played great. Lamar had his best year ever as a pro. He took steps as a passer that, I question whether he could ever take him, and he's taken them. I think Todd Monken's been great for him. Lamar learned to get to other guys on the field, get through his reads. Like, Lamar's done some things that have really propelled him to true greatness this year. Josh Allen did the same thing. He lost his starting wide receiving core and literally got better because he found other players. Khalil Shakir, Mac Hollins, these are not star wide receivers. You could make an argument that there's a lot more talent that surrounds Lamar Jackson now if you wanted to, or there's more weapons. But Dawson Knox, Dalton Kincaid, Khalil Shakir, Mac Hollins, like, that's not exactly a murderer's row of weapons over there in Buffalo. And yet Josh Allen, had his strongest year ever. And I think some of it was because they were smart enough to put a bigger focus on the running game. The running game makes everything easier for Lamar Jackson. It made things easier for Josh Allen once James Cook got cooking. And Joe Brady did a great job. Joe
Mm.
Brady did a really, really good job. But both of those guys are deserving of the MVP. Like, for me, I don't think, to me, you shouldn't spend a whole lot of time beating up Josh Allen because Josh had a great year. And I think also at the end of the day, I think Lamar won 2 and Josh had never won one. And I think for some voters, they just said, look, one guy's won 2 and this thing is pretty even. We're going to give it to the other guy. That happens sometimes too as MVP
Could well
fatigue.
be.
I don't know. I mean, for me, I don't call it fatigue just having 2 MVPs. Fatigue is more like Pat Mahomes. We got Pat
Yeah,
Mahomes, and we had Tom Brady fatigue.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
But both those guys were great.
I got
now
two,
the
I got
odds,
2 of fatigue.
the odds had flipped. The odds had flipped to Lamar Jackson, which I didn't really understand why.
Well, because he was first team All Pro.
Oh, I guess that's
Yeah.
guess that's well, but no, but the odds shouldn't have. Oh, yeah. That's why it would flip. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
and again,
I guess that's why, because the odds are representative of who they think will win. But even later in the season, they started to flip, and I'm like, Lamar's got 5 losses.
yeah, but Lamar, he came out strong at the end.
He
really
did, but
strong.
5 losses,
No.
you don't usually win MVP
Well,
for 5 losses, and he didn't.
No, but they played a lot of big games at the end of the season. And
No, that's all true.
yeah, and
Go
he
find the
played
last
really,
5
really
loss
well.
quarterback
Yeah,
who won MVP.
Right.
You won't find one.
Yeah. I'm not going to find any losses at Houston Powder Coaters. They're going to get the job done. Houston Powder Coaters is where you get your powder coating on. Love it. You will love it. You can see their work all over the city. Okay. I passed by, I mentioned it yesterday. I passed by the Ferris wheel downtown. That's where they redid that. How cool is that? They did all the poles at the Woodlands Waterway. They did the West Side Tennis Club. You could see all their work. You could see it at NRG Stadium. I mean, when you got this big places like this, and they're doing it in more and more and more and more, all these parks and everywhere else, they got benches or whatever. They go to Houston Powder Coaters because they understand that they're going to get the job done and they're going to do a great job with it. And that's exactly what they do. And they'll pick it up absolutely free, deliver it back absolutely free. That's kind of a big deal. Okay. You don't have to pay for the pickup or delivery. Yeah. That's what Houston Powder Coaters is doing. If you can hear us, then in this area, you can get that job done. Look, you're looking for the best way to get whatever it is metal that you have powder coated, looking brand new again. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. That's HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. You can type that in and put a little .com on it, and you'll be in good shape. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com. That's how you get to the website. And on the website, they give you all the different, well, not only all the models they have in stock, but all the different programs. Well, most of the programs that they have available. When I say programs, that's the options, that's the offers, that's the deals they have, like no market adjustments and no addendums, no dealer add-ons. This is for sure going to be what they do. This is the way they operate. You know exactly what you're dealing with. There's no sneaky hidden anything, and there's no hustle and hassle from the sales staff. Right now, they just have great options and offers for you on a variety of vehicles, like the 2025 Chevy Silverado pickup. You can get that with a crew cab RST 5.3 liter, $3,250 total cash allowance, plus current Chevy owners and lessees get an additional $1,000 cash allowance. Right now, for the 2024 Chevy Tahoe and Suburban, you've got $3,000 total cash allowance when you purchase. You've got 0% APR financing for 60 months going on right now with vehicles like your Chevy Blazer EV or your Equinox, or even the Silverado, plus $7,500 in clean vehicle federal tax credits for your electric vehicles as well. So all these different offers are available in Angleton with great service, great selection, and the best trade-in value you're going to find. Go to Angleton to get your best deals with Craig DeSurf and the people at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. That's GulfCoastChevyBuickGMC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Did you see the box score? Did you see LeBron? LeBron yesterday? Holy crap. He's taking like half-court shots and making them. He is the youngest player and oldest player, tied for the oldest player, for over 40, to have 40-point games in the NBA. And Luka can't even play for that team. He didn't play. He didn't start. He can't even get on the floor with that team. That's how, they lost the trade. Whatever. Luka can't even get on the floor. And then Dallas goes into Boston and beats their ass. Is Dallas better without Luka? Is Dallas a better basketball team without
Find
Luka?
out.
Well,
we once beat the Celtics too. Remember that a long time ago?
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah. No, a long time ago, we also beat the Celtics in Boston.
I don't believe you.
In Boston, they got beat by a team with a 5-game losing streak.
Yeah, I don't.
How did they do? How did we do that?
Yeah.
How in the world did we close a game in the fourth?
I don't believe that actually happened, because I cannot remember it. All I remember is fourth quarter collapses.
I know.
It seems like that was last year they beat the Celtics and the Cavs twice. The greatest run in NBA, a 3-game run in NBA history.
Mm-hmm.
And they haven't won a game since. Yep. What the bleep?
Yep.
I mean, and Amen Thompson, the toast to the top. Crap. 3-game win streak against the best teams ever. Crap. But a lead in the a lead with 9 seconds left. The 4-point lead. Crap. 47-point fourth quarter. Crap.
Some of you need to quit being so cocky about this team and start being more humble about some of these guys. I've been humble about them the whole time. And and Amen Thompson.
You were Mr.
I knew that Amen Thompson would fall and fall hard.
Yeah.
Fall in hard times.
Yeah. I guess Fred VanVleet means something to this team. I guess so.
He catch those losses too.
Yeah. He doesn't never lose. Fred VanVleet has never lost a game.
$40 million Fred
denigrate him.
Fix this.
Yeah.
So, I would like better ball handling down the stretch. I mean, that's nice.
So maybe so apparently Colin Cowherd says Nico Harrison was forced to trade him. Maybe this Adelson thing where they want to get out of Dallas is they're giving everybody their money back, the season ticket holders.
Well, maybe they just don't want to pay that money to Luka. I don't know. I don't think it's well, that's the weird part but I don't think they'd want to leave Dallas. Don't they make a lot of money there?
Adelson is a Vegas guy.
I know, but I don't know that they would allow him to. You'd have to divest.
Well, if
You won't. You're not
if you
allowed
have
to.
no season ticket holders because you lost them all because you gave them their money back, if you're not getting attendance, if the city's pissed off at you and just says beat it, we don't care. You know what? I mean,
Well,
this
I don't.
seems to
that's
be
not
a
going-
sabotage.
But that's not going on right now. It's not to that point. It's
Well,
just
they
a
are
trade.
giving people their money
Well,
back.
what's going to happen if they win?
Right. Well, they just beat the Celtics without him, without Anthony Davis, and without Luka.
Wait, could it just be that they don't want to give Luka $70 million a year?
Maybe.
Wouldn't that also feel like a reasonable thing? Like, I don't know if I want to give this guy $70 million a year.
He doesn't look like he's 270 pounds to me, but
How does he look on the court? Like a well-conditioned athlete?
no. He
Okay. Does he have the worst defensive numbers in the
Paunchy?
history of the league?
He's the worst. He's
James.
he's
was the
James
worst.
Harden.
James, the worst I've ever seen. So you want to give this guy $70 million? He
Luka
won't
Harden.
defend at all, and he won't get in any kind of shape.
Yeah.
To me, this isn't really all that tough. This is really the team saying, I'm not going to conspiracy theory this. I think it's a pretty smart decision. Just saying, this guy's not even. He's not even motivated to get in shape right now. After going to the NBA Finals, why in the world do we want to give him $70 million a year?
By the way, your Rockets are dropping in NBA championship odds to win.
Oh yeah.
Holy crap. Celtics are number 1. Oklahoma City, Cleveland. The Lakers are now 4th. Denver, Knicks, Bucks, Grizzlies, Mavericks. The Mavericks are ahead of the Rockets. Warriors, who aren't even in the playoff picture yet. Clippers, and then the Rockets.
Whew. What are they plus what?
45 to 1.
Wow. That's worse than they were at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
They were 3,300.
They're 45 now.
Oh my God. The disrespect.
Yeah.
Get
Well,
the braids out, man. Go back to your regular good luck
you think
there.
it's the braids?
It's something's bad luck. Something has jinxed this. And I'm not going to listen to my son sent this smart ass message to me yesterday because he and I had an argument about Fred VanVleet that they've got to keep him because he's the glue that holds the whole team together. And I just they can win without. I said, Mason, they can win without Fred VanVleet. You don't have to have Fred VanVleet to win. This is what he sends me yesterday. I'm sitting there minding my own business. Text, you're 100% right. Let's get rid of VanVleet because you're right. We know how to win without him. He set the culture. We don't. He set the culture. We don't need him anymore. We've learned. This is what this smartass was sending at the end of the game.
Well, he was right.
Like
He's right.
He's being a little smart aleck.
Well,
this is
this is
Fred
not a great
VanVleet.
time for him to be. Which one was this one?
It's Mason.
Oh, I thought it was.
Mason's like, he's
You wouldn't even
basically
take
saying
snacks.
he's basically
texts
saying,
now.
"Good job, Dad. You're right. We don't need VanVleet.
Right.
No, you're right. We've got this culture thing figured out. Fred set it up for us.
He's
We don't
right.
need him anymore. If you can't win without Fred VanVleet, then you suck.
Well,
Then you're not good enough.
But there's a reason that Ime loves him some Fred VanVleet.
Now, I'm all in for Fred VanVleet this year. This is about whether you pick up an option next year. This is what me and his argument were about. And I don't think you do. But this run is going to mean Fred VanVleet's getting ready to get pizzade. He's about to catch his $47 million next year because everyone's going to say, knew it. See, told you. Let's tell you what. Let's do this. 3 years, $41 million for Fred. Let's not go $47 million next year. Let's cut that number down to 41 and give him 3 years, $123 million. How does that sound?
Yeah, it sounds great.
Sounds terrible.
No. Well,
I don't want that guy jacking up a bunch of shots.
yeah.
I don't want evil Jalen Brunson doing that.
He's Jalen.
I like Fred. I
He's
really
Jalen
shouldn't
Brunson
do that because
2.0.
I actually like Jalen. I actually like Fred. I really shouldn't do that. Fred is frustrating though because he will shoot 14 threes and not even blink. And he doesn't blink when he's not making. I guess I want that level of confidence, but when he's not making, he doesn't care. He will squeeze off 19 shots if he needs to in a game.
But he's not alone.
If he's
on
going
this
to go
team.
for 6 and 19. No, and that's the
He's
problem.
not on loan.
We've already got one in the backcourt.
Yeah.
We've already got one. And Dylan Brooks will fire him up. Too.
Yeah,
Look, none of these guys are afraid to shoot threes.
Yeah.
And they're not a great.
Except Ahmed. Ahmed understands his own body. He just doesn't understand his hair and what he's done to us with his hair.
I'm trying to remember when he got the braids. It was Brooklyn at home. Since then, he scored 8, 25, 7, and 16. He shot, shooting's okay, actually, 44.9% this month. That's not great.
You know who is great? Kent Jones over at Dream Rate Mortgage. He is the ultimate mortgage hookup. Listen, this dude's been doing it. He knows the mortgage game. And if you're a first-time home buyer, don't rent. You're not building wealth. This is a way to do it. And you don't know how to do it, how to buy a house. Kent Jones knows how to buy a house. He has done it. You got to get in on the equity wealth. You're just making your landlord rich is all you're doing right now while you're renting. Get in the game. Get into the real estate game. Get your own. It's a great place to start. Okay. And if it increases in value, this is how you build wealth, people. So stop renting. Call Kent. He will give you a scenario quote over the phone without a credit check. This is what Kent does. He's all about the people. He's been doing this over 30 years. He knows how to save people money. He has saved thousands and thousands. And that's it's unbelievable. All of them. It's not just thousands and thousands of dollars over 30 years. It's incalculable. Well, I guess you could calculate it, but it's incalculable for the most part. Over a 30-year period, how much he has saved people at their mortgage, at their signing. Okay, but not just at their signing, over the life of the contract as well. He is, you need that experience when you're sitting down at that table. So you're looking for the ultimate mortgage hookup, 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Let me think what you think. What do you think about these? Dal, get in here. First player to yell at a coach or a teammate on the sideline.
Okay, I don't know the odds, but I'm gonna say Kelsey's 1.
Kelsey's 2.
AJ Brown?
AJ Brown's 1.
Okay.
AJ Brown, Kelsey. AJ Brown's 2-1. Kelsey 4-1. Xavier Worthy's 4-1. Which a rookie coming over and yelling on the sideline in the Super Bowl, I'm not sure about. Jalen Hurts is 5-1.
Jalen Hurts hasn't yelled at anyone in his life.
DeAndre Hopkins, Devontae Smith. I think Patrick Mahomes is underrated here. He's 10-1. He'll come over and yell at some people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But yelling can be positive too. Like, what does that count if he goes, let's go, let's go? Does that count?
I don't know if that counts.
Is he yelling at somebody?
I don't know if that. Well, he's yelling to them. I don't know at them.
Well, then you immediately would say, I want my money back.
Player shown first with next gen stats graphic.
Could be. I would go Worthy's.
Worthy's 1.
Yeah.
He's a minus 200. Saquon.
Yeah, Saquon probably should be the favorite.
I don't know. Worthy's the fastest.
But who are they more likely to talk about? There's going to be lots of opportunities with Worthy.
Yeah.
Lots of opportunities with Saquon.
Yeah.
There may not, in other words, they could take any of these long touchdown runs he's had in the postseason and have the little trailer tracer underneath it with speed.
That's what.
So I would say that's the play. Because Worthy, you have to either have a packaged graphic ready to go.
He's got to catch a big long pass.
Well,
or make a long run.
Or you're saying, but one guy that could end up being a big factor today is Xavier Worthy. Yeah. And then you have your little graphic. So it just depends on, because in game, there's going to be way more opportunities for Saquon. But I think if it's Xavier Worthy, it's going to be before the game starts. You're showing and does that count before the game starts?
Ooh, I don't know.
Before it's kicked off, I should say.
Well, it's got to be during the broadcast.
Okay, that would be during the broadcast.
Yeah.
It's Tommy, right? Is Tommy in there?
Is Fox doing this? It is Fox.
I think it's Tommy's doing it.
Okay.
So yeah, it could be Worthy, but I'd go Saquon.
Any player to throw or kick a ball into the crowd after a TD.
I'm gonna say no.
Yes is plus 170. No is minus 250. You don't think they'll throw a ball in the crowd?
No. Ooh, does it count if you hand it to somebody? You shouldn't. You're saying kick or throw.
It's kick or throw.
I'm gonna say no. They don't usually do that stuff that much.
I've seen a lot of guys throw.
I've seen it, but it doesn't happen usually. Now, handing somebody a football could happen.
Over under tush pushes 2.5.
Ooh, over.
Over. How many successful?
Okay, so does that mean only Philadelphia?
Yes, Eagles.
Okay. How many successful? Is it over under 2.5?
2.
It's a good number. Because successful means if it's 3rd and 2 and you pick up 1 yard, that's not successful.
That's not successful.
I'd probably go under. And I saw somebody stop it for the first time ever.
That's what?
Washington stopped it. Washington got a stop on that last week.
Yeah, well, that wasn't the first time ever.
First time I've seen it.
Well, yeah.
It's always worked every time I've seen it.
Yeah.
I haven't seen them stop for no gain.
Well, we've seen them do it on 3rd down and then 4th down.
Yeah,
before.
but 3rd down, they usually gain yards.
I know.
See, I haven't seen them for a no gain. I don't know that I've ever seen it. It seems like it works every single time.
Philadelphia Eagles combined TDs and field goal scoring yardage, 100.5.
Oh, I love that over. If they kick one, Saquon Barkley by himself can get you a 30, and then you kick two
or more.
Yeah, and then you kick a 42-yarder and a 47-yarder. You got 89 yards right there.
Yeah.
All you need is 2 40-plus field goals.
Yeah.
And you're going to win.
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't say that with how many tush-push touchdowns they get.
Which will be higher total?
And by the way, brotherly shove. Tush-push is just – I can't believe I even say that.
Total point. Which will be higher? Total points scored or longest field goal made?
Oh man, That's tough.
Under over's 49.
Whew. See, I think it's going under. I'm gonna go longest field goal.
Longest field goals plus 120. Will Saquon have a run of 50 or more yards? Yes is plus 180.
No.
No is minus 275.
No.
Any scoring drive in less time than the national anthem? Yes.
I'm gonna say yes. All it takes is a turnover.
It's a 2-minute scoring drive though. That takes a turnover.
Well, who's singing the national anthem?
It's still going to be around 2 minutes.
Do we have a time on it yet?
No. We don't have an under over. I don't see it. We already said that one. Will Eagles or Chiefs run the Philly special play?
Well, Eagle or Chiefs, Andy's the kind of
He would do that.
Andy's the kind of creep that'll just dial up the bundle Rooski and put your play on you.
Yes,
because he's that kind of guy.
Yeah,
and I mean that in a playful way. Like
it's plus 800.
I mean, if there's anyone who will do it for irony's sake, it's Andy Reid. I mean, this guy already told you, I got one more. I'll coach one more year, and we'll see.
Will a touchdown be scored on 4th down?
Will a touchdown?
Yes, is plus 225.
Yeah, I'd take a crack at that.
Yeah.
They always go for it on 4th down.
Yeah, if you're on the 1 yard line, especially the Eagles, for sure you're going for it.
I think they'll go for it.
And that's plus money. You would think that would be about even.
I think they'll go for it from the 2 yard line.
Yeah.
1 or 2. Both teams will not kick field goals from there.
Will either team go for it on 4th down inside own 30 yard line?
I'm going to say no.
Well, I don't know.
It would take maybe the end of the game. You can't really give the other team points.
But if the Eagles, you're pretty sure you're going to get it. On 4th and inches inside on your own 28.
Yeah, Derek Nottie, Chris Jones, like you got some hogs in there, but it's very tempting. If you're Philadelphia and you think you can get every 4th down,
yeah,
it's very, very tempting. But do you want to, in a Super Bowl, be the head coach that gave Patrick Mahomes a touchdown? Like first drive of the game, and they're at the 29 yard line, 4th and 1. No. Yeah, let's just call it the you said inside your own 30, right?
Inside your own 30.
Okay, let's say it's at the 29 yard line. The kickoff comes at the 20, and they gain 9 yards in the first 3 plays, and it's 4th and 1, and you're at the 29.
Yeah.
Sirianni's
go for it.
Nah.
Yeah, yes.
You want to start a game off? You don't get it?
Well, not starting the game off. It could be second quarter.
By the way, I should be able to say Sirianni and not have this stupid phone come on. Yes. I wouldn't ask for you, Siri. She didn't recognize your
mine.
voice.
She recognized mine.
Yeah. See, yours is coming off, isn't it?
Man.
You want to be that coach?
Will the 2-minute warning hit at exactly 2 minutes? Yes is plus 400. Let's not forget there's 2-minute warnings too.
Yeah, I'd take a plus 400. I'd take a shot.
The clock head. I'll tell you, what you need is a run.
Yeah, problem is you get 2 minutes and 5 seconds and drop back to pass and throw it.
But if you run, it's gonna.
Well, I just think
it won't hit it too if you run the ball. The only way it'll hit at 2 minutes is if you ran the ball and it's 2:05 or 2:10.
To be shallow of the two. Yeah, that's the problem.
But it's plus
at
400.
Plus 400, I'd take a crack.
Yeah, I would too. Will the game be tied again after 0-0? Yes is the.
Wait, say that again.
Well, no is the favorite. Will the game be tied again after 0-0?
Oh yeah.
Well, plus 150.
Play the house on that one.
Yeah.
7-7, 3-3. What? 10-10? Absolutely.
Will any player score an octopus, a TD, and a 2-point conversion? I didn't know that was called an octopus. Did anybody know that?
Never heard of that.
I didn't either.
That's an 8-pointer.
8 points.
No player.
Yes, it's only plus 400.
Who would be the guy? Jalen? No, because of 2-point
Kelsey.
conversion. I mean, that's the first guy I thought of. But here's a question for you: Will Andy Reid? Who's defensive coordinator for Philly? Who am I blanking out?
Vic Fangio.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Vic
Fangio, our guy.
Will Vic? He was considered a goofier, and he's been great everywhere else. Like Vic Fangio
he was considered a goofier because he had an expansion team.
No, but he had an expansion team with real players.
Well, but the defense
Gary
was
Walker,
way better than
Jamie
the offense
Sharper.
was.
Yeah, but at the end, I remember I had a conversation with I'm not gonna say who, but it was somebody with the Texans at the Senior Bowl, and they were at the table over, and they knew who I was. And I didn't think they knew. We were at 6'10" at the time, and I didn't think they knew who I was. And they started talking to me, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna ask questions about this because Dom was gone. They got rid of Dom that year, and the guy goes, I can tell you this. If I'm Dom Capers and I'm going out on my sword, I'm going out with my defense the way I want to run it. I said, did they not run? Was it not run like Dom's?
Yes.
He said, no, Fangio's is different than Dom's.
Yeah, I remember that. Will the final score be a scoregami?
No.
Yes is plus 1,000.
Yeah, no.
With scoregami is that
it's hami to get to scoregami. It's scores that have never happened in NFL history.
Right. A scoregami is a score that's never happened. 10-1. Nah. No
that
thanks.
Started happening more because of 2-point conversions.
Will defensive players enter the end zone after a forced turnover? Yes. Of course they will, but that's minus 500.
Oh, okay.
Will Carson Wentz take a snap?
No.
Will Kenny Pickett take a snap?
No.
No, I don't care what the score is.
What world do we live in where they take snaps?
Well, in a blowout, super blowout.
They don't even know because you want your guy to get
or an injury.
Concussion
check. You never know.
Injury is the only way. Pat Mahomes doesn't come out. Will Pat Mahomes have an ankle injury at some point in this game and start limping? Yes. Minus 1,600.
Will he walk zestily?
Will he have a zesty duck walk? Yes.
Hey, you guys know what I'm holding up here?
What are you holding in there, Pat?
I got a deuce brewing up.
Man, I think I need to rip one.
Don't do it, man.
Can't rip
Hold
one.
it in.
Hey, hold it.
All right, because I'm always holding it in.
Do not.
All right. Sounds
do not
good.
try to rip one. You're not trying to
Will Jalen Hurts smile? No, minus 400.
No, he won't smile. No. Well, at the end of the game, if they're winning, that's it.
Still,
you got.
Will he smile though, or will he smirk?
Well, will he be pissed off at Philadelphia fans?
Will you see Jalen Hurts laugh during the game?
Will Jalen Hurts flip off the Philadelphia crowd?
No.
Yeah, you might. You never know.
Will what's his name have his book?
He likes them very much.
Will AJ Brown have his book on the sideline? Because he's known for that now. He's probably going to bring it.
Yeah, he's got to bring his book.
It's a freaking Super Bowl.
Yeah,
you're not reading a book in real life.
Bring a book.
In real life, you're not bringing a book, but he knows that's his that's kind of his thing now.
Yeah.
So he'll bring a
book.
book.
You got all of these. Well, you got 1,000 different. Okay, 1,000. We were just doing this. My bookie. They have all kinds of prop bets that you are going to love. All roads lead to the big game. And are you ready for it? My bookie's where it's at. They've packed in promotions, props, features that make betting not just exciting, but seriously profitable for you. You think, okay, some of these you were like, yes, let me get on that. I want that bet. Well, go to mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. You got boosted parlays, okay, where no rollover requirements. Every extra leg means a bigger payout. Money bag, where you spin the wheel and you get crazy odds on props, parlays, and futures. You can bet, you can put your name in squares, tiered bonuses, cryptos. Listen, when you deposit it, if you deposit with crypto, you get 100% score up to 100% in your bonus. Okay, you put in 500, you get 500 more to play. Live betting and streaming during the game, all of these things. Sports jackpots, chance to turn $1 into a massive payday. All going on at mybookie.ag. You want to play the big game? You got one place to do it, mybookie.ag, promo code bet975.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Who's on the line? Gilbert is here. Let's get Gilbert on the show, see who he thinks is going to win the Super Bowl. What? I need a nurse in here, he said.
Are you hitting a button, Dell?
No.
Gilbert. Are you hitting a button over?
No,
and
I'm
over?
not touching anything.
It's the same sound and it's the same cadence.
I don't know what this is.
He has this.
It's a hotkey, I think.
No, I think he's just.
Oh, Gilbert.
I mean, it is the same. It's amazing.
Sounds the exact same. I need a nurse in there.
Hey, imagination.
I need a nurse in there.
As bad as place as it is, it's probably just as bad for the nurses with Gilbert.
I was thinking,
Yeah.
Gilbert. I can't listen to this.
I'll keep it in queue and see when this ends.
Let me
but-
know. It's kind of making. Please let us know if he gets a nurse.
Please get in. Let's call up there and tell him he needs a nurse in there.
Be like, we know.
We hear him.
But I mean, if he's saying that
He
over,
probably
and over,
wants a TV changed.
there is a chance that, like right now, I'm thinking, man, something bad could be happening. But I'm also thinking he also might want ketchup. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
Where's my Dr. Pepper anyway? Like, they're not going to want to come. It's going to be Boy That Cried Wolf. They're not going to come. If you keep telling them that.
Now that's going to be in my head all day. I need a nurse in here. I need a nurse in here. He is the big relentless.
He's an earworm. Yeah. Now that is an example of how he's a big relentless.
Yeah.
That water torture. Boom. Where's my steak?
Man.
Where's my steak? Where's my picture? Colin Wolf. Boom, boom, boom. You got a program? Bang, bang. Hat, shirt, hat, program, steak, corn on the cob, French fries, Dr. Pepper. Bang, bang. I need a nurse in here. Inside the NFL. Forever he thought I had some track on Inside the NFL
cups
that I had to give that used to be on HBO. Hey, Lynn Dawson alive anyway, and Lynn Dawson's been dead. You got a coffee mug. That's what he wanted. Coffee mug from Inside the NFL.
Lynn Dawson?
I don't know. Yeah, Lynn Dawson had been dead.
Oh.
But remember, he was on the original, him and Nick Bonacani and all that.
Mm.
And now it's luckily we've got Ryan Clark on there now.
Yeah.
Because luckily Ryan Clark's on a TV show somewhere. Luckily he and Pat McAfee and Stephen A. Smith are able to find TV shows. And now there's rumors about Stephen A. Smith may try to run for president. Like,
yeah. Well,
what are we doing?
You see what he is.
I want to inform the both of you that I pulled him down but kept him in queue for the last minute or so, and it's been the same 6 words.
It hasn't stopped.
It hasn't stopped.
They're not going to come. Like, this is what bothers me is they're going to get.
How many times has he said it since we've been?
We're probably on average of 5 times every 15 seconds.
Yeah, that sounds about right. 45 times a
I
minute.
think he needs a nurse in there.
Oh, no, for 60 times. Wait, 5 times every 15 seconds.
I need a nurse in here.
So 20 times a minute.
I know my daughter's not going to like this.
What? She's not going to like what you're going to say or what's going on with Gilbert?
That Gilbert.
No, it's kind of upsetting me, but
upsetting.
I also know that
it could be
that they're just like worn out.
Right. Yeah.
Which is bad because they've got a job to do, even if you're worn out, but we've had him fight with Alexa before. Alexa, turn it off. Alexa, turn it off. We've had that happen, but not this.
Alexa wouldn't even listen to him anymore, let alone the nurses. Alexa was like, okay, I can't do this anymore.
Alexa
was
turn
out.
It off, Alexa.
Was
turn
out
it
on
off.
Gilbert.
So we brought him up, and you can see that the time. It's 4.5 minutes that he's been on air, and he's still doing it. So I don't know if that's someone hitting a button or
no. There's no button in there.
Do they have a
There's
hotkey?
listen. There's no technology in that place.
No, I'm
trust
talking
me.
about a
there's
listener.
barely a TV.
I'm talking about a listener calling in with a soundboard because we've had that happen before. I don't know why they went to the nurse thing, but we had a listener calling
No,
with
that's
Gilbert
Gilbert.
Hotkeys.
That's Gilbert.
But 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, but like the sound. What's
No.
incredible about this?
No, his relentlessness has no limits.
Yeah, but what's incredible is the cadence, the timing of every word, and the sound is the exact same. The exact same. Like, I need a nurse in here.
I need
I need a nurse in here. I need a nurse in here. Like most people would say, I said I need a nurse,
Right,
but there's
nothing.
not. Just I need a nurse. Pull them up real quick. Just it's still,
It doesn't change.
in here. Listen to here.
You can't hit that fast enough.
Oh,
No, that one should be different.
Gilbert. Okay, pull him down. I can't.
Wow,
do this.
it's almost impossible to do what he's doing.
I'm not lying. Like this should be like I'm being serious about it. I don't want anything bad to where Gilbert. I also know that Gilbert could just want something changed on his iPad.
Mm-hmm.
We've experienced it. Tiger experienced it. John the caller, Mega Blast, he experienced it. When you go in, you got to do certain, he's going to run you around a little bit. Hey, bring me that, do this for me, do this.
He could just want ketchup.
This really could just be like he wants ketchup on some, on some hash browns, although I don't know that place is.
So some background. This is his second tour on hold, and now obviously what we're doing now. So, and we do have an intern who experiencing Gilbert for the first time. So I'm not sure how that interaction went when he called in
today?
Leo was our intern today.
Okay.
So I don't know if he called in and then started
did she
this.
ask her? Did he call in?
He would have
yeah,
he hung up and then called
Leo.
in. So he would have had to have called in and then started this.
Right. Exactly. Well,
But he's called in twice in the first, I don't know, 40 or 59 minutes of the show. He's been on there. He's been on hold twice now.
Do you want to hang up or just keep it just so we find out what happens? Maybe.
Well, is it still going?
What do you think?
It's not right now, no.
It's not.
Oh, there it is.
Wait, let's hear it again just to see if the cadence changed at all.
It's when he goes.
Now it's going a little.
I will say this. When the repetitive there's always like maybe, I don't know, after 5 times, a muffle like at the end, but that's happened more than once. Like that's on repeat too. Like after a certain amount of times it goes, like it breaks up a little bit.
It's almost like somebody copied and pasted a 5.
Yeah.
But somebody would have had to have been in that place.
It's breaking up at the same time now?
Yes,
Okay.
I've noticed that.
Okay. All right, we got a break. We'll see when we come back if it's still on repeat. We'll see. There it is.
I can inform you it's going.
It's still going. Wow.
It's
Time
just-
to talk about
I hope
the
they get that figured out. Let us know what happens with that.
hey, Golden Nugget Lake Charles, we got last minute plans or you don't have any plans for the big game? Get on over to Lake Charles. Get on over to Golden Nugget. I mean, I don't know that there's a better place to watch than with a bunch of people at a casino. And here's the deal is if you just go up for the day, you could leave at 10 o'clock in the morning. You're there by noon. You got 5 hours to play whatever gambling you're going to do. You watch the game, stay in the hotel that night, come back the next morning. I mean, it's perfect. It's great after the game. Since you're staying at the hotel, you got to take honestly, do we need all of these holidays that aren't real holidays? You know what's a real holiday? A real holiday is the day after the Super Bowl. We all need that day. And you need that day. And you need the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Go have some fun. Let's go. What a great day that is to play all day, and have the Super Bowl that day. You got Cadillac Bar where you could still watch there. And if you got kids, that's where you could bring them. Or you got the Blue Martini where you can watch the game as well. DraftKings Sportsbook is all filled. But if you want to go and watch the NCAA tournament, March Madness, You need to make your reservations now at goldennuggetlc.com. It's great. It's awesome. It's a Las Vegas casino right here, just 2 hours down the road. goldennuggetlc.com. Get there. goldennuggetlc.com. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We just got a call from Michael over at Pete's. We were just talking to him. Hope his back, man. Michael, I hope you are. I know he's going through a lot of
beat
pain.
cancer twice, a broken back.
Yeah.
Like he's probably now he's Lamar Consolidated High School, so it's not a surprising one of the toughest people that's ever lived. But he really is, man. He gets injections just to get the bone strong enough so he can have another surgery. Like, and this guy, all he does is work. And for Thanksgiving and Christmas, he wouldn't, like, everyone there is begging him, take time. Don't, Michael. He goes, it's too busy. So he'd be in there, he has to like sit in a special chair and lay down trying to get, but the guy won't, like, his customers are that important to him. So I got to be there for Thanksgiving and Christmas.
So, yeah. And he's there for the big game on Sunday as well. So
yeah, I'm going to run by beef short ribs and the he's got special prices on the tomahawk steaks.
Wow.
The tomahawks are what he's putting a special price on them. The Wagyu tomahawks.
Those are awesome.
Wagyu tomahawks.
We love Michael, and Michael, please, hopefully your back will
go support our guy.
Him.
He's got some.
You want meat? Best meat in the city.
The best way to do. I actually did this. The best way to do it is you can get a slab. You can buy the slab.
Yeah, and cut your own steaks.
Yeah, and cut your own steaks. It's like the price plummets.
Yeah, right.
On that, and you can cut to the thickness you want.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So get on over there, Michael. We're wishing you the best with that back, buddy. Let's get. I don't want to hear it again. Is he still saying it? Is he really?
There was a break of maybe 25 seconds where I thought either he wore down or the person decided to stop playing this, but it came back.
That's just so.
Do we need to call over there?
Well, I think people on Twitch.
I
think people on Twitch are calling, but
yeah, call Sharpview. Somebody call Sharpview and say Gilbert in. I don't know what room was he in.
I don't remember. whatever. They know who he is.
Yeah, they know who Gilbert is. Everybody.
You
does.
guys know that Gilbert needs a nurse, right?
Yeah.
There's no way you're not hearing this. Is there a button he can push?
I would imagine there is. There has to be.
I mean, it's not a hospital. Well, it's not a hospital, but yeah, I would think so. I don't know. Maybe let's just get a phone number and maybe we do call.
Yeah. No, well, somebody on Twitch, you guys are not happy about all this. Call Sharpview. That's all. Call up there and say, hey, you guys hear Gilbert in there? Because he's on the radio needing a nurse. Okay. So somebody give a call up there. Yeah, what a game Jalen Hurts had against the Chiefs in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. And that fumble just is just a haunt.
He was great.
He was awesome.
He was great. I watched the replay. I'm like, holy crap, Jalen was good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'd forgotten how good he was there.
And he just dropped that ball, and the Chiefs scored, and that was the game. That was the game. That was the difference in the game.
Oh.
So, Adam Schefter just said first team. I don't think first team. I'll say this. Last team to commit a turnover loses this game. Last team to commit a turnover.
Is that one of the props?
No, that's Adam Schefter said first team. I'm going to say this. Last team to commit a turnover.
Yeah.
The last one is the most important.
See, this is how I think it's going to go. Like Philadelphia is going to do what they do offensively, but it's going to be tougher. Well, the question you first have to ask yourself is, who's going to do a better job? Is it going to be Vic Fangio? And what does Vic Fangio need to do defensively? Like if you're
stop Kelsey.
Well, if you're
crying out loud,
is Kelsey
don't
really,
let him have 100 catches, D'Amico.
I don't think Kelsey's the key to the game anymore like he used to be.
Well, he was against the Texans.
Yeah, that's the Texans. So, I mean, he is. Is it literally just about stopping Kelsey? Is it about keeping Patrick Mahomes in the pocket? Is it about it's harder for me to get there because Kelsey's not the same factor he once was, although he has played better. For me, for Spagnuolo, it's simply how do you slow down Saquon Barkley? That's it. How do you force Jalen Hurts to beat you and not Saquon Barkley? What do you do to stop Saquon Barkley? The easy answer is you go 8 in the box, and you add late add-ons. You make it look like you're covered. You make it look like a kind of a standard split safety alignment. And then before the snap, one guy goes single high and one guy goes down into the box as a late add-on. So you don't show 8 men in the box, but then you post-snap your 8 men in the box. That's, if they take Saquon Barkley away, can Jalen Hurts, can they take him away? If Saquon Barkley gets 94 yards, is that still a win for Philadelphia? Could be, depending on what it looks like.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's a shootout, but it's got that possibilities. A lot of people like the under, and you like Philadelphia.
I like the under too.
Luke makes a pretty good point. Is it any surprise that it's the two coordinators are Italian in the Super Bowl? Do you need an Italian defensive coordinator to make it to the Super Bowl?
Maybe
the answer is yes.
Yes, you just don't want them as head coaches. They're not qualified to be head coaches.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Don Shula,
Andy Reid.
Yeah.
Oh, Mormon.
Oh, really?
Isn't Sirianni Italian?
Yeah, Sirianni.
He is. He is
No.
Turkish. Turkey. Yeah.
No,
They call it Turkey.
Sirianni. You make it to the Super Bowl. You win it.
You have to
Bill
be. Why can't you
Belichick.
keep your mouth shut, Del?
Yeah.
Well,
Look what you just did.
you sounded
Just
very.
because it's Val. Guess what?
Thank
There's
you.
also
Thank you, Del.
You
there's
sounded
also-
very silly when the guy in question wears an Italian flag on his hat while he's out there.
I know. I hadn't thought that through. I just thought, oh, Mormon, and I didn't go to. I worked my way to the other coach quickly enough. And why is it that we just have is there somebody, is he prejudiced for Italians where all he'll do is have his team full of Italian? First, he gets a bunch of white defensive backs, which is a classic Italian move. Hey, we're taking care of our people first, just like in Do the Right Thing, the pizza place with Tortoro and Danny, whatever. How they were very racist, this Italian pizza place and Do the Right Thing in Spike Lee's movie. But also, and they had that big argument about athletes and sports, right? Well, now you have an Italian head coach who hires an Italian defensive coordinator, immediately drafts a bunch of white guys to play in the secondary. Something
Mhm.
doesn't smell right about this.
How about this? All these white defensive backs in the Super Bowl?
There's a nickname for that they have for them.
Whitey?
No, it's pretty funny. I saw something. They've got hype videos for these two. Like, first of all, Reed Blankenship's got a lot of seasoning to him. I don't know if have you seen any of those videos, Del? Reed is doing the cooking out. Reed Blankenship is, number one, he went to like MTSU, Middle Tennessee State. There's going to be some flavor at Middle Tennessee. If you're a DB at Middle Tennessee State,
Yeah.
there's brand new flavor in your ear. And then number two, they show him dancing like after interceptions and stuff. The Philadelphia fans love Reed Blankenship, and even the non-white fans, not just, of course, the Philadelphia fan. I love Reed Blankenship. I mean, of course, they're, you want to fight over it? I'm like, no, we don't want to fight all the time, Philadelphia fan. Let's just fight. I got Cooper DeJean. You take your cornerback and let's have a fight. Like, what are you talking about? What are we fighting over this time, Philadelphia fan? Let's let our kids fight then. Can we just, sir, we're here at Chuck E. Cheese. We don't have to fight. Okay, Philadelphia fan.
Oh, really, Lance?
No, historically, when's the last time you had white corner, white safety?
When's the last time you had Vince Lombardi, Italian?
Oh,
Tommy Lasorda.
Keep coming with the dead guys. Yeah,
Jim Valvano.
dead. Well, yeah, dead. All you're doing is bringing up old dead guys.
Well,
no.
Italians, the greatest of the game.
They were great in the 50s.
Yeah,
in
right.
the 60s.
Yeah.
You had a good run. It's over.
We had a great.
We need Sirianni to lose.
Sirianni.
I need Reed to win now. Now I need Kansas City to win. I need Oh my God! There's another Italian.
That's what I said. Two defensive coordinators, Fangio and
Yeah.
Spagnuolo.
Who's the OC? Matt Nagy.
He ends in a vowel.
No,
Yeah.
that's not.
Yeah.
That's not
Yeah.
Italian.
Yeah.
That's probably like
Thank you.
Amsterdam or something.
He's not from Amsterdam or something.
His family.
Where are the Zaddicks from?
I don't know. The Zadok, I got a rundown on the history. I was there, and it like their diamond production or not production, but the sales of the fine diamonds goes way, way, way back for Zadok. Now, here in Houston, they have been off Post Oak Boulevard for over 4 decades, and they had a location that was further down. And they left that after 3.5 decades, and they moved to this new location that's 1801 Post Oak Boulevard that is unbelievable. There's an Uchiko restaurant there, great sushi restaurant. They've got some great restaurants in the spot, coffee there, and of course they've got Zadok Jewelers, which is the crown jewel, 28,000 square feet, and right now is one of the Super Bowls of jewelry. It's for Valentine's Day, and a lot of men decide to wait until Valentine's Day to get engaged. So if you are doing that, might I suggest their incredible diamond engagement rings with a variety of different settings, a variety of different stones, a variety of different bands with different metals that are going to be the hot metals, whatever she's going to absolutely love. And if it's not diamond engagement rings, because they can take you basically from start to finish on the engagement process over at Zadok, tennis bracelets, earrings, something simple, a diamond pendant, necklaces, they will find the right gift for her for Valentine's Day to show her how special she is and how much she means to you. And it always works. They are so good at finding the best gifts and making your wife or girlfriend so impressed with you for Valentine's Day. And once again, if you're getting engaged for Valentine's Day, don't screw this up. Go to Zadok Jewelers. It's 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. Online, go to zadok.com. Oh my God. Can you
That's going to be fun. You know what's not fun? When you got roof problems. And if you haven't done anything with your roof in years, then you could have problems. And if you want to get your insurance check, if something happens, then you better have some proof that you actually paid attention to your roof. You've got affidavits, and the place to get your inspection, to make sure that everything is okay. Because here's the deal: is your insurance company's going to want to see that you actually did something, right? If anything happens, God forbid anything happens, we have a hurricane or whatever, I mean, and your roof blows up, hey, well, you didn't take care of your roof. We're not paying you. But if you've got affidavits that say that I had Brinkman Quality out to my home and they gave it a passing grade, then the insurance company's got no say whatsoever, okay? Now, the other thing is, if you need some work done, then Brinkman Quality is there for you for that, okay? They're going to be honest. They're going to come with a free consultation. Brinkman Quality is the standard of this area for years now. I've been doing it for 50 years. Jason and his dad. I mean, this has been going on forever. You don't stay in business for 50 years unless you do it right, and Brinkman does it right. So you're looking for a great way to take care of that roof problem, whatever. If you do have a roof problem, 844-215-2876 or Brinkman, BRINKMANN. BrinkmanQuality.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 820-713-780-3776. You've got anything that you want to talk about. Anything about the big game. It's big game weekend. Okay. Our Rockets, we haven't talked about them in a little while. About an hour, because well, they just have sucked lately, and especially they sucked in the fourth quarter. It has been awful. Cannot play in the fourth quarter lately. Last 5 games, they're finding a way to lose. And last night, the way they lose, just let Anthony Edwards go off. 35-16 was the fourth quarter tally. Anthony Edwards with 41 points. On 11 of 25 shooting. He had 7 rebounds, 6 assists. Anthony Edwards is the real deal. It's tough to stop Anthony Edwards. I don't think there's any question about that. But it was just too easy. It was just way too easy. The Rockets actually shot 49%. They hit 38, almost 39% of their three-point shots.
Yeah.
That was good. They were playing well offensively. And then 16, a stinker in the fourth quarter. 16 in the fourth quarter. Just terrible. Couldn't hit anything.
They just get so out of rhythm so easily. It's like this has been going on from well before these 5-game losing streak. In the fourth quarter, and I'm not saying they
won a game where they gave up 19 straight points in the fourth quarter. They gave up and still won the game.
Yeah, it just in the fourth quarter, they have a tendency to, when things go a little tough, individually they think, all right, I'm going to pull us out of this. And it's admirable that you have that kind of confidence, but instead of going and getting the best shots possible, instead of going and trying to, I just think they have a tendency to become less efficient through choice. They don't mean to be less efficient, but they take more difficult shots. They don't let shots come to them. They try to force shots. That's the best way to say it. They don't let offense come to them. They try to force it. Sometimes in the fourth quarter, when you have a lead, guys, you don't have to get shots up in the first 5 seconds of the clock. It's okay to keep looking and searching and probing and get it down inside of 7 seconds if that's what it takes to find a good shot. You've got lots of guys who can. Cam Whitmore, Amen Thompson, Jalen Green can all win off the bounce. Every single one of those can get by their defender and get into the paint. All 3 of them. So there's really no reason to panic too much. Just be calm. See if you can get the defense to break down a little bit. Penetrate and and look for interior passes instead of just penetrate and dish, out for 3-point looks sometimes. But they don't let the offense come to them, and they're not stopping anyone on defense. They've allowed 36 points a game in the fourth quarter over the last 3 games. And frankly, that's not even taking into account a couple of 40-point fourth quarters that they've allowed this year, which is insane. So it just doesn't make sense. It's completely out of character for this team over the first 3 quarters to become that team in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Cody Zeller make a big difference?
No.
What do you mean?
Well, what is it? Oh, you've done it. By the way, did you see they cut Jaden? They waived.
Well, they just picked up the money.
I thought, but there was talk that he was actually going to.
No. Yeah.
I mean, all they did was just get a second or flip-flop a second or something.
Well,
they had money. They had cap space. So
they did that. And they cut him. Cody Zeller beat it. You're not going to be here either. I don't know. They're just paying more people. They just want to pay more people, I guess. Yeah.
Well, they'll have to pay them.
Yeah, you take them into your cap. You get paid off in second-round picks, and that's what they're doing. They're not going to play these guys. They're just
they're building up second-round picks.
Yeah, they're helping teams who want to avoid tax.
That's all.
Paying the tax, and they get a second-round pick for their troubles.
Yeah.
And Tillman gets to pay those guys extra millions?
No.
Not extra millions. It's prorated, and Jaden Springer wasn't a high salary guy. He'll get waived, and whatever is whatever. But it's the second-round pick stuff that they're trying to gather.
Defensive. Hey, we could have used him last night on Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, I'm sure it would have worked out great for Jaden Springer.
Yeah.
They tried to pissed off Anthony Edwards. Jayshawn Tate got after him. Dylan Brooks got after him. But it was a little scrappy early in that game. Jock Landale didn't like that Naz Reid ripped the ball away from him after a tie-up, and that turned into technical fouls because Rudy Gobert got involved. They wanted to be physical with Anthony Edwards, and he took it personally in the fourth quarter.
He really did. I hate lighting a fire under that dude. Holy crap. He can score. Let's get James in here. He wants to talk about his Rockets. Hey, James.
Hey, guys.
How's it going? Go ahead, James. There he is.
You need a nurse
Anthony
in there?
Edwards is the closest thing to Michael Jordan right now as far as like when you watch him play, he looks the same. That being said, the Rockets for the last week, the guys have looked down like they're worried. They're not smiling. They're not laughing. I think it was because of the trade deadline. They were worried about is the team getting broken up. Last time was much better, but they need Van Vliet to run the ship.
Yeah, they need Van Vliet. The trade deadline ended yesterday afternoon, so there was no excuse for it last night for what they did.
Do you think but there hadn't been any – well, here's why I don't know about that. Number one, the GM and the head coach can address that internally with the team. Like, none of you guys are going anywhere. We're not doing anything. They could do that without – yeah, but they could have said that, and it wouldn't have been a lie. And number two –
they didn't.
But
none
they
of
might
those – not have. You don't know.
But who – okay, so who was the rumored player that was going to be gone?
Well –
there were none.
Well, no, but there was talk about Durant. There was talk about –
there was no public talk about any
Booker,
of the Rockets.
about Giannis. So if Booker, Giannis, they're coming, then
Giannis,
big name players are leaving.
Giannis, the Rockets talk. No one – that hasn't been a thing for a month and a half to 2 months.
But he had that tweet that everyone got excited about.
You mean they had already lost 3 in a row by then, or 4 in a row?
Yeah.
What are we doing? Like, that's not – I don't think it's it. They're not playing in the fourth. What? They were just fine, and then they remembered in the fourth quarter?
No, I don't really buy into that theory either.
I might get traded up.
Well, the trade deadline was over.
I just can't play in the fourth.
Well, you heard what
the fourth has been an issue throughout the trade deadline.
Ime spoke quite a bit about the fourth, but he also talked about it's pretty nice to have a guy you can just go to and they can go get a bucket. So when we talk about they shouldn't break up the team, and I'm with you, unless you get a younger star. I'm not talking about trading for some old guy. You can see the seams of the team come apart and why someone in that organization may be looking for a star, because you saw a star pull up last night. Yes, I mean, Amin's been big upped, and there's people talking about how he's untouchable. Jalen Green has his deal when he's hot for 5 games out of a season. Obviously, Alperin's a solid player. He's an all-star. But you see there are levels to this. And the Rockets are young. Maybe one of those guys will get there. But you saw what a star does when he's needed. Anthony Edwards was the best player on that floor for the last 8 minutes of that game, and no Rocket could touch him.
Well,
That's
he
what
was
it
the
looks
best
like.
player on that
All
that
game,
court
but,
for 48
but for
minutes.
particularly when the game mattered.
Yeah.
He was no one could touch his stratosphere.
Is he better without Cat?
Well, the team's not so far.
No, but you never know how it's gonna.
I don't think it
How
has
if they'll get better in the postseason.
That
with
dude
him.
was amazing last year with Cat. He's as close as I've seen to Michael Jordan.
Yeah, he's got the same moves. Yeah,
he's got a lot of the mentality and everything. Like, he's still got a long way to go, but he has a lot of that. And of course, then the conspiracy theories, because that's where we are. It's like, he says there's a chance that Michael's his actual father, and people have tried to
it kind of looks like him.
put things together. Oh, I know. That's part of the conspiracy.
We'll see. They made the conference finals last year, so they're pretty good with Cat.
They're real good with Cat.
So we'll see what happens. Julius Randle didn't play last night, and Anthony Edwards took it upon himself after they lit a fire under him to light them up in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. And you need one of those with the Rockets. And I think it's probably internally on the team. I really thought it was going to be Şengün, and he's not. I know he's an all-star this year, but he's not really a take over the game guy. At any point in the stage, like, does that have to come from the wing other than Jokic? And a lot of times Jokic does it from, Jokic will do it from high screen and rolls. He'll do it from the elbow extended. He'll do it from the free throw line. It's not from the post anymore. Right? It hasn't been for years for big men. Jokic is one of the only big men I know that can take over a game late in the game. It almost feels like it has to come from a wing. And if that's the case, then Alpe's never going to be a take over the game guy.
Yeah, it's difficult because you can game plan, and if Alperen Şengün's not going to be the passer that Jokic is, and he's going to, if he struggles with doubles, that's a problem. I mean, the NBA has trended that way for years, where you need a wing, you need a lead guard to be your best player, unless you're Jokic or Giannis, but Giannis plays on the perimeter as well. I don't know about a center. I don't know if Alpe's that guy. I think he can be a really good perennial all-star possibly, but as far as get the ball to him, but the caveat always is he's 23 years old. I don't know what he'll be in 5 years when he's in his prime. 22, 23. I'm not gonna put a ceiling on him just yet. But it's unlikely it'll be him. It'll probably be a wing that they acquire or a guard that they acquire if it's not already on the roster.
All right, let's break it here. 713-780-3776. If you got anything that you want to bring to the show, you're more than welcome to do that. I'm talking about Gulf Coast windows. I'm talking about the best windows in the market. I'm talking about your replacement windows, or if you're building. I don't care what you're building, what kind of building that you're building. If it's a business or if it's a residential, you want Gulf Coast windows. You want the best windows you can get. How about hurricane windows, wood-clad windows, aluminum windows? They've got double pane, double strength. They've got all the windows you could possibly need. Doors, from French doors to sliding doors, whatever it is that your business is looking for, you've got it at GulfCoastWindows.com. GulfCoastWindows.com. Jim Fiume. There's a reason that you go with Jim Fiume. There's a reason that you go with Gulf Coast Windows, because Gulf Coast Windows has been doing this for 40 years now in the city of Houston, and they're considered the best. The Pinnacle Award from the Better Business Bureau. You don't get that. You just don't get that unless you're the best, unless you take care of business, you take care of your clients, you've got the best quality, and you got the best installation, best service you can get. It happens every day. So if you're in the market, it's a big ticket buy now, replacing your windows. So do it with the best. Why put in something that's inferior? GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454. Tell them you heard it here.
We got breakfast tacos coming in this morning from Taqueria Surroundus. It's happening. Chelsea's bringing them in, and Saul is making sure that happens for us. And I couldn't be more excited. There's locations all over the city of Houston, so you don't just have to hear us talk about the breakfast tacos. You can go have them for yourself. And they have breakfast tacos. They have breakfast plates. Breakfast tacos are going to be like the eggs a la mexicana, the chorizo and egg, bacon and egg and cheese, non-spicy sausage and egg for some of you. Others, like myself, would love the potato and chorizo, the beans and cheese. I mean, there's a lot to get into here. If you like the nopales, the cactus, that's all you. You can have mine. But I just know this. The breakfast plates are what you sit down to in the morning if you want to get your day started right. Or for me personally, I like going in on a Saturday morning, having that and then watching my Everton team stave off relegation so I can watch my soccer and at any of the locations really. But the big hearty breakfasts are awesome as well. And listen, the Aranda Sports Bar, there are locations. The one off of FM 1960 that I went to, holy crap, that place is incredible. TVs all over the place, their own bar menu, a separate food menu that you have that's standard for the rest of the restaurant, and it's set aside from the rest of the restaurants where it's enclosed. And it's a great place to have a party if you and your buddies want to come there. But I'm telling you, more TVs than you can imagine. You are going to have a great time having food and fun with your friends and drinks right there at the Ronda Sports Bar. Locations all over the city of Houston for great breakfast, lunch, or dinner. It's Taqueria Surroundus.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
If you like fishing, I got something for you. It's the 50th annual fishing show from February 12th through the 16th at the George R. Brown Convention Center. Everything for the fishermen, all the new rods, reels, and lures. Factory reps will be there. Guides from Alaska to South America. Dozens of fully rigged boats and hundreds of kayaks, plus continuous clinics by expert fishermen that cover salt and fresh water, and a kids clinic on Saturday and Sunday with giveaways. If you love the fish or you just want to learn about fishing, don't miss the 50th annual fishing show. Check out HoustonFishingShow.com. So we're going to give away a pair of tickets to Caller 5 at 8:40. Caller 5 at 8:40 to 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to the 50th annual fishing show at George R. Brown Convention Center.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. We got a caller in there. Who is that? I can't see the name, though.
It's Chris.
Okay, Chris.
Chris in the Woodlands.
Oh, Chris in the Woodlands. Hey, Chris, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you? Hey, I had to hop off earlier. I had a work call, but before I get to my question about the Rockets, has Gary called in this morning yet? Did I miss his call maybe with Lance talking about Josh Allen over Lamar and then commenting on Ahmed's hair?
No.
Did not get a call from Gary.
No, he hasn't. All right, cool. All right, well, I didn't know if I missed this. I just wanted to check. Hey, my Rockets question, I will say I've watched them a lot more this year, obviously with them being better and with Ahmed and all those things. Didn't we bring in Dylan Brooks to be our defensive kind of like test? And you always see highlight videos of him getting under people's skin, but like I don't feel like that happens when it comes to Brunson or Edwards or those guys. Like, I mean, I know we're pointing to Ime, maybe Lane to run up conditioning, which I think is a good point for a young team, but like, wasn't Dylan Brooks supposed to be the guy that we put on these wings and other players to like really get in their head and piss them off and, you know, just kind of cause them destruction? I don't feel like he does that, you know? So anyway, that was my thought, and I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, he is supposed to be that guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fair point. He's supposed to be the guy that is the disruptor. And it can't just be about getting chippy and trying to, like, it can't just be being an irritant with your physical actions and stuff like that. It's got to also be about on the ball defense. You can't just be, oh man, I'm going to get in this guy's head because I'm going to be an a-hole and make him think about me, and I'm going to pinch him when he tries to get over screens, and I'm going to get in his face and stare him down. And what also has to be, and I'm going to make it difficult for him to go right with his dribble, and I'm going to crowd him on jump shots. Like, it has to be that too. It has to be one of the ways you're a defensive specialist and irritant is being really good on defense. It can't just be about being an a-hole and throwing guys off their game. So, yeah, Dylan Brooks is supposed to be that. Well, I don't look. You have Amen Thompson, who's supposed to be that too, because he's long. He is a good defender typically, and these times he's really, really good. Neither one of those guys have been able to get important stops in the fourth quarter, though. Not enough.
No, not getting. No one's playing. No one's playing well enough. That's it. Period. All right. Hall of Famers named last night: Sterling Sharp, Antonio Gates, Jared Allen, Eric Allen. Bigger deal, those guys getting in or Eli not getting in?
Well, bigger deal nationally, it's Eli not getting in. Not for me. I've never thought he's a Hall of Famer.
No.
So he's a Hall of, I wouldn't say Hall of very good. He's a Hall of good. He's a Hall of average.
2 Super Bowl MVPs.
I don't care.
I know.
His career matters too.
Mm-mm.
He's had to be rescued. One of the Super Bowls he won when he was rescued for the year by his defense. So I get that 2 Super Bowl wins, 2 Super Bowl MVPs. Number one, if you're a quarterback, you have a really good chance of winning the Super Bowl MVP. Had a great catch. Right? What's his name made the catch on his head.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't the best pass, but made a great catch on his head.
He was under pressure. It was a good play.
Yeah, but
you can't take
the Brady game. The Brady game. How do you think Eli
put that pass along the sideline was a perfect pass in the second game?
Who even knows what you're talking about?
Mario Manningham.
Yeah. I can't. Y'all. I've got too many players. My hard drives. I can't. That play and that pass in the second game. I don't even know what that means.
So it means a beautiful throw on the sideline to Manningham to win the game.
Good for him. You know what his record is? 117 and 117 as a starter. Ooh, Hall of Fame.
No, well,
he's 500. He's got a 500 record, and some of it has been him.
Yeah, but quarterbacks historically that get to the Super Bowl.
He led the league in interceptions 3 times in his career with 20, 25, and 27. He had 27 interceptions in 2013. What Hall of Fame quarterback ever had 18 touchdowns and 27 interceptions since 2000? I mean, look, and he followed up with a 30 and 14, which is pretty good. 35 and 14, which is really good.
Peyton had a
26 and 16, 19 and 13. Like, he got better. I mean, he had his years where he threw touchdowns. It wasn't all terrible.
Well, the year that he won the Super Bowl, I think he was 19 and 19. He was not good. He was at one point he was 19 and 19. They were going to bench him, and then
he ended up 23 and 20.
Yeah, he was 19 and 19 at one point.
He led the nation in interceptions with 20, though.
Yeah, and that was their first Super Bowl, and they were going to bench him.
I mean, the interception totals are astonishingly high. And I already know this. This is why I made Jameis Winston's comp Eli Manning. When my first NFL draft, one of my proudest comps, NFL comps, Dell would be very proud of it. It was a racial crossover.
Yeah.
Jameis Winston, Eli Manning.
Okay.
Primarily for all the interceptions.
Is Jameis considered a Hall of Famer right now?
No, he did have 30 touchdowns one year.
He did, and he had 30 interceptions.
Yeah, but that's the part that we don't need to talk about.
Well, no, we do.
But it's called symmetry.
No.
And that's what I like about
it's called
Jameis.
30-30, which in baseball is good.
Yeah, it's good in baseball.
Yeah, it's bad in as a quarterback.
Don't know if it's ever been done.
Yeah.
Other than him.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it has.
I don't know that it's ever,
or ever will be done again.
I'm going to try to find how Eli did in those Super Bowls, playoffs, because I'm curious about what his games were. I mean, he was MVP, so it must have been really, really good, I would assume. Let's see. Your Super Bowl, New England, he was 30 of 40 for 296 yards and a touchdown. All right.
That's great.
Yeah. All right.
75%, almost 300 yards and a touchdown. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
And then in the other one right here, he was 19 of 34, 255 yards, 2 touchdowns and interception.
Not bad.
Yeah.
That's a good game.
Well, it was the year he was 23 and 20. So yeah, he actually played better. It's interesting. Now you have to just account for Eli's interceptions being a common problem. But after his, after that season where he had more interceptions than touchdowns, 18 to 25, and they were looking for a new quarter. 18 to 27, 18 touchdowns to 27. 18 touchdowns, 27 interceptions. That was 2013. After that, they were 6-10. He had 30 touchdowns, 14 interceptions. It just he was a career 60% passer. His interception total of over 3% is extraordinarily high. His touchdown to interceptions not even 2 to 1. There's nothing about his career. The only argument you can make, is Super Bowl. That's it. There is nothing about his regular seasons that are even remotely close to Hall of Fame. And it's not just me. And I've been on this train forever about no Eli. And obviously Hall of Fame voters, at least in ballot one, agree with me.
Yeah, I agree too. I don't think he's a Hall of Famer. And when you're watching a Hall of Famer, I think.
Yeah, never at any point you go, this guy's special.
Well, I've said he's special, but not in that way.
If you are don't, Wendy's still trying to get back to Houston. He really likes it here.
Well,
he's been here.
Not
he's been
only me,
golf.
didn't Jay Moore say?
Yeah, but that's a comedian.
Yeah.
You're the husband of the woman who runs
got just
Los
a
Angeles.
touch. Yeah.
He didn't get the good genes. Peyton did.
Although
Peyton's not handsome. He's just a good quarterback.
Yeah, he's a really good quarterback.
Eli's the better looking of the two. Yeah, Eli is.
Is he?
Yeah, look at Peyton.
Cooper's the one that got the looks in the family.
Yeah, and he got Arch.
And he got Arch.
He got the most athletic of all the Mannings.
Yeah, how about that? Well, Cooper was the most athletic of those three.
So it makes sense that his son should be the best athlete. They say he's a big boy too.
Who? Arch?
Arch. Yeah. Arch is well put together. He's a big boy. He looks the part of like an Andrew Luck kind of.
Well, that's why they wanted him running instead of Quinn Ewers throwing on and at the end of the game.
And they had him running. He looked like he got concussed against Ohio State.
Ooh, was it Arizona State?
Oh
no!
Wait,
no! It was
who is it that got laid out so bad?
He almost fumbled.
Oh no, that was Sam Levitt.
Remember, it was
Levitt.
That was Sam Levitt that got his wig split. In what game was that? Where Sam Levitt's face almost got taken?
No, Arch nearly. It was a bang, whether it's a fumble or not, and it looked like Arch might have got dinged up. Yeah, you don't remember that play? Yeah.
Oh yeah, his whole helmet got flipped around.
Yeah, but don't run Arch as much as you think you should.
No.
Just let him throw the football.
You're thinking of Georgia's backup quarterback.
That's what I'm thinking of. Okay,
you're thinking about Gunnar Stockton.
Gunnar Stockton. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Gunnar is the one who I thought. Well, his eyes rolled back and then they had to bring in Carson Beck with his droopy arm before he. And then his last thing that he did was win an SEC championship
for an SEC championship.
He won an SEC. He made a play at the end to win an SEC championship.
He took a snap and handed off,
but courageously because his arm was hurt.
Well, he was the starter.
And you know when his arm got hurt? Because they said, what we should do is really screw this clock management up and then try an impossible throw and let him get his whole arm ripped out of socket. Let's see how that works.
Yep. Taqueria Arandas is here.
I know. Tell me you have something.
I have to talk about Access. I want to talk about Access.
That's
Vascular.
Right.
I want to talk about Doc Benavides. I love talking about Doc Benavides. I love what she does for us. And we're older gentlemen, right? And we need prostate help. If you're going to the bathroom a lot, up and down at night, if you can't start, can't stop, weak stream, all of these things could well mean that you have an enlarged prostate. Let Doc Benavides take an MRI. She's got a process. She finds out whether or not, if it's cancerous, then you need a different process, okay? So if it's cancerous, that's a different deal. But if it's not, if it's just enlarged, Doc Benavides is here for you. Doc Benavides just gives you an IV. 45 minutes later, she wants you to hang around for about a half hour. So that's an hour and 15 minutes, right? That's basically a long lunch. And you don't have an enlarged prostate anymore. No pain. Just putting in the IV. That's it. That's all the pain that there is. You're looking for the best way to get that rid of that enlarged prostate, to lower that prostate, to make it smaller. One way to do it. 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's freezing in here. Not surprisingly, Taquerias around us knows how to make tacos really well. So for the next, I don't know, you guys need to call in because Lance will be eating. Yeah. But ESPN has established the rules yesterday on their television show. They were all at the desk, all eating, Del. Okay?
Nonstop.
And yeah, so ESPN is the leader.
Food.
Are they not the leader? Sports leader?
That's what they tell him.
Worldwide.
Look at
They're eating right
now.
Look at this. Gumbo and
we don't
boys.
We don't actually see them eating. We see food in front of them, but
no, they're eating.
They haven't taken a bite yet.
Yesterday they did.
Oh, yesterday, or they were eating on the air. Yeah.
And you want to be like,
never do that.
You want to be like Mike Greenberg?
No, Lance does.
Oh,
if he's eating, he wants to be like him. Elliot is here. Let's get him in here. What do you say, Elliot? There's our
hey, good morning, guys.
Yeah.
Happy Friday to you. Hey, I always hate this or that type player debate, but last night we were hammered drunk and having this who would you rather take, and it's interesting y'all talking about Eli going to the Hall of Fame because is Phillip Rivers a Hall of Famer discussion began. And as a Steelers fan, I went back and forth with my buddy, and if you take Super Bowls out of it, who would you say is the better quarterback, Big Ben or Phillip Rivers? Who would you rather have over their 10 years? Take all playoff success, all Super Bowls out, just, regular season, mechanics, talent, all that. Can you guys help me settle this debate with this guy? He's listening too, so I need y'all to help me out with this.
Well, I'd have to look at their numbers, but I think they're pretty similar as far as if you take postseason. But okay, so why are you taking postseason out of it? I forget, but okay. If you're going to talk about who's the better quarterback and who played well when they really had to.
Well, some of it has to do with the infrastructure of the team you're playing with, like the Steelers, better franchise than the Chargers, no matter who's playing quarterback. So is that more of an advantage for Big Ben? And if Phillip Rivers was thrown in with the Steelers in their infrastructure,
well, then we're going to go to what wide receivers they had.
All those things. I guess that's what he means, because the Steelers Ben got Super Bowls. That's going to help his cause.
But Ben Roethlisberger made plays. Ben was a playmaker. whether you like him or not or whatever. Like Eli was not a playmaker. Ben Roethlisberger's a legitimate playmaker.
Ben also led the league twice in interceptions.
Yeah, so did Brett Favre.
He also led the league in TD percentage, 6.3, which is really high. He led the league twice in yards. He had over 5,000 and 4,900.
Ben is a Hall of Famer to me.
Ben's a Hall of Famer.
Based on the NFL standard.
Right.
My standards would be a little tighter, but that's fine. They're bringing him more food.
Once he had the most completions, and in 2018 they really relied on him. 675 passes. Wow, he's a career 64% guy. TD percentage is 5. That's pretty good.
What's interception?
418 touchdowns, 211 interceptions, almost 2-1. Not quite. Phillip Rivers.
No, he's better than 2-1. What'd you say?
It would be 422. If he was 418, it would be 422. Would be double. Would be 2-1.
Oh, I thought you said 481.
418.
Oh, okay.
Phillip Rivers, 421 touchdowns, 200. I mean, they're almost identical. Right. 63,000 yards. I mean, they're very, very. The two are. That was my initial instinct. Is they're really similar guys.
No, they are. And Phillip did more with less physically, which to me, I kind of give him a nod to hit a not good arm talent. He was both of them were tremendous competitors. Tremendous competitors. I think they played beyond, like Phillip Rivers played. Phillip Rivers did it with Antonio Gates. Go look at Phillip Rivers' wide receivers. He had Vincent Jackson. He had LaDainian Tomlinson, which is obviously another receiver for him. But he did not have primary receivers. He had Antonio Gates was his top option.
He led the league one time in passing attempts and touchdowns. And completions, which is the same as Ben. He led the league once with 4,710 yards. He led the league once in 34 touchdowns. He led the league twice in interceptions, 18 and 21. They got almost identical careers. So I don't know who's better. I don't know. They're really, really, really similar.
Anytime you have that battle, it turns into the tiebreaker's always postseason.
Okay, but hold on. In the regular season, Ben was 165, 81 and 1. Phillip Rivers was 134 and 106.
Yeah. Well, but some of that you can't control.
No.
Like, was Phillip Rivers play the reason they won, that they didn't win a certain amount of games? No, I don't think so. Eli Manning's play was the reason the Giants lost some games. That's his problem. And when you think about Rivers came in at the same time as they were in the same draft class, Rivers and Eli Manning. If I told you, all right, from 2004 to 2016, I'll do a 12-year span. Who were the best quarterbacks during that era? You're never mentioning Eli Manning.
No.
You're never mentioning Eli Manning. You're not going to do it.
Bye, Chelsea. Thank you.
You'll mention Drew Brees. You'll mention Mahomes. I mean, not Mahomes. Peyton Manning. You'll mention, obviously, Tom Brady. You'll mention Ben Roethlisberger. You're not going to mention you might mention Phillip Rivers when you're coming down, when you're thinking about your list. Oh, okay, we got
Drew,
him.
Yeah.
I mentioned Drew. That's 5 just off the top of my head. Eli doesn't even come. Maybe Donovan McNabb. McNabb was earlier though, because he came into the league like 99. So I think that would be a little earlier. Although Donovan had some success. Romo.
Oh, I wouldn't put him with Phillip Rivers or with Ben. No,
I'd have to think about.
I think
who
you
else.
got the Brady, Manning, Breeze.
Those are the big three.
Big three.
Ben,
and then Ben and Phillip.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Right? Are we missing anybody in that era? I mean, the one played 17 years. One Elliot. There's no answer to that. Both. I mean, there's literally.
No, my answer is going to be Ben Roethlisberger.
I think I'd lean Ben Roethlisberger as well, but it's not like it's, oh my God.
But do you think Rivers gets in the Hall of Fame?
Yes.
He had no postseason success.
Yeah. Yes, he gets in the Hall of Fame. He absolutely does.
Does Eli eventually get in? I'm going to say no.
I'm going to say no,
I think once you do that, you have now lowered the standards to anybody who gets to 2 Super Bowls and happens to win 2 MVPs, no matter what, because he wasn't a good regular season player. There's nothing about Eli Manning that's special. It's average at best relative to the standards of his generation, which is what you're judging him against. The standards of his generation, he is down probably at the best 6th, probably closer to 7th or 8th. How is that Hall of Fame worthy? It's not, and the voters don't think it is either.
Nope. But I can't see where's Phillip Rivers postseason isn't even included in his. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, he does. He had very limited. How many playoff games did Phillip Rivers actually play in?
Oh, they played in some. Where is his stats? Advanced passing.
It's not in here. So,
well, they have to be.
Yeah, right.
He has to have postseason.
It doesn't have postseason in his pro football.
Well, I'll look at game
reference.
Logs, but yeah, I'm looking at it as well. I know he played. He was the quarterback when Marty Schottenheimer got fired.
No.
Here it is. Phillip Rivers in the postseason. Yeah, he played plenty of games. He had 12 games.
Yeah.
In the postseason. In that postseason, he won 5, lost 7. He was one and done. 1, 2, 3. Well, okay, let's look how he played. 16 touchdowns and 10 interceptions. It's worse than his regular.
No.
Completed 59% of his passes. Worse than regular. 7.39 yards per attempt. But, yeah, I mean, it's hard to, here's a, he had 331 yards and 3 touchdown passes. You think that's really good. He completed 49% of his passes. He had 51 passes against New England. They were behind the whole game. That was just, adding to stats because you had to throw a lot. Yeah, Ben's postseason. Ben could put a team on his back.
Yeah.
Ben was a player who could put a team on his back. So He's a Hall of Famer for sure. But it's interesting. Rivers, but the one guy that shouldn't come up in that conversation is Eli Manning, and that's kind of where we are now.
Ben is 13-10 in the postseason, 63%. He's got 36 touchdowns and 28 interceptions. Not as good as he was in the regular season. Yeah, he 7.6 yards an attempt. Not as good as he is in the regular season. Neither guy was really as good, but Ben had more success. Ben won the Super Bowl. So
Ben had a drive to win a Super Bowl that was a Ben Roethlisberger drive.
Yeah. Yes.
He had been sacked a bunch on literally in his own end zone. He goes the length of the field for a touchdown against Arizona. I mean, case closed. That's his Super Bowl moment. And I don't think we're litigating whether or not Ben should get in. He's going to get in.
I think they're both getting in. I think H&P is a Hall of Fame company that will help your business be great. Do you want your business to be great? Do you want your business to be as good as it can possibly be? Do you want to bring your payroll to your people perfectly? Do you want your payroll to be, as easy as possible? We've got one person that works in our payroll, and that's Laura. That's it. I mean, she takes care of everything. And how many people are in your payroll department now? How big is that growing? How many people are in your HR department now? How many people do you have to take to pay a CPA to do your taxes? I mean, all of these things. And what are your benefits, your insurance package? How are they? Are they any good? Because H&P gives you choices as opposed to admin companies that stick you with theirs. That's not what happens at H&P. 401k plans, insurance plans, all of those things. H&P gives you choices. The other guys don't. So if you're with an admin company and you're going, wow, it seems to be we're paying them a lot of money. Yeah, you're paying them a lot of money because, well, you're just doing it wrong. So if you want to take a look and let H&P take a look at your business and tell you how they can make it better, how they can save you money, how they can put more money to the bottom line at hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
The big game is here. Well, it's not here yet, but it's going to be on Sunday. But you can start making your plays on Underdog Fantasy. Right now, I'm seeing a 60% profit boost with a $100 maximum play. Boost the profit of your next entry. For example, that's in my lobby right now on Underdog Fantasy. Download the app. It's a great app. It's very easy to the user interface is terrific. And you can look at what the popular picks, what other people are picking right now. You can look at what, Gilbert Arenas, if you want his football picks for the Super Bowl, go ahead. Bryson DeChambeau usually has these as well. Jay Gruden, to me, does the best. And here's what Jay Gruden has right now. He's got higher than 34.5 yards on Jalen Hurts rushing yards. Kareem Hunt, rushing receiving, he has a touchdown for him, higher. And then Dallas Goedert, he's got receiving yards higher than 44.5. Patrick Mahomes, lower than 59.5 yards. See, that's how I think the game's going to go. I think this is going to be an Eagle game, and I think Jay Gruden believes it as well. If you know how the game's going to go, take that sports knowledge and go apply it to the statistics of the game, higher or lower, for all these different types of statistics you can choose from for all these different players. And you've got a chance to win some real money, up to 1,000 times your original play. Make sure that you go with Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance, and you've got up to $1,000 bonus cash available to you by using promo code Lance on your first deposit. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
All right, this just pissed me off yesterday. We'll see if it pisses you off. Buster only put out a tweet. Jose Altuve approaching some benchmarks in 2025. He needs 21 homers to reach 250 in his career. With 44 more runs, he'll reach 1,200. With 18 more hits, he'll be at 2,250. 306 lifetime average, the highest among active players. 7 Silver Slugger awards. He's likely to pass Billy Herman, Joe Gordon, in career WAR, as well as Jeff Kent and Ian Kinsler. What do you think the comments were, Doe?
Was it about cheating?
Hmm?
Was it about anti-Astro propaganda?
It was known, sign, stealing, cheater. None of that holds any merit.
Figures.
But then it was, is he the best second baseman ever, Buster? Unless you missed a qualifier, his average 306 is not the highest among active. Luis Arias has a lifetime 323 over 6 seasons. Here come the mouth breathers who can't accept the fact that he didn't use the trash can. Hall of Fame has character clause, and he's a cheater. Should get 0 votes. First of all, there is no character clause in the Hall of Fame. Ty Cobb made the Hall of Fame. That is a sweet hat by Cam right now, though.
Uh-huh.
He's a cheater. Stop glorifying him or anything the Astros have done. First ballot Hall of Famer. He cheated. He has been good for a long time, and he's wired.
There is a character clause in baseball.
You forgot about his MVP award that he won fair and square in 2017, and anybody who disagrees can kiss my ass.
Whoa, 2017 was the cheat year.
Yeah. Still a cheater. How many more times do you need to get caught cheating to total twice in his career? Greatest second baseman ever. It just is such a tired narrative, and all of the trash can. And I mean, it just is, people are just so stupid.
The greatest, I think the greatest mistake of Jim Crane's ownership, or Jeff Leno's, well, Leno was gone, but I think the greatest mistake of the ownership of Jim Crane, who's been very successful, our most successful owner in the history of Houston, is if he had anything to do with trotting out Jose Altuve to face the media at spring training. He and Alex Bregman, because they immediately became the faces of cheating. It wasn't Jeff Leno. It wasn't even AJ Hinch. No one really talks about that with Hinch anymore. Carlos Correa is one of the most vocal, and he didn't have to hear it as much. Jose Altuve, because he was the first to come out and he was stuttering and didn't have anything, like, what could you say? They couldn't talk about the cheating.
I think John Boy had the bigger with the buzzer.
I would agree.
John Boy made him the face of it.
You're right. You're right. It's two things.
Yeah.
Initially, making him come out and have the first statements where it was a non-statement, but he had to face the media first. He and Bregman, they immediately were circled as the two. And then John Boy, now that was on social media, so it's a smaller scale, but John Boy with his buzzer stuff, and that was 2019, that added a layer of he's still cheating. This team's still cheating. Look at Jose Altuve. Well, it wasn't even about making a big deal about not taking his jersey. It was this, somebody said they were Carlos Beltran's niece on Twitter,
right.
and And he goes, yeah, I've heard these same things as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope he feels bad about that.
Who, John Boy? He doesn't.
Well, I think he does.
He made a name for himself for that.
But he goes out of his way to say Jose Altuve did not cheat. He was not involved in that. Yeah, damage is done.
Yeah,
I think he understands what.
did it.
I think he understands he made a huge mistake.
Yeah.
But the damage is done.
Yeah.
I think John Boy feels bad that he did that because it was like no journalistic integrity at all. He didn't get an actual confirmation of anything. And so he tries to get away with it by saying, all I did was say somebody else said that and I just say I'd heard that. That's all. No. You went out of your way. You had a video with him changing shirts, and you went conspiracy theory on him. And so now his entire career is marred forever in certain people's eyes, not in our eyes, but in certain people's eyes. They can't get. This should be one of the he should be one of the greatest stories ever told in the history of baseball. The way he got to the Astros is incredible. Should be movies made about him.
Yeah,
but you can't.
Well, there might be someday, and exonerating him for his role. And actually telling the true
Melissa
story.
Wants a taco. You
and
can have a taco.
You already
have one?
Yeah, I told her she could go get one.
And you took some to your friends?
Yeah, very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Yes, I'm glad everybody enjoyed taquerías and arrandas. Yeah, you're good. They're fantastic. All right, we got a break. 913 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. We're talking about Chastang Ford right now. Chastang Ford's my peeps. I love me some Chastang Ford. You will love you some Chastang Ford if you buy your vehicle from them. I bought 4 vehicles from Chastang Ford. What I love about them, no dealer add-ons, no hidden fees, quality used cars, trucks, and SUVs at reasonable prices. Every vehicle on the lot inspected, ready to roll. Whether you need a work truck, an SUV for the family, or a budget-friendly commuter, Chastang Ford has it. Shop smart, buy with confidence at Chastang Ford. You know you're getting the best deal that they can give you at Chastang Ford. They're not adding on. They're not marking up. I love the way that they do business at Chastang Ford, and you will too. What you need to go do is get to chastangford.com. Somebody will pop up right away, and one of the first questions they'll ask is, where do your payments have to be? Because they don't want you choking on those payments. They want you to have the best car buying experience you can have. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown. It's Chastang Ford.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number, but you gotta wait because we got 5-Star in Vegas joining us right now here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 to give us some winners. We went over some prop bets earlier.
Those are very specific that you had.
Yeah,
I don't think
there are not a lot of places. That was Shapiro had those.
All right, I'll give you one. Yeah, I'll give you one right here. 5-Star. What's going to be more? What was it? What was it? The total point, the total yards for touchdowns and touchdowns and field goals for the
I don't know
for the winning team. Will it get to 100? Is that what it was?
Oh yeah. Is it total touchdowns and field goals, or 100?
Yeah, the yardage.
Yardage. Yeah. No. Or the number 100.
Yeah, what's going to be greater?
Right. Which is greater? Yeah. What do you think?
What's the total touchdown scored and what also?
And field goals, yardage.
Okay.
For the winning team.
Oh, over 100 yards?
Over 100 yards in touchdowns and field goals.
Yeah, I got to go with the over on that because
me too.
I bet that Harrison Butker would make over 1.5 field goals. He's inside the dome, inside of New Orleans. Also, the Eagles played there a little bit earlier this year, so on the other side, their kicker also has some, experience kicking inside that dome. I think that one of them should make a 50-yard field goal.
If any team kicks 3 field goals, you're probably done. You're probably a winner because 3 field goals averaging just 33 yards apiece, you're going to get there.
Yeah, and I don't know if I gave it out last week, but just for the listeners so they know, I did take Harrison Butker to go over 1.5. It was minus 140 when I got it. Now it's up to minus 160.
Yeah, that makes some sense. I think, and one of the reasons is because we talked about this 5-Star, both defensive coordinators, Fangio, and you look at the defenses of Spagnuolo and Fangio, they've got the type of defenses and they're the type of coordinators who can get offenses to bog down. And now with the amount of, kickers who can, once you cross the 40-yard line, you're in field goal range now. So the amount of teams who have the ability to not only kick deep, but also to the defense to stop the drive in its tracks. It's a nice combination that could lead to. I mean, we say with the Texans every week, the Texans just bog down, and then they got a guy who can kick it 50 plus. So the Texans are just like, we'll just kick a 55-yarder, no big deal. So that could end up being the case as well. Do you have a feel for? Do you ever? It's like for me. I went in thinking, how's Kansas City? Just I keep thinking this is the team that's going to get Kansas City, and no one ever does, and probably it happens again. And all of a sudden, I just had this realization, like, wait a minute, this reminds me of the Broncos and the Seahawks back in 2014, where the Seahawks were too fast, too explosive, too good a secondary, and I started thinking about the talent on the defensive line for the the wide receivers for the Eagles, the defensive line, Saquon Barkley, the secondary. And I started thinking, you know what? This could be one of those teams where Kansas City, who hasn't played all that great all year long, simply doesn't have the talent to match up against the Eagles. And I just kind of came to that realization, and I realized, and you know what? I don't think Kansas City's going to score a whole lot. Have you ever had that where a game kind of came to you when you've had this much time to think about it?
You overthinking, Lance.
Maybe.
If anything, you should compare this Super Bowl to when the Seahawks played the New England Patriots. When the Seahawks had the top defense in the league, they had all this talent. They had Marshawn Lynch, who couldn't be stopped running the ball, and everybody thought that, the Patriots aren't going to do anything. They forgot all about that. They had Bill Belichick and Tom Brady, and that's what you're forgetting about.
Yeah, no, it could it could easily go one way or another. Yep.
They have Andy Reid, and your boy Vic Fangio hasn't been really successful. He's either one of those guys.
No, and Vic Fangio doesn't inspire as much confidence as Steve Spagnuolo, to be honest. And you're right. Now that you say that, that's another version of this game that has a very similar setup.
Well, he thinks you're overthinking it because he's got the Chiefs in this one.
Well, yeah, study long, study wrong.
There's that.
Yeah, and anybody who's a sharp better, you better take the Chiefs, because why would you sit there and lose to Mahomes and then at the end of the game be air punching? Like if you lose with Mahomes, you can live with it. But if you lose betting against Mahomes, you're gonna be air punching, because all you're gonna be saying to yourself, Lance, is what the hell was I thinking?
Yeah, and see, that's the one thing with Peyton Manning. I could have made the point. I could have made the case that Peyton Manning was the MVP, had a historical season that year, 50 touchdowns. But that's
never
the thing.
Been good as
that's
never been good as Patrick Mahomes, man.
Well, the problem was he had never won at that level. He had never won a Super Bowl at that level. Mahomes has done it multiple times where he's gone to big games and won big games. I would argue that, I mean, Manning's season was one of the great seasons we've ever seen. 5-star. His season was incredible.
Mahomes is hated on. Nobody likes his family. Nobody likes him, really, and they just hate on him. Mahomes is the best quarterback we've ever seen under center. The only one that's on his level is Tom Brady, because he's won more. But as far as an IQ, ability to change at the line, ability to figure out what the defense is doing, ability to run, ability to pass, it's no one ever been greater than Mahomes, man. He's the best at the line, figuring out what you're doing. If Mahomes wasn't playing quarterback, he'd be a shooting guard right now in the NBA, or he'd be a starting pitcher in the Major League Baseball.
I'm going to hit you with this. No, you're right about all that stuff. But I'm going to hit you with this. This is not the most explosive unit he's ever had offensively. Far from it. Probably the least explosive. They get Hollywood Brown. And that's a big deal. But let me ask you, one of the best years we've never seen Saquon look like this. Saquon Barkley is an incredible. Saquon could have been MVP this year, except that running backs don't win it. That's how good he was. How did the Chiefs stop Saquon Barkley? He's on a heater right now, and I'm not to the point where I can just say, well, Steve Spagnuolo will figure it out. I don't know if you figure out Saquon right now, because he's not just a runner; he's a pass catcher.
He's going to figure it out. And you know why he's going to figure it out, Lance? Because everyone's not digging into the numbers, and you're a number guy, so I'm surprised you didn't know this.
Guy.
Saquon Barkley faced 4 of the 6 worst run defenses over the final month, man. That's why he went in the playoffs and everybody's pumping him up. This is the perfect storm for me. I'm laughing at everyone who's on the Eagles, because they scored 55 points against a Washington team with a rookie quarterback and a first-year head coach and the worst run defense in the league. So now everyone thinks that Saquon Barkley can't be touched and he's all that. Look at the run defenses that they played this year if you go look over their schedule. I'm not worried about this at all. I'm taking Saquon to go under 114 yards. He averaged 147 rushing over the last 3 playoff games. He's not going to reach 100. You know why? Because no one's ran against Kansas City for 100 yards since 2019. That's why he's not. They don't give up. They didn't give up 100 yards all season, Lance, to anyone.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Who was just gashing them and then they stopped running? Well, first of all, the Texans were running great against them, and then they stopped running in the second half. No, they get to 100.
They didn't get to 100 yards. The most rushing yards a running back is recorded against Spagnuolo in the playoff game since he's been at KC, 89 yards.
Wow.
In Super Bowl. In the Super Bowl, they lost to Tampa Bay. Leonard Fournette. Joe Mixon reached 88 yards twice, once with Cincinnati, and with our Texans a couple weeks ago. James Cook had 85 yards. Yeah. In the 2019 AFC title game, Derrick Henry was the number 1 running back in the league, led the league in rushing, 19 carries, 69 yards. In 2023 Super Bowl, Christian McCaffrey was the guy.
That's it. James Cook, but let's be real about this. The Bills self-checked with James Cook. They didn't run him a second half. 13 carries for 85 yards and 2 touchdowns. He went for over 6 yards a carry against that defense, damn near about almost 7 yards a carry. So he was having success. They stopped running him for some reason in the second half and tried to put more on Josh Allen, and that was not Josh Allen's game to win. That was Josh Allen's game to manage, and they screwed that up. So that's one of the reasons I feel like because I remember –
James Cook last. Was that their focus to stop him?
Well,
focus was to stop
that's
Josh
right.
Allen.
We're gonna find out.
When it is the running back, they're not getting 100 yards. Why would you go through 6 years of danger?
I'm just saying. They're gonna at some point.
Why would I try as a better to guess that I'm going to beat 6 years of data.
At some point, you get got.
You're going to take away your running back if he's a star.
At some point,
take him away, man.
At some point, you get got. And if he takes him away, this is not Matt Collins and Khalil Shakir. Hold on. It's not Matt Collins and Khalil Shakir. It's Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, and A.J. Brown. It's a little different. And do you have any faith in Jalen Hurts?
No, I don't have any faith.
He played great against them last time. He played great.
I think he's a good player. I think he'll go over completion attempts. I think he'll go over that.
I do think they're going to throw it more than people think.
What?
Yeah, he's going to have to. He's not going to have a choice, man. Chris Jones in the Kansas City defense is not allowing Saquon Barkley to run all over them like he has all year. They haven't allowed anyone. No one had 100 yards running against them this year. No running back. And you have another 6 years of playoff games with no running backs having 100 yards. So why would I, as a bettor, hope that Saquon's going to do it this time?
Because he's good.
I'm going to bet what's been happening. Yeah, that's all good, but I'm telling you what my money's going to always be at. My money's going to be on what's been working. That's why I win. I'm going to bet on on what I've seen over the years. I'm not going to guess and hope that all of a sudden the Eagles become this great team that just beats this Chiefs team who's figured out how to win over the years. Mahomes is 11-0 in domes, 26 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. As the number one seeds with a bye are 10-0 in Super Bowl against non-number one seeds. In 4 previous second-time quarterback matchups, the winner of the first game was 4-0 in the rematch. Mahomes is 8-0 against Vic Fangio, 14 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Andy Reid has never lost to Vic Fangio defensive coordinator team or head coach team. The Kansas City Chiefs are 29-0.
How long is this list of? How long is this damn list? I'm fading this list.
You bet on a
everything comes to an end.
I'm not betting like
this.
That.
This lucky ass Chiefs run is over. It's over.
Okay. That's why the Chiefs haven't gave 100 yards since 2018.
Actually, they did give up. They did give up. You said to a single rusher, but they did give up rushing yards, and actually Buffalo did run on them. And when you take James Cook, Ray Davis, the quarterback, they had running success against them, and that's kind of my point. Is you got a quarterback that can run here too.
They're planning for Josh Allen. That game approach to Buffalo was make them run the ball, make Josh Allen stand in the pocket and beat you.
But they weren't great against. But they weren't great. Their defense didn't kill it against the Bills. Bills damn near got to 30 on them. And frankly,
whatever the Chiefs need to do to win, Patrick Mahomes is going to do it. If he has to play small ball and throw it to the tight end and the running backs to just move the chains, he's going to do that. If he needs to scramble for 5 yards to keep the chains going, he's going to do that. If they need to hit a bomb that's Xavier Worthy, he's going to do that. You guys are going to learn about pitching against this guy.
I know. And if you lose, it's the same thing people said about Brady. If you bet against Brady, if you bet against Jordan, if you bet against, I get it. But at some point, I just think that this is coming to an end for Kansas City. And Travis Kelce's not the same guy. And I'm just, there is another version out there that happens.
Who's been the best team in the NFL all year?
No,
nobody for some reason wants to
not Kansas City. Not Kansas City.
They have the best record.
No, they've not been the best.
They have not been the best team.
Kansas City
you're off on 5-star. They have not even been close to the best team. They barely won games against the inferior teams.
Team, guys. Why did they have to go on the road in the playoffs?
Because they had the best record. That doesn't mean they were the best team.
It's about winning, man. Don't nobody care about all that stuff. It's about winning.
They blocked field goals. Somebody doinked a field goal.
Well, blocking a field goal means you actually did something.
Well, that's fine, but it's very unusual. And it just happens. The referees made calls for them. I mean, come on. They were not the best team all year. They were not.
Man, I thought you guys were Vince. I'm surprised y'all fell for this. This is the perfect.
No, I got
you
the
you got the Chiefs.
I got the Chiefs. I got the Chiefs in this one, but I don't think they were the best team.
I stand alone. I'm planting the flag. Eagles, bang. Jalen Hurts, bang.
Nice.
Okay, like that dirty-ass trash-ass city.
That is a dirty-ass trash-ass city. We got to break it 5-star.
No, but I mean, you make good point. Look, all history is on your side without question. There's no question. and you go broke going against Pat Mahomes, and you may go broke betting against, I would say that this is their least impressive offensive team ever since he's been at Kansas City as a starter. And yet here they are.
About the Patriots against Seahawks, the same exact.
No. You're right. I was making a point. I was making a point for you. I was making a point for you. You could say that, but yet here they are, and they're actually playing their best football probably of the year right now. If you really want to know the truth, Travis Kelce looks like he has a pulse again. He's actually playing pretty well. I just want to see how good on good looks in this matchup. Coaching goes.
Played, so
I know. I got you, Coach. But they got to play 5-star. We can talk about all you want, but this game has to still get played. We're not playing it on paper. We got to strap it up, and the ball's going to get snapped, or we're going to find out. We're going to find out.
That's all there is to it. We're going to find out.
We can't argue it on paper. Like,
you got to call in Monday.
The check marks
and tell them, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You see, Lance?
Call Monday. Win or lose, call Monday. I'll say you're
Oh,
right, 5-star.
Don't let me forget, because that's my off day. I'm going to take off like 2 weeks with my wife. But Monday on the road, I'll give you a call after I'm spending that Chiefs money.
Or you can call, well, either that or you can call Tuesday. Either way.
Yeah, Chiefs money. I'll be spending that Chiefs money. You guys don't listen. You better listen to old 5-star, though. Not book the Chiefs. Guess what, man? The Chiefs go through the regular season just playing around and get they just go through the
you don't get
regular season.
And I know you're a big proponent, as most professional gamblers are, of getting the right odds too. Like, how often do you get the Chiefs minus one?
Right. You don't.
In a Super Bowl.
You don't. We got a break. 5-star, appreciate it, man.
Thanks,
We'll talk to you Monday. We'll talk to you on Monday. All right. That is 5-star in Vegas every week right here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, I'm going to tell you this. The Coors are going to be flying. The Coors Lights are going to be flying during that game. That's for sure. I don't know what you're drinking. I want you to drink cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. I want you to be refreshed during the game. I want you to feel great about watching that game and I don't want you to be drinking a beer that you're like bitter. How about bitter beer face? Or you're going to drink motor oil where you got to take 20 minutes to pour it. Come on. Give me my beer right now. I want it cold. I want it in my hand. I want to open it. Boom. I'm drinking. Okay. And I'm going to be doing that. I'm going to be doing that for sure all day Sunday. All right. You're looking for a great way to celebrate. But what is a holiday now? Cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother. This big game season, it's Coors Light.
The Daspit Law Firm wants you to give them a call if you have an injury out there on the roadway. I'm going to focus on roadway right now because that happens a lot. People are hit by 18-wheelers, trucks, people running red lights. How many people run red lights now? A ton. On my way to work, I saw a guy almost get hit because somebody decided that the red light was not, like, it wasn't for them. But the red light is for you. If it's red, don't go. And if you go and you cause an accident, you are going to be responsible. If someone's badly hurt, then your insurance is going to have to pay for all of that. And John Daspit's going to fight to make sure, because winning is not enough with John Daspit. He is going to bury those insurance companies who've been screwing you for years and years. And John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm are your company to make it happen. The personal injury attorneys will help you with making sure that they get you, when you get hurt, you call them and they will take you through the process. Okay, we're going to get you to the doctor, make sure you get the x-rays, CAT scans, MRIs, look for everything that could be wrong if you have been injured due to this accident. Because what happens is, if you have something and it's a nagging injury, and then you realize, oh, this is not something that goes away, I'm going to have surgery. Once you settle with that company, you're screwed. That's now going to have to come out of your pocket. So what happens is they want to make sure that everything is discovered. All of your pain and suffering is going to be accounted for. All of your, rehab stuff is going to be taken care of as well. Anytime you miss from work, you're going to be compensated for that. The Daspit Law Firm is there to make sure that all stones are overturned, and they make sure that nothing comes out of your pocket, from your paycheck all the way to the medical bills and everything in between. Bilingual if you need that, but Daspit Law Firm is here for you at 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Ben Simmons, you crumb bum.
The Rockets will meet with newly bought out Ben Simmons today.
Oh, God.
No.
He'll also meet with the Cavs and the Clippers, but the Rockets are on the list. They will have a meeting with him.
Nothing says tough, nothing says dog ass attitude. Like, when I think about people like, man, that guy's got some dog in him, the first person I think of is weird is Ben Simmons.
Big, strong, on-ball defender.
Yes.
Secondary. You can be
first on the floor after the ball.
Another ball handler that you might need.
When something pops off, he's in it.
Well, I don't know about fighting. What does fighting do?
Well, I'm just saying he's not afraid to.
Apparently, the Rockets have upped their offer to Bregman.
Astros.
The Astros have upped their offer.
But it appears it won't get the job done.
No.
In the same report, it said that.
Yeah.
Oh, why are you leading with that clickbait, Granado? This is a John Gartano move.
At least they've upped their offer.
Who cares? So did Drayton McClain once he knew that what's-his-name was leaving.
Well, I don't think they know
Carlos
that
Lee. Carlos Beltran.
Go to Toronto, Bregman. See how that works out for you. How it works out for everybody. Go to Toronto and play it.
What's the report say? You're not telling us. Obviously, Toronto. What's the report say?
It's who's left, Del? Toronto's on the list.
Chicago, Boston.
And Boston.
Yeah.
And what does the report say?
Maybe Detroit.
That the Astros, no one knows how much they've upped it, but apparently they've upped it in some way, shape, or form.
However, what else does the report say?
That's all. I mean,
but Del, you said the same report said he's probably not going.
Unlikely to get the job done. That upped offer.
Yeah, that upped offer is unlikely to get the job done. That's all.
Does it say how many? Is it a certain amount of years?
No, they didn't say. I said they don't know what they upped it, but apparently, according to somebody in the know.
Well, I know Ari Alexander has been on the story. He's local. He tweeted it.
No, it was somebody else. It was a national guy.
Well, I saw it from Ari.
Ari hustles, man. He's on a lot of stuff. He and Will Kunkel, two younger guys who, man, these guys are on a lot of stories now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. All right. So
that's a non-story then.
Well, that they upped their offer. What? You know what? Maybe he would have accepted it.
Why is that even out there?
Maybe he would have accepted it.
To let you know, the Astros are still trying.
Okay.
I mean, they've been non-committal about talking to Boris, but they're still trying.
I'm not upset if they don't get him. They spent the money that they had for him. They had a number that they thought was fair for him. It was fine. It wasn't going to get it done, but it was fine. It was a reasonable number, I thought. They put it out there. They know they're not going to get him with that number, but they put it out there, and that's fine.
Well, there's no offer that we've seen so far that's been better than that number.
No, this is a Lagniappe situation. If they get him, if they're able to bring him back, it's like, man, this was unexpected.
Yeah.
That's a little something extra. However, if they don't, I'm not mad at the Astros. They spent that money. They've already gone out and got a first baseman and third baseman. So I'm not mad at them if they don't end up with Alex Bregman. It was highly unlikely they were ever going to.
Well, apparently he won't take anything. People were talking about him taking a 1-year deal. He said he's not taking anything less than 6 or 7 years. Now it's down to 6 or 7. Somebody might come up with that 7th year, and he goes, "Okay, I'll take that."
Well, then the Astros, if I'm the Astros, and I'm going to raise.
They made a legitimate offer for him.
If I'm the Astros, then I'm going to raise my number, my per year. Then I'm dropping the years to like 4.
No. Well, just leave it. What do you mean? I mean,
Why?
I think it was.
Why? That's your tax fest. They don't want to do that.
Well, you're not getting him if you drop it to 4. He said he's not taking anything. He just said, I'm not taking anything less than 6 or 7.
Well, they're not getting them. They don't have any chance of getting them.
Well, at least they have a 6-year offer on the table.
You don't know if they still do.
Yeah. No. They actually upped the offer.
They upped the offer, but it could be per year offer.
No. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you just said you don't know.
Yeah.
They said there's no.
No.
We don't know the
they said
setup
they upped the offer, not lessened it with 4 years.
But upping the offer could be a per year. You could just say we're actually are offering more money, but not per year. Because you've talked about the per year for what's his name from the Padres when total money is the big deal, but his per year is less. So which one is it? The per year is more important, or the per year or the total money?
Well, it's
because they could have gone. What I'm saying is
this is a silly conversation. They upped the offer. That's all I know. You're assuming they went to 4 years for some reason. I have no idea.
I'm assuming that they're not doing a 6-year deal because they've already signed They made that offer when there were 2 other free agents on the, and they'd never made. I'm assuming that one was still on the table. Made him an offer since then.
Right? They didn't change it.
No, but they also didn't say it was still out there. Dana Brown even said, "I owe Scott Boras a call." We kept acting like there was this active. They were hammering out numbers. I mean,
no, nobody said that.
But you had already spent your money.
Never mind. This is stupid. All right. So who do you get? He's got Philadelphia in the game. Who do you got?
I'm never rooting for that dirty ass, trash ass city. So
I can't root for it either.
Kansas City.
I can't root for those people.
Yeah, I don't. I mean,
honestly, I hate the Chiefs so much, and I can't root for Philadelphia because of what a-holes the fans.
We have a new intern who started last week, who is a valued contributor to the community, works at HEB. He's an intern here. He had his Philly shirt on yesterday. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but I hope he's miserable on Sunday.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I just can't root for him. I just can't.
No chance.
I can't. I'm not rooting for Philadelphia.
I
They're
did
the
that
biggest
once.
A-holes ever.
I did it once because
Let's
they're playing.
See how it goes when the game's going.
No, it's fine. I already know. I did that once when they were playing the Patriots because the Patriots are the worst and their fans are terrible too. So I had to make a choice, and I came out on
Giants.
Philly. I came out on the good end of that of watching the Patriots lose. Can't get to Philly again. I can't do it.
Yeah,
it was miserable when they won. I mean, America's going to lose on Sunday. America can't win.
America has already lost.
America
no matter
has
who plays
lost.
in the game or wins the game.
Yeah, we are going to lose. There's no question.
Because Philly fan,
Kansas City wins. It's a strike against
3-peat.
humanity.
They've done something historic.
Yeah, it's terrible. And if the Eagles win, then you deal with Eagle fans.
And how much we'll have to see them because the media won't leave them alone. We're going to see them everywhere.
They'll rip up their city. They'll do all this.
It'll be
stuff.
Promoted enough. Fly Eagles, fly.
I don't care. I'm directly up against 5-star now, so I'm pot committed.
You are.
I don't have a choice anymore. Now I need the game to turn out the way I want it to. Because 5-star was yelling at me.
You got him fired up.
I can't believe you're this dumb. What's wrong with you? You fell for it.
He was disappointed in you.
He was very disappointed that I didn't have the same side as him.
Right.
We're going to find out. I think that Jimmy's and Joe's outnumber. I don't think you can just Mahomes and Reed your way into a championship this time. I don't know. This team feels like they got a lot of juice.
I don't know. They seem to do it every time.
They do, but I don't think it's going to be this year. I thought the same thing about that undefeated Patriot team that got beat by slow Eli.
You thought the Giants were better?
Eli Manning. No, the Patriots looked unstoppable.
But the Patriots were but no one thinks of this Chiefs team like that Patriot team as far as unstoppable.
Exactly. So why are we acting like there can't be beat?
Because how long ago was that game? That's over.
But Tom Brady was winning titles.
But that game was 18 years ago.
Well, what I'm telling you is that was a truly unstoppable team, and all it needed was a pass rush to change everything. this acting like Pat Mahomes is just he's impossible to beat.
Well,
man, this man is throwing to Hollywood Brown, Xavier Worthy, old Travis Kelce. He's got the offensive line pretty good guard to guard, not great at tackle.
They've got a great defense.
They got a very good defense. The secondary's not great, but they got a good defense. They have players in there that are amazing. McDuffie is great. I think the linebacking core is a little underrated. Chris Jones is really, really good. Karlaftis can get after it if you got a
tight end or a running back.
A tight end or a running back or a weak tackle on him. Lane Johnson ain't that guy. He's not that guy, pal. Lane Johnson's over there on Karlaftis. I've gone through all these scenarios. Like A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, we got to stop acting like Jalen Hurts doesn't have guys to throw to. Dude, you want to stop Mahomes? Good. Go man-to-man. Go 8 in the box. You're going man-to-man across the board. And now you've got to live with one-on-one against A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith.
All your Jimmys and Joes talk makes sense, but the Eagles are one.
I wish 5-Star was here to yell
He'd be so mad. Do you know what his record is against Fangio?
Yeah, look, as much as all that Jimmy and Joe stuff is fine, but the Eagles are one Rams mistake at the center position from losing. So they prove to be vulnerable in these playoffs too at home.
Yeah.
Like if the center turns the right way, there's a Ram coming open and Stafford's going to hit him for a touchdown with seconds remaining in the NFC divisional round. So, I mean, sure, they're great, but they've got plenty of flaws too.
All right, we got a break. We got News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I hope you're sad on Monday.
GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com. I'm going to be sad if you go sell your car somewhere else without checking in with John Clay Wolf. I mean, I don't think that's the way to go about this. I really don't. I don't think it's smart. Here's why. Is because you find out what your car is worth. Period. I mean, he sets the standard every single time. If you're looking for the best way to get into that, to get rid of that vehicle, there's one place to go. John Clay Wolf will set the tone. He will set the standard for everybody. Now, what is it? You bring that to the table when you go to, and here's the deal. Maybe, that first offer by John Clay Wolf, maybe he's going to go, maybe you're right. You go to CarMax, and CarMax beats the offer from John Clay Wolf, and you bring it back to John Clay Wolf, and he says, oh, okay, I can see it. All right, you know what? I'll up the offer. I'll beat CarMax. Or I won't beat CarMax, right? And here's the deal, is if he doesn't beat CarMax, he sends you $100. So I think it's silly that if you don't go to GiveMeTheVin.com. When you're selling your car, you can go to the dealership armed with that knowledge as well. Doesn't matter. You want to trade it into the dealer, that's great. Or you can do it through John Clay Wolf, and he'll do it through the dealership. Okay, so it's all smooth, tax-wise and everything else. So you're looking for the best way right now to get rid of that car, GiveMeTheVin.com.
Hey, what about underdog fantasy? What about looking at the Super Bowl? I was telling you about Jay Gruden stuff. I'm just going to give you an example, right? Okay, so this is what it looks like. Pat Mahomes. When I tell you there's a lot of statistics to choose from, this is the most I've ever seen. You can go higher or lower. Rush yards, passing touchdowns, 1.5. Rushing attempts. I'll go all the way down. Fantasy points. They lay out how the fantasy points. First attempted completion. Will the first attempt be a completion? Yes or no? You can go with second half passing touchdowns, 0.5. I think that's higher. I think Pat Mahomes is going to be behind. See, I've got the game flow in my head of how I think it's going to go. And then I look at the statistics according to how I think the game is going to go at the big game. And then I start to pick highers and lowers based on what that looks like. In my scenario, we're going to get a lot more carries for Saquon Barkley in the second half. So I got to keep that in mind when I look at his stats. Go higher or lower on the games you're watching. Basketball, football, baseball, golf. Did you know golf? They have golf as well, as you can start looking at, top 20 positions, top 10 positions, top 5 positions. And you pick 2 or more, and then your payout is huge, multiplies. It's like you can get up to 1,000 times your original play, but you've got to use promo code Lance on your original deposit because they are giving you up to $1,000 in bonus cash. That's promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncbgambling.org.
There's a petition and outside of a school, okay, they petitioned to lower the speed limit from 70 to 40 outside of Sherrod School's Welwyn, Hertfordshire.
That's got to be England, right?
It's in England. Do you think that people should have to slow down to 40 at a school?
Yes. That seems fast at school.
Way fast. 70?
It's usually like
it's 70 right now.
40 is fast.
It's 70 right now.
It's usually 15 to 20. You know that, right?
Yeah.
In a real school
Well,
zone?
this is maybe meters or whatever. An Italian doctor is under investigation after giving his injured cat a CAT scan. Shouldn't cats be given a CAT scan, right?
Wait, a doctor what?
An Italian doctor under investigation. He gave his cat a CAT scan.
Under investigation for what? What did
Giving
he do?
his cat a CAT scan.
Does that hurt the cat?
I don't know.
Well, what's the investigation for?
I don't know why it would hurt it. He's reportedly taking his injured cat to the hospital where he worked out a CAT scan and life-saving operation on the pet. Shouldn't you be able to give a cat? Isn't that what a CAT scan is for?
Not for cats specifically.
Cat doesn't stand for cat like a cat.
Oh, really?
It stands for
To me, it's called a CAT scan.
No, catastrophic. It's probably not that either.
A missing Oklahoma teen was found sleeping in in a toilet paper fort inside a Walmart for days before returning home. So have you ever slept in a toilet paper fort?
No. So was it created by the teen, or is it one of those displays and he just decided to lay down there? No one noticed.
Probably a display that they tricked out a little bit.
It was a display, probably, huh?
And no one looked in it.
No one looked in there.
For what? What are you going to be looking around in a toilet paper display?
I don't know. Maybe a passerby.
Yeah.
How long did this go on?
It went for days.
Well, because you can get out and go sneak food somewhere.
I know, right? You can eat. You go instead of just getting those free samples.
Well, they don't have.
You open up your own.
I don't think that. Do they have Walmart samples?
No,
but you can go in there.
Yeah.
Get their food.
You basically just eat for free.
Well, does Walmart ever close anyway? Do we know?
Yeah, since the pandemic, I think they've started to close at 11 for the most part. There may be some that are still 24 hours, but a lot of them are closed.
All of them
at
have
11.
grocery store.
I don't think there's any rules at a Walmart.
No.
Well, there are
rules
rules
of
don't steal our food is a rule.
The Colombian president, his name is Montoya, I believe. Gustavo Petro. He said this: cocaine is no worse than whiskey and would be sold like wine if legalized worldwide. Do you want cocaine to be sold like wine in a store?
I'm going to leave that up to the people in the government, the wise people of our government, to decide if cocaine's next up.
Well, I mean, I feel like when you like to go up and go, I'll take. I don't know.
No, I don't need my kids on cocaine. They're already stupid on nothing.
Well, he says it's no worse than whiskey. Is he right or wrong?
I'm not a doctor. I don't know.
I don't know. He kind of has I don't think he's objective on this one.
Oh, you don't think so?
Well, somebody may be in his ear.
Yeah.
Big cocaine lobby.
No, that's
cocaine.
his country's biggest product.
Well, they don't say that anymore.
Well,
they've cut way back on it.
He admits it.
They've cut way back on it. They're back on weed now.
No, well, apparently he's not afraid to say, no, we're pretty good at this cocaine
I'm telling
thing.
you, big cocaine has gotten to him.
Yeah.
That lobby.
Well, yeah, it's called a cartel. It's called cartel.
Yeah, they get the people.
Apparently champagne sales are down because people don't want to celebrate anymore. Do you feel like that these Gen Xers don't celebrate enough?
Gen Zers?
Gen Zers? Or whatever they
Isn't
are.
that we blame them for lack of sex too, or is that the millennial thing?
Right,
The lack
they
of
don't
kids.
even-
Do we blame?
They don't drink.
Is that the
they don't-
millennial blame?
No, Gen Z doesn't. They don't have sex. They don't drink. They don't drive at the same rate
The
that every other
millennials,
generation does.
and younger millennials refuse to procreate.
Right.
Well, it is expensive. Having kids is bad on the profit loss. I will tell you that.
Well, it's not economically sound.
No,
That's for
it's
sure.
a poor economic decision.
It's really.
But it gets even worse when your Social Security comes up and hey, there's no one to fund me. That's gone. Elon took all that money and threw it on a rocket.
Did you see AOC put out? She's like, all of these Democrats that are really, really rich. Well, I'm not. I'm not even worth $50,000. I make $174,000 a year, and I've never taken. And everybody's like, wait a minute, you're single. You've been doing this for 6 years, $174,000, and you're not even worth. You suck at this.
I live in New York.
She should have said, I live in New York. Ask Frankie.
True. That's true. Yeah, I don't think she lives in Manhattan, though. I don't think she's
No.
in Manhattan. You can get it cheaper in New York than Frankie is. Trust me. All right, we're done. Hope you had a great week. We did. We will talk about the big game on Monday. Have a great
You
Super
can say
Bowl
Super
weekend,
Bowl when
everybody.
you're not doing an ad.
Do
Can't
what?
we? When we're not doing an ad, we can say Super Bowl, right?
Oh, yeah, we're not doing that.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're done. We can talk about the Super
Super
Bowl
Bowl
on Monday.
Have a great Super Bowl, everybody. And if you want to have a great Super Bowl, all you have to do is go to Game Day Men's Health. Can you say that?
Ask Game Day.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't care. All I'm saying is I was there yesterday. I got my numbers. They got a great plan for me because here's the deal, guys. The Game Day is just different. And the other ones, you just go there, you get your shot, you pay your money, you leave every once a week, okay? And then, every 6 months or so, they'll tell you that, they draw blood and they look at you. Every time, I mean, it's so good at Game Day Men's Health. They got labs right there. So if you have any question about how you're feeling or whatever, they can draw the blood and give you the numbers right then and there, as opposed to the other places that can't do this. Okay, so it's kind of a big deal. It really is a big deal. And you know what else is a big deal? Is that they don't charge you to get a free you get a free consultation. You know what else is a big deal? They got stores opening all over. They just opened in Friendswood. They got Pearland. They got Edo. They got Katy. They got Willowbrook. They got all over the city. Okay, so there's going to be one near you. And even if it's not near you, it's convenient because they'll give you shots to go. Okay, you want to do your shots at home? You can do that. You don't have to come in every time. The other guys aren't doing that. Here's the deal. I love Game Day. I've been doing testosterone replacement for well over a decade. I don't know how long I've been doing it. But this is the best place. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Be happy you got a Chrysler 300. I got it because it looked just like a Phantom. No, it looked like a Chrysler 300. The part is it do look like a Phantom until a Phantom pull up.
And that's what happened last night for the Houston Rockets and any of their fans. The Rockets, for the better part of the season, look like a Phantom. Second seed in the West. You got players on the roster improving, taking big leaps. You got national media talking about how Amen Thompson is untouchable. We had that subject or topic yesterday. And then a Phantom actually pulled up, and his name was Anthony Edwards. The T-Wolves are a different team from the team who made the conference finals last year. They're trying to get together. We'll see where they land as the season progresses. But you saw a star. The Rockets have an all-star in Alperen Sengun. They have guys with big-time potential. But that was a star performance. That was, you're trying to get in my head. You're trying to agitate me, be physical with me, and I'm going to take over this fourth quarter and bury you. And that's what Anthony Edwards did. So when the Rockets and those rumors come out about the Rockets searching for a star, and there's pushback from fans because they want to keep this young core together, they want this thing to grow. They want their guys to be the guys that win a title, not somebody you acquire because you're trading young talent away. Now, Anthony Edwards, of course, is like 23 himself. But that is why if you hear talk of the Rockets wanting to acquire a star, these are the scenarios that they're talking about. And this was just a regular season game. The Rockets have had their issues in the fourth quarter. We'll hear from Ime Udoka about that. It's now a trend at this point. But to take over a game like that, to become this unstoppable force that not only is scoring, but is decimating a defense because they have to put two on the ball. They have to try things to get the ball out of his hand, and it compromises the rest of their defense because the Wolves are playing 4-on-3 the rest of the way. This is what they want. This is what the Rockets want. And as good as you feel about Amen and his projection and what he might be, and being so happy when Jalen Green has his month of March from last year and the first half of January this year, no comparison to what we saw last night. That was a star being a star, understanding that he was going to have to take his team home and responding to a lot of what the Rockets were doing to him physically. And Anthony Edwards talked about the Dylan Brooks stuff after the game. Jayshawn Tate got into it with the Wolves. The Rockets, in the midst of a 4-game losing streak, now 5, wanted to get back to what their identity is. That's being physical, that's being nasty, that's bothering the opponent. Anthony Edwards noticed it, and this is what he had to say after the game.
I love the competing part, but like all the little slick, little dirty shit. Like he hit me in the face, and then I fell, and then he like, how much crying you gonna do? I'm like, bro, you hit me in my motherfucking face. What do you want me to do? Mm-hmm. So, I just don't like that part. Like, don't do something and then act like you didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? But I love all the competitiveness. Like, we can compete all day, we can talk shit all day, but when you get to doing that, yeah, it's more than basketball at that point.
That seemed to be like, I haven't seen you react that strongly.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, because I think a couple years ago when he was with Memphis, he did the same thing, and I reacted the same way. Like, I don't mind you competing and grabbing and pushing and doing all that. Like, I love that because I'm gonna do that back. But the moment you start like using your fists and now it's like, all right, bro, like you feel me? Like, we all grown men out here, we ain't finna do that. And, he think he got like a reputation of punking people. So.
It seemed like your guys collectively really responded.
Yeah,
like
sure.
Everyone stepped up.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the competing part is perfect. Like everything, I love to watch him play. Everything that he do out there for his team is perfect, but sometimes he get a little too carried away. You know what I'm saying?
41 points for Anthony Edwards last night. Rockets get outscored 35-16 in that fourth quarter. Another game where they have a lead and playing pretty well. Ime talked about their offense falling apart in the fourth quarter. Certainly their defense did too. But you look at the numbers, at least per quarter, 33, 38, 27. Once again, he would tell you, at least up until the fourth quarter, offense was not a problem. They were able to score. But the fourth quarter problems continue. And the Rockets and the fan base will have to accept These are the wages of having a young team. You're going to have issues like this, and this is the first extended losing streak of the year, so we won't say that this is a full-on regression to the mean, and maybe they have been playing above their heads. I think I need to see more games before I come to that conclusion. But a losing streak was going to happen at some point. It wasn't going to be clear sailing. I mean, the worst thing that happened to the Rockets up until this 5-game winning streak was guys being out, like Jabari being out and Tari missing time. But they were still winning basketball games. The stretch of games we talked about it being tough, and they overcame that early. They weren't having problems because they were the coin that was on their side, flipping to their side, winning close games. Now it's gone the other way. And the fourth quarters have been a giant problem where they've self-destructed. What are the issues? Is it simply about being young? Do you need Fred VanVleet to be back? He was part, at least early, of the self-destruction. Now he's been out for a little while and things haven't gotten any better. So maybe the thoughts of, hey, this team doesn't need Fred VanVleet are overblown. I would say they don't need him at $40+ million a year, but they very well may need him. And maybe that's why an extension was reported as likely after the season is over. So 5 in a row. They're now in a spot where they'd be playing the surging Lakers in the first round. A Lakers team who jumped out to a giant lead against the Warriors yesterday, held them off. The Warriors decimated roster right now because they don't have Jimmy Butler. He made his Warriors debut as far as speaking. He was sitting next to Mike Dunleavy. You forget that Mike Dunleavy Jr. is the GM of that team. But he's there, and they sat next to each other, and Butler talked about getting his joy back, a reference to saying he didn't have his joy when he was with the Heat. So he won't make an appearance, I think, until tomorrow. That'll be the first time he plays. Luka didn't play last night. Mark Williams didn't play, the two Lakers acquisitions. But that's who you're looking at right now. Because of the losing streak, you're no longer the 2 or the 3. If the season ended today, it'd be Lakers, Rockets, and you'd be seeing Luka and LeBron. And as I said it in that tone, it doesn't matter what it is today, but as far as the standings. But Brian Windhorst said something that I'm not surprised by. He said that the teams who made moves, like the Mavericks and the Lakers and the Warriors, aren't concerned about the top of the West. They're not afraid of the top of the West, whether it be Memphis, the Rockets, and the Thunder. I would say be a little afraid of the Thunder. They're pretty good, and they're going to get Chet back. You might want to be afraid of them, but the top of the West right now doesn't concern the teams in the bottom part of the bracket, and maybe that has a lot to do with how veteran those teams are. Like those teams are older. They're going to put off a vibe of we're good. Our age, experience, championship DNA will get us by. I don't know if I buy it with the Warriors. We'll see what Jimmy Butler provides. But no matter who the Rockets play, at this point, they're going to definitely have the inexperience disadvantage. And we'll see if their youth and athleticism helps. But playing in a half court in close games, not great for them.
No, especially when the other team, again, has one of those.
Yeah.
And you don't. And Ime Udoka gave voice to that after the game.
Yeah, I tried to find the sound. I couldn't. But yeah, the quote is, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
When you have a guy like that who can just go get a bucket in the fourth quarter, that's great, ain't it?
Yeah. And, that's on the Rockets All-Star, Alperen Şengün. That's on Rockets All-Star for the first 15 days of January. Jalen Green.
Not just All-Star. We're talking about All-NBA. First team All-NBA.
I mean, if you shot 60% from 3 for the entire year, like, what are we talking about?
Mm-hmm. Here's the official quote. It's nice to have a special player that gets buckets at the end.
Yeah.
It is nice.
You know what, Coach Udoka?
Dead on.
You're right. Rockets just don't have one of those guys. And that's why people are every time that there's any smoke signal that any star player, not just the Phoenix guys, but if, when it comes to Giannis, when it comes to De'Aaron Fox, when it comes to any of these guys, Jimmy Butler, people were, hey, sure, the Rockets do need an upgrade with this specific type of player, and it's a guy late who can take over the game. Anthony Edwards, second night of a back-to-back, 49 in night 1, 41 to win in night 2. That's what you're going to need in the playoffs to get it done. And right now, the Rockets don't have that. Until they do, that's kind of why I've quietly, when people are like, what's the ceiling for this year's Rockets? Could they make the West Finals? I'm like, ugh.
Yeah.
Let's win a playoff
Yeah,
series and then talk.
That question when they were beating the Celtics and the Cavs came up, and people were like, why not us? Well, this is why not
Yeah,
you. This
it's
is
like
that was a nice stretch, but over the course of a season and really a playoff series, any of your flaws are going to come out, and we got to be honest. The Rockets, you want to throw in experience, fine. You want to throw in youthful athletic ability, all the things that combine to make them what they are. They're not built to go on a deep run. Not right now. They don't execute well enough in a half court, and these fourth quarters are proving that their defense falls apart too for whatever reason.
Yeah, we have to remember that there's steps to this.
Yes,
and this
NBA history says you're going to get beat early, and you learn from it and get better from it.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Boston Celtics. Like the Boston Celtics in 2018 with a rookie Jason Tatum were in the Western Conference Finals with
Eastern
Conference
that was a
Finals
bad East.
and a bad East with Kyrie Irving, Al Horford, all those guys. They didn't make the actual finals until 2022.
Yes, it took.
So that's 4 years, and they are starting in the conference finals.
And it took them playoff losses, firing a coach.
Yes.
Oh no, actually, Brad Stevens stepping down, Ime getting fired because, and they made the finals with Ime the year, and obviously they didn't win the title until the next year with Ime in Houston and they had Joe Mazzulla. So even them where they were young and they hit early, it took nearly 7 seasons or so to make the finals and win it.
And so that's why I get the impatience. I get because we're watching every night the same thing happen. And it is a kind of a testament to them that they are this good and they have a giant weakness, which is late game execution. Just full stop, not even offensive, not even defensive at this point. I think we can just say
both ends of the floor.
Late game execution, that they are still exceeding any reasonable person's expectations in the preseason. Like they're still better than that. Like you said, there'd be the 4 or the 5 seed today. We both felt optimistic by saying, maybe they could get the 6 seed.
Yeah,
but most likely playing. And right now they're still ahead of that pace. Now they're not that slowly,
quickly, unfortunately. Yeah.
Going back to that, I still think that this is, like you said, the rut of their season. This is the rough patch of their season. So just like we said earlier with the wins against Boston, wins against Cleveland, where you don't want to get too high on this team, I would also say like the 5-game losing streak, you don't want to get too low on this team.
I would agree. It is a losing streak. A young team's going through it. They have guys in and out of the lineup. This is the time. Now, the hope for people, because they were unaware of how many games they had left, was, hey, let's just get to the All-Star break. Well, you still got a while to go. You're going into Dallas. That's your next game after a day off today. And you'll likely see Anthony Davis in that one. That'll likely, I don't want to say likely. I don't know if you will see Anthony Davis. The Mavs didn't need him last night. They went into Boston and kicked the Celtics' ass. That game looks closer than it actually appeared. It appears closer than it actually was because the Celtics benched all their starters and their bench players put a bit of a scare into the Mavs, but they controlled that game throughout. When Tatum and Brown left, Drew Holiday didn't play, but when Tatum, Brown, Porzingis walked off the floor, I think it was like 17, 18 points they were down, and Mazzulla just said, all right, we're calling you guys back. Let's see what these young guys and inexperienced guys have. And they made a run, but not enough. So I don't even know. I don't know who's going to play for the Mavs because Caleb Martin's injured, who they acquired. So it might be the same guys we saw last night going to Boston and get a win.
Yesterday, Mark Stein reported that the expectation is that Anthony Davis will make his debut Saturday against the Rockets.
So Anthony Davis back from not just being traded, but he was also injured before the trade. So if he's going to be back, you'll see Dallas almost at full strength. Caleb Martin might be out a little bit more. But another tough test on the road, except maybe it'll be so miserable in that building that you will have the advantage because the talk was that the Mavs were actually a little fearful of bringing their guys back and were actually glad they're on the road because of the reaction to the Luka trade. Well, winning basketball games cure some of it. It won't cure all of it. And the first edition of this new look Mavs is going to be against the Houston Rockets. And we will see how the Rockets perform against an AD and Kyrie-led Mavs team, as they probably are going to feel pretty good about themselves after beating Boston. Okay, you know who doesn't feel great about his team? Ime Udoka. He didn't have great words for his team. Said something you never want to hear coach say about the team. We'll hear from him about their fourth quarters and that 4-letter word he used to describe his team. Certainly the antithesis of what he wants his team to be. So we'll get to that when we come back. We got plenty of other things to get to. We got a Super Bowl to not really seriously talk about. It's more going to be about how we handle it. Like, I'm not a person who goes to Super Bowl parties. I'll talk to Sean about when the game, all the Super Bowls in our lives have involved teams that we weren't really rooting for. So am I going to a Super Bowl party? Am I watching at home? Is it even going to be on the big TV? We'll talk about our Super Bowl watching habits in a little bit. Of course, you guys can get in on the show as well, 713-780-3776. And more reasons to laugh at the suggestion or the question about, do you feel bad for Josh Allen? Did you see what happened last night for him? Yeah, that question was always dumb. It got dumber. We'll talk about that too. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And like we said, the big game right around the corner. It's coming up. Time is now to get in on the action with Prize Picks. They still got the Patrick Mahomes more than half a passing yard free square for you. Not quite free. 99% is actually over 99% discount on Patrick Mahomes to throw for more than a yard. They got Saquon Barkley. Do you think 113 and a half rushing yards against this Kansas City defense feels like a lot? Feels like a lot. Maybe go with the less. Of course, they got Travis Kelce, 62 and a half receiving yards. Xavier Worthy, 56 and a half receiving yards. Devontae Smith, 51 and a half receiving yards. They have yardage for punts. They have yardage for kicks. They have anything that is a statistic. They have a projection on it, and you can choose more or less when it comes to the big game on Sunday. So download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you make that $5 lineup. You don't even need to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Guard, like we're capable, first off. It was 98-92 going into the fourth. You got a 6-point lead, and we've been here several games in a row. New York, 11-point lead in the fourth, and you take it all the way back to some of the home losses. And scoring wasn't a problem. They brought in worse defenders to try to outscore us, and we have 8 points in the first 8 minutes and only score 16 in that quarter. So we got to get over that mental block of whatever's happening in the fourth and why we can't sustain leads and get points. And so obviously 16 is not enough. We're on pace for 130, and like I said, we only had 8 points in the first 8 minutes. So partially, if you're not going to rely on your defense the way we were playing earlier and rebound, and we got guys that played about 30 minutes, only had 3 rebounds, quite a few guys, and they get 10 extra shots. So it's all those things with effort, hustle. They got all 50-50 balls. And so if you're not going to score, like I keep saying, you have to rely on your defense and play the way we were. Gives you a chance, keeps you in the game.
Ime Udoka, after last night's game, the Rockets struggle again in the fourth quarter, get outscored 35-16. You heard him talk about the number of points they scored through the first 8 minutes. A point a minute, not good, particularly when you have Anthony Edwards on the other side. Another thing that happened in that game was Anthony Edwards came out of the game for his customary rest before he was going to bring the Wolves home, and the Rockets got outscored in that stretch. They didn't even gain ground when he was off the floor in that fourth quarter. He comes back in and lights them up. I think his rotation is he plays all of the third, sits out for the first several minutes of the fourth, and comes back in. And in that time frame, the Rockets were outscored. So that's part of the problem too. And then when he got back in, it was just over with. He did whatever he wanted to carry the Wolves home. So 32-19, the 4 seed, trying to get back on track on Saturday. Tomorrow against the Mavericks. And Ime Udoka wasn't done. The Rockets like to be tough. We saw the confrontations during the game. You had Dylan Brooks versus Anthony Edwards. We played sound from Anthony Edwards talking about it. We had the back and forth between Naz Reid and Jayshawn Tate. That was several possessions. Jacques Landale didn't appreciate Naz Reid ripping the ball away from him after the tie-up. That led to him shoving Naz Reid. Rudy Gobert came in and shoved Landale. Turned into double technicals, no harm, no foul, jump ball. Well, the Rockets may act a certain way on the floor, but their coach thinks a little differently about what they've been like the last 2 weeks or so.
Is this the softest team in the league?
Yes. Sorry, Sean.
I don't have this one.
I need to give Sean the quote. It's on the rundown. I forgot to tell him that he did not. I didn't download it earlier for the morning show. We didn't get to it, but yes, it is that, and we'll hear from Ime Udoka here shortly about what his team has become, despite the reputation they want to project. And it's probably a rough thing for him. We know what he projects when he stands on that sideline. Former player, defensive guy, wasn't going to back down. The only way he could survive in the league was about being tough, being physical, and playing defense, and that's what he wants his team to be. He thinks they're losing their identity.
The identity we kind of formed was being a tougher team, aggressive team, and now we look like one of the softest teams in the league. And so,
softest teams in the league. That's what the coach thinks of the current Rockets. That one's can't sit well with him and can't sit well with him. I mean, and I don't think toughness is what was going on yesterday. The trash talk, that's fun and all. Dylan Brooks trying to get in Anthony Edwards' head, that's fine. But I think we're talking about coaches and what they think toughness is. They're talking about making the tough plays, getting the rebounds, taking the charge, not allowing layups. Tough basketball doesn't always mean simply just physical. You got to make the plays that others don't make to win games. And the Rockets have not done that in the fourth quarter. Dylan Brooks got called for a flop. It was, I forgot who was guarding. He was trying to draw a foul. He fell down, and the refs looked at him and go, nope. They did the flopping motion, and they told him to get up. And over the next possession, you could read Anthony Edwards' lips. Flopping. Stop flopping. Stop flopping. So that game was contentious and led to everyone saying, I want 7 of these. I mean, the way the Rockets are playing, you might get 5, not 7.
It's also everyone's like every time the Grizzlies play the Rockets,
I
they
want
want
7. Everyone wants 7 of these.
Every
yeah.
time the Rockets play the T-Wolves, they want 7.
The Cavs, I saw. Let's
you know what?
A finals, 7 of these in the finals.
I would
Celtics
take
too.
that.
Yeah, they're in
I
the
would take
finals.
that. Sign me up. Actually, sign me up for that right
Yes,
now.
let's get that done right now. The Cavs made their move mostly to defend Boston, but they went and got DeAndre Hunter, who's not a great defender, but he does for whatever reason.
Like
he looks like he could be, and he does play the Celtics tough. He gives them some trouble, at least in the regular season. I think they had one playoff series against each other too. So sure, Cavs, Rockets would be great because it means we're talking about a team in the finals.
You know what? Let me just get ahead of this. Dallas, Houston, the first round. Sign me up right now. 7 games of this. Lakers, Rockets, new look Lakers, Rockets. Sign me up for 7 games of this.
What series that would go 7 can I sign you up for when it comes to the Rockets? Because it wouldn't go 7. Don't sign me up for 7.
Don't sign me up.
Don't sign me up for 4 of those.
No.
Or 5.
5.
Don't sign me up for 5 of those. Yeah. I don't want any part of that. Let's push the number 1 seed as far away from us as we can.
You know what? Sign me up for the Clippers. That's who I want. And Kings. Clippers and Kings.
Yeah, teams. The Clippers still in the playoffs. The Kings in the play-in, I think, or maybe just
They're
outside of it. Yeah. So, sign me up for Malik Monk and Zach LaVine in the backcourt.
Bring them on.
Let's go.
Bring them on.
I would appreciate that matchup.
I really don't want to have to play. And Şengün, please. I don't want to have to play the Phantom looks like a Phantom till 300 or Phantom looks like a 300, whatever. I don't want to do that with Sabonis. Like you can't let Sabonis be the Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, it can't be. It can't be. Sabonis pulls up and Şengün looks like a 300. I would like that to be the opposite.
Yeah.
Or you remain looking like a Phantom, even if you really are Chrysler 300.
I want the Lightning McQueen with the new race car one, where the futuristic race car just pulls ahead of Lightning McQueen.
Yeah.
It's time to retire, old man.
Yeah.
Give me that with Sabonis and Şengün, not the jewelry tester.
I don't need Sabonis on the revenge tour because Şengün took his All-Star spot. I don't need that.
Oh man,
I don't need that. I don't need that motivation for.
And
Sabonis.
I don't know enough about foreign affairs to know if Lithuania and Turkey have ever squabbled.
No idea. I'm not going to speak on it. All I know is
don't want any of that.
I don't want to hear a week's worth of Sabonis really took the All-Star snub personally and he's taking it out on Şengün. I don't need that.
It's like Hakeem and David Robinson.
Yeah. You know how great that was for the Rockets? I don't need the reverse in a first-round series against like the 8th, or maybe not the 8th, the 7th-seeded Kings or whatever the matchup would be. Let's avoid a revenge thing for Sabonis. He's a pretty good player. Maybe should have made the All-Star team, but his team's not good enough, so we're not going to be that concerned about it. That's all we're asking for. Let's get a favorable matchup, and you losing games at this rate ain't helping the cause.
No.
You know who could help though? Well, at least the Rockets might think so.
I thought this was our throw to Monument Chevy or something.
No, that's later.
I was like, who could help? Billy Brown,
Oklahoma Company. No, Brian Windhorst has a report, and you can hear the objections from one Kendrick Perkins. But it's real. The Rockets are going to talk to a former number 1 overall pick who's now in the buyout market because maybe they think they need another on-ball defender with some size and some ball handling help. You're going to hear this report, and you're going to hear a strong objection from someone in the studio. Here it is.
See, the buyout is not done as far as I know yet, but Cleveland and Houston are 2 situations for Ben Simmons.
Who improved the most?
Leave Houston alone.
Who improved the most?
Leave Houston. Don't come messing with the Rockets. They don't need that. They got a great cultural group.
Kendrick Perkins vehemently opposed to Ben Simmons possibly joining the Rockets.
No.
Leave him alone. And, well, they will talk to him along with the Cavs and Clippers. So 2 teams we've mentioned already in this segment, along with the Rockets, are going to talk to Ben Simmons. Yeah, I'm not looking for that. I'm not looking for that here. I kind of understand. I mean, it would likely drop Reed Shepherd clearly out of the rotation when Fred VanVleet comes back. Ben Simmons would be your backup point guard, I would guess, if he signed here. It gives you more size in the backcourt. It gives you another wing option if you want to play him there, and he's another ball handler. I just don't like it. I don't like it.
No, at first I was having fun with it, and now as you were explaining, like his potential role on the team. I just, yeah.
Yeah.
I just, the spirit of Kendrick Perkins overtook me. And I was like,
no.
Hearing you actually talk about it, I'm like, let's not talk about it until it happens and we have to. But
I mean, we at least have to tell the people that the Rockets are considering it. They want to talk. They're going to talk to Ben Simmons today, but I hope he sees a better opportunity in Cleveland or LA.
I hope so. Actually, yeah. Give me Ben Simmons. Go to the Clippers. Right now, the Rockets are the 3. The Clippers are a 6. Stop the count. Let's start the playoffs today.
That's right.
If the playoffs ended today, can we make them start today?
Can we actually do that? I mean, we'd be fine with that matchup, particularly if Ben Simmons is going to join. You got Ben Simmons and James Harden on the same team?
No KPJ, though. That sucks.
Yeah, it's true.
For the Rockets.
It's very true. Hey, anyway, he can be healthy.
Yeah, actually, undo that trade. Send back the 2nd-round pick or whatever you got from Milwaukee.
Man. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot. They sent him to Milwaukee because who the hell knows what the Bucks are doing?
Getting buckets. That's what we're doing. Kuzma,
KPJ. When I think of prime contributors that you should go grab at the deadline, I think of those two.
Do they have a 19-year-old GM that watches TikTok highlights and that's all he does to scout players?
I think they have a guy who was instructed to make moves to save money.
Oh, okay.
And it just so happens that KPJ and Kyle Kuzma helped them save
They had
money.
the same result as a college freshman who only watches TikTok highlights. Okay.
No, yes, but
Kuzma's a problem.
At the directive of an owner who wanted to save cash, he made moves as if he was a 19-year-old on TikTok.
The Clippers are letting us get this demon for free?
You wonder why. Maybe you wonder why they're letting you do that.
No, don't worry about it. Look at the highlights. Look at the step backs.
Maybe think about why the Clippers of all teams, who gave the guy a chance when his name was mud because of off the court things. They were like, take him. We already took the heat for signing him and then give him an actual real contract, but we're willing to give him away. I mean, we had to fade all that nonsense and we still want to give him away. And the Bucks were like, come on, bring him in. We'd love it. Good luck to Milwaukee, I guess. Okay, when we come back, we'll talk about what happened in the NFL. All of it's off the field. The Super Bowl, it's Sunday, but we had the MVP given away. The NFL awards were given away. We also had the Hall of Fame stuff, and some people are upset because Eli Manning's not a first ballot Hall of Famer. The question is if he will ever get in. I didn't think there was ever a question of whether he was first ballot. Is if those 2 runs is enough to get him in because the numbers aren't good enough. So we'll talk about a little bit about that, but mostly about the MVP awards and how upset people are about awards for whatever reason. We'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Josh Allen is your MVP. Lamar Jackson is the first team All-Pro quarterback. The same voters vote for each, and somehow, some way, the guy who they decided was the best quarterback in the game didn't win MVP. There's a difference if you want to justify how one could happen and then the other happened. You would say, well, sure, Lamar's the best quarterback, but he did have Derrick Henry. So Josh Allen didn't have a Derrick Henry. He had James Cook, who's a good player, but that was the narrative all year that Josh Allen didn't have the type of weapons, and they referred to Diggs being in Houston, and he carried that team, and they won one more game, even though they did lose to Baltimore handily in their head-to-head matchup. So Josh Allen gets the MVP, even though we don't think he played the best as far as quarterbacks this year. Someone voted Lamar, I think, fourth. Led to some upset people. Look, I don't think anything but narratives led to Lamar losing, or at least in this case, Josh Allen winning. The narrative was set. You already got your two. Josh ain't got one. The lovable losing Bills. Let's give Josh one for carrying that team. You could tell after he lost the AFC title. Let's say the Bills lost. It wasn't his fault. The Bills lost the AFC title game. Unless I'm a hater, then it is his fault.
He choked like a dog, yeah, and lost.
Exactly.
James Cook did all he could. Matt Collins did all he could.
Why did they take the rock out of James Cook's hand? Stop leaning on Josh Allen, noted loser. Give the ball to James Cook. They would have won. That's the narrative, if I'm a hater. But you remember the questions about Josh Allen. Do you feel bad for Josh Allen because he didn't win and he lost to Patrick Mahomes one more time? And, of course, the resounding answer should always be no. Why would you feel bad for him? He had a great year. He was not everyone's, but a lot of people's picks to win MVP enough that he won it. The man's recently engaged to a pop star / Hollywood actress. Why feel bad for Josh Allen? Josh Allen's got a great life. And Lance and I were talking about it during the break. And you should always pose this question to people who dare to feel bad for an athlete if they don't get something that goes their way. If you held up a sign in front of their facility telling them about all the things bad that are happening in your life, would they stop and help you? Would they drag you out of whatever muck and mire that you're in and help you because how big of a fan you are of them? Or would they keep driving? Or maybe just hand you $20 or whatever it is. But they're not saving you. They're not Captain Save-A-You. They're not doing it. If you don't think that athlete would do that for you, why are you feeling bad for him? It's fine. Yes, they lost the game. Josh Allen, less than a month later, seems A-okay. He seems great. Had a great time last night. The love of his life. What are we talking? And I'm talking about that MVP trophy, not Haley Steinfeld.
That's the reason. Before he even won the stupid award.
Yeah. Well, exactly.
I saw the red carpet photos. I was like, who feels bad for this guy?
Do you see what's going on here?
Who feels bad for him?
The man convinced her to spend time in Buffalo. What are you talking about? He's having a great time. Why would I feel bad for him? Bills fans are allowed to feel bad for him, but really just feel bad for yourself because you didn't win.
Yeah, that's all it is. They feel bad for themselves.
Yeah, and he happens to be your best hope of not feeling bad at the end of the season for once.
Yeah.
What are we talking about, feel bad? That man had a great night. Having a great life. Don't feel bad for any of them. Not if the worst thing that's happening to him currently is they lost to Patrick Mahomes again.
Because everyone does that.
Yeah. He's
not alone.
He's one of everyone to do that.
Are people going to be like, man, got to feel bad for Jalen Hurts?
No.
After losing the second
For the second time. For the second time in 3 years, if they lose again, do I feel bad for Jalen Hurts? No. Once again, let's do the test. Hold up a sign telling him specifically how bad your life is. And would he stop? Would he even give you that great chain that he wears?
Oh, no.
There's no chance, right?
That's asking. I would give it back to him if he gave it.
That's too much, man. You're too generous.
Also, like, I can't be walking around.
Well, you sell it. You pawn whatever you got to do.
I don't think I can make it back to my car with that thing.
Well, you don't have a car. You're holding up a sign. That's how bad life is going.
Oh, I'm setting
up the scenario.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Your life is going poorly enough where you have to work, or you have to have a sign
Then
in front of the Eagles facility.
Then I definitely can't make my way to a pawn shop to pawn that thing off.
Hey, Jalen, can I get a couple bucks for the bus?
Yeah. Maybe a gun so I can defend myself.
Well, you don't
holding this infinity gauntlet that you just gave me.
Well, you don't wear it publicly. You put it in your pocket. I don't know. You got to hide it somewhere. I'm not saying
it'll shine through my pocket. You see that?
Well,
thing?
that's true. Actually, that's true. That pocket better be made of Kevlar. That thing is impressive. That started that whole thing about rapper money and athlete money. How rappers, we know rappers to wear chains. Do you guys see what this guy's wearing? Don't ever comp yourself to a professional athlete when it comes to money coming in, particularly in today's music, where it's a little more,
money.
Yeah, a little more difficult to make the type of cash that Jalen Hurts is making guaranteed.
Yeah. LaMelo's going to have better chains than LaMelo's going to have better chains than LiAngelo. I'll just leave it at that.
If they're into that game, yes.
I think they're into that game.
Possibly. Well, I've seen. Yeah, you're.
I know
probably
LaMelo
right.
is.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yes, LaMelo's contract with the Hornets will put him in a far better position to get far better chains than anything LiAngelo is going to do, no matter who he works with. I think there's a remix with Wayne. I think
there is.
I haven't heard the Tweaker remix.
You know what? Not Lil Wayne's best work. I'll say that.
We've been saying that about Wayne for maybe half a decade at least.
You're being very nice to him.
I'm trying.
Okay.
He's a legend.
A lot of people go.
I don't want to crush him. He's a legend.
The half decade.
Yeah, I was thinking decade, but I don't want to go there because it's Wayne.
I would push back on that.
Because it's Wayne.
Half decade, I will not push back on.
Because it's Wayne, and he's hurting enough. Super Bowl's in the city, and they didn't want him.
Man,
feel bad for Wayne?
Let me hold up the sign and see.
Oh, he's definitely not helping you.
No.
He's definitely not helping you. Well, there it is. Josh Allen MVP. The Hall of Fame, Sterling Sharp got in. It's a small class, only 4. And the one guy who did not get in that people seem to want to make it a debate about is Eli. There's no debate. Eli only gets in on the back of those 2 runs. You look at the numbers, there's no chance he should. In fact, I don't think he should get in. I'm glad that he beat the Patriots. Hey, as a noted hater of the Patriots, cool. You'll always have a place in this hater heart because you took 2 Super Bowls away from the Patriots. Same with you, Nick Foles. But that ain't enough, man. Eli was a fine quarterback, but not a Hall of Fame quarterback. And he's living a great life too. Don't feel bad for Eli either. That life is great. He's got. Let
me hold the sign outside his house. See. I think he would.
He might actually stop.
Yeah.
The other guy,
give me his chain.
He'll stop and ask you, how'd you get past security? That's what'll stop to ask. Eli ain't got no chain.
Cooper's supposed to stop you before you get this club.
Oh, Cooper's not running security for the Manning brothers. Does he fluctuate between Peyton and Eli because they don't want to they don't want to take on the bill themselves, so they split it
every other week.
Yeah, he's got Arch. Get some of that Red Bull money from Arch if you're really hurting. In fact, Cooper's not hurting at all. From what I can tell, he's a very successful businessman. I think he's A-okay. All right, we'll go to break. But before I do that, I want to tell you there was a mention of Monument Chevy before it was due, but now it's time to talk about Monument Chevy. That's the place you go to if you want a great car, pre-owned or new, or something for your business. They have it all. They have a large lot, expansive. They call it campus for a reason. They got everything there, from parts and service to they do body work to, selling your cars, which is their forte. They've been in business for 50 years, which means they've been selling great cars to customers for generations. From the dad to the daughter or the son or the wife. They've been selling cars a long, long time. They celebrated their 50 years in 2024, and they're still going strong. And if you want to take advantage of what they have to offer, go to monumentchevrolet.com and check out all they have in that inventory. Whether you want a Trax or a Tahoe or a Blazer, it's all there for you. And of course, you can go on out there to that campus in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And maybe you'll meet the salesperson of the week, Jonathan. He is their top salesperson. He's very professional, friendly, gets you in and out, understands that the process doesn't need to be something that's painful to the customer. And people come back time and time again to purchase a car from him. So he's their go-to guy. Maybe you'll see him out there wearing a championship belt. That's how they signify their top salesperson of the week. So see Jonathan out there or any of the other great salespeople. And remember this, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So Marcus Jordan has been a character on this show this week, and more's coming out about his arrest. He apparently told the police to play some Mariah Carey up in this bitch when he was being taken away, allegedly, according to TMZ.
When was this? When did this arrest take place? Is this from Christmas time? Anyone to hear "All I Want for Christmas Is You"? Or
He didn't specify that it needed to be some of her greatness from Christmas.
I guess you know what? I guess that's true. And what
He just wanted
what I
to hear
just
Mariah
did was
Carey.
disrespectful. To
Yeah, she goes beyond. She transcends Christmas music. Why he chose her? He was on cocaine. I don't know why he chose her. I can't speak to his reasoning for what he did,
And he could have been asking for the Christmas song after Christmas because he's on cocaine.
Yes, it could be anything, but he did want to hear Mariah Carey. I don't know if he got it. Didn't seem like the police in that instance were looking to do him any favors as they were taking away. Hell, if the Michael Jordan name drop didn't do it, I don't know that mentioning Mariah Carey would.
Oh no, it looks like this was on Tuesday.
Yeah,
this week.
Yeah, it all popped off and came out pretty much immediately after it happened.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know the police took requests.
I don't believe they do.
Spotify.
You know, Dave Chappelle has it's a bit from a long time ago, one of his stand-ups where he goes, you should turn down the music when the police arrest you because you don't want to get your ass beat to a soundtrack. So I don't know. I don't think Marcus Jordan is going to get beat up, but I'm not sure if I wanted to hear the crooning of Mariah Carey if I was taking a beating. Who knows? Lazy J, we see you. Sorry, we are way late. I want to get out of here on time. I just want to top off the Marcus Jordan story because there's always more. You want to talk some NBA? We'll get to you when we come back. We also have a giveaway to do. We'll get to. We're going to give away some tickets to the Houston Fishing Show, the 50th annual. We'll get to that as well in the second hour. Lazy J, hold on. Anyone else want to get in? You can. 713-780-3776. We will be back with hour 2. We're back with hour 2, and we'll start it with Lazy J. He wants to talk some NBA. What's up, Lazy J?
Hey, Dale, what's going on, brother? How you doing? You going golfing after this, man? I was watching the YouTube channel earlier, man. Like, you going golfing, man? You got some golfing clothes.
I'm not going
No,
golfing.
it's Black History Month, right?
What's that got to do with anything? Black people don't golf?
I mean, they do, but I mean, what type of clothes you got on?
I'm not golfing. Sorry.
Cultured.
Sorry, I don't have a Ronaldo Juventus jersey to wear. Sorry.
I got you. But no, I wanted to get into talking about the Rockets, man. I just wanted to get your thoughts on, Ime during the offseason, that James Harden, he should go somewhere else when he doesn't want him. What do you think he's maybe going back on that statement? James Harden, I think, would do good for the Rockets. They need a point guard that can drive to the basket and finish and assist. And there's a couple of players this offseason. You think they'll go after Kyrie? We need a point guard. Maybe we can trade Van Fleet for somebody in the offseason, or maybe get a big splash and maybe go after the Sixers center, Embiid. What's your thoughts on that? And then one other thing, man. I know that you turning 40 this year, right?
Sure.
Okay, I'm turning 40 this year too. So, hey, man, I know you saw LeBron yesterday. 40's a new 20, baby. I know you saw it. 40-foot threes and stuff like that. But Ronaldo, man, just one little small thing on Ronaldo. They had a statue for him for his birthday 2 days ago. Is that the unveiling for him coming to the MLS? This is his last season in the Saudi League. Maybe that's a little, push MLS. Messi's all washed, so Ronaldo, baby. Y'all have a good weekend.
Yeah. First thing I would say is I don't know what this we stuff the Rockets is from you. You are a LeBron fan. You follow him
Stay
wherever.
on that side.
Yeah, don't come. As Ja would tell you, stay on that side. I don't know what this we for the Rockets stuff
Maybe
is.
he's like, I got rid of my boy Anthony Davis. I'm out.
No, you heard him.
Okay.
You just heard him. It's still big up in LeBron. Yes, LeBron had a great night last night as the Lakers took care of the Warriors. Okay, let's get to his Rockets stuff. No, I don't think Ime is regretting the James Harden thing.
Oh, can I just bring something up with James Harden?
Sure.
All-star James Harden.
Of course.
He's shooting 39.5% from the field.
Yeah, I don't know.
And 34% from three. Do you know what one Frederick Van Vliet is shooting?
You want to tell the people?
38.7%. So 1% worse. And they're shooting exactly the same from three.
I saw James Harden's numbers. I looked him up when he was voted to the All-Star team. I thought to myself, wait a minute.
Norm Powell snubbed.
I was like,
that's
wait
what
a
I
minute.
thought.
This is all about his assists because he's shooting terribly. What are we doing? Why is he an all-star? The Clippers are fine as a team. They're not great. I guess they thought they needed a representative, and James Harden has a big enough name. They're currently the 7th seed right now. The Wolves jump them after they beat the Rockets last night. But this is a poor shooting distributor of the basketball.
Yeah, but also...
What is this, it's not 1985. Why are we giving him an all-star nod?
Also, 8.4 assists to 4.5 turnovers.
He's not even 2-1.
Fred Van Vliet.
Is he? No.
No, it's not. Fred Van Vliet is 5.6 assists to 1.6.
So James Harden is shooting poorly, not even 2-1, to turn the ball over, and he gets an all-star appearance. It's got to.
Meanwhile, Fred Van Vliet is, hey, get this UPS driver off my team.
He is more expensive than James Harden.
Is it?
I believe
really?
So. Is James making 40-something a year? I know that's what Fred's making. That might be the
if
only.
He is. I mean, it's the last year on because he got extended when he got traded.
No, it's 35 a year. I think.
Bargain then.
So he is not. He's making less than Fred. So is James Harden worth $35 million per year for this Rockets team? No, not this version of him. He's fine, all-star, just with the worst numbers of any of his all-star appearances ever. What else did he ask about? Embiid, the Sixers aren't trading Embiid. They're pot committed. They're going to go down with that ship. They would like to get off of Paul George if they could, I would imagine, but that's a new deal. A lot of money. Paul George has played, let's just say, uninspiring basketball this year for the Sixers. They're stuck, and the Rockets wouldn't be involved because the Sixers wouldn't let him be involved. And do you want Joel Embiid, the 30-plus-year-old center who's always hurt, who can't play back-to-backs? Is that what the Rockets are looking for?
Yeah.
Considering how much the Sixers, despite how compromised he is, would ask for You want to bring that here? Like, how many years of Joel Embiid would you actually have that you would enjoy? How many years before it's over for him completely as a top 10 player?
Well, how many seasons do you think he probably has as a top 10 player? Let's say 3.
And
he
how
plays,
many games per season
I
is
was gonna
that
say
going
he
to be?
plays
Is he
for
playing
his
55,
career.
60 games per season?
For his career, he plays half the game, so you're getting 1.5 games.
Really,
1.5
seasons of him playing at a
And
top
then
10 level.
Another 1.5 of him on the sideline.
Not even playing. Forget about not playing at a top 10 level. He just wouldn't be playing.
No. So
I would say, if we're talking about guys, we talked about the Rockets and additions all year long about who's on the timeline and who isn't. Joel Embiid's a great name, but it makes little to no sense because you can't guarantee his health.
No.
And also, let's invite a non-playoff performer who's never beat a good team in the playoffs, who's never gotten past the second round. Let's bring him in as well.
Fred VanVleet has more big moments
it's true.
under his belt than
it's true.
Against
In fact, he had big moments against that Sixers team that wasn't even really led by Embiid. I mean, he was there and he was a star, but Jimmy Butler was the...
And Tobias Harris, To me, it was Tobias Harris.
Of course, and Ben Simmons was
I
on
would
that
have
team
extended Tobias Harris right after that series, too.
And yet...
Tobias Harris over me?
Well, now it's Andrew Wiggins over you. That's
Andrew Wiggins over me?
In fact, yes, we'll give him your number, too, because he requested it. Andrew Wiggins requested 22 because that's the number he's worn throughout his career.
Is he getting it?
Yes, he is.
Ooh.
He's getting 22.
Ooh.
And the new story, as more slander comes out.
This is NBA Centel, right?
No, it was NBA Central.
Oh.
People thought it was Centel, but it actually is Central. It's an aggregation from The Athletic. Apparently, Pat Riley cried in the meeting with Jimmy Butler. Now, I don't know if he brought up the deaths of the fathers because Jimmy Butler lost his dad last year. Pat Riley obviously lost his dad earlier than that.
A couple years ago.
Yes, maybe more than that. But I don't know if he brought it up and cried about it or thinking of his dad and Jimmy Butler's dad dying made him cry. There's some wording that you can have to try to figure out. But apparently he cried in the meeting with Jimmy Butler to try to meet Jimmy on an emotional level, on a human level, to try to work through these things and see if this could work out. He would stay. And according to sources who know of the meeting, likely Jimmy's people, because I don't think Pat Riley's letting it be known he's crying after a one-on-one meeting. Jimmy Butler thought the old man was unhinged and it made him want to get out even quicker.
Yeah, I could just imagine Jimmy Butler walking out of the meeting. You're like, look at that P word.
Now, Jimmy Butler will tell you he never talks to anyone. It all comes from other people, which is true. But these are people who a lot of people assume run with you and know your thoughts and are voicing those opinions. So it's from The Athletic. So it's an actually real publication. And NBA Central aggregated and pulled out the most salacious
I could not believe that.
thoughts from it or info from it. And it turns out, according to sources, likely on the Jimmy Butler side, that is me making that editorialization, that Pat Riley cried and Jimmy thought he was unhinged and that's why he had to go.
It's so funny because I don't think that makes Jimmy Butler look better. Why would he leak that?
No, it looks really petty. And now the whole thing has been petty and it makes him look bad. Unless you are against the old white guy, so you think it makes him look bad. It depends on where you fall.
No, see, I'd like to think that I'm very even-handed when it comes to Pat Riley and Jimmy Butler.
Sure.
There's things I like about both guys. There's questions to be asked about both guys. This is absolutely insane stuff by Jimmy Butler to be like, this is why I knew the old man didn't have it. When he started crying like a bitch about our dead dads. Like, what?
I had to get out of here.
Old man's lost it.
Yeah.
Doesn't have it anymore. Have that MFer in him.
Yeah,
he's crying.
Pat Riley has, even in his own words, softened. He said it's hard to trade the guys he's drafted. He doesn't like sending guys away anymore when he used to be like anything it takes.
Yeah. He looks at Jaime Jaquez and he's like, man, 10 years ago, I would have shipped your ass out on the first thing smoking.
Ship your ass out for Malik Beasley. Now,
now I'm stuck with you.
Now I'll keep you because things are changing.
You remind me of my grandson.
Something like that. I love that Juan Wick nickname they gave you.
The merch?
Yeah.
You kidding me?
Awesome. So there it is. Since Lazy J brought up some NBA stuff, there is some NBA stuff there. The Rockets news in this mode of player transactions is they're looking into Ben Simmons. That is being reported. Chris Haynes, Brian Windhorst, both say the Rockets are interested in Ben Simmons. He's on the buyout market. They're not alone. Other playoff teams are interested in him too. I would say hopefully the Cavs and the Clippers one of them convinces Ben Simmons to play there. I don't want to watch Ben Simmons play basketball night after night. Just not the vibes I'm looking for. We have a couple more segments to go, but really only one more before we get to Michael Carroll. He'll tell you what you should or shouldn't watch this weekend. I'm sure the Super Bowl will be mentioned, but there are a lot of other things. Invincible season 3 came out. I'm way behind. I'm still in season 2. That's on Amazon Prime. We'll likely get a mention as we start to get into it. I do want to give you a chance to win something, though. We have tickets to the 50th annual fishing shows. We're going to give away a couple pairs now. So let's say caller 2 and 3 right now wins a pair of tickets to the 50th annual fishing show. It's February 12th through the 16th at George R. Brown Convention Center. Everything for the fishermen. All the new rods, reels, and lures. Factory reps will be there. Guides from Alaska to South America. Dozens of fully rigged boats and hundreds of kayaks, plus continuous clinics by expert fishermen covering salt and fresh water, and a kids clinic on Saturday and Sunday with giveaways. If you love to fish or you just want to learn about fishing, don't miss the 50th annual fishing show. Check out HoustonFishingShow.com. We're giving away 2 pairs of tickets right now. If you get in right now, you get a couple pairs of tickets to the 50th annual fishing show at George R. Brown Convention Center from the 12th through the 16th. So you can get in and get that right now. Thanks to the Houston Fishing Show. Check them out, HoustonFishingShow.com. Get your tickets today. Okay, we will get to a break here, and then we'll have some stuff about the Super Bowl. It's here. Pick the team you hate the least to root for. We'll talk about that when we come back. Looks like Sean's on the phone, so we'll take a beat here as Sean gets a couple winners in. So we'll talk about the Super Bowl. We heard from Ime Udoka, We heard from him in the first hour. He's not happy with his team. He called them soft. Not what you want to hear. I don't think the Rockets are soft. They tried to play like they weren't soft yesterday, but I think that soft word goes beyond just being tough. Make the tough plays. Get stops. Go rebound. That was a lot of the issues last night. And oh yeah, Anthony Edwards plays for the Minnesota Wolves. That's a problem for you too. You don't have one of those guys, and it was readily apparent yesterday as the best player on the floor and one of the best players in basketball completely took over. So they got the Mavericks tomorrow. It's an afternoon game. The Mavericks looks like they're gonna have Anthony Davis back, or at least they'll have him for his first game. Max Christie played for them last night. He played well. He was another of the acquisitions from the Lakers. It'll be an interesting environment for the Rockets to go into. That's a city that was less than thrilled about the trade. They do have a big win over Boston. How is that crowd going to react to the new guys and no Luka? Probably aren't going to boo the Mavericks because Nico Harrison won't be mentioned by the public address announcer. But the Rockets aren't going to have home court advantage. That's not what's going to happen. But I imagine the Maverick fans are going to be a little hesitant to get behind this team because of who they shipped out. So that'll be an interesting thing to watch tomorrow afternoon. Can the Rockets end their 5-game losing streak in a weird vibe? It's just going to be weird, I think, tomorrow. But that doesn't matter. Take advantage of it. Go in your 5-game losing streak because right now, as we talked about, the seeding is slipping. And who knows? Ben Simmons may come in to help. Yes, I know. It sounds stupid. But there are playoff teams that want him, including the Houston Rockets. They're going to have a conversation today if it hasn't already happened. So we'll get the break here. You want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. We got a couple seconds to go. We will be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Chiefs Eagles on Sunday. I said it earlier. I've never had a Super Bowl where my team was in it, so it's always pick a side that makes you feel less bad if they win for me. My entire life, what a sad existence. Understood. But people here, unless you don't root for the local team, you've gone through it. You may hate the Chiefs, so you root against them. You may hate Philly in general, so you root against them. What do we do? I don't mind the Chiefs. They win 3 in a row. In fact, my only reason for rooting for them would be because I want Tom Brady's existence to be. He won't be wiped away, but I don't want to live a life where Tom Brady's the best quarterback in all of history. I'd rather have it be Patrick Mahomes, and I want it happening in real time. So all the Boston guys and the Tommy guys have to taste it. Have to realize your GOAT was a GOAT for what, 8 years before it was handed over to someone else who was a contemporary at some point. So that's my interest. Do something Brady never did. Go get your 3rd in a row. And maybe not officially take the mantle of best of all time, but get as close as you possibly can. And plus, what about me says I should root for the Eagles? Sean, you have any reason to root for the Eagles other than they're not the Chiefs?
No, not really. I mean, Jalen Hurts,
local
Channel View, yeah.
Well, Charles Omenihu, Texas, and a Texas guy and a Houston guy.
Yes. I mean, there's way more Texas guys on the Chiefs. You got Omenihu and Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
Eagles, got no one.
Is that reason enough?
No, not really. Honestly, I've kind of landed on the Chiefs would piss more people off, so I'm rooting for the Chiefs.
Schadenfreude. Okay.
Yeah. People. If I've had to listen to them to cry for the last 3 weeks, give me some more of that. I don't want those people celebrating because they embarrass themselves.
It has been an embarrassing display for months. You're grown people, because it's not just men, women they're football fans everywhere who have decided a Chiefs victory would be the worst thing that ever happened, whether it be because their dislike for the team itself or the favorable officiating, and it led to Roger Goodell having to answer questions and telling the world, no, we don't send them out there to give calls to the Chiefs. And look, and did you actually think that no matter what you asked, he was going to actually, good point. You know, the officials are favoring the Chiefs. We got to look at that. No, what are we doing? So everyone was so excited that Roger Goodell was actually going to have to answer questions. They prepare him like he's a president. You don't think they walk him through every scenario? They've got lawyers. They've got PR people. They walk him through every possible question that's going to get asked. It's the reason he never flubs anything. He doesn't give you anything because everything's treated like the State of the Union, because it's the State of the Union for the NFL. They maybe not all the same preparation, but they have people. You're not going to catch him saying something that you can latch onto and go, see, we got him. So I never understood the anticipation that Roger Goodell was going to speak and it was going to have to sit in front of the firing squad and answer questions. He was like, deflecting. He was never going to give you anything. But yet it was the moment of the week, beyond, trolling the Chiefs with questions from who's your favorite referee and other questions regarding that when they're talking to Mahomes and Kelsey.
Thank God for Nico Harrison.
I told you the NBA snatched the NFL's chain this week, and you should thank Nico Harrison for starting it.
Yeah.
The fact that we didn't have to focus on
Media
Day and what was going to come out of it. Perfect. Thank you.
Like, you even mentioned the Roger Goodell thing, and it's like, I don't even remember another thing he said. Like, I remember the obvious non-answer deflection and defense from the ref question. Like, I can't even tell you another thing he was asked. Not what he answered, just a topic he spoke about. I don't know. I don't remember any clips other than, like you said, the trolley questions at Kelsey and Mahomes about the referee. Like, I've just been able to not have to pay attention to any of this sideshow stuff, like the annoying sideshow stuff with the Super Bowl.
Same.
Just ball only. That's how I live my life.
I know.
Let's talk. How do you think the Eagles come out too high? How did the Chiefs respond?
Well, I don't think Fangio's going to blitz very much. It's not really his style.
No, not his bag.
No, he's going
bad record though against the Chiefs
Yeah.
As a coach. So maybe he wants to switch things up. I don't know.
Patrick Mahomes dominates him, no matter whether he's the head coach of Denver or DC someplace. The numbers came out. We had 5-star on who was passionately in favor, saying all the things lead to the Chiefs winning, and he's not going to go against history. Patrick Mahomes has never lost a playoff game indoors, or is he just 11-0 period? I forgot what the number is, but he's 11-0 period in indoor games. Andy Reid dominates Fangio. Mahomes dominates Fangio. They've never given up. They haven't given up a 100-yard rusher since like 2019.
Yeah, the Saquon stuff, like the prize picks on him is like 113.5. I'm like, that's so many yards.
Yes.
For a good defense.
Yes. Like
maybe if we want to do longest rush, maybe he pops one off.
Because Mixon went for 80-something in a couple of appearances in the playoffs against them, but didn't get the 100. So I kind of lean 5 stars way until look, if I'm wrong and the Eagles win, cool, whatever. But show it to me. And I haven't been that impressed with the Eagles, even though they dominated the Commanders at home. I won't say they should have lost to the Rams because the Rams made a mistake. But there was a receiver coming open when the center turned the wrong way and left Jalen Carter free. That was like 3rd down. They're probably a walk-in touchdown as long as Stafford throws an accurate ball, and then the Eagles have to come back late to see if they can win the game. And the Commanders game, I felt, yes, Saquon great. I felt like that Commanders team made far too many mistakes to really give me a good impression of how the Eagles were playing. They just turned the ball over too much.
2 first half fumbles, and I think 1 early in the 3rd.
Yeah, so you're not going to win a game that way. So the Eagles, sure, give them credit for creating the turnovers, but I don't think they're a juggernaut either, despite what you might think of their talent advantage, because they just have dudes and like Devontae, J. Brown, Dallas Goedert. Yes, offensive line, understood. I don't think they're a juggernaut. As much as people talk about how the Chiefs haven't played great all year, despite what their record tells you they are, I haven't been impressed with the Eagles all year long. I think the Chiefs win. I don't know how they'll do it because I generally don't know how they pull out games. I kind of look at them all year and go, I don't know how you did that, but you did it. So I don't think it's going to stop now. I don't think the Eagles are the team to stop them from doing it. I just hope for a competitive game or an embarrassing game. Like I don't want it to be like 31-17. It's either late and close or someone gets their ass kicked, so the narratives and all the jokes can start to fly.
So I only think, I think it's most likely that the Chiefs win. I would pick the Chiefs. I do only think that the Chiefs can win close.
You don't think they can blow them out?
Yes, but I do think there's a word where the Eagles win by like 10, or not a complete laugher, but they win by 2 scores.
Yeah, I could see that.
But I cannot see a world where the team I'm picking wins by 2 scores.
Which is funny, but
that's a very interesting place to find. But that's just how their season's gone. How really what
all their Super Bowls have gone, except for the one they lost.
They've won.
Yeah, all the Super Bowls they've won have been dramatic endings. The one they lost, they got their ass kicked because they couldn't block the Bucks.
Yeah.
The question will be, can they block this Eagles front? I think they'll be okay there. Okay, we'll be joined by Michael Carroll. When we come back, he'll tell you what you should or shouldn't watch. He's the host of Comicast, which you can hear on ESPN 97.5 and hear in podcast form pretty much wherever you listen to podcasts. He'll join us. He'll give us the goods on this weekend. We'll be back. Michael Carroll is here with us, and we opened it up to questions last week, and we got Eric on, so we'll get to him. So if you want to ask Michael about something, I would say keep it to the topic, but it's Eric, so I don't know. 713-780-3776 is the number to do that. Art has a question. I'm not going to ask the second part of the question, Art. But
This is another one of those.
Yes, but I'll ask the first one. The first part. He asked, did you watch Amelia Perez?
No, I haven't seen Amelia Perez.
I noticed there was singing, and I was like, I'm out. I don't want to know.
Yeah, I've seen the
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's controversial. Some people, it's got nominated for a lot. Some people don't believe it's that good of a movie. It has who's in it? Zoe Saldana.
Selena Gomez.
Selena Gomez as well. Yes, and Art. I'm not going to ask you that. I'm not going to ask the question about Carla Sofia Gascon. You can look up her name, and you'll know why Art wants me to ask a question of Michael about it. But I won't do it. Michael's also a Comicast. They don't generally talk about the subjects Art wants to talk about. You can find that anywhere you listen to podcasts. This week, they talked quite a bit about the Fantastic Four trailer that came out.
Yes.
Cousin playing Thing.
Yes.
And they had a little meta thing where he was talking about ingredients. I think that was done purposefully. Because he's cousin.
I think you're right.
Because he's cousin from the Bear. So before we get to Eric's question, your impression of our real first look at the Fantastic Four.
I thought it was a very good trailer to kind of set the tone of what we all had believed it to be, which is set in the 60s with this futuristic, but at the same time, like set in history type situation
like
where
an alternate version of
it's an alternate universe,
as
well. But it sets the stage for it to be. I kind of relate it to like Fallout. Fallout is takes place in like the 50s or 60s or whatever. At least how technology jumps ahead of time. This is very much technology has jumped by the 60s, and you still have that sort of feel where it's newish but not. But I mean, from what we saw with the Thing, Sue Storm, Johnny, Mr. Fantastic, like all the aspects of what I was looking for with the Fantastic Four, the family focus that definitely wasn't present in the 2015 one. And you can make a case that it was present in the 2005 and 2007 ones, but I think they nailed it. It feels like it's pulled directly from the comics, which is nice. I thoroughly enjoyed the trailer. I'm very excited to see the movie when it comes out. The only like little nitpick, and it's not even a nitpick, it's just, I guess it caught me off guard, was Ebon's voice for Thing was not.
Did you think it was going to be more gravelly?
Not necessarily gravelly, but just a little deeper. You know, it was just like, oh, that's his voice.
It is just cousin.
Yeah, it's just cousin, 100%. Add a little zip, and that, that's it. And
well, they've done that. They did it with Korg too. Was that his?
Yeah,
character?
Korg was. It's just Taika Waititi.
Yeah,
you
would think you look at the CGI, you think it would be like two rocks rubbing against each other while they're talking, but it just is a person's voice inside.
And that one I get, like, because Taika was like, I want this big giant like alien creature, but I just want it to have my like New Zealand type voice or whatever. Like, okay, fine, I get it. And it's not like a bad thing. It's just like, oh, we're not gonna like add some base level at all. That's fine.
Hopefully when he says
clobbering time.
It's clobbering time.
Yeah, hopefully
you'll get it there.
We'll say with your chest, Ebon.
Yeah,
we'll see. But like the special effects for Sue Storm's powers, I think was really well done. A little surprised we didn't see Reed's powers, so I don't know if it's just they want to hold it for future,
probably, or do you think
guess,
the CGI is not
or
ready?
it may not be in the spot where they want to showcase it just yet.
I would. That was a topic of conversation. Reed's powers not being shown.
I don't think it's a big deal that it was shown, because I mentioned it on the podcast. There was one article that was like, "Oh, this is a huge red flag for the movie, and it's going to be bad." And it's like, all right, calm down,
relax.
It's
first look trailer.
It's a minute 38 trailer.
Yes,
and I mean, if anything, it shows us all the other aspects of Reed that we didn't really get in the previous versions, and also it gives us a little tease to the whole multiverse angle as well.
Yeah, Vanessa Kirby, Pedro Pascal, we got Joseph Quinn, a lot of faces you would recognize whether you just watch movies or particularly the things we like to watch.
And Michael Giacchino's score, who Michael Giacchino did the Batman score, and he directed the Werewolf by Night special presentation on Disney Plus. So it's looking good so far.
You can hear Michael's entire breakdown of the trailer on Comcast, which you can hear, as I said, anywhere you generally listen to a podcast. And of course, you can hear it on ESPN 97.5 from 8 to 9 on this upcoming Wednesday. Eric, you have a question for Michael Carroll. What's your question, Eric?
Hey, Michael. Yeah, how do you think Captain America is going to do with all the Anthony Mackie brouhaha?
Yeah.
And also, why do they keep pushing the Batman, second part Batman, back and back? I'll hang up to listen.
So I think the whole Captain America thing, which is what Anthony Mackie said at I forget where he was
exactly
at.
what it was. He was sitting down in front of a live audience, and
But yeah, he basically said something where it was like, Captain America is not just America. Like, I don't remember the exact quote, but it stirred up this whole thing. But like, if you look at what even Chris Evans said back in 2011 or whatever, it's basically a similar vein in that Captain America, while he is Captain America, he is just, I think Chris Evans said it, he's just Captain Good, who happens to be red, white, and blue, wearing red, white, and blue, and from America and all that. Like, if you read the comics or just any sort of Captain America medium, he goes against the U.S. government a lot of times, as we saw in the movie Civil War. He went up against the U.S. government. Like, he does his thing no matter what, and he stands for what he believes is good, and that doesn't necessarily align with America at all times. I think Anthony Mackie said it in a clunky way, but I don't think it'll hurt the movie. I think a bunch of people are still seeing it because it's Captain America, because it's Anthony Mackie.
Marvel, all those things.
Marvel, yeah. I don't think it'll necessarily hurt it.
And here's the quote: Captain America represents a lot of different things, and I don't think the term, America should be one of those representations. It's about a man who keeps his word, who has honor, dignity, and integrity, someone who is trustworthy and dependable. And you mentioned Chris Evans. Chris Evans said, I'm not trying to get too lost in the American side of it. This isn't a flag-waving movie. It is red, white, and blue. But it just so happens that the character was created in America during wartime. I've said before in interviews, it feels more like he should be just called Captain Good. He was created at a time when there was this undeniable evil, and this guy was kind of created to fight that evil. I think that everyone could agree that Nazis were bad, and Cap just happens to wear the red, white, and blue. So yes, different ways of saying it, but it's the same message.
Saying the same thing. And I think for the people that fueled that fire, we're just never going to see the movie in the first place.
For what appears to be obvious reasons.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I think if you're a Marvel fan, you're going to go see it no matter what. Like, I don't think it'll hurt it. The Batman Part 2, why it keeps getting delayed, is supposedly because James Gunn said that the script's not ready. And he doesn't greenlight projects until the scripts are done and ready to go, which this has been a topic of conversation on Comic Cast. Jong and I were kind of confused because that video that James Gunn released back in 2023, where he was like, we're going to do this one, like it was like 10 titles. Well, they haven't technically been greenlit. So technically we could not see all those necessarily those movies as of yet. Like Batman Brave and the Bold, we keep talking about, it keeps getting delayed. Well, it hasn't even really been officially greenlit, so it may not even come to fruition necessarily.
So what are the ones you think are locked? The Supergirl movie?
Supergirl,
did that started filming?
It just started production.
Okay, production.
So that obviously, obviously Superman is going to be this summer, July. You have the Lantern series that begins shooting very soon and probably is something that happens next year. But outside of that, I know there was talk of an Authority movie that's kind of up in the air. There was a Themyscira set show that was similar in vein to Game of Thrones. I think that's up in the air right now because he's not trying to, James Gunn, is not trying to rush a bunch of projects. He's going to take his time, and supposedly it is because he wants scripts done before he can greenlight projects.
Okay. So that's for stuff in the future. You mentioned we talked about Captain America that comes out February 14th. The Gorge, Sean, the movie of this show from Apple TV. The Gorge comes out where
gonna get that free trial.
Where Anya Taylor-Joy and Miles Teller have to fight some evil down in a gorge, hence the name, and also fall in love across a gorge where they can't really speak to each other until they break all the rules and do that. So that's the movie that you can watch at home, and of course you can go see Captain America. But that's next week. What about this week, Michael? As far as theaters, and then we can move on to streaming at home.
I just thought of one other thing with the Batman thing.
Okay.
They also did greenlight and are going to start shooting a Clayface movie with
I did see that,
Mike Flanagan.
Yeah.
And that's going to release around the time that Batman Part 2 was going to release, and so it just made sense to delay it,
And
which sucks because I wanted Batman Part 2 sooner rather than later.
And
But
if you know Mike Flanagan, he has that universe on sort of a universe, but they're all like horror type shows on
Yeah.
Netflix. Haunting of Bly Manor, Midnight Mass, The
Mhm.
Haunting of Hill House. His latest was The Fall of House Usher. So if you like, Clayface. I don't know how they'll treat it. I don't know if they'll treat Clayface like they do in the Harley Quinn show, but
I don't think it's gonna be like that.
but with
one.
Mike Flanagan, it feels like it'll have a more serious tone.
Yeah,
I don't know if
yeah.
Clayface will be a thespian like he is.
No, I don't
like he
think
is
so.
in the Harley Quinn animated show. So Mike Flanagan has a more horror bent. We'll see how much
Yeah.
of that showcases in Clayface.
And it's going to be like a mid-budget, like type horror type film, which I mean, I like that
Yeah.
whole premise. Theaters this weekend. I am shockingly going to suggest another horror movie for the third week in a row because that's honestly the best movie of the
Okay.
weekend at theaters. 85% right now on Rotten Tomatoes. Heart Eyes.
I've seen good reviews for that.
It's surprisingly, it is if you take Harry Met Sally but mixed it with Jason.
Mhm.
Is the premise for this movie, and it delivers on laughs, gore, all the things you would expect from a horror, romantic, somewhat comedy, but also horror movie. So Hard Eyes is what I would recommend. The movie I was looking forward to, but the reviews are pretty bad for it. Love Hurts with Kiwi Kwan and Ariana DeBose. Marshawn Lynch is in this movie. That's the one I was kind of leaning towards, but it's 22% on Rotten Tomatoes, and it's just the reviews are not pleasing for that movie. So I'm going to say pass on that. Check out Hard Eyes. There's also a bunch of limited releases that are very good. Bring Them Down with Barry Keoghan and Christopher Abbott. Jazzy, No Other Land. There's also Parasite re-release, which that's one of the best movies I've seen ever, I think, for me personally. So definitely check out the limited releases at your theaters. But wide releases, Hard Eyes is probably the way you want to go if you're a horror fan.
Yeah. You don't like the traditional Valentine's date movie.
Yeah.
This is a little different. I mean, they have like mid-tier stars. I always try to give people a frame of reference. So if they don't know anything about the movie, at least they'll know the actors. Olivia Holt's in it. I mean, you would have seen her in things. She was a child star. Now I think she might be closer. She's about in her mid-20s, so she's obviously advancing past that. It's, from what I can tell, it seems fine. I don't know if I would rush to the theater, but like Michael said, if you like horror and you don't want a strictly Valentine's type vibe in the movie, but you want to call it a date movie, convince whoever you want to take that's a date movie with the name Hard Eyes, and then watch a slasher film in the middle of it.
Yeah, it's like a lot of movies that are releasing this Valentine's Day are not necessarily, or around Valentine's Day, are not necessarily straight up romantic comedies or anything like that. They're romantic comedy, but with a subgenre mixed in, like this horror thing, like Love Hurts being an action comedy. Yeah, it's interesting that we're getting all these different variations of the genre, but so far Hard Eyes seems to be where it's at if you want to go to theaters. But again, I would definitely check out some of those limited releases. Attack on Titan as well for anime fans. The Last Attack is out on February 10th, so if you want to go check that out. Streaming wise, it's I would say for people that listen to ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, it's going to be limited in what you want to watch. My pick would be Invincible season 3, just debuted yesterday. Of course, that's the superhero show set on Prime Video that focuses on Mark Grayson, who is the character Invincible. He's the son of a superhero that turns out to be a terrible person. And this is obviously picking up where season 2 left off, with Mark further trying to deal with his Viltrumite heritage, but at the same time trying to be a human to protect regular everyday people, but still like he's learning how to be a superhero at the same time. Great animation, great story, great cast. J.K. Simmons, Sandra Oh, Walton Goggins. I mean, the cast is stacked. Stephen Yeun as Mark Grayson. Currently, season 3 is at 100% on Rotten Tomatoes by critics, 97% with audiences. I mean, that's the main thing. Of course, it's a bloody show, so if you're not into that, or you're not necessarily into superhero shows, maybe not. That's not your bag. But outside of that, it's a lot of like, just I don't know. It's not great shows that I don't necessarily recommend.
Watch your old favorites. Is what Michael's saying.
I honestly watch The Pit, watch Paradise, watch
Things that are out.
Severance, watch stuff that's out or catch up on. Of course, Super Bowl. Watch that. I guess. Yeah, if you want, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how many people are going to be watching that.
Yeah, just for the commercials. Right?
Yeah, really.
That's right. Or you can be like my mother, who's addicted to Netflix and is locked in a Designated Survivor right now.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
She is a binger beyond all bingers.
That's what we should throw in the Dell's mom pick of the week.
I ask her every week. It was Madam Secretary last week. This week, she's on Designated Survivor. I asked her. She says, I took a break to watch news, and I got right back to it. She went. I asked her. She said 5 episodes yesterday, so she's all in on Kiefer Sutherland. I don't even know if he makes it past season 1. I just saw like episode 2, and I was out. Not because it was bad. I just never got back to it. So I don't know if he's still in it, but it was a Kiefer Sutherland show, at least for a season. I don't know how long he was part of it.
And it was like on ABC.
ABC,
I think at first, and then eventually switched to streaming at some point.
So if you want to watch something a woman in her 70s loves, we've got Designated Survivor.
Is she going to try like The Diplomat or something like that?
She loves The Diplomat.
Oh, I called it.
She loves all the political stuff. Yeah, as you can tell, Madam Secretary, The Diplomat, all
So
that
she's
stuff.
going to the theater to watch Captain America: Brave New World. It's a political thriller.
It is.
That's true. I don't know how to explain the Red Hulk tour.
What's there to explain?
Well,
he gets angry. You know,
why is Indiana Jones big and red? I can't, Ma. I don't know. Just watch. No
First
snakes.
of all, it's Thunderbolt Ross.
Well, she's gonna call him Indiana Jones. She's not gonna call him Thunderbolt.
He's taking up for.
It's either Harrison Ford or Indiana Jones. The only 2 names she's probably gonna know from that. Don't even think she'd call him Han Solo. I don't think she.
No. I get why she wouldn't.
Yeah,
I can see that.
Yeah. So there it is. Not a great week, but there are things to watch. I watched another. I'm staying up with Paradise. Love it. I love that show.
Man, episode 4.
Yeah.
Another thing where it's like, oh,
yeah,
this is what we're doing with the show.
Yeah. I mean, the end of that and how that was set up, wild. Of course, we are doing everything we can not to give it away. Just to tell you, the shocks, the twists, they're really good in this show.
It's
even ones to the point where even if you're a long time movie or TV watcher, you can kind of pull apart the threads of shows and kind of figure out what's going to happen. I did not see that one coming.
No, not at all. Like I mean, it keeps like it balances the human story because I mean, it is from the creator of This Is Us. So of course you're going to get those human moments, those human emotional moments, but at the same time, there's these 2 big mysteries happening, and it keeps delivering on those fronts. And I mean, I'm hooked. I didn't see where episode 4 was going. And if you haven't watched it, watch episode 1, and that'll tell you if you want to keep watching the show. Don't look at a trailer. Don't read about it. Just watch episode 1 on Hulu and see if you want to pursue it. That's what I told Jong. Like, just do that.
Yeah. If you're in after 1, you're going to be in throughout because they keep 100%. It going. And if it's not for you, then it's not for you. But hang in there. There are major twists. One that, as Michael said, was kind of obvious from the promotional stuff, and then there's one big one that they kept hidden. Yeah. But either way,
the trailer, the mystery in the trailer I thought was going to be the focus of the show.
Mystery of the show, yeah.
And it's not.
It's not at all. It's not at all.
So
it's deeper. There's levels to it, and you've got kind of this Machiavellian figure pulling the strings, which you wouldn't suspect from their exterior, excuse me. And then you see things that showcase what this person's capable of as the series continues. So Paradise, I would fully recommend that show. As Michael told you, you can find it on Hulu. I don't know if it's airing on FX per week, or is it strictly a Hulu show?
It's a strictly Hulu.
Strictly Hulu show.
Yeah.
So you'll have to have the streaming service Hulu. Maybe you have the package with Disney Plus and you get it that way. But that's how I watch it. But yeah, I'm that one. While it's not new, it's the one to be locked in on.
Yeah,
right now.
I mean, yeah. If anything, catch up on what you've had on your watch list or anything like that. I was talking to Joe earlier. He just finished. I think he said he just finished Squid Game season 2, and of course, Squid Game season 3 comes out later this year. So just catch up on your stuff ahead of the Super Bowl this weekend.
Yeah, and if the game's a blowout and you don't care about commercials, got some extra time. Are you? I didn't even ask. You a Super Bowl party person, or if you're going to take in the game, you're just watching at home?
No, I just I just watched the Bill Burr clip where he talks about Super Bowl parties and how it's like a bunch of people when you're trying to watch the game, you're trying to watch the game, but that's when they all talk and then they just watch the commercials. It's like, yeah, I'm not doing that. I want to watch the game. So I typically am not a Super Bowl party person unless they're like full on, like maybe football fans or something like that.
Sure.
But not like,
but not people who are using it as a meetup event.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I want to hear what's going on. I want to watch the game. I don't care about the kids. No offense. I don't care about
F
the
them
family.
kids, Michael Carroll says.
I don't care. I really don't care when I'm watching the game. That's what I'm just saying.
I'm not gonna fight you on it because I'm the same way.
No,
Sean,
I agree.
Where are you?
I agree. I don't do Super Bowl party every year, but I'm probably one every 3 or 4 years. I'll just sure, whatever. And yeah, you gotta go with real ball watchers like myself.
If you're gonna, exactly. Because like I don't care how work's going. I don't care about that project at work.
Michael,
No offense.
Michael,
if you
cut
ask
out
me,
the small talk is what Michael's saying. I don't
No,
wanna
if
hear
you
it.
ask me on Saturday, I'll talk to you about it. If you talk to me about it during the Super Bowl, I don't care. I could care less right now.
A new side to Michael Carroll. I didn't know he had it in him.
I have it. 100%.
It's apparent. We know.
I just wanted to be clear.
Just let me watch the game and leave me alone. That's a perfect approach.
That's all.
We can talk about whatever tomorrow. Except we can't because I'm done. Maybe Sean will talk to you about it tomorrow with the bullpen.
I will. No, actually, I won't. Ball only.
Yeah. If you don't want to talk about Super Bowl with the bullpen tomorrow, don't call in. But listen, they'd appreciate that.
There's probably gonna be Rockets.
Yeah, of course. That's true.
But a lot of ball talk. Don't come at me with refs.
Maybe you'll break the news that Ben Simmons is a Rocket. We'll find out.
God, that'd be like, yeah.
It's possible.
I don't want to be dramatic.
Not saying it's likely, but it is a possibility. We're done for the week. Michael Carroll, thank you. Host of Comic Cast. You can find that wherever you listen to podcasts and on Wednesday from 8 to 9 next week. Sean, thank you. Since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
Duval.
That's right, Liam Cohen, Duval. You know one place Liam Cohen likely won't be? In a Super Bowl. Well, we'll talk about that on Monday. It's Monday. We'll talk to you on Monday.
because they got after it in the fourth quarter and we kind of wilted. So, it's what we've done. But, it's the identity we kind of formed was being a tougher team, aggressive team, and now we look like one of the softest teams in the league. At the end of the day, when you're minus 21, minus 14, minus 15, minus 14 with your starters, it's going to be hard to win games.
Ime Udoka was taking shots, deservedly so, at a god-awful performance by the Houston Rockets in the fourth quarter. 5 straight losses, 127-114. I'm pissed. Pissed about more than just this game because I did a little extra work before the show, and, of course, things screwed up on my end. So that's on me, but it should be on the Rockets for an absolute pants poopage down the stretch in the fourth quarter. Choke job, loser effort on the second night of a back-to-back against a Timberwolves team. They're playing on their second night. How the hell are you tired down the stretch? How are you out of gas down the stretch? I don't get it. Everyone on your team's like 25 years or younger. How are you steamed? How are you gassed? How do you suck so badly in the fourth quarter? Good God.
Yeah, they're terrible in the fourth quarter, Paul. There's no other way around it. They're not a good fourth quarter team. It's not a closer. A closer doesn't help you score more than 16 points. 16 points in the fourth quarter. They're terrible in the fourth. And Udoka's right. It's who they are now. I don't think you can ever feel comfortable watching a Rockets game with a lead in the third quarter the rest of the season.
It's a bunch of James Hardens out there in that game last night. They had this game in their grasp. It was great going into the fourth. And then in the fourth quarter, all of a sudden, everyone's got their hands on their knees. They're breathing heavily. Again, Anthony Edwards scored 49 points the night before, and he scores 41 points against you in this one. And there's times where, you look at what Ime Udoka says, and he's trying to motivate his players. I really hope he lit into them. And I know he lit into them in the press conference, but there's a certain point, too, where you wonder, okay, is this actually getting to these guys? In this 5-game stretch where they've lost 5 in a row, nothing's changed. They've sucked in the fourth quarter in every single one of these games. And last night felt like they were out of shape.
I mean, I think it's pretty easy to say it's not getting to them because it's very similar. It's bad offense. It's worse defense. And they just don't do anything great in the fourth quarter. And it's not like these teams are coming out and playing them that differently in the beginning of the game versus the end of the game. They're just playing poorly. They don't do anything well. I mean, think about the end of the game there. They're trying to get back into this game. They still got a shot at it. And their idea of what makes the most sense is and I love Amen Thompson. Star player for sure. Totally agree with that. But their idea is for him just to run as fast as he can down the court, try to get a layup, set up no offense, not get a good shot, hope to get a foul. Like that's what they're trying to do there at the end of the game. They're not getting the ball to Şengün. They're not running an offense to try to get open looks at 3 for Dylan Brooks or anyone else. They're just running towards the basket and throwing it up there, hoping it's going to work. It's not good basketball. Like that's the thing is it's not just being tired, which is astonishing. It doesn't make sense why they're so tired at the end of this game. They look gassed. I mean, this team right now, they desperately need it to be next Friday and be at the All-Star break because they're unraveling. I don't know the fourth quarter stuff. There's only so much Ime can do. There's only so much that he can do at any point in time to get this team ready for a fourth quarter when they're just doing the same thing over and over again. But this is what you get. This is what you asked for. When you make the decision that you're going to stick with the core group of players and see what does and does not work, the Rockets front office and coaching staff is getting a real good view of what this current roster with the injuries looks like in fourth quarter of games. It's not good.
There's no closer. Have you ever seen Glenn Ross?
I have.
I actually still haven't seen it, but I've seen this scene. At the very beginning of the movie, Alec Baldwin, who is, I guess, someone who works downtown for the big company, comes in to a bunch of sales guys who suck, and he lights them up.
Put that coffee down. Coffee's for closers only.
It is for closers only. The Rockets don't have a closer, Joe. That was something you would like to have seen the Rockets get at the trade deadline.
Yeah, because I understand their philosophy about wanting to keep this group together, but they were playing above their expectations and they needed a closer. Jalen Green's not that guy. Amen Thompson, while he can be a very good player in this league, he's not that guy yet. They need a closer. And honestly, this is where I know there's a lot of people that love Alpi. Closers are most of the time guards, with the exception of Nikola Jokic. Guards are closers or forwards.
There was a dunk that he had with, I want to say, about 6-7 minutes left in the game where he put a spin move on Rudy Gobert and he put it in. And I thought to myself, oh man, the Rockets actually might, down the stretch, put this game away. And then they didn't score after that. And then Anthony Edwards, who also looked tired on the second night of a back-to-back where he scored 49 points the night before. I get he's one of the best players in the NBA, but he's just as tired, if not more tired than you. And there's multiple moments in this one, specifically one that he got after shooting a shot towards the end of the shot clock and getting his own rebound. And the Rockets just looked tired trying to stay with him. And, talk about the fouls all you want. I saw some of the Bill Worrell Army people out there. But I just don't think there's any excuse to be tired when you're this young and that team's on the second night of a back-to-back. And I don't know what Ime Udoka can really tell to a team like that other than just lighting into them after the game, calling them soft, etc.
Yeah, and that's why, last week when we were talking about this team, could they get to the Western Conference Finals? Yeah, if they played the way they did 2-3 weeks ago. But they also could very easily, as we're seeing here, be a first-round exit because they just lack it as a team in the fourth quarter. Offensively, defensively, game plan-wise, all of it. They make too many mistakes. And this isn't just Fred VanVleet. You can't just look at Fred being out and act like this is, only because he's gone. There's no way. Fred VanVleet doesn't solve these problems. Maybe you win 2 of these 5 games that you've lost, maybe 1 of them. But you're not 5-0 in the last 5 games in which you've had leads in the third quarter or in the fourth quarter and you've lost all of them. And they're just collapsing. They're not just they're not getting beat either. I think that's what's the frustrating part of this for when I'm watching these games is they're not getting beat. They're giving the game to the other team. They had the game in hand last night and they're just giving it to the other team. It's so obvious that the only guy that can beat you is Anthony Edwards and he's doing whatever he can to allow that long offensive rebound that then led to the and one. That's effort. That's boxing out. That's basketball 101.
Mm-hmm.
Fred VanVleet doesn't solve those problems.
As King of Twitch points out, it is a young team, but if it's a young team, they shouldn't be tired. Really, that's the big takeaway I had from last night. No excuse for that. Now 5 losses in a row. Ime Udoka, after the game, had this to say, and a lot of people are hot taking up a storm after hearing this one. Here he is talking about how the Rockets could not stop Anthony Edwards.
First quarter, we were extremely soft on him, and we got way too comfortable. Didn't follow the game plan as far as how we wanted to guard him, and went under a bunch of pick and rolls early. Obviously, he's number 1 in the league in attempted threes off the dribble and percentage-wise, so let him get in the rhythm there. Obviously, 18 early in the first half, 8 free throws first quarter, so got after it better in the second quarter. He only had 3 points there, went after him a little bit, but when we went after him fourth, couldn't trap him, couldn't guard him one-on-one, couldn't get through pick and rolls, and so it's nice to have a special player that can get buckets at the end.
It'd be nice. The Rockets don't have one of those.
What do you think he meant by that?
I think there's 2 ways to take it. I'm not really sure which way I want to fall on this one, Paul. He's either calling out his GM, Rafael Stone, saying, I need a closer, or he's calling out his players saying, you're just not doing enough.
Because they weren't aggressive down the stretch on offense.
Yeah.
And they weren't as attentive on defense as they should have been. All marks of a tired team, but at the same time, yeah, you're right. There's no one there that's picking things up and putting it on themselves outside of that one moment from Alperen Sengun, which again was 6 to 7 minutes left in the game.
Which is, it almost it doesn't count then. There's too much time left in the game.
Exactly,
yeah,
right.
It doesn't really count.
75 half falsehoods asks, dumb team. At times.
That's where I think young team. I wouldn't say dumb team. They're young, they're learning. This is part of the growing pains. We don't see teams come onto the scene and just win championships right away. We saw the Boston Celtics go through years of struggling to get to the finals. Even when they got there, didn't get it done right away. We saw the Oklahoma City Thunder have an early exit last year. Hell, the Miami Heat, Golden State Warriors, they didn't just show up and be dominant right away. This is part of the process. It doesn't mean you can't be frustrated with it because it's 5 straight games in which the team has not improved at all in the fourth quarter. So I would not say dumb. I would just say very young, very inexperienced.
From the 409, this texter brings up, It's funny how things have changed so quickly. They have. I mean, they were doing great in January. It was fool's gold to a degree. I think we all thought that. It's exciting, but I mean, really, how far were they going? From the 409, with the depth of the West, I wouldn't be shocked if they lost the play-in at this point. I mean, this is a little reactionary, but I get the mindset right now. The problem I have is that I know Ime Udoka is a good motivator and a good coach, but I sort of feel the same way about whatever he's telling these players as in the movie Stand and Deliver or in South Park, when Eric Cartman starts saying over and over again, how do I reach these kids? But with an accent that if I were to say on the air, I might get canceled. But here is Eric Cartman.
How do I reach these kids?
I did that once and someone tried to cancel me. So
no.
I felt like I had to this time around.
Play a little defense.
Yeah.
More. You played more defense than the Rockets did last night in the fourth.
I did.
Yeah, a lot more.
I put more effort into pulling highlights, of which there were little, from the end of that game as well, and trying to put it into audio form than the Rockets did. I'll admit that most of my anger about the Rockets to start off that segment was literally about how
Towards yourself.
I was mad at myself. So it's nice to get that out and to beat up on the Rockets like they're a pet, so I could do that.
At least they're relevant and now to take that anger out on them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got to
Kicking
kick the
iguana.
dog. Yeah.
No, we don't kick dogs. Reptiles, though.
That's the same.
Yeah. Kick the iguana.
Yeah. When I realized the mishap that happened, I did have the thought like, oof, things got way worse for the Rockets just now. Things got way worse for the Rockets. I hope they're not listening.
I mean, look, this team, I think it's extreme. I don't think they're going to be in the plan. I feel confident saying that. They're going through a really rough stretch right now. They're going to face the debuting Anthony Davis on Saturday. Weird schedule.
Saturday's going to be interesting.
Yeah. You play Dallas at 2:00, and then you flip around and play the Raptors at home on Sunday at 1:00. So that's a very strange. Could we be coming in Monday and they've lost 7 straight?
Oh, boy.
Maybe. I hope not. But there'll be enough bad teams on their schedule this year. And I don't necessarily agree with the strength of the West. I think some of these teams who have made major moves are just as fraudulent as potentially the Rockets are. So I think they'll avoid the play-in. Doesn't mean they won't go home in the first round, but I think they'll avoid the play-in tournament.
I hope so. But yeah, things are starting to get a little tight. As Craig Ackerman said at the end of last night's game, the teams that are all around them have all been pretty hot of late. And yeah, the Mavericks' first game with Anthony Davis, they smoked my Celtics. So from the 409 young team, they're going to come stronger and prove the naysayers wrong. That's Aaron in Mid-County. I mean, I hope so, but it's not feeling that way right now. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text, and you can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. That's where you can see me have my meltdowns. It's fun. On top of that, up next, we talk about Super Bowl licks. So the Chiefs are going for a three-peat, and yet everyone's doing it again. What is everyone doing? You'll find out. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Super Bowl licks. It's Sunday. It's a big game. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Kansas City, 1-point favorite against the Philadelphia Eagles. I was driving in to work today listening to the Heed the Call podcast, which used to be the Around the NFL podcast. And while listening to it, at the very end, everyone picked the Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay.
And I think it is worth laughing at, Joe. It makes sense to pick the Eagles in this game. The Eagles have a lot of talent on their defensive line. They have linebackers that can actually cover Travis Kelce.
Mm-hmm.
Their secondary is significantly better. The Chiefs' offensive line, not the best season. Their skill position players, not the best either. And then on the other side of the ball, Eagles maybe have the best offensive line in the NFL. If anyone's going to give Chris Jones trouble, it's them. They added Saquon Barkley. They have Devontae Smith. They have A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts. They haven't lost since the last time Jalen Hurts got knocked out of a game. They're plus 10 on the turnover side of things in these playoffs. The Chiefs are -1.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of reasons where it makes sense to pick Philadelphia.
Except for two.
Hit them.
Mahomes,
Yep.
Reed.
Yep, that's it. Spagnuolo on top of that.
You know, yeah, because like, do I want to pick the Eagles? Yeah. Am I going to? No. Picking the Chiefs. It's Mahomes.
I do feel like a bit of a meow. I feel a little bit like that because I think we've all been bludgeoned into being terrified to pick against them, but I'm not going to do it. I feel like having watched people do that with the Patriots back in the day, I have to keep picking this team because they just know how to win, which is such a stupid thing, right? It's the ultimate barbershop conversation. Hey, they just know how to win. He's got that winning edge.
Yeah.
But they do.
They do. They do it every week. They do that exact thing every single week. And like you said, it is like the Patriots because all those Patriots Super Bowls or even like the AFC title games, like when you would walk into them, you go like, well, if you line it up, who has the better, most positions that you give the other team besides the Patriots? Like, yeah, but the two most important ones go the Patriots way. And the same thing is Chiefs, where it's quarterback and it's coaching. Those are easy wins for the Chiefs, just like they're easy wins back in the day. I do wonder if we are deferring too much to the Chiefs. At the same time, I'm gonna keep deferring.
I mean, look, it's a 1-point spread, right? Like, so this game is a coin flip. This isn't when, sorry, Paul, Eli beat the Patriots twice.
Yeah, he did make the Hall of Fame last night.
Thank God.
I'm happy today.
I agree.
Great stop by the
best
Patriots
moment.
defense.
And Bill Belichick, shout out to you. Putting a Super Bowl ring on your girlfriend's left ring finger. Hell to the yeah.
I do think the question of, is it from the year she's born?
I was going to say, was she born for the one that she's...
I mean, how old is she? 22?
No.
24.
24.
Oh, okay.
So it could be the first Patriots Super Bowl.
Yeah. It's a G move.
It could be.
It is a G move for Bill Belichick. But like the Eagles could easily could win this game. Like there's no doubt in my mind. But I'm not picking against Patrick Mahomes, just like it was stupid to pick against LeBron until after like the bubble. It was dumb to pick against Tom Brady.
Pick against LeBron from the perspective of not making the finals.
Yeah.
Okay.
And even then, like when he got to the finals, like I know what the record is, but like logically, unless he was playing the Warriors, like who was betting on the Mavericks to beat the Miami Heat in the finals? No one should have been. The Miami Heat, I mean, the Miami Heat lost, but same thing here. Like I'm not going to pick against the Chiefs until someone actually beats them, unless it's Joe Burrow in the playoffs. Like it's the only thing right now that like until they start losing, or until at least Travis Kelce's gone, I'm picking the Chiefs.
Until they lose one of the Kelce, I mean, obviously Mahomes' party's over if he's out. But if it's Kelce or Reed or Spags, like until then, until further notice, I kind of agree. I am, maybe it's just the shirt that Paul's wearing that I am starting to think like, could we be doing the same thing that we did in the Tampa Bay Chiefs Super Bowl? But I don't think that the Chiefs, like you mentioned, the O-line for the Chiefs. I don't think they're as bad as they were then, and I don't think the D-line for the Eagles is as good as that Tampa D-line. So even that it's a lesser advantage than the one example of these guys getting blown out.
The shirt Sean is referring to, I'm wearing a old school creamsicle Tampa Bay Buccaneers t-shirt, except for Bucko Bruce, the possibly gay pirate logo that they have. That's why they changed the logo. I'm not kidding.
Because people thought it was gay?
Yes. I'm not kidding. Now they love the logo. It's funny. Having lived there for a little bit, that's what everyone said. And they were so bad when they had it.
Yeah.
But it's Tom Brady's face imposed in. That Super Bowl, and it was 100% because I'm a homer and a psychotic member of the cult of Tom Brady. But I said the same thing that I've always said. Like, I'm not picking against Tom Brady. I'm just not doing it. And then, of course, he won that game. It wasn't really him who won that game, of course, but I'll definitely take credit.
I mean, it's not like Patrick Mahomes is throwing for 400 yards every Super Bowl. I mean, Spagnuolo is really the thing that's like getting this thing going for the Chiefs. No credit for it.
Mahomes played his ass off in that game. I have to say, like, as far as quarterbacks who have been overwhelmed in a game and had no effing chance, like I've never seen a quarterback play better than Mahomes did in a losing effort where it was a lopsided losing effort, and yet it wasn't the quarterback's fault.
No.
I mean, he almost had an incredible touchdown pass to Tyreek Hill, just hit him right in the face mask.
Yeah, this weekend, I think we're all rooting for the Eagles, though, right? Is that fair to say?
I'm not.
You're rooting for the Chiefs?
Yeah, because it pissed people off.
Interesting.
Yeah, just like
Sean and the Trolls.
If you're going to whine about it for 3 weeks, like, keep whining.
There is a part of me that wants to see everyone upset that's been whining about the referees again, because I feel like it's easy target practice, because generally they're focusing on a couple of plays and they're not focusing on the big picture of the game. I am not rooting for the Eagles. I'm rooting against the Chiefs.
You're doing it for personal reasons.
Yeah, I don't want
you're
Patrick
protecting,
Mahomes to have 3 Super Bowls in a row and Tom Brady doesn't.
Yeah, you're protecting Tom's legacy.
It's 100% that.
No, and that's your right. That's your right as a fan to do.
Thomas
cultist.
Patrick Brady. Oh.
No, maybe I have to root for the Eagles too, then, for that similar reason. Because like
protect Mitch Trubisky's legacy,
Jordan's. Like, you don't think that's going to be like first take topic number 1 on Monday if he wins this championship?
Is Mahomes better than Jordan?
He's past Brady. Jordan's next.
well, hey, you know what? I'm rooting for him even more because that's a hilarious topic to have. I can't wait to look up and watch it on mute.
Wait, you guys think Jordan's better than Brady?
Yeah,
I don't.
Jordan quit.
Twice.
Jordan's a quitter. He's a quitter. He quit. Oh, how many titles did he get to? How many did he get to?
6.
Right. And remember the one he didn't make? Because that team that he was so good,
yeah,
he couldn't carry them all the way to the finals in an Eastern Conference. It wasn't that good. Tom Brady made it to 10 Super Bowls and won 7.
Yeah, I know, but still, it's still Jordan.
It's not at all.
He's the GOAT.
No, it's not. It's not. He's a quitter. Michael Jordan is a quitter, and he went in and played baseball, and he sucked at it. He was terrible at baseball. He's absolutely terrible. He went to play baseball because he's a gambling addict, or because he just lost his love for the game. You know who never lost his love for the game? Tom Brady. Because you know what he was always focused on? The next one. You know what the next one is? The next one is winning championships with the Las Vegas Raiders, which is something Michael Jordan's dumbass couldn't do when he was the owner of the Charlotte Hornets. I hope you take that personally, Michael Jordan. How dare you, Joe? How dare you on this show?
He's one of the worst owners of all time. Yes.
Right. Tom Brady, not yet. We don't know that yet.
Also, a very funny article. I don't know where exactly to find it. I think it's talksport.com, written by Brian T. Smith. He asked Patrick Mahomes if he was going to pull a Jordan and retire and go play baseball for like 2 or 3 years.
I mean, you have to ask.
He said no.
What if he gets the scoop?
He said no, but I read the whole article waiting for the answer. It's a good article. I missed reading Brian T. Smith's work. But he's there at the Super Bowl, and he asked Mahomes if he was going to retire and play baseball.
That would be great if he did. If he was just like, you know what? Send me to the Space Cowboys. Let me be a 6th inning guy.
I like that we went like the Galaxy Brain first take there.
Yeah,
I can't. You sold me on that topic.
Tom Brady versus Michael Jordan.
Oh yeah,
But
you know Mahomes is going to do
Mahomes,
that. Like,
Mahomes, Brady, or Jordan? Who's your GOAT?
Yeah,
and LeBron.
And then you're like, DJ Bayless is going to be in the other room. Like, what about LeBron?
Yeah,
and then Gary calls in and brings up Kobe Bryant. Yeah, I like that.
Kobe.
Yeah, Kobe's.
Who's the Kobe of NFL GOAT discourse.
Peyton.
No.
Because Peyton doesn't have the militant fan base.
No, he doesn't.
It might be Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, but Lamar's
but he's number
Lamar's
one.
still
He's the
closer to
present day Kobe fan base.
People are very angry that Lamar Jackson didn't win the MVP last night. I don't care that much about the MVP award. I think that Jackson won it because of fatigue, though. He was first team All Pro and he wasn't MVP. That's part's funny.
That's the part
voters.
That's the part that I'm like, you're allowed to be mad about that. That the same voting group voted on first team All NFL quarterback, but then also was saying that a different quarterback was the MVP. I think you're allowed to be mad about that. But as far as like actually who won the award, like I felt like it was enough of a toss up the whole year. Then
Yeah. In a stunning turn of events, it was a former Bears quarterback that voted Lamar Jackson fourth.
Who?
Jim Miller.
Jim Miller?
Yeah. Because apparently, like, they took it out of Ryder's hands. Like, Brady voted it.
I saw that some of them, like, it's very funny, the list of names, because it will be like Tom Brady, also Pete Prisco has a vote. Like, it's like,
it's very strange.
Teddy Bruschi has a vote. Mina Kimes has a vote. It's Emmanuel Acho has a vote. It's a very weird group of people.
Award, then.
It's such a weird group. I'll send you the link, and it's how they voted. It's not like the MLB Hall of Fame in the shadows of secrecy. They put their name on it.
From the 409, Patrick Mahomes is the Kobe of football. Almost good enough. No, he's above.
No,
Kobe.
it's too
already. He's above Kobe.
He'd have to stop winning to become Kobe, I think. But even then, like he's borderline Brady already.
He's on the path.
Yeah,
he's already had a better career than Peyton Manning.
Yeah, because it's LeBron Jordan.
Insane.
It's LeBron Jordan. That's what Mahomes Brady is. But because they came so close together, there's no room for a Kobe.
That might be what it is. But there's not just like is Matt Stafford the Kobe? How much people love him?
You gotta win championships
with current NFL players. But we talked about this earlier this week. Yeah, Stafford's more just Paul George. He does have the one championship, right? Yeah.
Is it Eli?
No,
he's got 2 titles.
That's just a New York is the center of the universe take. Who is the Kobe Bryant of NFL history?
I like how we started by making fun of a first take segment, and then we just made one.
But this is a good one.
Let's lean into it.
I do think that there's not really the time necessary in between, literally just for other people to win championships. That's what it is. Is that going back to at least 2016 was the Falcons Super Bowl. Going back till then, Brady and Mahomes have won 75% of the Super Bowl.
Is this where Montana comes into play now? Does Montana become the Kobe and Mahomes and Brady become the Jordan and LeBron?
Because I guess at this point, people will all admit that he's better than Montana. There was this weird thing with Montana where Montana, since he was undefeated in Super Bowls, it meant that he was like better. But it's like, hey, you didn't get to the Super Bowl every year. And the AFC used to suck.
It's like the Jordan LeBron. Like if LeBron ever passed Jordan, which obviously will own now in championships, that's always would have been the argument for Jordan that people used for Montana for so long. He was undefeated.
Some people would throw Marino in there, but I think that's sort of died out. Maybe John Elway. I don't know though.
I think Elway. I think before Brady kind of ruined it with all the guys other than Montana because he has a way better case than all those guys. So that debate, like the greatest quarterback debate, really just became Montana Brady for a while, and then Brady by a lot after 28-3. That it's the Marino stuff just kind of fizzles out.
Mm-hmm. Someone said Rodgers.
Ooh, that's not a bad one. It's not a bad
one. If
one.
he had won a couple more, but the thing with Rodgers is a hippie and does not strike me as having the Mamba mentality.
True.
Yeah, I feel like you almost have to go the opposite way too. Like he'd be like hated at one point and then loved.
Yeah. Reverse Aaron Rodgers.
I'm going to tell you a thought that just went through my head, okay?
Ben Roethlisberger?
Yep.
That's actually too good.
For a lot of reasons.
But
they're
there's
same.
the
first one, you're kind of a passenger.
There's that thing.
Something happens.
Something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has 2 championships, but other things did happen that make them similar.
Kobe is like Roethlisberger will be a Hall of Famer. Is he a Hall of Famer already?
No, I think
he's got a couple more years.
Yeah, not always.
Roethlisberger probably will be a Hall of Famer, but he's not. Kobe was a better basketball player than
Roethlisberger
was a quarterback. Yeah. it's tricky. If Brady hadn't won as many as he did, I think you'd put him there. I think Peyton Manning maybe is the fair argument for the Kobe Bryant because of his intensity. And I mean, I think of all the quarterbacks that we've seen, and no one's publicly thrown their teammates under the bus to the degree that Peyton Manning has. It's not meant as an indictment, but like there's multiple times on record that where he's gone after his own guys where Brady has not.
Liquored up kicker,
The offensive lineman after a game against the Steelers. Yeah. Let's just roll right through here on Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So if you want to weigh in on that, who's the Kobe Bryant of quarterbacks? We were talking about Super Bowl legs. Basically, our thought is, yeah, it's crazy to pick against the Chiefs, even if it makes sense to pick the Eagles. So Alex Bregman, still unsigned by the Houston Astros. We got this update from Ari Alexander from Channel 2. The Astros have improved their initial offer to free agent third baseman Alex Bregman, two sources tell KPRC. However, that improved offer is unlikely to get the deal done, according to a source. And now all of a sudden you're seeing people turn on Alex Bregman, which I think is interesting. I thought Ben DeBose had a nice rant about that. What do you make, Joe, of this update?
I wish we had a little more detail to start of like what is an upped offer. Like, was it upped by $5 million? Was it up by $25 million? I think that does matter, like in the context of this, of like how much it was actually like improved upon. Or we saw the report from Bob Nightingale yesterday that Alex Bregman is still seeking a 6 to 7 year deal, which like maybe if the Astros tacked on another year, it would get this thing done. So I'm kind of curious at this. Like what the actual like up is in the offer. Honestly, my biggest thing is like, are you just gonna move on at some point if you're the Astros? Like now that you've tried, now that you've actually returned the call to Scott Boras as Dana Brown or Jim Crane has, and given a new offer, because I think we all trust Ari that this report's true. If he rejects it, are you gonna keep doing this? Like, are you gonna continue to have internal conversations about Alex Bregman? When like it has to be exhausting at some point, right? We're just like, are we going to keep talking about this forever and wait for him to sign?
I think so.
I think so too.
I don't think we're any closer. And I think at this point, the news will happen. It's probably going to be elsewhere. That's where I'm at right now. I've accepted that. And it really doesn't have anything to do with this offer, but that at least Ari's reporting. Others have reported it. It does seem to be a Scott Boras leak.
Yeah. It's so hard with Bregman because I don't think he's not going to be a Red Sox. I don't think. I think they're going to get Arenado. I don't think he wants to go to Detroit.
Yeah.
So he's either going to have to choose bigger money, less years Cubs, less money, longer years Astros. Like, I don't think that's getting resolved unless the Red Sox do miss out on Arenado. And they jump back into this thing. But it feels like they've moved on and moved their attention to Arenado as the guy there for them. So I guess like you keep having these conversations. But if I am the Astros, this is a very kind thing to do. Not doing it again. Don't need to up the offer.
As far as upping the offer.
Yeah, you don't need to up it a second time. You've already upped it once. Why do it again? He's not getting any offers.
Especially if no one's coming in. You're right. At this point, yeah, you just continue to go diamond hands about it. I thought it was interesting when I first saw the story from Ari. I thought to myself, "Oh, the Astros are putting this out there so that they look better and that people will turn on Bregman." But from what I understand, again, it's leaked from Camp Boras, and I sort of wonder what does this do? Does this drive up offers from these other teams?
Adds years to the Cubs offer?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think he wants 6 or 7, and so far his best offer is the Cubs one for 4.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
I think that's what it is. I think the Astros have the best 6-year offer out there, but he wants more dollars.
Okay, we'll see if he gets it. I'm skeptical he's going to get that next offer, and I mean, Boras tries his best. He tries his hardest. And he's not as effective as he used to be, Joe, as you brought up many times.
Well, and it's not even necessarily his fault at this point. Like, the market has told you what it is. Like, I think Boras, part of the reason why I think he's washed is I think people have caught on to his act. Like, yes, it's a Scott Boras client. Yes, this player can be very good. but the market is what the market is. And collusion is a huge part of this for sure. Like, if you don't think Dana Brown and Jed Hoyer, who have admitted to both talking to each other a ton of times on the phone, have made 2 trade offers or 2 trades together this offseason, are not incommunicado about like what the contracts they have on the table are, then they know how far they're willing to go. Like, Alex is just stuck. If he wants to be in spring training when everyone besides the pitchers and catchers report, when he's supposed to report, he has to make a decision in the next 5 days. Good luck, dude.
Will he do it? I mean, he seems to be someone who is all about the work. You know, that's something that I think we can, even if he gets off to slow starts every single year, we know he's a bit of a baseball addict. I don't think that's even unfair to call him. I think he's a little too into baseball, to be perfectly honest. And I feel like that does put a little bit of pressure on him. He's going to be starting slow anyway, because that's just what he does. So once you accept that he's going to probably not be very good in the few games in March you play and in April, is it going to be basically what it was for the last 4 months of the year, like you got from him last year? Because if it is, I mean, it's still no brainer.
I'd still bet on it. I mean, he hasn't shown that in the later parts of the season he's slowing down. Just the start of the season.
Yeah, and that's why if I'm him, I'm like, what am I? I'm gonna stink in April anyway. Might as well. Might as well wait this thing out. Do a little bit of the, Brett Favre, miss a little bit of training camp as I'm pondering my future, and come in the last few weeks, meet the guys if he's going to a new team. If it's the Astros, honestly, the longer it goes, the more I feel like if it goes past hitters reporting to spring training, I do think that helps the Astros because there is just less. It is more continuity for him to just rejoin the Astros as opposed to joining a new team. I would imagine that you would want more time with your new team. And if you're going to have an abbreviated spring, it would be with guys that you played with last year. That's just a thought. Maybe that's less of a thing for baseball than it would be in other sports. But that just seems logical that if you're going to jump in midway or midstream in camp, it would be with the team that you already know.
Well, and there are other factors like these teams, like for, it affects all the 3 main teams. I don't really know what's going on in Detroit in terms of like if they'd have to move anyone around there, but like you do look at like the Red Sox, Cubs, and Astros. When you think about when hitters report, they have to look at their team in 2 very different ways. For the Astros, it's Altuve in left with Bregman at third and Paredes at second. So if Bregman's not there, Paredes is going to get all his work at third, and Altuve is going to get most of his work at second. But then all of a sudden, Bregman's going to show up and change all that. The Cubs are going to have to trade Nico Horner, their second baseman, to get this thing done. And so their young prospect third baseman is going to have to move to second to get Alex Bregman there. The Boston Red Sox, with Nolan Arenado, potentially there or not there, if Alex Bregman fits in there, they're going to have to make a change at third base or second base with this. Like, the teams also like want this thing to get done. So I don't know. This is like the Spider-Man meme times 10, where like they're all just like pointing at each other. Also, like in The Office, and it's like, who's gonna blink first? I have no idea. It's just got to end.
Yeah, I think Bregman's gonna blink first. I think it's very clear that these teams are not upping an offer to his liking. I mean, the Astros upped an offer, and that's the first sentence of the Ari tweet. The second sentence is, however, the improved offer is unlikely to get the job done. Then what are we talking about here?
$2 million.
This isn't,
What if it was 1 cent?
$1 per year.
I mean, like he wants to make at least what he made last year, right? $28.5 million. So this offer originally it puts him at 26. So they upped it by like $7 million or whatever it would take to equal 28.5 over 5 or 6 years. Like, is that all it was?
I feel like if they did that, we would have reporting that Alex Bregman is a Houston Astro. If they actually brought it up to 28 per year for 6 years, like he would be an Astro.
Gallant George, Sean Mapes behind the glass, Joe George to my right. I am Paul Gallant, ESPN 975-925 on YouTube, at ESPN Houston on Twitch at ESPN 975. If you want to continue this conversation, which I'll admit, it's getting tiresome, right? Every single day.
A little bit, yeah.
But please bring something fun to the table. Like, is Alex Bregman the Kobe Bryant of the Astros run? Just kidding. Don't do that. Up next, the Rockets play the Mavericks tomorrow, and they might have to be careful based off of some very bizarre reporting we heard yesterday. Why? You'll hear it. Stay put.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
We were just talking during the commercial break about Radio Row. A lot of other radio stations are in New Orleans, and I will admit I'm jealous. I do think, though, that the way to go is to not go the way of Radio Row. It's just so damn hard to actually pull people on who are fun to talk to and who want to talk to you.
But are you jealous because it's in New Orleans?
Yes,
only?
that's entirely why. I haven't been to New Orleans in 7 years.
Oh, really?
And the last couple of times I was supposed to go, I had to cancel the trip last minute to do fill-in radio for a station in another city.
Oh.
I
went like last time I was like, my cousin lives in New Orleans. So when she got married, it was the last time we went there. So it was like 2 years ago, I guess at this point.
Mhm.
I do like going. It's not my favorite place in the world, but I do enjoy going. I think it's like a once every like 3 or 4 years trip. And I'm like kind of good.
Interesting. I honestly, New Orleans and Vegas, I would like to go once a year.
I would love to go to Vegas 3 times a year if I could.
3 times a year.
I love Las Vegas.
Okay.
If I could go all the time, I would.
What's your move in Vegas?
I like to stay on Fremont Street.
Fremont is nice.
I think it's just cool to be there.
Park on Fremont. Brunch. Oof.
Oh, I did that the last time I was there.
It's good.
Very, very good. But I don't know. I just love going. It's just there's always something different. The only thing I haven't really done a lot of in Vegas is the shows.
The shows.
Yeah.
I haven't done those yet. That's a your older move. No offense.
No, I agree.
Unless it's the Sphere.
Yeah, I would love. I do want to check out the Sphere.
Don't we all? Speaking of the Sphere, I don't have a transition. I was trying to workshop one.
Conspiracy theorists have theorized that the Dallas Mavericks are moving to Las Vegas.
I was gonna say,
Ooh, thank you, Sean.
I was gonna say basketball's around, so is the Sphere.
Basketballs are also spheres.
That works too. Thank you, guys. Build me out here. Allie LaForce, who you might remember as the wife of Astros legend Joe Smith, but also as a sports reporter for TNT, had this update from last night's Dallas Mavericks game.
And Kidd told us just moments ago he believes Anthony Davis does have the shoulders to carry this load. One big concern, though, is just the safety of the players, the front office. Going back to Dallas, we hope fans make the wise decision and remember that this is a game and that lives are far more important.
I can't believe that was the report. Hey, guys, people watching on TV, just remember, it's just a game. Trading your best player for not all that much and not really putting that much effort into said trade. It's just a game. Please don't kill Nico Harrison / the front office / random Mavericks players.
They must be getting some like credible threat, right?
Oh, I bet there were some death threats on.
But like even then, like I mean, people get angry. You never hear a sideline reporter say something like that.
I've never heard that before.
It's
in
very,
my life.
very strange. I thought it was a joke when I saw the quote. I read it first, and I was like, "Is this NBA Centel?" Like I didn't think it was real.
And then multiple people felt the same way because that is just such a bizarre update to share.
And also, like clearly, like told to say it by someone from the front office. Of like, hey, like
could be.
Please pass this on. Like, I don't think Allie just says that to say it. Like she's being told to please communicate this. So, very strange. Very, very strange.
Very bizarre. And I also, I mean, Dallas is not the safest place, as is proven that one time. You know, I don't know if they're trying to set up Mavericks fans to be, I'm just a patsy. But yeah, don't give the Dallas chapter of the CIA any ideas, is all I'm trying to say.
Why?
Well, I mean, they've had some big ideas,
yeah.
Allegedly.
Nico Harrison, let's not drop the top on the convertible, all right?
Definitely don't. Look,
these are people's lives we're talking
they're
about.
people's lives.
That's
and
great.
It's just a game.
Honestly, up until then, that's not like insane to me. To be like, they're a little bit worried about the reaction they'll get when they get back home. Like, that's fine. That to me, like, they're going to get booed when they come back home. To be like, and we want the fans to know that there's people's lives at stake here, or the lives are more important than basketball. It's like, were they gonna like? Did they think that they literally turned their fans into like the Joker or something? Like,
should the Rockets protest this game on Saturday?
Is it safe for the Houston Rockets?
I agree. I want a little extra security. I mean, this game's at the Toyota Center.
No.
Oh, is it in Dallas?
It's in Dallas.
Oh, I
this
thought
is the one.
Oh God.
Honestly,
Oh God.
no,
Oh man.
You know what I really need now?
Oh God.
I need like a Ben Thompson to go like drop like a 50 burger and just dominate Dallas this weekend.
I thought the road trip was over.
No, they got one more game.
Jeez, dude.
I disagree. I think Amin Thompson needs to stay home as a designated survivor just in case anything happens at American Airlines Center.
Oh no.
Oh,
If the Rockets win, like there's gonna be I cannot wait to hear the boos during player introductions.
They did just beat the Celtics by a lot. That's the defending champs. It's the team that beat them in the finals last year.
I do wonder if how much because this is before the game.
It's a good thing they did. Right. Yeah, it is before the game.
So I do wonder how much the vibe I mean, we talked about it a little bit yesterday with Mavs fans saying that this team could win a title and they'd still be pissed off about the Luka Doncic trade, where we all are like, no, you wouldn't. You would immediately say that you fleeced the Lakers and you would be super excited. I think there might be a small, little tiny 1% version of that happening by beating the Celtics last night, that it's probably not going to be as bad as it would have been if they lost by 25 to the Celtics.
Like Anthony Davis hasn't played yet. So like it just felt like Luka was still hurt last night.
What stage of grief do you think Mavericks fans are at?
Anger.
After 7 days. There's denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. Sean says anger. What about you, Joe?
They're just in anger.
Paul,
maybe some denial still of like, I cannot believe they actually did this.
But Paul, they had Ali LaForce say that people's lives are more important than basketball.
But then they beat the Celtics by a lot.
So you think there's a chance they could be in bargaining?
I think if they beat the Rockets, they're in bargaining. Or actually,
I think there are a lot of. I think maybe some of Mavs fans already at depression, because maybe they've got past the anger, they've got past the bargaining, which would be like like maybe Anthony Davis can still win a championship with Kyrie.
Dude, play the clip again, please. This is Ali LaForce before last night's Mavericks game.
And Kidd told us just moments ago he believes Anthony Davis does have the shoulders to carry this load. One big concern, though, is just the safety of the players, the front office. Going back to Dallas, we hope fans make the wise decision and remember that this is a game and that lives are far more important.
Yeah, it's anger. It's anger. Yeah. Sean's right. It's anger.
How long does it take him to get to acceptance?
Winning a title, I guess.
I'm still not sure it does it.
I think if they get to like a 6-game winning streak with Anthony Davis, like people are gonna victory lap it.
They better beat the Lakers in a playoff series. I think that's the only way.
That's on the table.
To
that's
get
not
to
like
the next stage.
That's not a crazy
possibility.
If you ever want to like double down on the NBA is rigged, then Lakers Mavs
like 4-5 matchup.
I mean, we're not far. I mean, like right now, the Lakers are a game behind the Rockets as the 5 seed.
Woof.
And then the Mavericks are 5.5 back of the Rockets. So they're 4.5 back of the Lakers. So like they could make up that gap.
Or it could be like a 3-6.
I think 3-6 would be the way to get it. Is the Lakers get to the 3 seed and the Mavs get to the 6 seed.
The Rockets may be in danger for tomorrow's game.
Well, they might catch collateral damage.
That's what I mean.
It sounds like the Mavericks are in actual danger.
What if Bane shows up?
That's what I was thinking. Watched that last night.
Your punishment must be more severe for moving on from Luka Doncic, you fools. You think that trading for Anthony Davis gives you power over me? All right. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. It is Gallant and George. Okay, so the Rockets are playing like doo-doo of late. They lost last night to the Minnesota Timberwolves after yet another brutal fourth quarter poopage. However, things are looking brighter in the offseason if they want to go get a guy. What guy are we talking about? Stay put. Rockets lost their 5th straight game last night to the Minnesota Timberwolves, and I'm ticked off about how tired they looked down the stretch, playing a team on the second night of a back-to-back when they had a night off. Playing an Anthony Davis, who had scored 49 points the night before. He scores 41, and he crushed it in the fourth quarter while you looked tired out there. But listen, it's one game. The Rockets have plenty of season left, but they do have to find a way to pull up, Joe, out of this nosedive. It's been pretty ugly. And it's killing the vibe.
Yeah, because it's not really. It's 5 games.
Yeah,
it's 5 games of vibes being down bad.
Yeah,
and then now we got all these nervous feelings in our bellies about tomorrow's game in Dallas. Just worried about the guys. Want to make sure they're okay.
It's an afternoon game too. Ew.
Yeah, back-to-back afternoon games is very strange.
I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what. I guess if Sunday has to be in the afternoon to avoid the Super Bowl,
that makes sense.
Then, but you don't want to do a night game than a day game.
That
I guess
probably is the reason.
Yeah,
have to get through customs.
You're so smart,
right?
No, second game's in Houston.
Oh, okay, but it is against the Raptors, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe they want to get that Saturday game the least amount of people watching, too. I don't know if they moved the time up of that game.
The National Guard's only available at 4. So.
What if they played that game at 5:30 in the morning?
Or it's like a soccer punishment where like the fans like get too rowdy or whatever, so they just play in an empty stadium.
Yeah. Oh man,
because they can't be trusted.
Yeah, like the pandemic again. Yeah, Allie LaForce had a report yesterday on TNT where she basically said that the players' safety is something to be concerned about. And remember, it's only a game while talking about the Mavericks after the Luka Doncic trade. Everyone knows the trade's so bad, but the fact that we've gotten to that point is pretty sad. So Kevin Durant was not traded at yesterday's trade deadline. And many people believe this means that Durant is going to be traded this summer. Brian Windhorst said this. He wasn't happy when he was put into trade talks. I think it's unpredictable what will happen the next few months because it's the nature of the sport. But I think right now it is reasonable to forecast that Durant will be breaking up with the Suns in the summer. We also got this from Ramona Shelburne of ESPN, who said that things are very, very awkward in the Suns locker room.
The word I would use, I mean, he said glum, I'll use toxic. Wow. like that shoot around yesterday I heard was very awkward, very weird in Oklahoma City because everybody was on pins and needles wondering what they were going to do. And I think now you have this reset where how do you move forward as a team when there was a clear mandate here, like they have to do something. And if they're not able to get anything done, which is, as we say, you talked about it in the open, there's aprons, there's all this stuff. I mean, it's really hard to do something. And the thing they were trying to do did not come to fruition because Kevin Durant said no. It's hard to move forward, and that's where they're left.
Toxic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised they didn't try to just move him out of there. Like we got the report. I think it was the last night after the Rockets game.
Minnesota, per Crispy Haynes, started sniffing around when he said that he did not want to go to the Golden State Warriors as part of that 3-team trade.
I mean, it would have made a lot of sense for Minnesota and for Phoenix. We're like, yeah, you just tried to trade this guy. You're probably not going to make the playoffs now. So you know he's going to demand a trade eventually. So yes, you'll eventually get assets in return, but he's probably going to get sent home at some point this season because of how awkward it's going to get.
That's an interesting one. Yeah, at what point do the Suns shelve him? Because it does stand to reason if things are toxic in the locker room and it's awkward for the shoot around, like that's gonna hang around for a while. I would say at least until the All-Star break, until the Suns find themselves out of the play-in race by that point.
I will say, at least Kevin Durant has a lot of experience with this. With the awkward, I guess we just had to finish the season on this team. Like, it's going to be weird with Kyrie Irving sitting out for all the games and then only half the games. And then it's going to be weird because Draymond Green screamed at me and called me a bitch in the locker room in November. And now we have to play for 7 more months.
Yeah, that's true. He can give Devin Booker a lesson.
He's like, listen, we don't have to be friends. All right. We just need to get through the next 35 games of our season.
And I don't know if it's toxic between the players more or less. It's just toxic with the front office.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm Kevin Durant, like I do understand being a little pissed off. I do understand being like, I was actively shopped. And then I had to step in and be like, I don't want to go back to the place I voluntarily left 5 years ago. Like that, with all the same coach, same best players, same guy who called me a bitch in November of that year. Same everything. Nothing changed for Golden State other than they got worse than when he left.
And they got a new GM. That's it.
Yeah, Mike Dunleavy Jr.
I wonder what he looks at the Suns though and thinks to himself. I mean, how much better are the Suns than Golden State? Devin Booker is younger. That's really all I got.
Yeah, I mean they're both. I mean they're both teams that are like. This is what when people say the West got better. I'm like, yeah, I guess, but it's the 11 and 12 seeds got better. I don't know. It really isn't that much of a difference between the Warriors and the Suns in my mind as far as how good they are. Both like 8, 9 seeds maybe. But if you don't want to go to Golden State and Phoenix was ready to ship you off for Golden State, by the way, to get a worse player, to get Jimmy Butler,
That's what's so strange.
Who's worse than Kevin Durant. That this seems like Brian Windhorst is right. And then we are 4 months away from KD trade saga, number 3 in our lifetime?
Is that all it is?
I think so.
Feels like it's more than. I mean, yeah, the West got deeper. Like the 8 seed Mavericks got Anthony Davis for Luka. The 9 seed Suns did the same thing. They stood pat. The 10 seed Kings got rid of De'Aaron Fox and brought in Zach LaVine. The 11 seed Warriors brought in Jimmy Butler. The 12 seed Spurs brought in De'Aaron Fox. Oh, and then the 13 seed Portland Trailblazers have won 9 of their last 10 games and are cooking right now.
Yeah.
Like,
wow.
Whichever team gets into the plan, like, ooh.
Hopefully the Rockets make it.
They'll be fine.
They'll be out of the plan.
I hope. But I also think that, hey, if the Rockets do want to do the Durant thing next in the coming months, it's going to be easy. I mean, Durant's going to want out, and there will be teams that sniff around, but I don't think that teams are going to offer that much. I imagine now that everyone knows it's out of the bag, like maybe there's a little collusion that goes on, say like, hey, let's all agree we don't go past a certain point when it comes to trying to get them.
It's also like, how desperate are you going to be for a guy who's going to be
34, 35, 36?
I think like 36 or 37 next year.
Yeah, I mean, so you're going to have, let's say the Suns missed the playoffs.
37 in September.
Like, besides sending out like contracts that match his, like if they have the 15th pick in the lottery that the Rockets have from the Suns, like, do you just give that back plus match salary?
Yeah,
that's it.
It's probably like that. And however you match, and you don't even need to like perfectly match. You can decline Fred VanVleet's option and then get under the tax, and then you can or get under the salary cap, and then use your cap space to take Durant's salary. So that would help the Suns get cheaper, because if they're trading Kevin Durant, like, they're gonna want to get cheaper.
Even then, like, I don't want to trade for, like, I like the idea of Kevin Durant, but like, part of me, don't you want to see Kevin Durant get traded somewhere else if you're the Rockets? Because then Devin Booker demanding a trade feels like that increases
and
exponentially. Where like, if you trade assets for Kevin Durant to Phoenix, you might not also be able to then go back to Phoenix for Devin Booker.
And Devin Booker is 10 years younger than Kevin Durant, and only like 6 years older than all your best players currently.
Could you get both of them?
Theoretically, it's possible. Oh, actually, no, it isn't possible. The Phoenix Suns would have to get under the second apron. You can't if you're over the second apron in the NBA, you can't trade 2 players together.
That's right.
So I guess it would have to be 2 different deals, maybe, but it's theoretically possible.
We'll see what happens. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Super Bowl licks. It's Sunday. Line is still KC by 1. If you were looking at this game and you're looking at the Eagles to win it, we think you're crazy. But how do they pull this thing off? And who's most likely to win MVP in this game? We'll discuss. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Super Bowl licks in New Orleans. It's the Chiefs. It's the Eagles. So generally the quarterback wins the MVP. It's a bit disappointing. I feel like there have been Super Bowls where the quarterback wasn't actually the best player and still the quarterback won the MVP. I think we've seen a lot of those, honestly.
I do think that this year, if one team wins it, it is very possible that the MVP isn't the quarterback.
Saquon?
If Saquon goes for 120 yards, 2 touchdowns, like I feel like Saquon will get it.
Can you guys guess the last time that a running back won Super Bowl MVP?
Running back?
Yeah.
Marshall Faulk, 1999.
I was going to say Jerome Bettis.
Sean, you were warm. The last time a running back won MVP.
Is it Terrell Davis?
Terrell Davis.
Oh, my
Super
God.
Bowl 32.
Oh, my God.
Isn't that insane?
That
Marshall
is
Faulk,
nuts.
now running back coach for Colorado.
Yes.
Yeah. Marshall Faulk never won a Super Bowl MVP
Wow.
because it was Kurt Warner for Super
Yeah.
Bowl 34. I'll give you all the MVPs from that point on. Because the 2 years before that, it was 96 Larry Brown and 97 Desmond Howard. It used to be a little bit all over the place.
Yeah.
But from that point on, John Elway, Kurt Warner, Ray Lewis, Tom Brady, Dexter Jackson, a Buccaneers safety who had 2 pick sixes against the Raiders.
Yep.
Brady again, Deion Branch, Hines Ward, Peyton Manning, Eli Manning, Santonio Holmes, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers, Eli Manning, Joe Flacco, Malcolm Smith, a linebacker for the Seahawks, Tom Brady, Von Miller, Tom Brady, Nick Foles, Julian Edelman, Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, Cooper Kupp, Patrick Mahomes, Patrick Mahomes.
So
did you say 3 linebackers?
4 defensive players.
Yeah, 4 defensive players.
4 defensive players, but mostly wide receivers as
Yeah.
the other guys who won.
No, I'm just saying 4 defensive players, including Malcolm Smith and whoever the safety for the Bucks was, won before a running back or since a running back.
Correct. Yeah.
Dominic Rhodes, by the way, was robbed.
That's what I thought.
06.
That Super Bowl where Peyton Manning won, I thought that the running backs for the Colts were both better than Peyton in that game. But hey, they're going to give it to the guy who finally gets his first Super Bowl victory.
The 07, at least the 07 one for the Giants should have been the entire 4-man front it should have been just down the line. What, Strahan, Tuck? I forgot the other guys. Matthias Kiwanuka.
Oh, Sean. Pulling him out the bag right now.
Strahan was still there for that one. I'm surprised they didn't give it to Strahan, but I don't think Strahan had a sack in that game. So that might have been the reason why. Whatever the case, it is rare that anyone other than a quarterback or wide receiver gets it. And when it's a defensive player, it does seem to be half the time just some random guy.
Yeah. It's like whoever caught the interception, basically.
Yeah, you gotta get a touchdown most likely.
Yeah, because did Malcolm Smith score a touchdown in that one?
I think he did, and I think for Von Miller, did Von Miller score a touchdown?
No, he just had
close,
a million sacks and maybe a forced fumble.
Yeah, he had the one where Cam Newton was afraid to jump on it, right?
Yeah, I felt like Von Miller picked it up and ran a couple of yards with it and didn't quite.
Yeah, maybe he was. You might be right, Paul. You might be right.
James Harrison didn't. I guess Antonio Holmes had that catch, but
yeah,
Harrison did have that pick 6 right before halftime.
Yeah,
it did change the game. I can't believe he got into the end zone.
I know,
because the clock ran out. It was the last play of the first.
The entire
half.
time, I was like, "Oh my god, this is going to be like a great play that's all for nothing," and he actually scored.
Yeah, because he took forever to get all the way down the field. So, who do you think is going to win MVP? I would say Saquon, but I feel like they're going to give it to Jalen Hurts if the Eagles win. And Saquon would probably be cool with that, given that this is the same guy who didn't go for the 2,100 whatever it is yard rushing record. Sits out the last game. I feel like he'd be okay with it. It's a Super Bowl after all.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
But
I don't think they win if he doesn't win the MVP. I mean, the way that James Cook was running against the Chiefs, like there's a weakness there. So I think if the Eagles are going to win, like Saquon's going to have to rush for 150 plus. If he does that with like a touchdown or 2, it's going to be his.
God, there just is so many reasons to pick the Eagles.
I know.
That's another one that we didn't even list earlier.
And it's probably the most logical one, honestly, of all of it. It's just, I mean, because like even like the Chiefs have some good corners that can match up with AJ Brown,
but they're
and
missing
Devontae.
one of them because they traded Snead to the Titans this offseason.
Yeah, but McDuffie's been good.
Jarius Snead. Well, McDuffie's a very good corner, no doubt about it. But you're going up against a really good receiver core. It's one thing, to have both those guys when you're going up against Deebo Samuel, who's not as good of a receiver. It was like great after the catch, is more so than good as a receiver, but also, Ayuk and stuff. For the 49ers, that was a really good receiver core. But this Eagles team, I mean, between those two guys, AJ Brown and Devontae Smith, like that's going to be tough. And yet, like, even though it makes so much sense, you can't do it. You can't pull the trigger.
I kind of want to if I'm going to go for someone else,
Dallas
now,
Goedert, scary.
So I want to go for Zach Bond, the linebacker from the Eagles. That dude's all over the place when he's out there.
Does he get an interception in a pass intended for Travis Kelce?
Yeah, or maybe one of the pass rushers for.
It sounds like
Philly.
Jalen Carter returned to practice today finally, after being sick all week.
Jalen Carter, plus 7,000 on my bookie right now.
Karlaftis, the way they started the playoffs, if he cooks the Eagles,
I just don't see any way that someone not named Mahomes or Kelce wins Super Bowl MVP for the Chiefs.
Yeah, I think it's Kelce is the one that I would watch out for, just because, if this is the
NFL
last
wants
dance,
to give it to him,
yeah.
And then they want the moment with Taylor Swift up on the stage.
I mean,
plus
think about
1,500.
MVP, Super Bowl champion proposes to Taylor Swift, retires. What a moment!
I'm going to Disney World.
What a moment!
Can you bet on Taylor Swift to be allowed on the stage with the Super Bowl celebration?
I would assume so.
That tab is on my bookie.
Because last year, when she was there, she did not go all the way up to the stage. By the way, guess who was at the NFL Honors Awards last night?
The GOAT?
No.
T Swift?
No. Because Travis Kelce wasn't there because of the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
Jordan?
Michael Jordan?
No.
Jordan,
Bill
whatever.
Belichick's
Jordan,
girlfriend.
Jordan Hudson.
Future Jordan Belichick?
Yeah, Jordan Belichick was there.
No.
Who else was there?
I couldn't believe this happened. Someone actually sent me this because now I have an army of T Swifties. Travis Kelce's ex-girlfriend was at the NFL Honors last night.
Why?
Kayla Nicole was at that, and all of a sudden, guess what? She's back in the headline. She's making her pick. She's predicting Super Bowl 59.
She better pick the Eagles.
Why is she
picked
there?
she picked the Bills last week. She is picking Kansas City.
What? No.
I love how there. Guess how many articles there are about this?
5?
Too many. Yes.
Okay.
More than 5. More than 5. Travis Kelce's ex, Kayla Nicole, opens up about dating an athlete 1 hour ago. I want to say the bad word. Can I say the bad word?
I wouldn't.
Psycho stalker.
Yes, that's fair.
She showed up at the NFL Honors.
But she had to get invited, Paul.
That's true, but she looked like she was taking pictures by herself.
Okay, I was going to ask if she was someone's plus
No,
one.
if it was +1, that would make sense. But it looks like she was there on her own.
Maybe she's friends with has she got into the Josh Allen crew?
Well, she claims to be a sports journalist, and she's not at all. And this is what a lot of the people who were coming back at me because they said, you're just jealous of a successful black woman. I'm like, she's not a journalist. She just dated somebody. She hasn't done anything with her life since then, except for monetize the fact that she used to date this guy who's now dating the most famous person on the planet. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Why do you go? It's so weird.
That's all she's got? What else does she have? This is all she's known for?
She got kicked off of the Special Forces show. She didn't make it. She was eliminated.
The one with Cam Newton?
Right. She was on that show too.
Do you watch that?
No, I
saw the commercial.
I am way too up on Travis Kelce's ex because she won't stop talking about him. And I went super viral for talking about this once.
Okay.
It's crazy.
I just want to make sure you weren't. Because I knew that. I just want to make sure, Special Forces, you come at me for a lot of the bad television.
No,
I won't even watch Special Forces.
I wouldn't watch that either. No, but there's an interview where she's being asked about things, and she says yeah, I used to date Travis Kelce, and she, one of the first things she brings up, and then at the very end, when she gets voted off, she does this speech where she's talking about, how she's made friends here, and she says, thought I was gonna have a family. Thought I was gonna have a husband. Then I met you guys. It felt like I was really developing something like that. It's crazy. Anyway, sorry. I can't believe that this person keeps on popping back into my life.
Gator fried rice.
Not his life, Travis Kelce's life. She's trying to force her way back in.
So she was a sideline reporter for the Lakers?
No, she wasn't a sideline reporter. She was not. She was basically like the in-studio host.
Okay.
She like claims sports journalism. Shut up. That's not. You're just a hot person with a microphone. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but don't go out of here and try to claim sports journalism.
She's just there because she's used to Travis.
That was before, though.
What's her name?
We're not giving her publicity. We're not doing it. She's Travis Kelce's ex. That's what she wants to be known as. She wants to be known as Travis Kelce's ex. So that's all we'll say.
What a sad thing to be known for. Like, that's all you got?
Yeah. Largo is funny. Says Pauly sounds jealous. Yes, I am. How is she? It drives me crazy. This person is just continuing to get meal tickets to relevance because she dated someone who's now dating someone who's famous. Insane.
Yeah. 3 hours ago from page 6, Kayla Nicole, sorry, Paul, puts her dreams on the back burner just for ex-Travis Kelce
dreams?
during the relationship. It was a, quote, struggle.
It's insane. She keeps on, like, everyone wants to ask her about this. It's been 3 effing years. Move on. It was an on and off relationship. I know too much about this. I know way too much
Did
about
they meet
this.
on that reality TV show?
No.
Catching Kelce?
No. And a texter points out she's smoking hot. Yes, Kayla Nicole is a beautiful woman. There's no denying that. But she's not so strong and independent, in my opinion, seeing as she's crashing the NFL Honors Awards last night.
She's doing interviews here, it looks like, on the red carpet.
Is she the interview subject?
No,
Or
she's
the
interviewing
interviewer?
Derrick Henry right here in this video I'm watching.
Oh, my God.
Journalist.
She's a real capital J journalist now.
Well,
For what outlet is she? Does her microphone have a logo on it?
No, I can't tell what it says.
Okay.
So she might be doing on her own brand.
So can I
Independent
zoom in here?
journalist.
It's insane though. This is stalker behavior. This is 100% stalker behavior. And she's going to claim that she's a sports journalist based off of this. And the BS thing is, like, she gets access to this. Why? Because she's been relevant like 2 years ago. I watched her demo reel. Joe, people want this content from me. I don't know what to say. They want this content from me. I'm going to post this clip. It'll probably blow up again. And I don't understand why, but people want this content from me. Do you know what the first thing on her demo reel is? Do you know what it's from?
I bet you it's her and Travis.
No, it's
Oh,
not
okay.
actually, which credit to her. She was at something called and I bleep you not, the Ween Awards.
What's that for?
It's women empowering, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't stand for wiener, but she was at the Ween Awards. She's going around interviewing people.
This claims she used to work for Barstool?
No, she did not. I know that place's history pretty well. She did not. There's lots of claims out there like she did this, she did that, she did this, she did that. No, she has forged her resume more than Jack effing Easterby. It's crazy.
She's on the red carpet, though.
Yeah, I know. This is, again, one of many reasons where, yeah, I'm jealous and I'm a hater.
You wish you were at NFL Honors.
Yes, I do.
See, we should have gone.
It's my favorite league.
You know what, guys? I don't know about the rest of the station. We're going to Radio Row next year because I want the confrontation. Paul versus Kayla on the red carpet. I need it. I need you to interview Kayla Nicole on the red carpet now. Why are you here?
It'd be very funny if at the end of all this, you make a brand off of someone who being angry at someone who made a brand off of leech. It's just all the way down.
That's what's happening right now. That's what's happening. And I suppose that's what I have to do. You just got to be a leech. You have to be a leech that just doesn't stop sucking. You keep on sucking and glugging on that blood. You know?
That blood.
The blood. Right.
Okay.
The blood.
I was wondering what we're doing to get our way to the top.
Anyways, thank you for allowing me to just go on that little mini rant there. Let's just go straight into the 10-minute drill and talk about the things that actually happened at the NFL Honors. So Josh Allen is the NFL MVP. Per Ian Rappaport, it's a stunner. I don't know if it's a stunner. Honestly, if I had to vote for the MVP, I would have given it to Josh Allen. I would have given it to Josh Allen because the Bills had 13 wins. The Ravens had 12. I would have given it to Josh Allen because he did not have Stephon Diggs going into this year. They did trade for Amari Cooper at the trade deadline. He did not have very good statistics. I would give it to Josh Allen over Lamar Jackson because Lamar Jackson got Derrick Henry. And yeah, I'll admit there was a little bit of fatigue with the playoff performance that he had last year. Thinking it was going to be different this year. He did play better in that game against the Bills, but he did have a couple of costly mistakes in that game. I don't think it's a stunner that Josh Allen won. It's just strange that people voted Lamar Jackson as first team All-Pro and the same voters voted for Josh Allen as MVP.
I think that's why it's surprising because we already knew that award or recognition for these players. So I think that's why people were surprised because we all just assumed the voting would follow suit. I didn't realize, honestly, that it was the same people that voted on this for both those awards. So that's why it's surprising. I'm with you, though. I would have voted for Josh Allen for the same reason. Mostly, Derrick Henry was with Lamar this year. It makes him less valuable by the definition of the award, where Josh Allen, yes, he is James Cook, but his wide receiver room is worse. His defense was worse this year. He was on the worst team, and he did more with it, I thought, in the regular season. Could have gone either way, though.
That's why I don't really like the MVP, or that's part of the reason I don't like MVP is because it turns into who had worst teammates award.
Yeah.
It's like, who cares? Like, what are we talking about?
I'm bummed out no one had the balls to give Saquon Barkley MVP.
Did he not get a vote?
He did not get one first place vote.
Wow.
So the way that it's voted now, you get a first place vote, second place vote, third place vote, and a fourth place vote.
The Russell Wilson rule. Yeah.
Right. And voting is on a 10-5-3-2-1 basis, I guess. So I'm not sure how that 100% works, but Allen got 27 first place votes. Jackson got 23. Allen got 22 second place votes. Jackson got 26. One vote for Josh Allen was a third place vote. One vote for Lamar Jackson was a fourth place vote. No one voted Saquon Barkley as first. He had one vote for second. No one voted Joe Burrow, who I think had a very compelling case for MVP, as MVP either. He had one second place vote.
Yeah, actually, I thought it was going to be closer from Josh Allen, Lamar, Saquon, Joe Burrow. I thought there was going to be more argument. And like, I do think you have to win for me to be, if I were to give you a top two vote, like Joe Burrow's team didn't make the playoffs. And I know it's not his fault.
That's
and
fair.
It's the argument of why, because, you know, Jamar Chase is a Triple Crown winner this year. No votes for Offensive Player of the Year. Doesn't make any sense. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in terms of voting.
Ever heard?
I mean, he won the Triple Crown? He didn't get a single vote for Offensive Player of the Year. That's crazy.
It is bizarre.
That's absolutely insane. But I thought Saquon would get more first place votes. I thought it was gonna be a little bit closer. But the top five makes sense. Jared Goff being the fifth guy, I think that's totally fair.
More awards. Coach of the Year, Kevin O'Connell.
Yep.
I agree with that one.
Totally.
Comeback Player of the Year, Joe Burrow. I mean, he was hurt for half the year.
I kind of hate the comeback player of the year because I don't really know, like, are they coming back? There's coming back from injuries.
Are they coming back from being dead?
Yeah.
Like Damar Hamlin.
Remember, he
didn't get it because Joe Flacco won it. Right.
Yeah.
And Flacco was just like, wait, he's coming back from
Sucking.
no team wanted him?
Yeah.
Yes.
Being bad at
But then, like,
football.
I hated the Damar Hamlin thing was like, well, yeah, you know, he died.
On the field for a second.
But like, also, like, then no one voted for John Mechie. And I was like, well, this is stupid. Like, if you're going to do sentimental votes, then just do sentimental votes.
Yeah.
He beat cancer, came off an ACL, played in NFL games. Like,
again, are we deciding on, like,
that's what I'm saying.
Who's the best player that overcame something or who overcame the most? Or is it somewhere in the middle?
I think it's somewhere in the middle.
I think it's whoever we want to effing give an award to.
Because Damar Hamlin still got votes this year. What's he coming back from? He came back
coming back from
coming back from being
yeah.
dead.
Oh, he actually played in games this year, so he came back.
Yeah, he was actually good this year.
Mm-hmm. Saquon Barkley, Offensive Player of the Year. Patrick Surtain, Defensive Player of the Year. They gave it to a defensive back. That's surprising. Offensive Rookie of the Year, Jaden Daniels. Defensive Rookie of the Year, which Kamari Lassiter was not nominated for. He should have been. Jared Verse, the Rams, really good defensive player. Jaden Daniels' Hail Mary against the Bears was the moment of the year. Sorry, Joe. The Walter Payton Man of the Year, Eric Armstead of the Jaguars. I wonder, they probably just focused on the Commanders side of that Hail Mary and not the dumbass Tyreek Stevenson jawing with fans.
Yeah,
that helps make it though.
It does make it. I think it's part of the moment.
It made it a better moment.
Yeah, I think it's all encompassing.
Tyreek Stevenson has to be the dumbass of the year because this is the same guy who got into it with Nico Collins.
Yeah. He's trying to be CJ Gardner-Johnson.
Right.
They should do dumbass of the year.
I would love that.
I think they should do worst coach of the year. Probably Eberflus. Biggest bust of the year.
Yeah.
Probably Caleb.
CJ Stroud.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Or anti-coach of the year, an anti-GM of the year,
anti-assistant coach of the year,
anti-comeback player of the year. Who got worse?
Who was the worst thing ever? Who did we not want to see return?
You should have stayed retired.
Joe Flacco. Anti-comeback player of the year.
Kirk Cousins.
We also found out about the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Eli Manning did not get in his first year of eligibility. Antonio Gates did get in. It's the smallest Hall of Fame class since 2005. It also featured Sterling Sharp. So he and Shannon Sharp, the first brothers, to make it to the NFL Hall of Fame. I love that.
Damn.
I love that.
Damn. They just robbed the Manning
family. And rubbing it in, too.
I think they did it on purpose.
Jared Allen, who brought wearing number 69 back. Shout out to him. And Eric Allen also made it. So just a 4-person Hall of Fame class. It's the smallest since 2005.
I'm just glad Eli didn't get in first ballot.
Yeah, I am too.
I think he's going to get in because it's not the Hall of Fame anymore. It's the Hall of Very Good.
But given Mariano Rivera was a unanimous vote to the Hall of Fame, and Derek Jeter was an all but one unanimous vote to the Baseball Hall of Fame, like the New York Mafia, imposing their will here. It is a real thing.
Yeah. Oh, and CeCe Sabathia being first ballot. It is crazy.
If Eli Manning had, I get it with CeCe because he did have the 3,000 strikeouts, but
Eli's got 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, he does. He also, 500 record.
Exactly.
Wins when it counts.
He's 117 and 117. It's hard for me to be like, that's a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Bill Belichick's girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, was the showstopper of the NFL honors. She was. She looked like a very strong, powerful, independent woman. She was wearing her Bridgewater State cheerleader championship ring or something. It was a big ring. Bill Belichick was wearing all of his rings. Snoop Dogg was the MC of the NFL Honors Awards. He was wearing a head-to-toe Steelers uniform, wearing number 20.
Yeah.
And he roasted Belichick and Hudson. Hudson's face is pretty funny when she hears this joke.
Because I've been a football fan for a long, long time. I mean, I remember back when the Cowboys was good. I remember back when the Chiefs was bad. And I remember, what was it? Bill Belichick's girlfriend wasn't even born yet.
Belichick's smirking and Jordan Hudson's like,
Well, I mean, because Bill's just like, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I know. Yeah.
It's 2 consenting adults, okay?
It's weird.
If you let it be weird.
It's weird, but
I'm kidding, it's weird.
No, it's weird, but good for Bill.
Good for Bill.
Yeah, good for Bill.
It's weird. It's too weird for me to say good for Bill.
I mean, she could be a cheerleader at North Carolina next year.
I guess if she hasn't graduated yet, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, she wouldn't be the oldest person involved. I'm guessing in Carolina football.
Yeah, 25, 24.
I'm guessing they have a 25-year-old tight end somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's possible.
I better keep her away from the team then.
Oh, what does that mean?
Maybe she'll find someone younger.
Maybe.
I mean, she could have literally anyone younger than her current boyfriend.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. We got Sean behind the glass. That is the 10-minute drill. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. We're 5 days away from Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach. What are we to make of this Alex Bregman update that we saw last night? And the commissioner of baseball finally weighs in on the Dodgers cheating the system. Stay put.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
One text I need to address it because there's some truth in it, but it's painful. From the 832, Paul will forever be jealous of people who are more important than him. Yes, I will fully admit that. I'll never lie. I am. You were a low-rated radio host. That's untrue. But she ranks higher. I just don't want her to claim being a sports journalist. That's it. Okay? You boinked Travis Kelce on and off for multiple years. Good for you. Good for you.
And she just turned it into something.
I mean, like, the best I could do is, what could I say? Really, all I've got is, like, one time I dated somebody who was in a traveling Broadway show. Or I dated somebody who has the same last name as a powerful family that is also a part of that family. That's all I got.
I'm intrigued now.
And I should have made my...
I don't know that one.
I should have made my brand that. It's too far. Too far at this point down to go back.
Can we get Paul like a...
Chelsea Clinton? Oh.
Can we get Paul like a WNBA girl?
Had the Rocket or the Comets come?
Yeah. I mean, it would be now. I think Cameron Brink's engaged, but it would be pretty funny just from an optics perspective because Cameron Brink's a full foot taller than me. It would be kind of funny. People would be like, "Who's this soy boy cuck dating Cameron Brink?" And then people would hate on me for that. But anyway, she's a strong, powerful, independent woman, as is just about everyone except for Kayla Nicole. Anyway, we're closer and closer to Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach. 5 days away. Jeff Bagwell days away. Give me that bone. So, from Ari Alexander and others, I think John Heyman put this out there as well. The Astros have improved their initial offer to free agent third baseman Alex Bregman, but that improved offer is unlikely to get the deal done, according to his source. That's the latest we have. I do think it is Scott Boras' gamesmanship trying to drum up more competition for an offer that no one's been willing to match that the Astros offered, which is 6 years, $156 million. So I guess it's slightly more than that. Is it 6 years, 160? Is it? We don't know the actual details, but it doesn't seem like anyone's biting or saying to themselves, "Oh, the Astros increased their offer. We'll do the same thing." Because you would think that there would be some sort of reporting of that to drum up more interest after that. No one's that desperate for Bregman.
Yeah, it just seems like people don't want to. They just don't want to give him what he wants. Like, no matter what side of it is, length, money, dollars, whatever. Like, they're just not going to get there. I really don't. We'll wait and see what happens. I kind of flipping back to the other way now, like to what Sean was saying earlier. Like, the longer this goes, feels like more likely the chance that Alex Bregman's an Astro. Unless something like dramatic happens in spring training that makes someone desperate, which like could be the Astros. Like if anything happens, we saw what happened last year. As soon as Graveman got hurt, Jim Crane panicked, and he just went all in on Josh Hader. Like,
yeah,
Altuve runs into a wall, and Alex Bregman's back.
It really could be that, or just like Isaac Paredes, high ankle sprain, out 6 to 8 weeks.
God, don't.
Now Alex Bregman signs the highest contract in Astros team history,
just like
which he is already being offered.
Like Kendall Graveman to Josh
yeah,
Hader
where
last
it's like
year.
you do there is a setback. You do like have a missing piece, but then you get the Cadillac version of what that missing piece is.
Yeah, never underestimate and I hate to put it on the training staff or medical staff, but never underestimate the bone saws. You're going nowhere close to the field for the next 3 months with a shin bruise. You're going nowhere. Like, those guys always seem to find ways to keep Astros players off the field for a long period of time. And I like to blame them even if it's not their fault.
It feels like we can blame them, though.
The Kyle Tucker thing.
It's either them
it's
either them or the communication.
Because the communication's horrible.
Yeah, we know that for sure. Like,
we know
think
that.
back to Dusty Baker.
But I don't know if it's
or
both.
how many hands.
Yeah, I don't know if it's both. Where it's like it is the communication of the mistreatment, or if it's just communication.
I do think with Dana Brown's a little bit different. I think he is overly optimistic about injuries.
Yeah,
and it's biting him in the ass because of what he had promised, and then now it's not happened with Garcia, McCullers, Tucker, and their returns from injury. And feels like will be the same with Christian Javier, where they're telling everyone the right things.
Yeah.
But it's either a flat out lie, or he hears from the doctor the earliest is this, and then he stops listening to like everything that says after.
Even then, like Tommy John is not 12 months. It is longer than 12 months. And if Javier got Tommy John in June of last year, saying he's going to come back after the All-Star break or at the All-Star break, like that is just not how Tommy John surgery works.
Nope, it's not. It's a good point.
According to them, it is.
So we've also got an update on the Dodgers and their blatant disrespect for the economics of the 29 other teams. I won't shame them for it. It's nice to have an ownership group that cares enough about a fan base to spend that much money. You just wish it wasn't the Dodgers. Rob Manfred had this to say about baseball and the lack of a salary cap yesterday. Rob Manfred, quote, "This is an issue we need to be vigilant on. We need to pay attention to it and need to determine whether there are things that can be done to allay those kinds of concerns and make sure we have a competitive and healthy game going forward." No bleep. More from Manfred. The Dodgers are a really well-run, successful organization. Everything they do is consistent with our rules. These are all positives, trying to give your fans the best possible product. I recognize, however, and my emails certainly reflect that there are fans in other markets who are concerned about their team's ability to compete. And we always have to be concerned when our fans are concerned about something, but pinning it on the Dodgers, I'm not in that camp. I'd rather pin it on the 29 other owners who are cheap, because I think there's a lot of cheap owners in baseball who get away from it. But I really wonder, what's Rob Manfred, spineless sock puppet of the Players Association, going to do here?
Well, I think the problem is that the owners are going to want a salary cap. Like they're going to want to cap this thing. And years, I think they want to look more like the NFL, is what my gut tells me, in terms of like, you have a rookie contract, you can be extended, maybe you hit free agency, maybe there's a franchise tag, but they've got bigger problems than like spending money. You've got multiple teams without a home, either in a real stadium or on television. You've got multiple markets who have created television stations that are just getting obliterated financially and are losing money. Like, you have a bunch of markets that, like, they're not even on TV. So like, they got bigger problems. But the Dodgers, I just don't view them as this like massive problem. The Yankees did not win every World Series. The best baseball team I've ever seen in my life, straight up, not being a homer here for Astros fans, is the 2019 Astros. There's no better team I think I'll ever see. Even this Dodgers team. Like, Kyle Tucker batted 8th. Like, Jordan Alvarez is in that lineup with Correa and Springer and all those guys. You have Cole, Verlander, Greinke.
Yeah, and Garrett Cole didn't give up like an earned run for 2 months or whatever it was. It was crazy.
And they lost. It's baseball.
And they lost to a team that won like 88 regular season games.
Like, they lost.
That had 2 good bullpen arms.
The Dodgers might win the next 3 World Series. Yes. They're not ruining baseball.
They'll be the favorites for the next 3, but we don't know if they'll actually win them.
The A's owner, the Cubs owner, the Rays owner, the Orioles owner.
Yeah. Although they got a new one now, so that's at least better.
Yeah, but like, they're supposed to be one of the best teams in the American League. They haven't signed a single major free agent this offseason.
I was gonna say he's like the anti-Matt Ishbia, where he buys the team and then immediately normally they make the mistake by spending too much money He's doing the opposite.
He's just like, I'm just here.
Yeah.
Like,
Just no need to rush into things. Like, no, actually, guys, your fan base would love for you to re-sign Corbin Burns.
yeah,
or
like you
whatever.
might be the biggest threat to the Dodgers, and they're just like, eh.
Yeah.
I mean, even only the Mets have only signed 2 guys this offseason, basically.
I don't know how you incentivize them to spend. You would think, though, that they would realize that we should.
I think that's why I think where the salary cap comes in is like you give them a floor, you give them a ceiling, and it kind of forces the balance.
Yeah, because like NBA teams are forced to spend up to 90 or at least 90% of the salary cap. So if you don't, all you'd have to do is then write a check for the difference and give it to all the players on your team. But at least like every team in the NBA is going to spend up to the salary cap or up to that point of the salary cap. NFL is somewhat, I think it's similar to that. Baseball's the only one where it's like you have a $300 $300 million payroll and also a $50 million payroll.
One final thought. You're right on that. Maybe something that you add to baseball's standings. What's their profit margin for each team?
I was going to say maybe baseball teams just aren't as successful as we think they are. Maybe like the business of owning a baseball team is bad.
That's what's crazy though. The Mariners were like second in profit like a couple of years ago when they stunk
because they don't spend any
But
money.
there's also I think some of these owners are lying about like
definitely
like they
at least publicly,
and like the stadium profit versus their payroll profit like might equal like they look like they made a bunch of money, but some of them have made like really bad investments.
Yeah, and maybe they're embezzling some of it. Yeah, I'm with you there.
Like you think if Jim Crane opens a bunch of bars and restaurants that are struggling to get people in them is good for the Astros? It's not.
No,
because that's bad on your profit.
No, because people will come only if they win because that area is not ideal. It's better than it was for what it's worth. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Super Bowl licks just a couple of days away. An ugly loss for the Rockets last night. Stick around. Rockets had a gross loss last night. You look at the final score, you would assume that they got their asses kicked in a game where against Minnesota, who was on the second night of a back-to-back, you lose 127-114. That's not a reflection of what happened, though. The Rockets were in it until the last 6 minutes. And then they looked fatigued, tired, lackadaisical, and I get it that they're a young team and all, but you've lost 4 games in a row. Where's the heart of a champion?
I don't know if they have it.
For now, they definitely don't.
Yeah.
They don't have, I mean, look, let's just start off with this. There's no Anthony Edwards. And Edwards was stupid down the stretch.
He's so good.
He had 2 and 1s down at the very end of the game. One of them, he's driving the lane. He gets bumped. He falls back. I don't know how he got it off the top of the backboard and in.
Yeah.
And then he had another one where he missed a shot, looked like he was dead-legged, but the Rockets have put no energy into getting the rebound. So he gets the rebound and somehow gets between 2 Rockets players, drives to the bucket, gets another and one.
Yeah, that's really where like this game. I mean, so like it's 107-106, and then Anthony Edwards has the next 11 points.
Yeah, he scored everything down the stretch.
He had 11 straight for the Timberwolves. He took over in a way that you dream a Rockets player will one day be able to take over a game. It's why he's one of the best, like 6 or 7 young players or just players in the NBA.
I think 6 total. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's up there. I don't know what the order is, but it's him, Giannis, Jokic, Doncic,
SGA.
and SGA probably. Yeah.
The only American on this list is Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
Tatum.
Number 1 in our hearts.
I don't put Tatum quite up there, even though he won the title. I think I still, if I could pick between Edwards and Tatum, I'm taking Edwards.
Yeah, I just mean Tatum's in that group. I don't know if he's better, but he's in that group.
But he's that next group. Yeah.
He's knocking on the door. That's for sure.
But yeah,
Even though
Edwards
he's a champion.
Yes. Couldn't play for Team USA.
Has Jaylen Brown, who also couldn't play for Team USA. Yeah. Nike.
But
right?
but Drew Holiday and Derek White wouldn't have won without you guys.
That's true.
Yeah, that was an ugly one for the Rockets. The last 5 games have been. They got to learn how to close, how to finish. Just play better in the fourth quarter, because the fourth quarter problems have been an issue all year, but they're just being exposed in a way that I'm not really sure like what Ime does to fix this.
He's going to light him up publicly, and I'm sure right now you've lost 5 in a row. I don't know what more can be said. I got to say, didn't like hearing this. This is Dylan Brooks after the game. Dylan Brooks was first asked if there's anything that the Timberwolves did down the stretch that impressed you, that surprised you. Here's what he had to say, and then he gets asked a follow-up question.
First quarter, we were extremely soft on him, and he got way too comfortable.
Did I save that one as the wrong thing, too? I can't believe that 3 audio cuts saved as the same exact cut yesterday. But anyway, basically Dylan Brooks bitched about the referees.
Yeah, it's the wrong time to do that. It's not what lost you the game. The referees are not hitting threes in your face.
No.
As Anthony Edwards is doing it. As I did do my apology to Dylan Brooks. I will stand by that apology. I want to see Jabari. I think they need Jabari out there when he's healthy in the closing group. I think they need another scorer. Dylan Brooks' defense, honestly, like, he's supposed to be this lockdown defender. You know, it's not like Ime was putting him on Anthony Edwards last night in the closing moments. Also, where's Amen Thompson guarding Anthony Edwards in the closing moments? Like, isn't that the guy like who's like the most athletic guy on the court? I don't know.
Fair questions.
Jabari needs to be in that closing group. And it doesn't mean he has to be in your starting lineup if you want to start Dylan Brooks.
But some are putting that out there too. Hey, when Jabari's back, and we still got some time to wait on that, right? I think we have like another 2 weeks.
Well, it was 4 to 8 weeks at the beginning of January. So either he's coming back immediately after the All-Star break, or it's another 3 weeks after that.
Yeah. I guess this we get him back after the break.
I saw a video of him shooting before the game.
Okay.
So whatever that's worth.
And he didn't injure himself again, so that's also good too. Because he injured himself in a shoot around before the game against the Celtics, which led to more Amen Thompson. So Thompson's going to stay out there. Does Dylan Brooks go to the bench? Do you just have 2 just completely obnoxious players from the other team's perspective coming off the bench for you, where first off, it's Tari Eason, and then second, it's
Yeah.
Dylan Brooks. And then third, it's Cam Whitmore.
Oh, also Steven Adams. Like this just pain in the ass after pain in the ass coming on.
But like, what did it like? Think about how a bench unit from another team would handle that. Like, you would think it wouldn't go very well for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's what made Tari Eason and Amin Thompson so dangerous at the early part of the season coming off the bench. Yeah, they come in and they are basically, they're not actually full court pressing, but they are putting like ball pressure in the backcourt against backup point guards and secondary creators and just taking the ball away from them most nights.
Yeah, but like Amen, Jalen, Fred VanVleet, Jabari, Şengün, I think just makes more sense to me. I guess if you want to leave Tari out there instead of Dylan Brooks and keep Jabari Smith coming off the bench, like that would make some sense. I don't know if he scores enough, but like at the end of the game, I think you're gonna need Jabari out there.
Probably. But the problem is your young players, something's missing, at least right now. And it does feel like Ime Udoka, at least of late, I'm sure there's cycles like this over the course of an 82-game season, is not reaching the players.
Yeah, it just seems that the message is not getting there.
Right.
How do I reach these kids?
How do you do it? What do you do? Suicides after practice?
Spin the chair backwards, sit down. Let's have a rap sesh.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, they're so young. Like, I don't know what would work for Amen Thompson.
I will say they are so young. Anthony Edwards is 1 year older than Jalen Green. We're just
great point.
We just put Anthony Edwards in like top 10, top 5 conversations, and meanwhile we're like, again, like there's a segment of the fan base where every time Jalen Green has 2 straight good games, everyone has to apologize, and like, I don't know. That to me is like where that's what the Minnesota games, like the crystallization of like our young guys aren't like that guy.
Yeah,
and they're not really. I mean, Şengün was all right. Şengün was pretty good, but I think you brought up a good point earlier in the show when we were talking about it, that being a big and dominating the game late when you can't just like dribble the ball up the court and have the ball in a scoring position when you need a pass to get you either on rolling on a pick and roll or in a post up situation, like that does limit how effective you can be late in game, especially when the one guy who could throw an entry pass is on the sideline named Fred VanVleet.
And then, you know, it's like that's where like the baby Jokic stuff to me always says like it goes too far.
Yeah, because Jokic can just dribble the ball
exactly.
up the court.
He can do anything he wants from anywhere on the court. Where like Şengün is kind of isolated to like one area. Like, yes, he can kind of shoot a little bit.
Yeah, he'll
like,
put him up just to whatever.
But like you can't rely on it. And if you can't rely on Jalen, you can't rely on Amen. Like,
there's no one you can really rely on yet. And eventually there might be, but yeah, it doesn't feel like, if just to go back to where Sean was saying, doesn't feel like these young players are going to be that guy anytime soon. And that lends itself to the offseason discussions about, hey, Durant, hey, can we figure out how to get Devin Booker? Because that's what you need, I think, to go a little bit further. Jalen Green having the start that he had last night and then just a complete crash out after that's what the Jalen Green experience to a T.
Yeah.
Normally that's just over the course of 3 games in a month, in a week, not over 2 halves of basketball.
That's what it feels like these last 5 games. Like we're getting like the full Rockets experience, like from start to finish. Like the full, like what this team can or cannot be. Like you're just seeing it flow.
They look awesome the first 3 quarters at MSG. You're like, oh my God, these guys are awesome. Like they're ready, kind of ready to win right now.
Yeah.
And then they, again, that, you know, Jalen Brunson did have basically, like, he closed him out the way Anthony Edwards did on Monday. Like he had a very similar game where each time down the court, down the stretch, it is our guy's better than anyone that you have. And that's what Brunson did. And really the 2 aberrations are the 2 Nets games, where one complete no-show by the Rockets, the other one literally throwing the ball to the other team.
They need the dude. They need a dude.
The closer.
Fred VanVleet. Let's do it. Bring him back.
Oh. Cooper Flag.
Well, how do you get him?
Suns pick.
The Suns pick.
The Suns pick. Lottery luck with the Suns pick.
Gotcha.
How wild would that be?
If they finally get,
I mean,
If like
the
they
lottery
won the
luck.
lottery with the Suns pick, that'd be so funny.
I mean, last year when it would look like it was going to be Reed Shepherd, we are like, do you want another young guy? Do you want another 20-year-old on the team?
Cooper, yes. Or Ron Harper's kid, Dylan, yes.
Is he definitively the best?
There's actually like 3 prospects that are pretty good in this.
Because I know I've heard about
group,
Cooper Flag for a while.
Yeah. I mean, Dylan Harper's pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, and Harper is more of like a traditional like scoring type of guy, where Flag, like all of his comps are like Andre Karolinko and like really interesting like wings that don't do a ton of scoring but do all the other stuff. He's like kind of a Swiss Army knife type. Not so much of, oh my God, this guy's going to score 30 points a game.
Yeah, but like if you won the lottery, Devin Booker is definitely a rocket next year. If you win the lottery with their pick.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, guys. Super Bowl X is upon us. Let's make some bets. One last pick six to rule them all. One last pick six to guide them. One last pick six to end the darkness. Guide them? I don't know. Whatever. It's Gallant George. Stay put. Let's do it. Super Bowl licks. Chiefs, Eagles. We'll pick the actual game later. Let's do the fun prop bets, though, for Super Bowl 59. We got to do a President Donald J. Trump bet.
Okay.
I can't believe he is the first sitting president to attend a Super Bowl.
That is shocking to me.
I mean, we are at the 59th iteration of this.
Yeah.
Bush didn't go to any?
None of them have
No
gone to any.
president have gone to
Nixon didn't go into
I
any.
just assume since they go to baseball games.
Yeah, they'll go to a regular season Nats game, but they won't go to the Super Bowl. It's crazy.
This one in New Orleans. There's a couple of fun ones. Let's pick one of these and then say screw it. Actually make the pick. You've got the Trump pre-game interview one, and you've got the Trump game props. Here are the Trump pre-game interview ones. How long will the interview be? How many times will Brett Baer interrupt Trump? What will Trump say first? Either Super Bowl or Make America Great. Which city will Trump mention first? Which team will he predict to win the Super Bowl? Which player will he mention first? Which of those floats your boat?
I'm going to take the under on interruptions.
Under on
I don't think this is going to be a combative interview.
1.5 interruptions.
Yeah, give me the under. Although maybe he's just trailing off or something.
Okay.
I don't know. But I take
How
give
do
me
you
the
define an interruption?
Yeah. Does he cut him off?
Yeah.
I'll go under on that.
I would say under as well on that one. No, that seems like such a lock. I'm going to pick which team will Trump predict to win the Super Bowl. And I am going to go with the Chiefs, which is minus 500.
Is there a third option for what he says first, Super Bowl or Make America Great Again?
Nope, it's just those two. Make America Great plus 300.
Who's
Super
going to
Bowl
make football great again?
minus 500. Well, they're ending racism. I saw that Goodell, that soft boy, just took
that
end
DEI
racism out of the
stuff
end
is
zone.
definitely coming up.
And he's talking about DEI in his press conference, the State of the Union. Honestly, I to see in the end zone, choose love. I mean, I gotta say, Goodell, little gay dude, little gay. That would be funny if he did that.
I'm gonna go. He says Make America Great Again first.
Okay.
Super Bowl.
Okay. I think he's gonna pick the Chiefs to win. So we're kind of all
I think
over
Mahomes
the place.
is the first player you mentioned.
Okay.
Just to have a
yeah,
pick
I
on
would
that
think
one.
so. I would think so. Trump game props. How many times will he be shown during the game? Over, under 2. First time he's shown live, first quarter minus 600, second quarter plus 400, third quarter plus 700, fourth quarter plus 700. Will Trump wave the first time he is shown? No, negative 5,000. Yes, plus 1,000. Will he tweet during the Super Bowl? Yes, minus 120. No, minus 120. Which will be higher? Trump's weight, 215 pounds, or Jalen Hurts' passing yards?
Oh, there we go.
215?
Yeah. That seems.
Can we get a scale
light.
check on this?
That seems light.
I feel like we gotta make sure. I mean, he eats McDonald's every day.
Doesn't drink though.
215.
He drinks Coca-Cola every day. I guess Diet Coke.
Yeah, but he doesn't drink Diet Coke. He doesn't have alcohol.
Well, what's the waving one again? Plus 1,000 he waves?
Yes.
No, minus 1,000.
Minus it's sorry, guys. Just moved away. Will Trump wave the first time he is shown? No, negative 5,000. Yes, plus 1,000.
I'm taking the plus 1,000 he waves.
No, but he might be shown on TV and not know that he's on TV.
I think
it'll be that.
And there's a chance he doesn't wave.
I think he waves.
I don't
I'm
think
taking Trump to wave.
I can just see him just nodding.
Yeah, hopefully not an Elon Musk wave. Just be careful.
No.
Just be careful.
Just be
The
careful.
world will burn
Well,
down.
he's choosing to send his love.
Yes. Choose love. End love. Taylor Swift props. All right, that's 2 of them as we pick 6. Here are the fun ones for Taylor Swift. Will Taylor Swift be seen during the national anthem? No, negative 600. Yes, plus 350. Who will be seen first during the national anthem? Travis Kelce or Taylor Swift? Will Taylor Swift be shown during America the Beautiful? Who will be first to post on social media after the game? Trump, Taylor Swift. But wait, there's more. Will Taylor Swift be mentioned by any onstage performer during the halftime show? Will she be shown live after the Chiefs' first touchdown? Will she be shown live after Kelsey's first reception? Will Travis Kelce do Taylor Swift's heart hand celebration? Will Taylor Swift be shown on the air during the first quarter? What will happen first? Swift shown live. Either team scores a touchdown. When will Swift be shown live the first time? Will Travis Kelce propose to Swift on field after the Super Bowl?
I definitely think she's shown before a touchdown is scored.
Really?
Yeah.
What if first possession Kelsey scores a touchdown?
I think she'll be shown.
Before a touchdown.
I think before a touchdown.
I guess I was thinking like clarification on these bets. Like, okay. So she's shown during the anthem. Does that mean I also win? Or is that
I think that's pregame.
So pregame and game are different.
There's specific
post
anthem
kickoff
and America the Beautiful. There are so many props for Taylor Swift. It's
Kelsey
insane.
is shown in the anthem before Swift. I feel confident with that one.
Kelsey's shown before Swift in the anthem. I
Yes,
agree.
I feel confident in that
I agree.
one. But I think she gets shown on television first before a touchdown. Because normally in the Super Bowl, they show a lot of the celebrities early on as the broadcast begins.
But
I
that's
think we'll
like-
see Trump and Swift before a touchdown.
That's like second or third drive, I feel like. Right? That's normally like towards the end of the first quarter.
Yeah, but like during like one of like the plays in which the refs are colluding to help the Chiefs wins,
Whoa.
like they will what? They will
Whoa.
show Donald Trump and Taylor Swift.
Instead of showing the replay. Yeah.
They won't be in the same box. Is there a prop bet? Oh, I got one. I'm gonna make one.
Okay.
Since Brittany Mahomes and Taylor Swift no longer sit in the same box because of political things.
Oh, they do. They don't. They
No.
don't.
No, she got ousted.
Because I know Blake Lively's on the out too.
Yeah. Will
'Cause-
Brittany
'cause-
Mahomes be in Trump's box?
Oh, damn. That's a great question. Maybe.
I don't think so.
Will she be there? I guess she just had a baby.
That's probably also why she's not in Taylor Swift's box. Is that she's had a baby 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, they're still friends, I think.
I don't know.
Politics don't end friendships, guys.
They do for some people.
They did. I mean, Trump did say he hates her.
You know what? I would be upset if the president said that he hated me.
Yeah.
And my friends were like, still love him though. Still gonna vote for him. Like, he hates me.
Who has more security?
Taylor Swift or
Trump?
Trump.
Oh, I bet this is going to be the most secure Super Bowl
Trump
ever.
was shot at 6 months ago.
Yeah.
True.
And almost shot at again after that. Yeah. Also, New Orleans had a terrorist attack earlier this year. So
That's true. Why is he at this game?
Hey, it was like a month ago. I'm surprised.
it's going to be the most secure location ever, I guess. Anyway, so those are the fun prop bets. Actual game prop bets. Wait, hang on. There's one more. There's one more. I forgot about this
Okay.
one. This
Oh,
this
okay.
might be the most important one. I don't believe this is real.
It's real.
Heads or tails?
Tails.
Never fails.
It's not that one. Will Donna Kelsey, mother of Travis Kelsey, show cleavage? I don't believe this is real.
It's real.
I didn't think that you. Full transparency.
Plus 1,000, yes.
I sent this to the group chat. I didn't think we would actually talk about it.
Of
on
course
the
we
show.
would.
It's
a Friday.
It's bizarre.
Is it bizarre?
I'm Googling right now on company Wi-Fi Donna Kelsey cleavage props to see if I can find. They
At least you're looking at the props at the end of that, not just Donna Kelsey.
Yeah, I'm not
cleavage.
looking for the cleavage.
She's gonna wear a jersey. That's my take.
Yeah,
Jerseys don't really have cleavage.
No, it's hard to.
That might be the next evolution, though. of
Unless she
NFL
gets
fashion.
like Kyle Juszczyk's wife to.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the next step.
I mean, I remember Jessica Simpson used to have that at Romo games.
That's the next step.
Yeah, she'd have the pink Roma.
Yeah,
jersey.
it's minus 5,000 no, plus 1,000 yes. Yes,
Okay.
this is a real thing you can wait.
That's
I'm just
insane.
gonna put my rent on no,
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
and then be upset when she comes out.
Honestly, my question is she
Just like Bill Belichick's girlfriend.
That would be hilarious.
What?
She came to the Super Bowl dressed like that.
I lost $1,000 on this.
is she wearing the half jersey?
No, her son plays for one of the teams.
Jason said he's rooting for the Eagles.
I don't care about Jason. Her
Yeah, I don't
son
either.
plays for one of the teams.
She's
All
got
right.
kids basically on the other team.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
nothing wrong with
I
that.
forgot how much she loves Landon Dickerson or
Yeah.
whatever. Like, come on.
All right. Guys, now it's time to bet on the actual game itself. First off, who wins the MVP? Patrick Mahomes is the favorite at plus 110. Saquon Barkley second at plus 250. Jalen Hurts at plus 300. Travis Kelce at plus 1,500. And then after that, the odds get pretty long pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Travis Kelce's the fun play. It usually is a receiver who wins. Kelce, it stands to reason, would get the ball the most. I just think that's the one place where the Eagles actually match up pretty well. The Eagles have good linebackers who actually can cover, unlike the Houston Texans. They do not have guys that can cover. They just have guys who swarm.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm gonna
pick Travis Kelce at plus 1,500. You could get really crazy, Joe, and pick a defensive player.
Karlaftis.
Cooper DeJean, plus 20,000.
What's Hopkins?
DeAndre Hopkins also plus 20,000.
Give me Hopkins.
DeAndre Hopkins at plus
Wow.
20,000.
Give me DeAndre Hopkins.
Oh, you know what? Give me Worthy.
All right.
Xavier Worthy is.
He just needs to break a long one.
Xavier Worthy is plus 2,500.
He just needs to break a long one and have, a good game with one that's like 75 yards.
It's also easier for him because he could have a 2-touchdown game, and Mahomes might only throw one of them. He could get like a reverse touchdown or something like that would help him
if they
out
get
a lot.
weird with it. Yeah.
But I think that works against him in that I bet he'll have 3 touches and one of them goes for a lot of yards. And I think the fact that he probably is only going to have a few, that's going to hurt him. But maybe I'm wrong. We'll see.
Yeah, maybe it's a defensive game and like he just has 2 big plays. I don't know. It's not fun to say Mahomes, all right?
Yeah, it's boring.
That's all we're doing.
Jalen Carter is plus 7,000 for what it's worth. Zach Bond is plus 7,500. Nolan Smith plus 15,000. All right. The actual game itself. MyBookie.ag promo code Bet975. Chiefs are 1-point favorites against the Eagles for the big match. The big old match.
Chiefs.
Chiefs. Yeah.
I mean,
we're cowards, but you can't do it.
Well, if it's not a real spread. It's 1 point.
Yeah, that's the thing. If it was Chiefs minus 3.5, I'm taking the Eagle. Like if I'm getting a little cushioned here, but this is basically just like, do I think the Chiefs are going to win? Yes.
What's the over under? Let's pick that.
The over under is
It's in the
49.
high 40s,
49?
yeah. 49.5.
No, it's just
49 flat.
I'm gonna take the over.
I'm taking under.
I think I lean under too.
Eagles want to run the ball. I think the Chiefs are going to try to run the
Yeah,
ball.
24-20 kind of game. 27-20. Yeah.
Watch it be a shootout.
Yeah.
Or
I
no,
kind of hope it's a
what
shootout.
it'll be a low scoring game for the first 3 quarters
And then it just gets drunk in the
and then
fourth.
go into overtime or something.
Will we say this was the best Super Bowl ever?
Someone will. Someone will. They do it every year. I go on a rant every year about no, this isn't the best Super Bowl.
I don't know what it is. My favorite Super Bowl
36.
Which one's that?
Patriots over Rams. I actually thought that game dragged for a while. I think Super Bowl 38, the first Houston Super Bowl.
Oh, the
NRG
Panthers?
Stadium one. Yeah, the Panthers one because you had the Janet Jackson boob. But
that's true.
You also had like a game that was terrible in the first quarter, drunk at the end of the second quarter, third quarter and fourth quarter, back and forth the whole way. That game was a lot of fun, and it was won by a last-second field goal.
I kind of like the other one in Houston. I mean,
the 28-3 one.
Yeah,
that one was great.
Like,
but the first half sucked.
But like Atlanta's dominant. It sucked for Patriots fans. But, like everyone kind of enjoyed like watching the Patriots.
No,
get the
but it
doors kicked.
is true that it was just like 2 different blowouts.
Yeah.
That happened.
Right.
But this is again why I argue because we can name 5 different Patriots ones that are all awesome.
My favorite.
Never mind the 50 other ones.
Yeah, my first Super Bowl I remember watching is Rams Titans. Like it's my favorite Super Bowl, and I think it always will be probably. Just the way it ended. It was a fun game.
It was fun. And then it ended.
Gatorade color?
Purple.
Yellow.
Cyan.
Is that red?
It's that light blue stuff.
Oh. Is that red?
Glacier freeze?
Yeah. That's what I want. MyBookie.ag promo code Bet975. You can bet on all that stuff. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean's behind the glass. You got any final thoughts on the big game between the Kansas City Chiefs and Philadelphia Eagles? You can weigh in on that one. Also on the Rockets and their inability to close out games of late. That's on the table. Questions for you, the listener. 1, Do you care about the commercials? 2, do you care about the halftime show? We'll discuss. Stick around.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Last chance to dance. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Latest on Alex Bregman. Per Ari Alexander of Channel 2, the Astros gave him an increased offer. How much of an increased offer? Is it Scott Boras feeding that information out there to try and drum up a market for Breggy? We shall see. Also, a fifth straight loss for the Houston Rockets last night, who play the Anthony Davis-led Dallas Mavericks tomorrow in Dallas in an afternoon game. And we heard from Allie LaForce that players, and coaches, and front office executives for the Mavs are a little concerned. In case you missed this clip, I'm sorry. This is just too funny not to play.
And Kidd told us just moments ago, he believes Anthony Davis does have the shoulders to carry this load. One big concern, though, is just the safety of the players, the front office. Going back to Dallas, we hope fans make the wise decision and remember that this is a game and that lives are far more important.
What's the wise decision? That's the part that I keep on laughing
Don't
at.
kill them?
Don't bring a bazooka to their arena?
It also, she makes it seem like the danger is in traveling back to Dallas. Like just the act of being on a plane going to Dallas, that someone's going to shoot him out of the sky or something. Like some disgruntled Mavs fan is going to take
an RPG in his background, in his backyard.
They're being introduced right now, Anthony Davis and company.
Okay.
At the press conference?
Yeah, the GM's not there.
Oh, you got to keep him safe.
Yeah, enough press conferences. We've heard enough from you this week.
Yeah, he did 3 questions and then he left. Yeah.
Davis did?
No,
Harrison.
Oh, he left, just walked off stage.
That's crazy.
When at the Jason Kidd one, yeah, remember he only did like 4 questions.
Oh, I thought you meant today.
No, today. No, he's just literally not there today.
Okay.
He just didn't show up.
He's in a panic room right now.
He's hiding.
He's in a bunker underneath the Mavericks facility. You won't get him out. He's gonna be there like it's the 1940s in Berlin.
Mark Cuban stashed this with plenty of rations.
Like which team has like a zombie bunker? I feel like Mark Cuban would have installed that.
Steve Ballmer for sure.
Oh, definitely.
Ballmer, James Dolan.
Yeah,
because you don't want to have the apocalypse happen and think I should have known. I should have known. I should have known.
James Dolan sang a song called "I Should Have Known" that's about Harvey Weinstein. And
his dear personal friend Harvey Weinstein.
it's insane.
I forgot about that.
Dolan might have one. Would Fertitta have one? Tillman Fertitta?
Nah.
Rockets on
I don't think it'd be at Toyota Center. I think it'd be somewhere else.
Italy?
Potentially, yeah.
The Tuscan Hills?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what's on the docket for Houston sports, if you want to weigh in on that. Super Bowl 59 is Sunday. Super Bowl licks between the Eagles and the Chiefs. We went through a lot of the prop bets in that game. I hate the commercials of the Super Bowl. I think they used to be amusing at best. They have gotten to a point now where the funny, which is what I want, is rare. There's a lot of self-important ones. And the self-important ones annoy the hell out of me. So I know there's going to be some fun ones. I know one of the ones that's been leaked is the Carl's Jr. commercial where Alex Earl is doing what Jessica Simpson used to do in that commercial. And they always have sexed up their commercials around the Super Bowl. There's like Tex, Max, where there's like a couple of girls are like smacking each other's ass while playing volleyball. This one just has Alex Earl wearing some Daisy Dukes and a top, walking around with a hamburger and eating it all sexily.
I do think that another issue is that they get like too nostalgic, or not nostalgic, but they like try to play into nostalgia, but it's in a lazy way where they just like redo an old commercial.
Which is what they're doing.
Yeah, which is just like, hey guys, we've seen that commercial before.
We have.
Like this isn't such a cultural touchstone that we're like, oh man, you know what? I'm gonna add up a crappy fast food burger now because of this.
I've never had Carl's before.
It's not that good.
A very attractive woman's not going to make me want to eat Carl's either.
It's not worth it. I see why they're pushing the sex appeal, not the burger appeal.
It's not sexy though, eating the burger. It's just not.
No, it isn't. But their clientele don't look like Alex Earl.
They're definitely not eating like all of that burger either.
No, they're spitting it out the second after they bite into it.
Yeah, there's a lot of commercials out there, and yes, you're right, Sean. They pander to nostalgia or pander to the United States of America or something like that, and you're supposed to get like emotional during it, and there will be one or two that make it, make you feel something
about like a dead dog or something.
Yeah, it's almost always a dead dog. You're right.
I mean, I always love like the Clydesdales from like Budweiser.
Nah, screw them.
No, because they did a dead dog one. Screw them.
Yeah.
I'm here for the horses. Get this lab out of here.
They do I kind of like when like they like a big anticipated movie is like coming out.
A movie trailer.
Yeah,
but
we've already seen Fantastic Four and Superman, so like it's kind of ruined.
That's another thing I hate is that they say this is going to be the Super Bowl commercial this Sunday, or it's like, then this isn't a Super Bowl commercial. This is just a commercial that will play during the Super Bowl.
Anyone who comes to your Super Bowl party or a Super Bowl party and says, "Yeah, I'm just here for the commercials," you have the right to kick them out of your house.
Okay.
Are you doing a party this weekend?
I'm probably going to watch it by myself.
Same.
I have a tough time focusing on the game when everyone's watching it around in a circle. I just have a tough time with football. I don't like other sports. Yeah, I'll do that. Football, I don't want to do that. Football, I want to get into the game. Halftime show. I do not give the slightest crap about it, and I know I'm the most musically challenged person, perhaps, in this city.
Now, I bet you Blanket's worse.
No, confession. I have yet to hear "Not Like Us." I'm not kidding
at all.
I've heard the ramp up that
the beat
plays
to
at
it?
the end of Dell's show.
Yeah.
I truly have no idea what it sounds like. Honestly, I couldn't tell you what Kendrick Lamar sounds like. So this will be intriguing, this halftime show. Like, I'm sure I'll actually like it.
Yeah, he's like Beyonce, where he like puts on a good show every time. Like, it's just visually going to be good.
And he's supposed to do "Not Like Us," which is a diss song that some would say that Drake. Drake.
No, you don't have to say it.
The song.
He calls him a pedophile.
The song. Is that an actual quote or is it like an implied quote?
I mean,
It's
he doesn't
implied,
say Drake,
right?
you are a pedophile, but
There's the word minor, right?
Well, no, he also goes, one of Drake's albums is Certified Lover Boy. He goes, certified lover boy, certified pedophile.
Oh,
yeah.
All right.
So he'd be pretty direct.
And that's why Drake was all upset this weekend, because when the minor part came out, apparently all the celebrities in the crowd yelled minor.
Oh, yeah, at the Grammys.
At the Grammys this weekend. So I'm not a huge Kendrick guy or Super Bowl halftime show. Like, I watched the one from LA because like it's Eminem, it's Snoop Dogg, it's Dr.
that was a nostalgia play.
Like,
But that's what they always do. It's either a nostalgia play or it's something new. And some people are mad that Lil Wayne, who's from New Orleans, is not going to be doing this halftime show. And I actually agree on that. I do like Lil Wayne.
No, get over it.
Why?
Because they never do that. They never
they
like
should, though.
The Houston one was Lady Gaga. The Atlanta one was
Beyonce.
Maroon 5. Like, they never actually do the hometown
I don't
person.
think Eminem did Detroit.
No, he did LA.
Yeah,
with Snoop and Dr.
Part
Dre.
of it's because they get paid like $1,000.
Yeah, they don't get paid to do it. They get paid in exposure.
Yeah,
What?
They don't get paid for those.
Yeah.
Oh.
So that's
Just
why
crazy.
like normally what they do is they drop an album beforehand,
Mhm.
do the halftime show, and then go on tour. That's a way to make money off of it, but they don't get paid like from the NFL.
Okay. Is Kendrick Lamar about to go on tour or
Yes,
release
yes.
an album?
Yes.
Did he just release an album?
He released an album in November.
Okay. Is that the one with They're Not Like Us? They're not like
That's
us.
not on the album.
Okay. That's how is that how it sounds? I truly have not heard it.
That's not that much different.
They are not like us. They are
Well,
not like
okay.
us. They are not like us.
I think it sounds just like
That's like if the cast of Wicked covered it with the show tunes-esque in there.
All right, guys. Time for a little garbage time before we get out of here. I was starting to get concerned, but guess what? The Hawk Tour girl, Haley Welch, she is still alive. She has not left this planet after the whole pump and dump meme coin scandal.
She's alive.
She was hosting another episode of Talk Tua with some crypto bro named FaZe Banks. Here is her trying to explain what happened.
I want to start by saying thank you to all my true fans and all the people that actually watch my stuff and they keep up with me. We're trying to sort out all the pieces and stuff to like get all this figured out and make everything right. Oh my God, I'm going to cry.
No, don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Everything's going to be good. We're going to be good. And guys, listen, just as a temperature check, I just want to say the first thing that she said to me off camera was, the minute you DM me, I really wish I just texted you and called you. And that speaks to me because of how I was introduced to crypto. And we'll get into that.
We'll get into that. So it's really, she's bringing this guy on her podcast. And this guy's like, I'm going to get some publicity. I'm just going to do some more crypto.
Well, apparently it wasn't supposed to be released, this podcast.
Why?
He tweeted this long tweet where he was actually like trying to help her. But part of the deal was like not putting the episode out there because as soon as the episode went out, her fake coin skyrocketed again.
Nice.
And apparently they dumped it again.
Yes.
Because it's a
yes. I love her. Oh, she's a genius. She's playing dumb.
He's
Good
crying.
for her. Keep stealing from these idiots.
From her true fans?
Yeah.
That are with her from day one.
She hasn't put out any content in 2 months. And they're coming back. Like, you just keep robbing these idiots blind.
They really they deserve it. Like, I'm sorry. If you buy a coin for any of these people, like, you deserve it. Like, you're an idiot.
There's a reality TV show in Mexico. I don't know what it's called. I've only seen clips because there's a reality star named Montoya. And he's been going through it. This is not like The Bachelor where it's PG. No, this is a show where the people who are, I guess, vying for affections of other folks in this house actually get to watch what is happening during one-on-one moments between people on the show, even if you say are dating that one of those people on the show. So this guy Montoya literally sees his girl boinking another guy on a TV screen, and this is how it sounds.
Con la gambita que me ha reventado. Me ha reventado. Llora. Llora. Llora con ese escombro. Llora. Esto es lo que quieres en tu vida.
¿Que vamos a dormir?
Sí. Siéntate, por favor, Montoya. Es lamentable. Ya ha hecho un antes y un después, tío. Lo hace por venganza. Ya he escuchado la respuesta, tío. No quiero esto verlo. Quiero ir. Estoy en la playa. Por favor, Montoya. Venga, lo voy a ver contigo. Venga, vamos a verlo. Vale.
Por un papa frita va a llorar a la playa.
Qué vergüenza, plapa frita. Tú eres un mierda de persona. Te vas a arrepentir toda tu vida de esto. Disfruta. Disfrútalo. Disfruta. Me ha reventado por dentro. Me ha reventado por dentro.
Moments later, he runs back to the house to try to stop them from engaging in activities. There's also another clip that I saw today of him watching this guy and girl who he also watches have this in a hot tub where the guy is like playing patty cake with the girl's tuchus. This show, I need to watch it. I'm excited.
The idea that he's just like watching this, just like screaming at the camera is so funny.
What a great idea for a reality
What,
show.
just to go like further than the regular shows?
It's like Cheaters, but it's like caught in the act.
Yeah, it truly is.
And you're forced to watch it. And they don't
let you
Joey
leave.
Greco doesn't come in at any point.
No, they make you sit there and watch it. It's really messed up. Like they were trying to stop him from leaving, and then he eventually just like blows by everybody and sprints into the house like 3 football fields away. He just runs. The camera person, good job by that. They kept
Apparently
the whole way.
It's a Jerry Springer camera guy.
This is huge. Like, so PSG, the soccer team, the U.S. Open, another soccer team, all used like Montoya por favor in their tweets. It's like they're all like making fun of this guy.
International star.
International star.
There we go.
Can't wait to buy his meme coin.
And on that note, that's going to wrap up today's edition of Gallant and George this week. of Gallant and George. Big thanks to our YouTubers, Twitchers, texters, and callers, to Sean Mapes, to Joe George, and of course, everyone else listening. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend and enjoy the Super Bowl. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He is Blank. I am Branham. It is Brian behind the glass, and it's a Friday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It's Super Friday, in fact. Super Friday.
Does that mean you're feeling it now? Like you're really into it now?
No. You know what I'm into, though, is this weather in Boulder, Colorado. I went walking before the show.
Okay.
It is beautiful. Sunny, 60 degrees, mountains in the backdrop. It is gorgeous. If I was Deion Sanders, I would never leave this place.
I mean,
never.
That sounds pretty. The 60 is spot on. The crazy thing is, and I don't know if Boulder's similar to Denver, but my buddy used to live in Denver, and I used to go visit him and his family, and it was like One day it's like 65, sunny, beautiful, and the next day it's snowing like a mother. And you're like, how did that happen? It's like being so close to the mountains. It's just so unpredictable.
Yeah, it's gonna be 40, the highest 40 tomorrow.
Yeah, see, there you go.
I'm gonna try to get out there early. We played at a weird time though, so it's gonna be an early morning, or it's gonna be no exercise.
Are the Buffs any good?
They beat UConn in the non-con.
Oh wow! Oh, I watched that game. That was the preseason tournament. I mean, the early season tournament, right?
Yeah, they haven't won a Big 12 game, but they beat UConn in the non-con. So yeah, I mean they're capable.
All right,
they're capable of beating anybody. Anybody's capable of beating anybody in this league. Lots to get to today. Who said it? Play that silly game. I'm sure
we won
Brian's
last
gonna be
time
out for atonement too. We did. I'm sure Brian's gonna like stack the deck. He's gonna have like 5 Dells or something like that.
He's like a mad scientist. He's already cackling back there and walking around like that.
Yeah, he already thinks he's gonna win,
Yeah.
which he probably will. I'm mailing it in. I'm looking at the mountains. Might stop by one of those stores in Colorado that they don't have in Texas. The NFL honors, I think, got 2 things wrong yesterday. We'll talk about that. It's the Super Bowl too. Super Bowl is Sunday, so we'll talk about the Super Bowl as well. But another fourth quarter in Minnesota, and again, the Houston Rockets come up empty, losing streak up to a season high 5. Lakers.
Yeah, look, I joked on the rundown, and I was going to say, hey, too bad the Rockets weren't more active before the deadline trying to get a closer, because, from Billy Wagner to anybody else, I look at it and go, here we go again with the same turbo punts. Like they have such quality play for 3+ quarters and just find a way all the time to just not finish the game in the fourth quarter. And granted, the biggest thing is like from the actual closer point of view. And again, let me be clear. I didn't want them to trade for a Jimmy Butler or an older aging superstar either. It's just that this is kind of why I'm adamant about keep the team together as is, see what you got, let them keep growing and get better, but they're not there yet because they don't have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who they've seen and who did this exact thing earlier in the season, or a Brunson or an Edwards. Edwards was just silly last night. I mean, when he decided to flip the switch and go off in the fourth quarter, I think they could have done some things differently defensively just to try harder, but he's on a different level in terms of his ability and what he can do when he's on the floor, and they just didn't execute.
Yeah, there was one player in the fourth quarter yesterday that was doing great things, and the Rockets really didn't have that guy. No one was really making on the stretch for the Rockets, and it made it difficult for them to win the game. How much do you like that closer joke?
I don't care about it. I just thought about, from the standpoint, we were worried about them trading for another player, and trying, and some people had these grandiose Devin Bookers and Kevin Durant's and ideas like that. And I'm like, I didn't want to do any of that, but man, it would have been nice if they got a closer, someone that could finish a game every now and then. Because this is, and maybe Fred VanVleet, for as much as I'm good with him after this year, maybe Fred is that guy that at least he gives you the best chance to kind of make the right decisions and come up clutch with shots, which he's done during the year, to be that guy kind of, for the rest of the season.
I think you like the closer joke a lot.
I don't care if you think I like it or not. I just used it. I mean,
I know. I think, but
I'm not like
you said, you put it in the rundown. You got to it in the first 2 minutes of the show. I think you liked that one.
Okay,
I think you liked it.
Okay, fine.
Grade the joke. 713-780 ESPN HRP listener.
Twitch
line.
only.
I like it. What's that?
Twitch only. That's where I'll get the positive.
Oh,
results.
Twitch. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm all ready for it. Yeah.
Twitch is you have to grade. Whenever Twitchers grade you, it's on a curve.
No doubt.
Because those are like
a
bottom
fat
of the
guy
barrel.
in his underwear, living in his mother's basement.
There you go. Yeah, but Anthony Edwards star. Rockets don't really have that star. I think I'm to the point where just play through, and I'm with you. Like, I think we're probably underrating the value of Fred VanVleet on this team. I think we're seeing it. Like somebody who can take care of the ball, get the offense going, getting them in what they need to be, not scared of taking the big shot, even though you may not want him taking the big shot, not scared of it. I do think that we are missing him. But I'm to the point, just go to Alpi Şengün. And look, Şengün has moments too. He turns the ball over at times, sloppy, takes some bad shots from time to time. But at this point, with as bad as they've been in the fourth quarter and with the lack of closer, just go to him. See if he can do it.
Yeah, look, I think you can do trial by fire and trial by air. And I think that there are guys, I think Jalen desperately wants to be that guy. And we saw that a little bit with the 2 games in New York. but he's not there yet because he turns the ball over with a pretty high rate when he's trying to be that guy. At least he did. And I don't think he's an accurate enough shooter, consistent enough shooter in those moments. But I mean, you have options, which we've talked about in the past, but none of those guys, whether it be Amen or whether it be Jalen or whether it be Alpi, I don't think those 3 young guys are polished in the way that they go about it. I mean, Anthony Edwards had a plan last night. And if you tried to kind of take away something from the plan and force him outside and they were trying to double him, and he would get it back, and instead of pulling up for the 3 after he made the 2 threes, then he put it on the floor, and he went by guys, and he split guys, and he got to the line, and he made free throws. They don't have that guy yet, but if you want to keep trying guys out, I think that's what you're going to have to do.
Yeah, I think Alpi's your best chance. He's your most efficient offensive player. Don't love it, but I think it's your best route.
I'll tell you why I like it, Jeremy, simply because of the fact that he's at least willing to pass. Like, if you get it to him on the block or the elbow and he gets doubled or he feels the second guy coming at him, he will kick it to whoever's open and find the open man, where I don't know that Jalen always does that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with that. Ime, after the game on Anthony Edwards, it's nice to have a special player that can get buckets at the end. Is he talking to his team?
He's doing both. He's talking to his team, and he's kind of setting the table for the offseason, kind of depending on how everything plays out the rest of this year, to kind of let everybody know if we want to get to that next level, we may need to start searching harder to find a guy like that.
Who put Rockets should have acquired a closer at the deadline?
That's
right
me.
Here in this.
That's me. That's you just mentioned it.
But you said that you didn't want him to.
No, but not a Jimmy, but not a big name. I was kidding. Like a closer, like a baseball pitcher, like, because they just can't close the game. Like, we just passed, we were talking about major leaguers and free agency and all that. It was like, they really need a closer that more like a Billy Wagner type than they do a Jimmy Butler or a Kevin Durant type, because this is the same broken record every night. And in this 5-game skid, we've seen it happen almost every game they've lost. They take a lead into the fourth quarter and then they trip all over themselves. And last night was the latest example. What did they score? Like 16 points in the fourth quarter and just got dusted in the fourth after playing great for 3 quarters.
Yeah. I think Billy Wagner was a good athlete. I don't know how good of a basketball player he'd be. He's kind of short.
Short,
what is
stocky.
he? Yeah. The Granados say that he was like $3 bills or whatever. So he's probably not a great
There's no way Billy Wagner was
He's
$3
right-handed too. He's right-handed. Learned to throw left-handed when he broke his arm in half. Did you notice Cam Whitmore get benched yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Ryan Hollins, by the way, said it was Jock Landale's fault. Like, what are you watching, Ryan? Like, how could that be Jock Landale's fault? He's defending the big man who's setting the pick. And you can actually hear the coaches on the TV in the effects feed. They're saying over, which means what? Go over the screen. Go over the screen. He went under the screen twice. They hit a 3 after he went under the screen twice. Ime Udoka takes a timeout. You don't see Ime Udoka for a little bit because he's off camera, but then you see him enter the camera and he's looking at Cam Whitmore, and you see Cam Whitmore chirp back, which was very, very interesting. Would have loved to see more of that. And then whenever they returned to play, guess who wasn't on the floor?
Cam Whitmore.
Cam Whitmore got benched yesterday, and no one's talking about it. Now, he came back and played the second. Actually played well, which kind of goes to show you, hey, I like this Ime Udoka. He knows how to get the most out of Cam. If you're not going to listen to me on defense, you can come take a seat over here next to me for 5 minutes. I'm not going to allow that. And then when he comes back into the game, he's fired up and scored a bunch of points.
Well, and then take it a step further, late in the game, when we already knew like they were from behind, they were behind. It looked like it was basically over. He was still cranking them up. He made one. So then you knew that the next time he touched the ball, he was taking another one. And it's like, the G League and all the things that the coaches are doing, it still hasn't changed him on the big picture side of things. He's still just hell-bent on, in order to be he's got to be the man in order to feel like, he fits in. And that's a tough deal.
Yeah, so just something that caught my eye. He did come back into the game, did play well. I like how Ime coaches him. Like, I don't think Steven Silas is doing that. And he would have ran right over Steven Silas and would never become the player that he's capable of being. But with Ime, I think he's got a chance. So that's actually something that encouraged me. Some positives from what has been a disastrous stretch here for the Houston Rockets. I think that Reed Shepherd's playing better. I know he didn't make the shot. I know he was 1 for 5. I know he hasn't found that rhythm. But he's playing with more comfort. He's playing with more confidence. You're seeing him grab the ball and run down the floor, find an open man. You're seeing him get to his shots. I think that Reed Shepherd's coming. Not that he's going to blow up and be a 20 per game scorer or anything like that. But I think we're seeing glimpses of what the Rockets saw when they drafted him.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that, look, this is a lot like, maybe in a different standpoint, but when you bring up a young kid in baseball for the first time, you know that he might be the number one prospect in your farm system, but you also come in with the expectation that he's going to struggle a little bit early as he gets his feet wet and figures out all he has to figure out. And I kind of equate the same thing to Reed Sheppard. I don't think they drafted him that high knowing that fundamentally he's sound. He has a ton of attributes that are going to translate to the NBA. He may even have another growth spurt and he's going to fill out. But it's going to take some time. And we're watching the evolution and the growth of Reed Sheppard, because the comfort is the first thing. You can go down to the G League and score 50. But what can you do to help your team on the NBA level? And last night, there's going to be nights in your NBA career where your shot's not falling. How else can you impact the game? I think we saw a little of that last night.
Yeah, he's starting to get there a little bit. I've been encouraged with what I've seen from Reed, and if he hits a couple of those shots, we're talking about, oh, okay. Like, sometimes whenever you make shots, it overrates your play, and when you miss shots, it underrates your play.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to see good things from Reed Sheppard. I'm starting to have more hope again in Reed Sheppard, which is good because
did you lose it?
You drafted him number 3. Yeah. I mean, I hadn't seen him do anything at the NBA level. That made me worried. Yes.
Okay. I know
he got jumped in the rotation by Aaron Holiday. That's not great.
Well, but here's my thing, Jeremy. I wasn't expecting that much of him this year. I didn't expect him to be a rotational guy on a night by night basis. His first year.
He started the year in the rotation. He started the year ahead.
But
of
I'm
Cam
saying
and
my
ahead
own
of
personal
Holiday.
expectations. So that's why when I had people coming to me when he finally went down to the G League, why haven't they sent him down? Is he a bust? I'm like, he's so young and he's still developing physically as well as understanding mentally. I would never even consider him and anything that happens this year leading to him being a bust. I think that he's going to be just fine. I just think that with his body type as it stands right now and his age, I didn't expect anything this year.
Yeah, I mean, he started the year in the rotation ahead of Cam Whitmore and Aaron Holiday, and has been jumped by those guys. Like, it's been a negative. It's been a negative rookie year. Not to say that like he doesn't have any potential. Not to say that he's a bust. But certainly had moved in the wrong direction.
Yeah, no, look, I think that the expectation and the hope every time you draft a kid that high is that you're going to throw him in there, throw him to the fire. He's immediately going to get it all, take it all in, and start to excel and just go. And everybody's different, and you just kind of live and you learn as you experiment with those kind of situations. And, yeah, he wasn't ready when they first threw him in there, but hopefully through – the practices and then getting that time in the G League and then being able to observe that he's, kind of getting there to where we can see now more development between now and the end of the year.
Yeah, I think both things are true in this case, though. Like, growth is good, but he also was going from getting regular minutes to not playing at all. And now getting minutes again because you've had injuries. Like, what's it going to look like when Van Vliet's back, when Jabari's back? Is he the guy that's not getting the minutes? Holiday didn't play yesterday, so it seems like he might have jumped him at least for the moment. But we'll see whenever they get to full health. Texter, Ime says before the game, they like all their guys, did not want to make any moves, let them develop. And after the games, he says it would be nice to have a closer. He didn't say it in those words.
Mm-mm.
He said it's nice that they have a guy who can score. I mean, kind of a roundabout way, I guess. Maybe I'm being too critical here.
He's kind of a little Jeff Van Gundy-esque in that regard, though I don't believe that there's ever a time where he's not afraid to have a confrontational conversation with his players. But he does send messages through the media, because if you listened to some of his other comments in the postgame, like that comment that the texter mentioned, what he's really referring to is seeing if the guys that were on the floor, sending a message to see if they're capable of being a guy that can actually do the kind of things, maybe not Anthony Edwards like. And also because he followed it up by saying, I mean, we had several guys that logged 15 to 20 minutes and couldn't get more than 3 rebounds while they were on the floor. And that's clearly a message to a lot of those young guys. And he's been pointing, those comments have been pointed a lot towards Amen in the last couple of games. But it's like, if you're going to be on the floor for that long, I expect you to do more than just shoot up shots and do that. You have to fill up the box score and do other things to help the team.
Texter says it would have been nice to have a closer. Could have had Fox. You had more assets than San Antonio. They messed up. See, I disagree with that. I think that trading for De'Aaron Fox would have helped you the rest of this season. But I still think you're capped out. And I think not trading for Fox, you're positioned to acquire a player that's eventually better than Fox. So I'm not really getting bent out of shape for not acquiring De'Aaron Fox.
The challenge is just finding the right fit for a guy that's capable of doing what they need to do, because that's why I'm so totally out on Kevin Durant. At his age, no matter what he still has left in the tank, I just think it's the absolute wrong fit.
Well, the price matters, right? Like if you can get Kevin Durant for free, you're signing.
Price always matters, but I'm saying, because you're going to have to give up to get no matter what. But I just think that the De'Aaron Fox, at least he's a younger player, but I agree with you in the fact that I think that you could get a guy. De'Aaron Fox has ability. He can be really good. I don't know if he's a superstar. And so I think if they just play their cards right, play this out, and keep doing what they're doing, they're going to have some financial flexibility down the road a little bit too. I think that at least there's time to find a guy that more kind of accurately fits the overall makeup of this team while still being that kind of guy.
Yeah, I just don't think that the guy's popped up yet. Like they don't have a closer. We all know that. How do you acquire a closer? I'm not sure De'Aaron Fox is a closer. I wouldn't call De'Aaron Fox a closer. I thought the last time the Rockets played Sacramento, I thought De'Aaron Fox was their third best player. I thought Monk was better, and then obviously Sabonis was better. Fox. No, that's just very critical of a single game. But the last time the Kings played the Rockets, I thought he was the Kings' third best player. The way that the Rockets get it a closer is either A, you develop that closer, which right now we're kind of sour on, but maybe we're being prisoners of the moment. But it's either Alpi, it's Jalen. Amin maybe doesn't have enough of like scoring prowess to be that guy, especially from like shooting the basketball, or you acquire one. And I don't think that they've had the right guy out there to acquire yet. You're hopeful that that guy becomes available at some point. And to be frank, we have no idea who that guy is going to be.
No, I think you and I had a conversation about Devin Booker yesterday, and I said, look, he's a unbelievable shooter. I think that he can be a fluid scorer, but do I feel like he's a guy that can be that alpha one on a team that you just give the ball to, get out of the way, he puts it on the floor if he has to, and he creates? I don't feel like he's that guy, and I feel kind of similarly, but in a different way, to De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox can handle the ball. There's times that he can get to spots and make things happen. I don't think he's nearly the shooter Booker is. But again, I don't think he is the one on a team that has two or three superstar players trying to lead you to a championship. I think he's more suited to be like a 2 or a 3. And I think Booker maybe a 2 or a 3 in terms of, I don't think they're the alpha dog 1 on a championship caliber team like an SGA or an Anthony Edwards or a Brunson. I agree with you. I think they're still looking, and I don't think anyone knows who that could be at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if I was power ranking the best chance, like Texture says, will Amin or Jalen ever turn into that? Spurs and some other. Oh, he didn't say Spurs. He said SAS. I thought he was talking about Spurs, but he's talking about Stephen A. Smith. So Stephen A. Smith and some other media seem to think so. So will Amin or Jalen ever turn into that? Like if you're power ranking the current Rockets in terms of the best chance to become a closer, I would actually have Alpi 1, Jalen, I guess 2. Probably Cam 3, and I just don't think Amin is a good enough offensive player to be that closer type. I think he can change the game throughout the game, but last minute, give me the ball, and I'm going to make sure my offense scores.
I think, to me, I think that Amin maybe can get there if he continues to like develop a shot, because he can put it on the floor. He's long. He can hang in the air. He can finish around the basket. But until he's able to, when teams pack the middle on him, like consistently make outside shots, and I know he's getting better at the mid-range. Yeah, I don't have him as being that guy. Alpi can definitely be that guy. I think Jalen has all the tools to be that guy. I just don't think that from a basketball understanding and a maturity level that and I don't know if he's ever going to get there to be able to allow himself to understand. Sometimes that means I'm going to find the open guy after I get doubled or tripled or whatever it is. But I think that order is probably right. It's 3. Look, Cam, again, I'm a huge fan of Cam's game, but it's this kind of similar to Jalen in that you've got to understand that it's not just you against the world, and you have to understand how the game is played on this level as opposed to the levels you previously played.
See, I think they have very different demeanors, Jalen and Cam. I think Jalen's kind of soft, kind of passive. Like, I think there are moments where he's like, oh, I have to be the guy, so he like does it out of discomfort. Whereas Cam Whitmore, I think, is the exact opposite. I think Cam Whitmore is a give me the ball, everybody else get out of the way, and I'm going to jack up every single shot. I think Cam Whitmore is like overzealous. I think Jalen Green's naturally soft and passive.
My comparison is more or less the standpoint of understanding the NBA game, like, and what that means to have that responsibility. It's not just I'm shooting every shot with 3 minutes or less to play or when the game's on the line.
But don't you think Cam has that demeanor?
I think they both want to be that guy that does it, but I think they both think that that's how you're supposed to do it.
See, I think Jalen's way too comfortable being a secondary piece. I disagree with that. I don't think that Jalen Green's like, I'm going to be the man and I'm just going to dominate the ball for the final 3 minutes. I think he's perfectly okay being the Robin.
I don't.
I can't.
In New York in particular, maybe, again, we talked about that because of, the stage, the mecca of basketball, that stuff. Maybe he tried to do way too much. But in New York in particular, he looked like all of a sudden he got like blinders on and said, this is my time to shine.
I think Ime's challenging him. I think Ime's challenging him to step out of that passive Robin like demeanor to try to become that guy. I think it's Ime challenging him. I don't see, like, I've watched Jalen Green for the last 3.5 years. I don't see a Jalen Green that's like this alpha male.
Yeah, I think that he believes he can make it. He can do that. I believe that he has that mentality. I think maybe he might be in a situation where when Fred is on the floor, when there are the veterans around him, especially Fred, but I think that maybe he doesn't try to do it as much. I did see it in New York where I was like, okay, like the turnovers, the not making the bad shot selections, the not taking, not making the shots. I'm like, he wants to do that, but he can't do that.
He didn't do it last night, though. Like he was, I thought he kind of faded into the backdrop last night when they could have used a guy. Like he was keeping up with Anthony Edwards in the first half. They were even at halftime or close to even. Didn't Jalen have 20 at the half?
He had big first half.
Finishes with 8. I thought he got passive, and like the Knicks game would be the counterpoint. But again, I think that's Ime challenge him. He only turned it over one time yesterday. Like the ball's not even in his hands in the last couple of minutes. He's like chilling out, like watching everybody else do their thing. Jalen.
I think both. It's kind of like a microcosm of how he's played since he's been a Rocket. I think that both things can be true. I think there are times.
No, I don't. I think you're either aggressive and like you have the alpha demeanor, or you're not.
Well, I disagree because I think that there are times that he really wants to he gets selfish and he wants to do it all, and then there are also times where he just kind of fades, and maybe that's because he hasn't gotten enough touches, or he loses his somewhat of an interest because he's not the focal point when other guys got it going. But I think both can be true.
How could you be passive and aggressive?
I just told you, like if he's got it going, or whatever suddenly tells him to flip the switch. There are times, like you just said, we saw it in New York, where he just decided, I'm taking over, and he didn't do it, but he tried.
Right. I think he's very uncomfortable in that, though.
I think he certainly wants it, and I think that again, a lot of the younger guys feel like that's how you truly get paid and make a name for yourself, is that you become the man doing those kind of things. But I also think that sometimes, whether it's Ime or whether it's Fred, or if he hasn't gotten enough touches going into that situation, there are times that he just flat out disappears. But like I said, there's also these stretches we've talked about since he's been a Rocket where he goes on a hot streak for 5 games and then he sucks for 5 games. And it's part of why Jalen Green is such a mystery.
Yeah, and again, I think it's part of the demeanor. Like, I think Ime Udoka wants to try to bring that out of him, and there's going to be games where, like, okay, I'm trying to please my coach. I'm going to do this all, try to be the dude, and then it's not successful because I think he's uncomfortable with it. Texture, it's all about understanding the flow of the game. Jalen needs to know when the team needs him to take the big shot. And then the right shot, I think, is also part of that. He probably meant that the Texture did. Stop painting his nails as a start. I couldn't care less.
I could care less. If he makes buckets and plays the right way, I don't care about his nails.
Yeah, I don't care. It's kind of the trend. I'm not young and hip. I'm not going to comment about the young and hip. Well, I will, but I wouldn't. I'd be an idiot talking about it. Texture Rockets miss Jabari. He's still got big upside. I like Jabari. I think Jabari's got a unique skill set. I think they're missing him too. Their defensive numbers have been down since he's been gone. Their rebounding numbers have been down since he's gone, which is a little odd because he's not a great rebounder. But I do think that they're missing Jabari. But I think that they're missing Fred VanVleet more, actually.
I was just going to say, of the two, I think Fred is the one they're missing the most. But definitely, when you throw a starting lineup out there that was under 6, all of the guys were under 6'8" over the course of this road trip, then I definitely think, yeah, you need some more frontline players on this team. They're going to try with Zeller. I don't expect much. So
I can't imagine him jumping Jock, though, right? Like, Jock actually looked pretty good last night.
He played last night. So, I mean, yeah, for now, I mean,
I don't think that Zeller's a better player than Jock.
I I mean, maybe at this point in Zeller's career because he's been around for a while. But I just think that it adds more to the fact that that's why you miss Jabari and or you need more help in the front court because we knew going into the season they weren't very deep in the front.
There's a 6'10", 240 guy on the buyout market, but they could.
Oh, here we go.
Sure,
But evidently he's turned a blind eye to Houston.
When did that come out? I saw somebody report today he's expected to meet with the Rockets today.
Two different reports as I was leaving the house to come here were saying that he was focused on the Cavs and the Clippers.
Well, doesn't he have a home in L.A. too?
I think so. Yeah, I believe he does. Yes.
A texter, I think Jalen was like Cam under Silas, and he's learning to play basketball now under Ime, so he walks the line in between. I think that's a fair point. I think that Jalen is learning how to play winning basketball, as is Cam. I just think their personalities are on polar opposites between Jalen and Cam Whitmore. Like Cam Whitmore is like an alpha, too much, overconfident, too much. I think Jalen's trying to come out of his shell and become a little bit more alpha. 713-780-ESPN. When is Fred expected to return? I haven't heard anything. Have you?
I have
just
not.
heard week to week.
No. Yeah, I don't know because it was kind of mysterious when it popped up, and yeah, I mean, the All-Star game is when? I mean, is he going to be out till the All-Star break? Because that would kind of suck, especially with them in a tailspin.
Yeah, not sure. Only Booker and Ant moved the needle as a trade target. Let's see what happens. I mean, things change, and things change fast in sports, so we'll see. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get your thoughts on the Rockets if you want. Also, Ari Alexander. He's reporting that the Astros upped their offer for Alex Bregman. I hate it. 713-780-3776. Busy show. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitter at ESPN975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sacked by BMAC, I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN at 92.5, 713-780-ESPN. Scrolling through the Twitch here, see if they have anything good to say. Not really.
Why would you subject yourself to that?
I kind of like a little give or take. I like throwing some jabs and punches. King of Twitch says they're good Colorado steak. I don't know. We'll see about that. Let's see. Anything else? Oh, the Twitchers are saying that Athletically Declined was saying that the Twitchers are icons, I guess, that they're legends. I told them that they must be academically inclined as well. They're just new guys trying to, get curry favor with the Twitchers.
I think that's probably right. Yeah.
That's what they're trying to do. Ari Alexander, Channel 2, right? Works
yes.
Channel 2? Mm-hmm. Ari Alexander is reporting that the Astros upped their offer for Alex Bregman. I hate this, Blankers. I already feel like 6'156" is too much. I don't want to go more than 6'156". I'm not a huge fan of this report. Like some Astro fans are, okay, there's still a chance. And I actually think that there is a chance that they can still sign Alex Bregman. I think I put it at like 15%. Because I think there's probably 4 or 5 teams in the mix if you want to include a mystery team. The Astros are in the mix, Tigers are in the mix, Red Sox, Blue Jays, and if you want to throw another mystery team, well, then there's your 5th. So I think that they have like a 15% chance to sign him. But whenever I read Ari's tweet that they upped their offer, whenever I already dislike 6'156", I wasn't too pleased reading this.
Yeah, I think the big thing to me is I don't like it. Ari's sources have been really good in Major League Baseball. There's no reason to think that he's not accurate. And the bigger thing to me is, how do we know that anybody has even offered that or more yet? And now you're adding more to it, if that's true. Yeah, I don't like this at all either, because we talked about the fact that it's Bregman or bust, and it doesn't seem like if they don't get Bregman, they're going to spend the money, but yet they're upping the offer to Alex Bregman. I'm not a fan of that, because I would like to say that, hey, at a certain point, you know when to draw the line in the sand, pull the plug on the entire experience, say thanks but no thanks, and then still pivot and be able to do what you did when you got a third baseman and a first baseman, and still see if you can find a left-handed bat so that this team still improves without maybe spending that much money for those many years. So, yeah, I don't like it at all.
Like I gamble.
No. I mean, at $1.2 million, you can spend more than that, and you can find somebody that's a better, more consistent outfielder. I hope Gamble continues to play like he did while he was here. I was a fan of the way he played since he put a uniform on, but they need better than that.
They've upgraded the outfield.
At one position on a cheap contract, okay.
No. Jose Altuve is not a cheap contract.
I'm not talking about Altuve. And if that's going to be your consistent left fielder, you know that I have concerns about that move defensively. I don't ever question his bat, but I question him playing outfield on a consistent basis all season already.
Yeah.
So,
I think it's fair to question his defense. I question his defense at second. But yeah, I mean, he's going to be a poor defender wherever he plays. You don't think that the Astros would spend money though if it's not Bregman though, right?
I think that I would like them to, because I think that if Verdugo's only $7 million, and that's just the name that I'm kind of most focused on, that it's not too much money, and yet I think that the return on that could be very, very good for this team. I would think that 7 shouldn't be too much to spend on a prove it type deal if he hasn't signed anywhere yet, and he says he wants to prove he can still hit and still play. This would be a great opportunity for him, and that's not that much money.
That 7 though becomes like 9, and it also costs you draft picks. It costs you compensation, because if you were to lose Fromber next offseason, now because you go over the luxury tax with Alex Verdugo, now you're getting a 4th round draft pick instead of an end of the 1st round draft pick. So it's not just the $7 million for Verdugo. It'd be $7 million, but it could potentially be like $8.5, $9 million. And then you're also looking at the ramifications of being a back-to-back offender of going over the luxury tax. You're looking at the ramification of losing draft picks, the ramifications of signing a player that's compensation eligible next offseason as well. So it's not just the crossing the threshold. There's a lot of penalties if the Astros are a repeat offender. There's a lot of penalties if you're over the competitive balance tax anyway. So I don't think that they're going to sign another player unless it's Alex Bregman. I don't think they'll repurpose any of the money, not even like all of it. I don't think they'll repurpose any of the money. It's Alex Bregman or bust. And I think that's why the offer's still on the table, and probably why it's been upped a little bit is because Jim Crane and Dana Brown know that if we have one more swing at Alex Bregman, and if it's not Alex Bregman, then we're going to the season with what we got. I don't believe that they'll sign anybody else.
But if they're going to sign Bregman, then they're going to everything that you just said. If they sign Verdugo, is going to happen as well, right?
Yeah, but it's Bregman who's an Astro icon, and it's Alex Verdugo who was awful last year, who has zero ties with the city. I mean, they are not the same.
But at the same time, if it's the same consequence, and you were willing to do it for Bregman, then I think that it's at least, and you want to be a team that with a window wide open to compete for more than just winning, getting a playoff spot or winning the division. Then I would think that they would consider that they could still, like we talked about yesterday, if they get closer to the before the season's over, if they aren't in it, try and scale back to try and get under. But
but you're talking about making moves because you're in it, and then in the same breath talking about making moves whenever you're not in it.
Right. I'm saying, if I'm not in it, then I can pull the plug. I can start selling off assets and getting rid of players if I want to get under before the end of the season or whenever the deadline is.
Yeah, the challenge for me there is you're saying make a winning move,
right?
But
Until you're not in it.
Even finish the season, it's like unless you're not in it, then you start selling pieces.
What's wrong with that?
Because it's the mindset. It's the mindset to me. Like, you're not signing a player and going over the competitive balance tax, and then in the same breath, like, well, we might be out of it in June. Like, they're not thinking.
I'm not saying they might be, but as the season plays out, if you go,
that's exactly what you said.
No, I'm not. But Jeremy, you
said
understand what I'm trying to say, okay? Just listen to the point instead of being so
hear the
focused
point
on
loud
trying
and
to just
clear. I
the
heard the point loud
semantics
and
of
clear. I
every word out of my
disagree with
mouth.
it. Well,
Understand the
shouldn't that
point.
matter?
What I'm trying to
Shouldn't
make
the
is,
sem-
which
I
is, if you
understood
go
the
for it, let me
point, Lakers.
finish. When you
But
go
you're
for
saying
it,
the same
and
thing
you
in
go for it,
circles.
and you said you're going to set it up to go for it this season. You go for it until a certain point when, if it's not going well, you can still get to the point where you need to be so that you're not over the tax for the second time.
Yeah, I understand that the first time you said it.
Well, then stop doing the semantics thing about you said that. Understand
Isn't that
what I meant.
conversation? I understood what you meant. You said, and I'll relay it to you so you know I understand what you meant. Sign a player with the idea to improve your team. And if you're not winning in July, you trade them. That's what you meant, right?
No, not that player. You do what you have to do to scale back. Teams do it all the time.
You want the Astros to spend on Alex Verdugo, who had an 83 OPS plus last year, go over the competitive balance tax because you think it will help the Astros win. And then if they're out of the race in July, you're trading salary to get under the competitive balance tax. My point is, to your point, counterpoint, that if you're making that type of move for Alex Verdugo, you do not have the mindset that you're going to be trading pieces in July.
Well, then, but if he's willing to go over it for Bregman, as long as they're competitive, I'm sure he'll be willing, because you don't even know what their mentality is towards Fromber after this year either. So, but at the same time, if they're willing to go over it for Bregman because they want that chance to win, and you're not going to sign Bregman, and you know that most people looking at that outfield knows it's less than, that you're going to be, and if it works out and he's doing things that he did in Boston, not what he did in New York, and you're in it, then I would expect that Crane's okay riding with the ramifications.
Well, we do have a history of what Jim Crane does. Like, Jim Crane will go over the competitive balance tax for a splash, for a big name. He doesn't do it for the Alex Verdugos of the world. That's why I'm having a tough time, having this apples to apples comparison between going over the competitive balance tax for Alex Bregman versus Alex Verdugo. Like, one is a franchise icon that's arguably, and not even arguably, that is your best third baseman in franchise history, that a lot of the fan base wants back, that your best player in franchise history wants back, that does help your team, versus a guy who was really bad last year that might be able to pull from some of his Boston heydays, which weren't very good either. They were above average to average. Like, there's a huge difference between Bregman and Verdugo.
Okay, and it's also not, I just said that's the guy that I've been fixated on as a guy that's cheap. But there's plenty of different guys they could still switch gears to still make sure that they're not done just because they're not going to bring back Alex Bregman. And if it's a trade or if it's someone else there that I'm not thinking of, and there's other guys that you could bring in, if you're willing to go for it mode to keep going, to pay Bregman 6 years at that kind of money, then I would think that he's still willing to do what's necessary if Dana and or their meetings they agree that the outfield is not good and they need another guy.
Yeah, I don't know if Alex Verdugo is better than anybody that they have in their outfield, though.
I think he is, but I also think, like I said, then find, if there's someone else, then switch gears and find somebody else, because their outfield is awful.
But the free agency market has like no one left. Like Verdugo's probably the best outfielder left.
I just said, I don't know if there's a trade to be made or other ways you can take on salary that you can get better than Alex Verdugo. If we're thinking that Verdugo ain't that guy, and I don't know who else is left, but I would think that from a organizational mentality standpoint, if you're willing to go over, whether with Bregman, and if you can find someone that's better than Alex Verdugo that you're willing, then you should be willing to go over for that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think you need to have a name there. Like, if you're going to play that card, you probably should have a name of, like, who you would want. But we've seen this play from Crane. Like, Crane did it for Hader. He wasn't going to do it for some no-name middle reliever. Maybe he got spooked by Graveman, but he went top of the market. Like, Abreu didn't put him over the luxury tax, but he went top of the market first baseman, probably overspent. There's been 2 times in Crane's career as an owner where he's went over the competitive balance tax. The first time was whenever they traded for Zach Greinke at the deadline, who was a massive name. And then whenever it was Josh Hader, he's not going over the competitive balance tax for mediocre guys at best. Like, he's just not. And he's not going to use the $26 million, which might be more now, that he's offering Alex Bregman per year, to repurpose that and spend it elsewhere. I just don't see it. And then Verdugo, like, I think Verdugo and Gamble are pretty even offensively. Defensively, Verdugo might be a little bit better, but is he worth $7 million when you just signed Gamble, who's pretty much equivalent to him? Like, they still have hopes for Chaz. They could be wrong there. Jake Meyer's a really good defensive center fielder, and they're committed to playing Altuve and left. So, like, I don't know how Verdugo really upgrades you. And Crane has the history of not doing that sort of thing. And then I don't think that they want to be over the competitive balance tax unless it's for a splashy name like Bregman.
Okay. And I said, whether it's Verdugo or not, I think that they should have the mentality that whether it's Bregman or not, if you were willing to go over there and you want to keep telling people that the window's still open and you're trying to compete for a championship, that if Bregman is out of the cards, then you should be going after someone else. That whether it's, an outfit, it should be, I think, a left-handed bat, an outfielder, but going after someone else that gives you a similar opportunity, because I don't believe in the abilities of that outfield, and I don't want to see that outfield be the starting outfield, even if Altuve isn't left.
Yeah. I just don't know how Verdugo moves your needle so much. It's just, it kind of baffles me.
Okay.
Okay. Text to the risk reward on Verdugo is not worth going over the quote. The risk reward for Bregman is another texter. Bad word. Branham is back. LOL. Back and better than ever. Another texter. The smart move for the Astros is to let Bregman walk. Take what you get this year, reset the tax, and go into the following year with the money coming off the books. I tend to agree with that. And like, if I were making, I wouldn't offer Bregman the money. Like, I'm not giving the Bregman the offer that he wants. And if Crane was like, well, we got to at least try, I'm stopping at 120 for 4, which is why I hate the idea of them jumping up from the 156.6. But I like where that texter's mindset is at. Like, I think that your roster, even without Bregman's good enough to be a contender in the American League West. I think they'll win the division, quite frankly. Once you make the playoffs in baseball, it's whichever team gets hot. Baseball playoffs are a crapshoot. So I do think that the Astros are a contender without Alex Bregman. So I would do what that texter is suggesting. I wouldn't sign Bregman. I would stay just under the competitive balance tax. If there's a splashy name that becomes available at the deadline, you're like, let's go for it, then you do that. But I'm actually comfortable going to the season with what you currently have.
Yeah, and I'm just not as comfortable as you are. I'm not, because there's just too many question marks. Is Chaz going to bounce back? Is Trammell or someone else going to step up? Or Gamble, is he possibly going to finally be the guy that they thought he was when he first entered the league? And on that contract, throw the money aside. I just hope that, but there's too much in terms of hope and question marks, as opposed to what we've kind of been accustomed to when this team is playoff caliber, which is that you've got some pretty steady pieces in the outfield. And I'm not saying it has to be Kyle Tucker and big names, but it's just, I mean, I think I hope Chaz finds it, but from the Chaz of even 2 years ago. But to me, Chaz and Jake are both reserve outfielders. Chaz could be a starting outfielder if you had a better outfielder somewhere else. But the fact that you're starting 2 fourth outfielders, in my opinion, on a good team in the outfield is not exciting.
Texter, shut up and listen for once. I heard him loud and clear for what it's worth. I knew exactly what he was saying. Another texture, it's okay for people to have different opinions on a situation. Yeah, of course. We're always going to talk about that. We're not scared of confrontation. A smart move is for Branham to shut up for 2 minutes and let his co-host speak. Noted. Another texture. Where did it go? It's not our job to help Bregman and Boris save face. I hate it. See, I don't think... Yeah. I see you mentioned earlier, too, that you think that the Astros could be bidding against themselves.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know. Like, we
Right.
don't know. But my feeling is that they're not. I do think that Bregman has at least an offer and maybe offers that are more than what the Astros have offered. I think he has 2 offers. I would guess he has one from Detroit and one from Toronto that are greater than 6 for 156.
I think, and again, it's going to be where he wants to play too, and all these different factors that factor in. The Cubs evidently aren't willing to budge and go further than I think 3 or 4, but maybe the AAV is higher per year, so that they can say they're offering him more money, at least from a year-to-year basis. And it comes down to, the Red Sox are supposedly out of it now. They're kind of trying to pursue Arenado or go in a different direction. That maybe at Toronto, whether he wants to play there or not, they seem to want to spend. But yeah, we don't know what we don't know. So, and Detroit, once they signed Flaherty, they weren't sure they were going to go to another big contract. Yeah, I don't know all the teams involved, and we'll never know probably. It just doesn't seem like if he had an offer better than the Astros already, you would think that he'd already have signed it.
Well, he doesn't want to play there.
Well, then he's going to have to probably end up, he's either going to play where he doesn't want to play, or he's going to have to take what the Astros are willing to pay, I guess.
Or he can wait until just before opening day, trying to get a couple of teams that he does want to play for to give him as close to that offer that exists. Like let's just throw out an arbitrary number. Let's say that the Blue Jays and the Tigers have offered 180 for 6, which is $30 million a year. Like that's not terribly far off. And Bregman was making $30 million a year with the escalators this season. Mm-hmm. And we've also heard that he doesn't want to take a pay cut from $30 million a year. So if we assume that Toronto and Detroit have given him 180 for 6, which I think is plausible. I think it's possible that they did, but he doesn't want to live in Detroit. He doesn't want to play in Toronto. So now he's holding the Astros and the Red Sox, maybe competing against each other, maybe bidding against each other, but he's holding those 2 offers of saying, look, this is what I got. You need to get into this ballpark for me to sign with you. And then whenever Ari Alexander tweets and reports that the Astros have improved their offer, I think that's the Astros trying to get closer to the 186 that Bregman could potentially have from Detroit and Toronto.
I think that, and then the other curious point of all of that is if the Astros get up to the same level as a team or 2 teams have offered him, is he expecting they have to go over that?
Maybe not.
Yeah. Or do they just have to get there? And then at a certain point, how far are you willing to go? And before we get back to the initial conversations we had when he hit the market, which is those last couple of years, as the price tag keeps going up, the return on investment's going down more and more, I think. And that how big of a risk is that for the franchise if you're willing to do that?
Massive. I wouldn't have paid him $1 over $1. I wouldn't have paid him $1 over 120 for 4. So like I don't already like the 156 for 6. So improving that I don't like at all. But my total guess of this is that Bregman has at least 1 offer, maybe 2 from Toronto, Detroit, but he doesn't want to play there. That is greater than the Astros offer. Because like this, it all adds up, really. Like we knew that the Astros offered 156.6 at the start of the year, according to reports, and there's always possibility reports are incorrect. But 156 for 6 was the early number, right? Astros operate like they're not going to sign Bregman. You've had Dana Brown, who's always kind of loose-lipped, kind of like, well, there's a chance. Joe Espada, there's always a chance. Dana Brown, oh, we're not talking to Boris. Oh, but they've improved their offer. Like this feels like posturing to me. This feels like negotiating to me. So I think that there's a bigger offer, or Boris could be bluffing. That's always a possibility, but I do think that there is some demand for Bregman. So I think that Bregman is using that number, 180 for 6, against the Astros and maybe even the Red Sox, saying, you guys need to get closer to this number for me to entertain your offer. And I think that with the Astros upping their offer, that is their effort and attempt to try to do that. And like we've talked about a lot, like what is the deadline that Bregman will impose on himself to sign? It might not be for until a week before opening day. So there's really no hurry from the Bregman-Boris camp. If they're trying to get the Astros and the Red Sox to get closer to 180 over 6, what is their hurry?
Yeah, I think it's more so, too, from an Astros standpoint. At a certain point, when do we just decide once and for all whether we look bad in the deal or not, just move on? Because I don't think that they can afford to wait like Bregman can.
Why not, though? Why not? Because if you're not signing anybody else but Bregman, if it's Bregman or bust, Bregman and nobody else, I know that's not what you want, but it's what I predict is going to happen. Why pull your offer from the table? If you know it's either Bregman or nothing, why not just leave the offer pending?
Because at a certain point, just like he did with Paredes and getting Paredes and Walker, at a certain point, you got to do what's best for you for the upcoming season and beyond.
Well, signing Bregman would be right.
But at the same time, look, yeah, they have different motives than you do. And at a certain point, you realize, look, if this goes any higher than this, then it's just ludicrous. We're not going to compete with that anymore anyway.
That's different than a pending offer. Like, that's improving your offer. I would leave the pending offer on the table until Bregman signs. I would leave it dangling out there because, again, they're not repurposing that money. They're not using 26, 28, $30 million, whatever they're offering to Bregman, to anybody else. It's allocated for Bregman. If Bregman says no, Jim Crane's going to say, well, we're going to stay under the competitive balance tax. Like, so why? What's the harm of leaving the offer on the table?
He
signs it?
You think that that's the case? I hope that that's not the case, but
I do.
I would like to think that that cooler heads prevail and go, look, at a certain point, we're not going to spend 33 or 30, more money per year. And maybe even if it's just 6 years, that's way too much.
Yeah.
And we just need to turn the page and move on, whether we get somebody else or not.
Well, if we're operating that they don't get anybody else and you just cap out your offer, why pull it though? Like, let's just assume the 156 for 6 is the offer. They said they improved it, but we haven't heard any sort of like reports on the numbers. So let's say 156 over 6. If the Astros are operating that it's Alex Bregman or nobody else, why would you pull the offer?
If you feel like he's not going to budge and he's going to try and get even more out of you, and you're like, okay, I'm already
Well, you're not improving it. You're not improving the offer, though. Like, you're just saying, this is it. It's take it or leave it. 156 for 6. You have until opening day to accept, or we're going to pull it at that point. There's no harm of pulling the offer.
Yeah, then they can leave it on the table all they want. I already think that it's a bad deal. If they put more money in it to make it even worse, then I'm at a point where it's just more frustration that it is that I think it's going to be good for the team. And we've seen what bad deals do for this team when they have to just basically make it money you got to eat. And I'm afraid the back end of that deal is going to be exactly what they're going to have to do. And I think it's bad for them to keep, up in the ante and negotiating.
Well, I don't want them
further.
to up it. I don't want them to up it. Like, I think those are two separate points, and I agree with you. Like, I think 6 for 156 is too much. I don't think they should continue to up it. But if they feel like this number is this number, and we're only going to give it to you, I don't see the reward of pulling the offer because they think that Bregman signs it makes them better. So,
well, in a way, and again, Jeremy, just hypothetically, but if I say the other answer to that would be, well, then you actually play the ultimate game of chicken. If you don't believe that he actually has these other offers, if you don't believe that either he doesn't want to go there or that any team is willing to pay the kind of ransom or the kind of salary that you're asking the Astros to pay, then pull it off the table and say, hey, you know what? Either give them an ultimatum or just pull it off the table and see if they don't come knocking on your door going, hey, would you put that back on the table?
I think that's what you would. I think you just leave the current offer on the table. And if he signs somewhere else, he signs somewhere else. And if he comes back to you a week before the season, he's like, hey, I'm ready to sign it. You're like, okay, great. Get ready to play third and bat second. And we'll figure out the rest. But I wouldn't up it. I don't like and I already think it's too high. I'm with you.
It already is.
And I wouldn't up it. But I wouldn't take it off the table either. Like if I'm them and they're like, yeah, 6 for 156 is doable or 6 for 160 is doable. We think it helps our team. Okay, well then leave it at that. Leave it on the table. Easy bake oven it. And then he'll give you an answer eventually. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Super Bowl's on Sunday. You might not know that. What is your favorite Super Bowl storyline? We'll Beezy money some of this as well. Not a whole lot of Beezy money, but we'll play the actually the spread last I looked was even. But we'll lay down a little bit of money on that. Maybe the total, maybe some prop bets. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, I want to tell you about Allstate Siding and Windows. They're the best in the business. If you're looking to do something to upgrade your house, I'm here to tell you about Allstate Siding and Windows. They are the best in the business because they've been in business for almost 50 years. And what they do is they make sure that your house not only looks better, but it also is going to do the exact things that you want your house to do. It's going to protect you from the elements like hurricane season here in Houston, as well as excessive heat and the occasional really cold nights that you deal with. And on top of all that, the windows are going to be strong enough, the siding durable enough to take whatever's flying around in the wind when hurricane season hits. And from the bigger standpoint of getting your energy bills to go down, that's the immediate impact that whatever they do is going to have on you and your family. Because my wife and I, when we bought our house a little over a year ago, we decided to invest in Allstate windows. And boy, are we glad we did, because immediately the curb appeal was upgraded. But the most important thing was it really kept the elements out and the air conditioning or the heating in the house over the last year. Energy bills went down about 30% overall, but some months it was higher than that. And we could not have been happier. And the process is all painless because at Allstate Siding and Windows, they do free estimates where they come in and they tell you exactly what they could do to help you. All you got to do is call them, 832-204-1936, 832-204-1936. They'll come out to your house and tell you all the different products that they offer based on the architecture of your house and the year it was built, the ones that will work best for your structure, and then walk you through all of their discounts and specials, like 30% off all the windows, $2,500 off a complete siding job, discounts for military personnel and first responders. All listening to us, talking to them, gets you in a better spot, because when you mention us, they're going to take care of you even more because they love us and they love you being listeners to our shows. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you by, but see what they can do for you too. Check out all the products and services at allstatesidingandwindows.com and call them at 832-204-1936.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Let the good times roll. Take the day off work and play a fun round of golf with your favorite sports station at the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 Occasional Invitational benefiting Kids Mills. This year's tournament will take place on Fat Tuesday, March 4th at 10:38 at Wildcat Golf Club. Each golfer will receive beverages from Carbach Brewing Company, lunch from Brown Bag Deli, dinner from Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, and 18 holes of golf. Register now at ESPN975.com under the promotions tab and use code EARLYBIRD for a $97.50 registration for a limited time.
Are we playing in that?
Texans? I haven't been asked.
I mean, at least we got to play last time, right? I'm just wondering if that continues or.
I don't know. It was kind of weird because we started the show like an hour and a half late.
Yeah, Joe had to fill in for us. That's right.
Yeah, which I don't know. It's tough. I wish we could play. I'm not sure though. Texans, while we were arguing, signed a player. They signed Kingsley Jonathan. Nope. Sounds like I've never heard of him either, but it sounds like they got his first and last name backwards.
Yeah,
like Jonathan Kingsley makes sense. Kingsley Jonathan doesn't feel right.
I agree with you. Yeah, what? But why do I seem to think that there was someone else named Kingsley, either in acting or sports? I'll have to look that up.
There's a Kingston Flemings committed to the University of Houston.
Okay.
I don't, but that's different. I'm sure there's been
No?
No.
I'm going to not talk for a minute every time I hear that. That's what I'm going to do. A couple of texts.
No?
About the Bregman thing.
Uh-huh. Okay, you're actually going to do the minute thing, so Brian's very happy about these cackling in there.
So that's all we have to do to get you to shut up now? Just play that drop? Joel, we need to keep that in our back pocket whenever he's getting a little sassy.
Is he timing it to be that?
I think he's now. I think he's
come
literally
on,
pulled out a timer and he's timing it to a minute. So you got any hot takes you want to get off your chest while Jeremy's on his hiatus?
I mean, is it regarding the Texans signing a guy named Kingsley, or are we getting to the Super Bowl talk already?
We can get into the Super Bowl talk.
I mean,
I think that's the next thing.
I think that aside from the prop bets and everything else, I think it's going to be really interesting. I think there's some money to be made in terms of like quarterback rushing yards. I mentioned it with Lee the other day.
Yeah.
I think there's
like the quarterback rushing totals for both guys.
I do too. And even
I'm back. It's been a minute. Texture on the third baseman. Who's your third baseman? It would be Paredes if it's not Bregman.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep. For
It'd
sure.
Why does every Houston team make everything so difficult? It does feel that way. It feels like they never do easy right. You know, like it's always round peg, square hole. I don't know. It's tough. I'd pay to see who wins the arguments in the Branham home. I'm willing to bet at home you lose, so you bully here. I don't argue at home. That's a fruitless endeavor. I know better than that. Texture says play it every minute, Brian. The Gallant thing, and then Kingsley Coleman is a Euro football player. Apparently, I've never heard of that.
I don't think that's who it was either. And I thought there was someone else, but I'm not. The Google search ain't coming up in my favor.
Ben
All right,
Kingsley?
sorry.
Is there?
There's Ben Kingsley. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean he's had a lot of big roles, but that's not who I was thinking about.
Is that an actor?
Oh,
I think, yeah,
big
it's an
time
actor.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I know his face. I didn't know that was his name. Well, what are your favorite storylines? Because I have two, and they're both quarterback related.
I think more so than anything else, it's for me. It's the whole. Can the Chiefs finish the deal and get the three-peat done? Because of the fact that it so impacts history and it's such a big deal. And I know that they've tried to downplay it, but you can't I mean, it's a major, major accomplishment. And the way, kind of like similar to how New England was able to change pieces along the way, although Brady stayed, this is kind of feels the same way, so that we can start having the conversation we had yesterday about how far can the Chiefs go to catch the Patriots as the greatest dynasty of all time. If they can pull this off, Reed stays the same, Mahomes stays the same. A lot of the other pieces change. Kelsey and Jones were there, but that's a big story. I think that's a big storyline.
Yeah, the three-peat's the most interesting for me because I mean we could watch something that's never been done in NFL history. So like that's pretty cool. That's pretty historic. It's probably why I'm rooting for the Chiefs. I think I want the Chiefs to win this game. So the three-peat, what does it do for Mahomes' legacy if he is the first quarterback to three-peat? I think he would have the second greatest quarterback resume ever, right? Like he would be second if he wins this.
Yeah,
He had 4 titles.
He doesn't have as many, or does he ties for second most titles amongst quarterbacks?
Yeah, because
behind
Bradshaw
Brady?
has 4.
Who?
Bradshaw
has
has
4,
four,
right. Yeah, so then, yeah, I mean, and I think that statistically he's probably already better than Bradshaw because
way
Bradshaw
better.
didn't throw the ball that much. So, yeah, I think he moves up to 2.
Yeah, and he would have the tiebreaker too to be the first quarterback to three-peat. Like I think that matters. So, yeah, he would have the second greatest resume ever. Montana had 4 too, right?
Yeah, Montana won 4. Yeah, 3 with
Would you
Walsh
have him
and
ahead
one
of
with Seifert.
Montana if he wins this?
Well, Pat's never lost a Super Bowl, right?
No, he lost to the Buccaneers, Brady's Buccaneers.
Oh, that's right. I was going to say,
but Montana went 4-0.
Because that's what I was going to say. The
4-0.
one card that Montana carries is he's never lost in a Super Bowl.
Does that give him the? I feel differently about that. I feel because Mahomes has been to an extra Super Bowl that he would get the tiebreaker there. Like I think 4-1 is more valuable than 4-0. Oddly enough,
4-1 is more valuable.
I would say.
Oh, because
so.
he at least made 5 Super Bowls.
Yeah, because now you're talking about 4 Super Bowl wins, 5 Super Bowl appearances. I think 4 Super Bowl wins, 5 Super Bowl appearances is greater than 4 Super Bowl wins, 4 Super Bowl appearances.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that point. I just think, I think it's I think actually it's fruitless when we get into all these back and forths when it comes to like Jordan and LeBron and stuff, because the criteria is different for everybody. But yeah, I mean, I definitely agree, and we discussed it yesterday. I thought the actual first trump card that Mahomes would carry is if he carries out a three-peat, he basically has that in his pocket against everybody but Brady until he gets to 7. If he gets to 7, then if he's got that in his back pocket, he surpasses Brady.
The second storyline I have is the Jalen Hurts angle of this. I think that Jalen Hurts, and I've probably been guilty of doing this at times myself, I feel like Jalen Hurts is criminally underrated. I think that Jalen Hurts is a borderline top 5 quarterback and gets treated more like he's a borderline top 10 quarterback. This is his second Super Bowl in 3 years. And if he wins this, like this would be legacy changing for Jalen Hurts. So like that aspect of it from his point of view, I think is a massive storyline as well. And then when you look at just look at his records. This is his 4th year as like the guy, the everyday starter. 9-8, 14-3, 11-6, 14-3. I think that Jalen Hurts is severely underrated. And if he gets a Super Bowl, I think he goes up a stratosphere about how he's viewed relative to the other quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah, I think that from the standpoint, and look, I got crushed for a statement that I made early on because I didn't think Jalen Hurts was ever going to be the starting quarterback of like a Super Bowl caliber team. And 2 and 3 years solidifies that. But I agree with you that if he wins it, he definitely, for a lot of people that I know, Chris Canty and a lot they had a big back and forth about this, of like top 5, top 10, whatever. He wins it and he's got 2 and 3 years. I don't think that there's any way that anybody can say anything other than he is, one of the best quarterbacks in this league. And he takes a beating too. That's the thing. We talk about Lamar running. We talk about Josh Allen running, but he gets crushed a lot when he's running, and that hinders a lot of his abilities, like a couple of weeks ago in the playoffs. But yeah, if he wins it, I definitely think it solidifies a lot for him.
Yeah, no doubt. What other storyline Joe got?
I'm sorry. On the flip side, I think like from a Saquon perspective, that's another big storyline for me because of the fact that with the regular season that he put together and how he was so close to getting to Dickerson's record. Now, if he finishes it and puts the icing on the cherry on top, wins the Super Bowl, and especially if he has a big game, that might be one of the best running back seasons, if not the best single season we've ever seen a running back put together.
It's weird because we don't look at other positions of having championship legacy like we look at quarterbacks, but Saquon's season that he's had, I think, is one that will live in running back lore. And I think that it should be elevated if he wins a title. Just like it's elevated if a quarterback wins a title, I think it should be elevated if a running back wins a title, especially when you're such a key focus. Like if you were, ran for 900 yards and you're an afterthought on the offense and like you're the 5th most important offensive player, that would be different. But because Saquon is the most important guy on their offense. I think he should get the added elevation if they do win it all. And then the storyline, too, of just like what do the Eagles do offensively to try to keep Mahomes off the field. I think they're going to try to feature Saquon a lot. But then you start getting into the cliches like, yeah, whoever does better in the red zone. Hey, whoever does better on third downs. Like, yeah, like you could say that about every single football game. What other storylines you have? Brian, you have any?
Yeah, I mean, you guys kind of covered I think the biggest ones, but another one I'm looking at is A.J. Brown. I mean, I think A.J. Brown, talent-wise, it to me is an elite wide receiver near the same tier, or maybe not the exact same tier, but close to the level of the top guys in the league with Chase and Jefferson. But he doesn't get that same sort of credit, I think, in part because whether it was in Tennessee where he was with Derrick Henry or here in Philly with, obviously a low passing volume team with Jalen Hurts, he doesn't get the same sort of volume as those other guys, Chase and Jefferson. But if he's able to have a big game against the Steve Spagnuolo defense in the Super Bowl and post huge numbers in the Eagles win of a Super Bowl, I think that might elevate Brown more into the conversation of being a top tier wide receiver.
Yeah, I think
cool. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think the coaches are the other storyline, both coaches. I think that from a Sirianni standpoint, similar to what we were talking about with Jalen Hurts, but even more so, we were talking about a guy that maybe, because of his coordinators got to a Super Bowl that was basically all but going to be fired depending on what happened after he had a bad season last year. Now he's back. If he would win it, he probably gets an extension and more money and
buys himself 3 to 4 years
and a
easy.
whole lot more respect. And from the Andy Reid perspective, he's chasing Belichick for the all-time.
Mm-hmm.
But if he keeps riding this train and he gets another one like this, then we start looking at how far can he go.
Yeah, I hate that you brought up that point
about
It's
Sirianni.
Disgusting. Yeah,
That's
I don't know
your
if it's
guy.
4 years easy. That I hate Sirianni, but I have to give him credit. I have to give him credit. Like this is his second Super Bowl appearance in the last 3 years. Like I have to give you flowers. Like I can't continue to crap on the guy whenever you do that. Like that's scoreboard. Like scoreboard. Yeah, Peterson won in 2017 and then was fired after the 20 year. So it's tough.
3 years.
It's not. I would eliminate the 4 part of it. And I think he was fired mid-season too. So he didn't even make it the 3rd year, Brian.
Cool.
Nitpick, semantics, all that. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. I wonder who is the fastest coach to get fired after winning a Super Bowl. Is it Jimmy Johnson? It might be Jimmy Johnson, actually.
It has to be, right? Wasn't he fired like
did he make it through the following year?
I think he got one more year after because they went back to back.
Mm-hmm.
He got one more year left, and then Barry Switzer won it because they won 3 and 4 years in the 4.
No. His last year was after winning back to back.
Oh, so he didn't even get another year.
So yeah, maybe I don't know if he technically got fired or he resigned. I don't remember. That was kind of
it could have been technically a resign.
So he kind of got the James Click treatment. Win it, only win 2, and then see ya.
That's nuts. That's crazy. Yeah.
Things haven't changed in Dallas, huh?
Man.
Things never change.
Did you see, was it like the 3rd string tight end for the Chiefs?
They agreed to part ways. So it was like the same way McCarthy, except McCarthy didn't have the winning.
Yeah. Did you see that the 3rd string tight end for the Chiefs that used to play for the Cowboys just went out and just piled on in terms of it's not about football and winning. It's about everything that they were talking about during the season with Dalton Schultz and others. He just piled on and was just they don't focus on. He goes, when I first got to Kansas City, it was all about football and winning, and it wasn't like that in Dallas. It's not a good look.
Yeah, they're weird there. I would hate to be a fan of the Cowboys. Must be a miserable existence. 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to BZ money on the other side. Also, I want to take a look at the recent Super Bowl champions and then their path to eventually winning it all to kind of get an idea of where the Texans could be in a journey for a potential title. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Take a look at these Super Bowl champions in the last 15 years or so and see the build-up to them winning a Super Bowl at some juncture. But it's an Anything Goes Friday, right? It's just a Friday. So we'll do whatever you guys want us to do. You want us to argue, we'll do that. You want to make fun of us, we can do that. You want to call about the Texans, we weren't talking about the Texans, you can do that. 713-780-3776. And Eddie wants to do just that. Eddie, what do you got on the Texans?
Hey guys, big fan. Really appreciate y'all's insight. Listen to you guys almost every day, so thank you. Y'all were talking about the Texans, and I'm just curious, what are y'all's thoughts as to what's it going to take for us to really make an AFC Championship game at the very least? You know, we were hoping this was kind of our year. We were considered to have the best wide receiver trio in the league. Obviously, injuries ran into that, but you know, I'm excited about the new hire for offensive coordinator, but just wondering what you guys think we really need to do beyond this new hire, and what's it going to take to get over the hump here to at least make an AFC Championship game.
Appreciate Eddie. Thanks for listening. I mean, we've talked about it. I think all three of us are in agreement. I think priority one is the offensive line, and there's a million different ways that you could do it. But I don't think it's enough to just say the new regime of coaches are going to do it. I think some of the personnel has to change, but I think that they have to address that first and foremost and figure out a way to make that line better. And then I think that they have to add some weapons. We know that Diggs probably isn't going to be ready for the start of the year if he's a Texan and he's a free agent. So I think that, you know, they need to add 2 wide receivers in some combination between trade, draft, free agency. And I think that, you know, then along with some good draft picks, I don't think it takes that much more. But I'm also going to say that the other thing that with everybody you got to get through in the conference, you probably have to have some luck too at a certain point. But yeah, I would start with the weapons with wide receivers after the offensive line.
Yeah, appreciate the kind words, Eddie. It makes me uncomfortable. I'd rather you insult me than be nice to me, but thank you nonetheless. To me, I think the defense is there. I think the defense could be a championship-level defense. They might have been there this year. With another year of development, I think they're there. Will Anderson into his 3rd year. Stingley coming off an all-pro season. You know, Danielle Hunter didn't show any signs of aging to me. Like, he's kind of like still playing really, really well. You didn't have Christian Harris healthy this year. You know, maybe you make a shrewd move in the draft or free agency and you pick up a starter. Jalen Petrie was hurt at the end of the season. I thought he was better as a nickel than he was as a safety. Like it's in the realm of possibility that the defense is already championship good. So to me, it's how do you get the offense to be top 10? Like if you combine a top 10 offense with potentially a top 5 defense, can you win it all? Yeah, you mentioned the good fortune along the way. You're going to need a little bit of that too. So my focus is mostly on the offensive side of the ball. It's the reason that they fired Bobby Slowick, right? If the offense isn't good enough, you're firing the coordinator. You're not firing the coordinator if you think the offense is good enough. So they don't think the offense is good enough. They fired Bobby Slowick. Hire Nick Caley. What does that do with the offensive line? Is that good enough to fix the offensive line without wholesale changes? That's for them to decide. So I would look mostly on the offense side of the ball. You want CJ Stroud to, like, I don't even know what to call his 2nd year. Like, I guess regression is fine, but you don't. Not only do you want him to overcome his regression, but you want him to also pick up in his 3rd year where you expected him to be at the end of year 1. Like we all expected this incremental climb for CJ Stroud to be better and better, right? Like he finished his rookie year at a really high level. You're expecting progression and development in year 2, even higher level, year 3, even higher level. It's why the whole like embrace the sucker was, oh, you have to go from 4 wins to 6 wins to 8 wins. No, it's usually not this steady climb. Usually there's ups and downs, but you're going to really need CJ Stroud to become a top 7 quarterback in the NFL, and then he's going to need help at the skill positions. You can't do Nico Collins, John Mechie, and Xavier Hutchinson. So you're going to need help there. Like maybe Dalton Schultz can be better with Caley, who's a tight ends coach. Maybe he can improve. But you absolutely have to have help at receiver.
Yeah, no doubt. Brian, what do you got? Anything?
Yeah, no, I think sometimes we fixate too much on fixing what's around CJ Stroud rather than having the conversation of CJ Stroud just as a player. And Jeremy kind of hit on it there at the end where he said he had to be a top 7 quarterback. I mean, CJ Stroud has to get to the point, if you're in a conference with Burrow, Lamar, Josh Allen, and Patrick Mahomes, he has to be the type of quarterback that could put the team on his back and carry, maybe a lesser than skill position group like Patrick Mahomes does if you're going to beat Patrick Mahomes. And that so far is the step that we haven't seen CJ Stroud take. So far, I mean, he's got 2 playoff wins. It was against Joe Flacco, who threw multiple pick sixes, and Justin Herbert, who threw 4 picks. Like, he hasn't had, to me, in my opinion, the key playoff moment where he puts the team on his back and carries them to a playoff win. And until he shows that capability, they're not going to get to where we want them to go.
He needs help, though. Like,
no, he absolutely does. I think we just focus sometimes more on what's around him instead of like also having the conversations like, well, he also has to get better.
Yeah, he does. But you can help the quarterback get better without the quarterback even being better.
True.
If that makes any sense. I do think both things are going to have to happen if we're talking about this huge rise, though. Like, it absolutely probably all has to click if you're going to have this once-in-a-generation, oh, my goodness, championship type of season. Which, if you look at the champions, like in the last 15 years, and you look at the buildup prior to them winning their first, like Mahomes has won 3, the Chiefs have won 3. But if you look at the buildup to when they win their first one in the 2019 season, they were in the playoffs 4 previous times without even getting to the Super Bowl, and then they break through. Now, Mahomes was a big factor in that because Mahomes was not there for that entire stretch. Lost in the divisional round, lost in the wild card round, lost in the conference championship round with Mahomes, and then finally won it in 2019, and now they've won 3 in the last 5 years, have been to 4, or have been to 5 now in the last 6 years. Look when the LA Rams won it, 2021. Now, they had Stafford, and they brought in Stafford after having Goff, but they were in the playoffs 3 of the previous 4 years. Lost in the wild card round, lost in the Super Bowl with Goff, missed the playoffs at 9-7, lost in the divisional round. Tampa Bay's kind of a weird thing because they brought in Brady. Like, they had not been to the playoffs since 2007. They made it in 2020 and won the Super Bowl. So maybe they're the exception to the rule of like this build to finally win a Super Bowl. Patriots, like, they won every Super Bowl, it feels like, but 2001 was their first one. They missed the playoffs in the previous 2 years, made the playoffs in the previous 3. Philadelphia won their first one in 2017. They missed the playoffs in the previous 3 years. So it seems kind of random when you look at these Super Bowl champions. Like, sometimes it feels like there's this incremental climb, but then for other teams, it's like, oh, they're all of a sudden good, and they have this ride to win it all.
Yeah, and I mean, and every situation is different. I just think from a Texans standpoint, we talked about the gauntlet that the AFC is, and that's no matter how good you make this roster, the fact that we've been sitting there talking about some of the things that you're talking about now in terms of what could be the greatest dynasty in NFL history when all is said and done, you don't want to end up being in a situation where you're the Utah Jazz and you're Stockton and Malone and all these talented teams that had all the talent in the world and maybe in a different era against, you might have won multiple championships. But you're going up against Patrick Mahomes, and oh, by the way, Josh Allen ain't bad, and Lamar Jackson ain't bad, and neither is Joe Burrow. That's why I said you might have to have some luck on your side because there's a lot of talent in the conference.
Yeah. The other 2 guys aren't good in the playoffs, though. Josh Allen and Lamar. Like, Mahomes has had tremendous amount of success. Burrow's had some success.
Allen's not
Lamar
good in the playoffs.
Good in the playoffs. Yeah, he's never won the AFC.
Okay.
He hasn't.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's just I don't. This argument would fracture too much or go too long, but I disagree.
Okay. He's never won the AFC. I think I have scoreboard when it comes to Josh Allen. Let's get to BZ Money.
I make money move. Do these guys have any idea what they're doing? Probably not. But that won't stop them from making picks. This is BZ Money.
All right, BZ Money. Today could be a little awkward doing BZ Money. There's only one game. There's literally one game. But let's start with the spread in this one, which I saw earlier today that it got to a pick'em. The current spread right now at ESPN.com is a pick'em, Which side of this do you like, Lakers?
I like the Chiefs side of this, and I've seen and heard some things where they said some of the whales that are betting in the big money is going Philadelphia's way, that they think that right before game time or sometime between now and game time, it's going to get to where the Eagles are going to be favored by a point. I like the Chiefs. We've talked about this previously. I just feel like this is the next big carrot for them. Yeah, they've been there, done that. They can do all these things, but now they've got even more motivation with this chance to do what no one else has done. I think they're playing really good football. I think that, Spagnuolo's going to have a plan for Saquon, and I believe that the Chiefs are going to win the game. So I like the Chiefs on this one.
I feel like if this is a close game, the Chiefs win. I feel like if it's a blowout, the Eagles win, which great analysis there, Branham. But I feel like the Chiefs play close games. I feel like they have, they control the ball. Eagles will get some explosive plays here and there, but the Chiefs defense is good. I'm with you. I think it's going to be a tight game. I don't think it's going to be a pretty game. I think it's going to be an ugly game, quite frankly. I think the Chiefs eke out the win.
Yeah, no, I don't like the idea of the Chiefs needing extra motivation when a Super Bowl's on the line. But I'm going to pick the Eagles regardless. I like the Eagles when it was +1. I still like them here in a pick 'em. I just think, look, obviously Patrick Mahomes could be the great equalizer in the one single factor that takes us over the top, despite what you have from the other 21 starters on both teams. But I just look at these two teams. Other than quarterback, I think the Chiefs or the Eagles basically have an advantage everywhere. I think they have the better defense, they have the better receivers, they have the better running backs. I just think this Eagles team is far superior. The Chiefs have been living off too many close victories, and they've finally met a team I think can match them talent-wise. I think this is the Eagles win by 5 to 6 points.
What extra motivation that they're underdogs?
No, Joel mentioned the extra motivation of going for the 3-peat.
Oh,
for the Chiefs. Yeah.
If anything, maybe it could go the other. I don't know. I don't know if it's extra motive. It could be. It could be if it's channeled properly. It could also be the stress of it, right? And they're a little tight. Could go either way, I guess. I don't think that they're gaining anything there, though. But I also don't think they're losing anything there either. So 2 against 1 there. How much money do we have left in our bankroll here, Brian?
Did we? I don't know if we updated after the conference championship games, but I have us at 1260.
It sounds
260
good.
up. Yep.
So let's blow it all this week. We don't need to turn a profit here.
Right.
260. Are you saying legit all in?
Well, we don't want to burn Gal's money and then get on the hot seat, so we can just burn the 260.
I don't have a problem burning his money. I think we have a good severance package here. But we're torn on the game.
Yeah, I did finish in last place though, and you guys are both on the Chiefs. So
you want to go 100 on the Chiefs?
Sure.
Straight up pick them. Okay,
Sure.
let's play the total here as well. The over/under as of right now is 48.5. What side of that do you like, Lakers?
Kind of like the over.
Really, I feel strongly oppo.
Really, you think it's going to be
grind
it out?
Jeremy mentioned the ugly nature of it. You got two strong defenses. I know Patrick Mahomes hasn't turned the ball over in the playoffs in a really long time. And the Eagles don't throw the ball a whole lot to turn the ball over. But this just feels like a team or a matchup where the strengths of both teams are their defenses. I think this is going to be, this has the feel of a 2017 game. I think this is under comfortably.
I have 24-20 Kansas City. So I'm not too comfortable with the under, but I am on the underside of it by 4.5 points. That is a significant amount. So I like the under side of it too.
And you guys take that one.
We'll go 100.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
100. Any prop bets that you boys like?
I like a couple. I think the rushing yards are interesting, and I think that the Kelsey yards are interesting. They got Kelsey at 59. The last I saw was 59 yards receiving. I just feel like in a game like this, he's going to get over 60 yards receiving, and Mahomes, that's his security blanket. I like Kelsey over 60 yards.
Yeah, I like that side of it too. Taylor Swift's going to be in attendance. That always fires him up. He's always at a different level when Taylor Swift is in town. So he'll get a boost there. Plus, it's championship Kelsey. I feel like championship Kelsey always has over 60 yards. I like the over of that one too.
Right.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine with that over. I don't know if it's a slam dunk, but I'm fine with it. 60 is like the number I just saw was 61.5. I think you said 59.5, so pretty close either way. But I feel that's a low enough number that I'm comfortable betting on it.
Okay, how much you want to go?
7,500.
Whoa. Okay. I mean, that's a lot. I was gonna say like more like 30.
I was thinking, I was gonna say 25. So
25, 30.
Yeah,
fake money.
I'm not 70. Yeah, I know, but I'm still playing as if it's real.
I'd like to be like real in terms of winning at the end of the year instead of down. But
You guys put your Monopoly money in a mutual fund or what?
sometimes it's amazing what that stuff
Depends
you
on
do
how the
with
market
right
reacts.
I like the Devontae Smith number. Where was it at?
Last I saw was 50.5. I know Lee
like
was
the
all
over
over
there.
that yesterday as well. So
Of all the prop bets Lee mentioned, I didn't like any of them except for that one. I like the Devontae Smith to go over 50 yards.
yeah, I'm big on that one as well. I think Lee mentioned the previous 3 times, or maybe it was the only 3 times Devonta Smith has faced the Steve Spagnuolo defense. He's been north of 90 yards, and the line's only 50.5. The past 3 matchups don't necessarily mean anything, but I think this is significant. You know, the Chiefs are going to focus on A.J. Brown and Saquon. I think Devonta Smith going to have a big game.
I'm fine with it. I mean, I want to go to a big number, but
100.
If you guys,
100.
You guys feel strongly about it, I guess.
$97.50. Early bird special.
I see what you did there.
You guys roll with it. You guys are in agreement.
The other prop bet I like is for the coin toss to land on tails.
Is this a
Coin
tails
toss to
never fails
land
narrative?
on tails. Tails never fails, and then also Kansas City to win it. So whatever side you like of that, I like coin toss tails, Kansas City to win the toss.
I don't know. I feel like at the point we're gambling on the coin toss, it's time to call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Yeah, I'm not big on
How
those
do you
things.
know the number by heart?
Because it was in my underdog reads
Yeah,
for
I figured
a
it was
couple
in a
months.
read.
Oh, that's a good answer.
Yeah. Promo code BMAC.
Yeah, but we're getting even money on this. I feel like it's this is better than any bet you get against the house in the casinos.
Yeah, I guess. I just
Not when you
I
do
don't
it through a bookie, but when you do it through Beasy Money, you do. We're not playing
Right. Yeah,
we're not paying the
we're not
big.
paying a vig with Beasy Money. I guess I'm fine with the tails never fails narrative.
I'll go tails as well.
Anything else you like?
I got a couple. I mean, I think I like Hurts over 34.5 yards rushing.
Ooh, that's high.
And I like Mahomes more than 5.5 rushing.
5.5?
Yeah, you mean
That's
rushing attempts?
low.
Rushing attempts.
Oh,
Okay,
I think you meant yards.
No, rushing attempts. Rushing.
You said you have them higher than 5?
I think he's going to run it more than 5 times.
Huh.
Yeah, I more like the yardage from Mahomes. I see it at 29.5.
I got 29 as well. Yeah.
29.5 is the number I've got. I would more bet that one because he could get it on 2 runs, and I don't have to have the total attempts for
So
it.
let's go that route.
But yeah, I like both are fine.
Dang. Mahomes ran it 11 times against Buffalo.
Yeah.
And I
He
saw
ran
this
it
stat
7
early.
times against the Texans. I like that too.
I saw this stat earlier in the day. It wasn't from Lee, but in the previous 4 Super Bowls from Mahomes, he's gone over on his rushing line in all 4 games.
I like both overs. So if you guys just want to play one of them, pick the one you like better. If you want to
I
play both.
lean yardage.
I lean carries.
That's why I started it with
you need
5
more
points.
Let's do both at 50. Let's do both at 50. Since
Okay.
like $100 has been our
That's
normal
fair.
bet, let's kind of like hedge it at 50 on each.
That's fair.
What was the Hurts one?
Hurts is 34.5 yards rushing, but the one I like more is an anytime touchdown. I just think with the
Rushing
tush
or-
push, rushing,
Well, rushing or receiving.
rushing
for
or
any
receiving,
time,
but
yeah.
an anytime touchdown on Jalen Hurts with the tush push on the goal line or an interference in the end zone, I think they're going to get that.
How many yards was it again?
34.5 rushing.
He went above 34.5 in 5 games in a row prior to the Washington game, which they blew out Washington, and he was kind of dinged up.
Yeah, he was dinged up.
Where do we think his health is at?
I think
Extra
this
week
time
off.
off has helped him a lot.
I think so too. I like the over here too.
Yep.
I like that one a lot. Hundo,
I'm in on that.
I'm good with that.
did you like both the yards and the carries, or just the yards?
On Hurts, I was just on the yards.
Okay, let's do 100 on the yards.
All right, what
How
else
much money
you
do
guys
we
got?
have left?
That's all I had.
I have no idea. I haven't been keeping track of how much we bet.
What other ones do you have, Brian?
I like the under on Kareem Hunt's total rushing yards. I have it at 42.5. I mean, you're going to have Mahomes running a little bit. You're going to have, obviously, Isaiah Pacheco work into the game. And the Eagles' run defense has been fantastic. I don't see Kareem Hunt getting over 42.5.
That one sounds good to me.
I agree
How
with
about
that,
How about
sure.
a quarter?
Yep,
That's
fine.
good.
Yep.
I'm good with that.
Do we have a Taylor Swift prop bet for funsies?
I could find one.
Well, they got
I
a
think.
number of like how many times she's going to be on camera.
Yeah, probably.
Doesn't she? Didn't she have a collab with Kendrick Lamar where they were betting whether she was going to be part of the halftime show or not? I don't think she is.
I don't think she'll either. Like, she's going to be hanging out in the suite. She's not going to want to work. Like, she's going to be watching her boo. You know what I mean?
And we know her former bestie ain't going to be in the suite with her.
They have how long will the Trump interview be with Fox? 14 and a half minutes.
That's a long time. Ooh.
That seems pretty long.
I
but they're starting it super early, so they're going to have like a runway.
I see a prop on who will be the first to post on social media after the game, Taylor Swift or Donald Trump. Trump is a minus 500 favorite.
Trump's going to be there.
I know.
Going to be there.
Okay.
I know, but I
So
think
will
this
Taylor
is the
Swift.
first time a sitting president's been at a Super Bowl, I believe.
Oh,
Is
really?
it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
No,
Ever?
I think so. Matter of fact, I think I heard Paul and Joe back that up.
I mean, maybe. I mean, again, it's posting on social media. I don't know about.
I would
what
assume Trump's going to tweet all game.
Probably.
Well, he's going to truth. But yes.
And
That's
I don't
crazy
think
to me
well,
that there's
whatever.
never been a sitting president at a Super Bowl.
No.
I've been at a football game with a sitting president.
I've been at a basketball game with a sitting and a former president.
Who was your sitting one?
Obama.
What game?
We were in D.C.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
And then
I was
the elder Bush, actually both Bush, but the elder Bush was at he would come to Rockets games quite a bit.
W. Bush went to a U of H SMU game at Moody a few years ago. And then the sitting president football game I was at was Army Navy when Trump's first term.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I have pictures of it. He was like 100 feet of him.
I've got a few more Trump prop bets if we're interested.
Sure.
What will be higher, Trump's weight, 215, or Jalen Hurts passing yards?
Trump's only 215.
That's what it's
He's
according
not
to Bet
stepping on
Online.
the
That's
scale
what they have
to
him
prove it
listed
right
as.
or wrong.
I don't believe that.
There's no way in to get in the game.
I think he's higher than 215. I think this is being generous, but that's what they have him listed at.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't want to bet that one.
right.
I think Hurts will be under, but I don't feel great about it.
Okay, how about let's see. What will be higher, Donald Trump's age, 78, or AJ Brown receiving yards?
Age, I think.
Age.
And then let's see, we have
Put a quarter on that one.
we have let's see. What will be higher, Donald Trump approval rating on February 10th, or total points scored in Super Bowl 59?
Approval rating.
Yeah, I'm taking the under on the game, so I agree with that.
That's probably true.
What was the date on it? February 9th?
February 10th, so Monday.
I mean, his approval rating is probably pretty high right now, isn't it?
I think so.
This close to the turnover from the election, I would assume so.
All the executive orders and stuff. Like, I imagine it's over 50%. Like, I feel like that's the thing to play.
I think it's definitely over 50% right now.
Like, why play the over-under when you could play that?
Yeah, that one feels fairly easy. Nothing's a gimme, but it feels fairly easy.
Like, I feel like we should middle that. Like, play the over on the points and then the under on that.
I wish it listed the odds for that one, but it just has it as a straight bet.
Yeah, that's interesting. No Taylor Swifties?
I'm still trying to find that email.
All right, whatever. We got to move on. Taylor Swift is not making the cut today. We got to get to that stupid game. Who said it? Brian's going to be out for vengeance today. You already know that he is. But Blankers and I have had good chemistry today, so I like our chances. Who said it with the Killer Bees coming up next on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Princess doesn't have Who Said It ready, so we'll get to that at the top of the hour. I'm
Who you
probably
calling
stacking the
Princess?
deck. Calling you a princess. He's probably stacking the deck against us, though, Blankers.
Interesting.
Well, you said he's coming back with a vengeance. He's kind of made a couple references. So, he said he let us off easy last week. So we'll see.
That has never been said.
Some audibles.
You said you took it easy on us.
I didn't say that.
I thought you said that after I said we won last week, the other day.
Tape.
Well, you'd have to tell me when it was first, but that was never said.
It's last Friday after we played it.
I will comb through that last hour and a half.
I thought you said
See,
it during
I'm listening.
the course of this week.
Oh, this week. Maybe I'm not listening. So what's the plan if Mixon were to get banged up for a while? Is it Pierce or a running back in the offseason? I think Pierce is going to be RB2 is my guess.
I think, again, kind of changing the scheme, I think could be very, very beneficial if Pierce is your backup. But you and I talked about this the other day that I would not be against and opposed to them finding whether it's a third down back and or a combination guy that can also be the backup running back in the draft.
Yeah, I do want a running back in the draft, but I want that to be like a third down back, eventually take over for Pierce, because Pierce would be in his fourth year next year, right?
Yes,
that'll be his fourth year.
Correct.
So that's his final year of the deal, and I'm not re-signing Dameon Pierce. So I'm drafting a running back. He's probably going to be my backup in 2 seasons, and he might even be my starter in 2 seasons. But plus, it'd be dynamic. Like, all these teams have multiple running backs. So I do want a running back in the draft, but I will say that Pierce will be RB2. Texter says Allen can't beat Watson. I don't know. That's true. He didn't. He didn't beat Deshaun Watson. He's 0-1 lifetime against Deshaun Watson in the playoffs. Another texter asked, what is Josh Allen's playoff record? What is it, like 1 game above 500, I think is what it was. Is it like 6-5 or something? 7-6. 7-6. Josh Allen in the playoffs. 1 game above 500. Ain't going to get it done. Texter, hard to beat the refs and Goodell. Chiefs win. Goodell won't let his golden boy lose. It really doesn't matter, though, right? Like, at this point, it doesn't matter if he wins. Like, how does that improve the ratings? How does that help the NFL if the Chiefs win?
I don't know. It's like T.O. What was T.O. the one saying that it's all scripted and rigged and fixed? And it's like, well, if it was, would it really be Kansas City that the league would be banking on and doing all this stuff for? I mean, I don't buy any of that.
I don't think it moves the needle in terms of the profit margin for the NFL at all. Who wins this game? Like, it'd be a better argument of like Kansas City to the Super Bowl because it helps the rating. Okay, I could listen to that a little. Don't believe it, but that makes a little bit more sense than them winning once they got here because it's not an extra game to play. Now, I guess if I'm reaching here and really playing devil's advocate, you could say that fans love dynasties. They like dynasties, so they can root against the dynasties, leads to more viewers.
Do they, though?
I don't think so.
I'm playing devil's advocate. Don't jump on me. Don't jump on me. I'm playing devil's advocate.
Oh, because I was going to say, I think everything that I've heard of is outside of Kansas City, the majority of the United States is pulling for the Eagles because they want the underdog and they don't like the dynasty.
Well, I think that, like, I do think that dynasties lead to more people watching. Like, you want the big name brand on TV. And I do think that when you have a dynasty, it helps the big name brand.
Maybe so. I mean, like, they don't need help, right? But
that's the thing with the NFL. You don't need help. Like college basketball, like the Blue Bloods always draw more ratings, but that's a little bit more of a niche
like
sport.
the Final Fours that always end up in Houston, at least a lot. The one where you had Butler and you had all the underdogs, and you're going, or the other one where you had San Diego State and a bunch of underdogs, and you're like, yeah, obviously for ratings, if you're just looking at it from a ratings perspective, then you want the Blue Bloods.
Or the NBA too, though. Like, I mean, I think the Bulls dynasty was good for ratings. I think the Golden State dynasty was good for ratings. Obviously, the big market teams are good for ratings. Same thing with baseball. Like, you get a Dodgers-Yankees World Series, that's going to be good for ratings over Kansas City and Pittsburgh.
Can you imagine OKC and Cleveland in the finals this year in the NBA?
Ooh. Oh, that would not be good.
Not at all.
That would be bad. Ooh. NBA would not like that.
Nope.
Silver would not like that. Princess, do you have Who Said It ready?
Yeah, it's been ready.
Okay, good. Let's take a break. We'll get back to that the game everybody calls Who Said It. It's next, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Yeah, that rejoin really puts Brian in a favorable light. Not surprising.
Well, I mean, I think we know how it got produced. Brian probably submitted it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or it's basically the same one that Joe had, but just changed the name out.
Well, we have a producer that's putting himself in a favorable light. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know how the talent feels about this.
I guess facts in front of a good story, but
okay, let's get to who said it. Let's get it out of the way.
And you feel very depressed for coming off a 4-1 week, Jeremy.
Depressed is the wrong word for it. I would just say a miserable 10 minutes would be the better word for it. But let's get to it. Let's see if we can make it back to back. Question 1, please.
Question or quote?
Well, you're going to ask us who said it, right?
Semantics. I see what you did.
I know.
There.
See, you flipped it. Yeah, turn the table a little
I'll
bit.
semantic you back. The game is called Who Said It. I believe that is a question, sir.
Okay, well, I will phrase it in the form of a question then, since this has become Jeopardy. Quote number 1. The Big 12 is doing their football schedule reveal. It's like a great value or good value version of the NFL one with absolutely no hype behind it and on ESPNU. If you're going to put it on ESPN in the middle of the morning, probably don't make it a big deal. Don't make it a big deal. It seems, I don't want to say pointless, but not worth the time.
I hear Dell immediately because, I mean, how many other people are going to even know that this is happening?
It might have been happening in real time, actually.
Oh,
I think they did it
on the
during
screen
those hours.
here?
Yeah. I mean, I heard it's either Dell or Lance, I think. Well, I mean, I'm guessing.
Okay, so let's take your narrative on it for a second. If that's going to be on ESPNU,
I can't remember what time it was though.
I don't think it would be during John and Lance.
It was in the morning, but I don't know if it was 9 or it was 10.
Okay,
they did it in the morning because I get Big 12 emails and stuff, but I don't remember what time it was.
Well,
Can
you read it again, please? Let's make them work.
It's fine.
The Big 12 is doing their football schedule reveal. It's like a great value or good value version of the NFL one with absolutely no hype behind it and on ESPNU. If you're going to put it on ESPNU in the middle of the morning, probably don't make it a big deal. Don't make it a big deal. It seems, I don't want to say pointless, but not worth the time.
Huh. They said great value, good value. They got that mixed up.
Okay. Does that lead you away from Dell?
I don't know if Dell would mess that up. What do you hear? I told you my thoughts.
Yeah, and at least we have one of your two in agreement. I hear Dell.
Okay, let's do it.
The Big 12 is doing their football schedule reveal.
All right.
It's like a great value or good value version of the NFL one.
That's interesting.
With absolutely no hype behind it and on ESPNU.
Good job. You figured it out. You guys are on the same page there. All right. Quote number 2. He's doing what everyone wants the white guy to do out there. And I think that he has earned, after that little play he had where he goes to drive to the hoop and gets absolutely swatted, refused to give up on the play because he's embarrassed and tries to steal it and almost does. He has earned the right to slap the court indefinitely. And he looks like a court slapper. I know that sounds racist, but he looks like a court slapper.
Who's that about?
I think it's about Reed Shepherd.
Reed Shepherd, yeah.
Oh.
Whenever he missed that layup and then he got the steal, but then
lost
it, like dove
that
out
was
of bounds.
Was that in Brooklyn?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
So Dell watches every Rockets game. That I know.
I think Lance does too.
His son does.
I think Lance does too, though. See, I'm not sure the young guys would know the floor slapper reference.
It's kind of an old Duke thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely from the college game. Old Duke. Duke kind of popularized it.
Okay, so it's the morning guys, and that's it?
I think it's Lance. That's my guess.
Let's go with it.
I gave you my information. Do with it what you will.
We'll see how you do.
Okay.
He's doing what everybody wants the white guy to do out there.
Wow.
I think that he has earned, after that little play he had where he drives to the hoop, and gets absolutely swatted,
Mhm.
refuses to give up on the play because he's embarrassed and tries to steal it and almost does. He has earned the right to slap the court indefinitely. And he looks like a court slapper. I know that sounds racist, but he looks like a court slapper.
I feel like you probably cast Joe out because the word indefinitely was put in there. Then
Let Jeremy be the judge of that, as he normally is with those Joe things.
I was curious if that cast the whole show out at that point, but anyway. All right, quote number 3.
I didn't think Paul would really get that's my bad. I probably disrespected Paul there. He's more of a basketball guy than I gave him credit for. Syracuse, all that stuff. That was my bad.
Quote number 3. There's a reason why I'm not a GM or working on a team, because right now my reaction is do it immediately. They need it. They can't close. They got no one in the fourth quarter. Have you seen the last 4 games? They can't close. Kevin Durant is that guy. If it takes 2 of those first and Jabari, do it.
Wow.
2 first and Jabari ain't going to do it, but man.
Okay, do you think this sounds like a bad take? Like kind of like misguided, doesn't really have feel
Yeah,
for
I was thinking
the
Joe because he
situation?
steals my takes a lot, so that might be it.
Does he?
Well, I mean, he thinks I stole his Scott Boras take, which is ridiculous. But yeah,
What was that take?
I do hear a lot of it, but I don't think it's a strong on the trade possibility and who the Rockets would have to give up. I think it's inaccurate.
I kind of get the Joe feel too. That was my immediate thought before you even said Joe.
I thought you were leaning Joe. That's why I said that. But I mean, one more time, Brian, please.
There's a reason why I'm not a GM or working on a team, because right now my reaction is do it immediately. They need it. They can't close. They got no one in the fourth quarter. Have you seen the last 4 games? They can't close. Kevin Durant is that guy. If it takes 2 of those first and Jabari, do it.
Kind of hear Lance.
I hear Lance or John or Joe. Like I'm kind of torn on all of them. I don't have a good feel for this one. Like the cadence is kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
See, I don't think Joe would say there's a reason I'm not a GM or don't work for a team. Like almost disqualifies him for me because of that line.
I would agree. I don't think it's Joe now.
I think it's either John or Lance. I think it could be John though.
Okay.
But I don't. Do you have a strong lean towards Lance?
Because of the cadence, I heard Lance. That's
okay.
What
Let's
I'll
do
tell
it.
you.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
There's a reason why I'm not a GM.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
Working a team because right now my reaction is do it immediately. They need it. They can't close.
And we were there
in the fourth quarter. We've seen the last 4 games. They can't close.
My immediate
Kevin
thought.
Durant's that guy.
It was such a bad take. Like that's why I thought it was
on it
Joe's,
so
'cause it was a
quickly and
bad
talked
take.
yourselves out of it.
Because from the whole
I know.
bad what it would take and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, you talked yourselves out of it. All right.
Yeah, we know, Brian. We talked ourselves out of it. You want to say it again?
Sure. You guys talked yourself out of it. All right. Quote number
Was
4.
that number 3 or 4? That was only 3?
That was 3. You're down 1-2. All right. Quote number 4. Fred's like the Eli Manning of that body type. And Jalen Brunson is the Peyton Manning. You're probably mad because we got the Eli. They're both left-handed. They're both stocky. Look at him. Look at Jalen Brunson. He's like a more athletic Fred who can get points in the paint. Well, I mean, they're both Mannings. Peyton's the good one. And then there's Eli.
Who's noticing that they're left-handed and initially maybe Lance?
I'm going to have to hear that one again, Brian.
Okay. Quote number 4. Fred's like the Eli Manning of that body type, and Jalen Brunson is the Peyton Manning. You're probably mad because we got the Eli. They're both left-handed. They're both stocky. Look at them. Look at Jalen Brunson. He's like a more athletic Fred who can get points in the paint. Well, I mean, they're both Mannings. Payne's the good one, and then there's Eli.
Did he say Fred VanVleet's left-handed, or am I hearing that wrong?
He did.
Okay.
He said they're both left-handed was the quote.
Mm-hmm.
Fred VanVleet's not left-handed.
I mean, that's the quote.
So who does that lead you to?
I don't know.
I mean, is that
like
I was surprised
that's what he's saying there, right? Like, there's a lot of word salad.
Either guy was, and you're telling.
Right in the middle of the quote is they're both left-handed. So yes, he's saying
he's
that
definitely saying that Fred
is
VanVleet's
left-handed.
left-handed. Okay, well, whoever said this is an idiot. No offense, respectfully.
I'm very eager to now see who you guess it is.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, but could it be a mess up? Like he thinks Fred VanVleet's left-handed.
I understand the comparison body type wise with Brunson and Fred.
Fred's a little chunkier, not as I would say athletic. I think Brunson's sneaky athletic.
He is. He's stronger than people think. Yeah.
Yeah, like he's not LeBron, but people like criticize his athleticism. I don't think he's a bad athlete. Fred VanVleet, I do think he's not, like for his position, he's not a fantastic athlete. See, I want to go with somebody who's not watching. Like I think Granado would know that Fred VanVleet's right-handed. I know that Dell would know that Fred VanVleet is right-handed.
I think it's Lance.
Is Paul watching the games as closely? Is Joe?
Today it sounded like Paul spent a lot of time watching the Minnesota game last night, and I was surprised.
If he knows that Reed's diving on the ball. You think it's Lance?
I do.
Well, for Lance's sake, I hope it's not Lance.
For your sake, I hope it's not Lance.
Well, I don't care about my sake. We have a good severance package here. All right, let's do it. You're that strongly about it.
I don't strongly. I wanted you to talk me out of it if you thought I was wrong.
Well, I don't want to talk you out of it. Last time I did that, it was not successful. Let's just do Lance. Who cares?
Lance.
It's just a game.
Fred's like the Eli Manning of that body
boy.
type.
Good job,
And
Blinkers.
Jalen Brunson is the Peyton Manning.
All right, we got a shot.
He's probably mad because we got the Eli.
So
They're
he
both
really thought
left-handed.
Fred
They're both
VanVleet's
stocky.
left-handed.
Look at him. Look at Jalen Brunson. He's like more athletic Fred who can get
Fred.
points in the paint. Well, I mean, they're both Mannings. Peyton's a good one, and then there's Eli.
Did he say that there?
Yeah, you talked over it.
Oh, my bad. I tend to do that.
Want me to play it again?
So does he need to be on
The
Bad Take
listeners
Boulevard?
Does he what?
I mean, he needs to be on Bad Take Boulevard.
Kind of,
Yeah, it's definitely a worthy nomination.
Like I'm right here, right? Like that's asinine, right?
If you're comparing their body type, you should know it's specifically using what handed they are. You should know what handed they are. Yes.
Like this is a big L for Lance that he thought Fred VanVleet was left-handed, right?
Absolutely, it is. And
Yeah,
you called
that's
him an
an
idiot
L.
for it. So I mean,
It's definitely
he
an L.
is. I think he showed that he's not watching the Rockets.
Is Lance on casual watch?
Yeah.
I think so.
I mean, he has an excuse. It's in the heart of draft season. Like he's doing other things that probably pay him more. Well, I don't know. He's a Hall of Famer. Maybe they don't pay him more. I'm not trying to put myself in his wallet. But yeah, if he thinks that Fred VanVleet's left-handed, he is a casual. There's no doubt. And y'all's silence is kind of making me think
No,
I'm the
because
idiot
now
here.
I'm questioning if we're right or if he is, because I'm seeing if there's anything definitive in the that.
He's right-handed. Fred VanVleet is right-handed. On my life.
So then
He definitely. I wonder if it's one of those things where he definitely dribbles right-handed.
No, he shoots right-handed.
I know. I'm agreeing with you.
Now,
I wonder if it's one of those weird things
then
like
I
you see
think
in
it's to
baseball.
Jeremy's point. Then he's watching casually because we know Fred can use his left hand around the basket, but he's definitely not left-handed.
No. Yeah, this is a bad take, Lance. I'm sorry. It's kind of like, did you realize that what you were doing there, Brian?
Did
you catch the left-handed reference there?
No, I put it in there strictly because of the Eli Peyton Manning joke.
Okay, so you didn't even catch the reference.
No, I really wasn't paying attention to that part.
Okay. All right. The semantics, I guess. All right, number 5.
All right, you guys are tied 2-2 for back-to-back wins here. I think it's funny when fan bases go through hell, and it's not yours. Does that make me a terrible person? I'm rubbernecking right now. I see a car crash on the side of the road, and I'm slowing down. It's slowing up traffic.
What?
In regards to Luka.
Say that again.
Okay. I think it's funny when fan bases go through hell, and it's not yours. Does that make me a terrible person? I'm rubbernecking right now. I see a car crash on the side of the road, and I'm slowing down and slowing up traffic.
I have an idea, but I don't want to paint on your canvas.
I kind of do too. I'm curious where yours is. I think initially it's Dell.
Really? See, I thought Paul.
I could see that too. And Paul's the kind of guy that
second
definitely
place.
is slowing down to look at a car wreck and doesn't give a rat's ass who's behind him.
Plus, I think he's very vocal about the misery of other fan bases. Like, I think he gets great pleasure off the misery of other fan bases. I'm not sure I think Paul gets more misery out of, or I think Paul gets more enjoyment out of other fan bases' misery than Dell does.
I think Dell is.
I'm not saying Dell doesn't. I'm saying
Okay.
Paul gets more.
All right. So how strongly are you feeling? Are you feeling Paul over Dell?
I never feel strongly in this game.
See, I hear Dell. I don't know if like how many he's used of each an individual matters in this. I can see either one of them.
Well, you've had the hotter hand, so go with it.
One more time, Brian, please.
I think it's funny when fan bases go through hell and it's not yours. Does that make me a terrible person? I'm rubbernecking right now. I see the car crash on the side of the road, and I'm slowing down and slowing up traffic.
Yeah, I don't know if Dell would actually brag about that and use it like that. Try to be like comedic like that. You don't have. Are you strong on Paul?
Yeah.
All right, we'll go Paul. That's fine.
I think it's funny when fan bases go
Nailed
through
it.
hell and it's
We
not
won
yours.
again.
Does that make me
Jeremy led you to win?
No, that was teamwork.
I'm a rubbernecker right now.
I don't know. I
Tell
think
me
Jeremy's got
car
some saying he's
crash
bad
on
at the
side of
game.
road and I'm
Blankers,
slowing
tell me how
down
great
and
I am.
slowing up
at this.
traffic.
I mean, I think that was a team win.
I mean, kind of like Jordan and Kerr.
Oh, so I got the first two ones that the first two that doesn't matter, and then I
don't know. I think Jeremy single-handedly got the Big 12
and then
in the last
I
one.
was able to be a good teammate. Defer said, if you feel strong about it, we'll go with it, and you got it.
Yeah, this is kind of like Peyton Manning and like.
Are you calling 12 Eli?
Dallas Turner.
Wow.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just getting a reaction out of you, Blankers. We did it 2 weeks in a row. How about that?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
How about that? Still don't like this game. All right, good cop, bad cop. One of us is going to be an optimist. One of us is going to be a pessimist about the Houston Texans. Who's going to be the optimist? Who's going to be the pessimist, I wonder? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Texter says that Joe needs to be on Bad Take Boulevard for thinking 2 first and Jabari to the Suns would get us Kevin
That's what
Durant.
I said when I heard it.
And Lance for Fred VanVleet being left-handed. What a wild who said it. No kidding. Like, we just got 2 bad takes for next Thursday.
Maybe I should start highlighting bad takes during who said it. It was kind of an accident, but.
Yeah, I mean, you stumbled on both of them, huh?
Yeah, you did. And it shows a lot, actually.
I'm actually a little upset we didn't get the Joe one right, though, because I was like, that's a bad take. Only
Well,
Joe
we both
had
were
that
right
take.
there. Our immediate thought was, boom, it's Joe.
Because of the take.
Yes.
Like, were you thinking that because of the take, too?
Oh, because of the trade? Yeah, what he thought it was going to take to get Kevin Durant. I was just going, come on.
Sometimes out of touch. Although that trade seems to be more realistic than us ever getting the receiving end of our bets.
It's very true.
Yeah, there were a lot of things I thought that gave that away for Joe. The other thing to me that said that was Joe was the impulsiveness of it. Just like let's do it now. Like, need it now. Like, that's very
let's
Joe.
blow the entire future of the Rockets team, or at least not with what he offered, but because it should have been more. But let's just blow it because they've lost 4 in a row. Go get Kevin Durant.
It is very Joe-like. It is. Get ready for Eat Drink HTX kicking off on February 15th. 2-week-long dining event to support Houston area restaurants and raise money for 2 great charities, the Houston Food Bank and Kids Meals. Every meal at participating restaurants creates a donation to the charities. Eat Drink HTX, a sister event to the popular Houston Restaurant Weeks, which we very much love, with the same motto, dine out and do good. Get a sneak peek at the menus right now at eatdrinkhtx.com. All right, one of us is an optimist. One of us is a pessimist. Texter says, I believe Joe will be the optimist. Actually, it's neither.
I'm out.
I'm the optimist. Blankers is the pessimist, and then Blankers rather is going to play judge and jury on which side that you should be on. Brian, age before beauty. Why don't you go ahead?
No, barely. But accurate. Yes, it is accurate. So the reason I found some pessimism for the Texans this year was I saw a list, I believe it was from CBS Sports, that ranked the teams that have been eliminated in the playoffs so far, which was it was right after the conference championship game. So everyone but the Chiefs or the Eagles, and ranked them on their likelihood to get to the Super Bowl next year. And it had the Texans 7th. And as I began to look at it, like, 1, I mean, I agreed with it. And 2, you have to still factor in the Eagles and the Chiefs as teams you would have put ahead of the Texans in odds to get to the Super Bowl. Obviously, they don't have to go through the Eagles to get to the Super Bowl, but you get my overall point. And specifically just looking at the AFC, I mean, factoring the Chiefs, I think the Chiefs have better odds. The Bills have better odds. The Ravens have better odds. I would say the Bengals have better odds. And you can even sell me on year 2 of good rookie season of Bo Nix, taking another step forward. The Chargers adding some more weapons around Justin Herbert, going to year 2 under Harbaugh, them even possibly passing up the Texans, depending on the Texans' offseason goes. So you're kind of looking at the Texans, in my view, as being at best 4th, possibly maybe even the 6th best odds to get to Super Bowl. So it just kind of reset to me that even though I felt great about this team going into the season, and there's still a lot of good pieces on this team, and they're capable of improving and getting back to a point where we're very confident in them, that there's still a large gap to make up, in my opinion, to get to where we ultimately want them to go.
Did you work cite CBS Sports?
Did I work cite?
Yeah, did you cite them as a credible source?
I just said where I got it from.
Yeah, who
Sure,
reads
sure.
CBS Sports these days? I do. Okay, so that's the pessimistic point of view. I'm going to be the internal optimist. That's what I do. I'm always very, very optimistic. I always see the positive in things. I bring joy to people. We learned this yesterday by the prisoner that I brought joy to, and I bring him the joy and happiness to think about his future freedom.
I was going to say, did we miss conversations between the two of you that went on for a long time?
No, we read it yesterday. Where he loves my sports
thought
takes.
after that you guys might have reconnected and you brought joy to him, and there was a lot.
He said I do bring. He said I bring joy with all my sports takes. I read it to you yet, Blankers. You got to listen.
I think there's a commentary on how depressing gel is if you're the ray of sunshine.
That's mean. So here's the optimism, because I bring optimism to lives near and far. This one on Twitter. You cite CBS Sports. I cite Twitter. But this is the most snaps entering unrestricted free agency. The Houston Texans only have 21% of their snaps entering unrestricted free agency, which puts them in the bottom 8 in the NFL. So if there are 21% that are entering unrestricted free agency, what does that tell us? They're returning 79% of their snaps before the offseason even gets underway. So I'd rather be on the fewest side, obviously, than losing everybody. So that's the first sign of optimism for the Houston Texans. Second sign of optimism, do you know how many Houston Texans are 25 years or younger? CJ Stroud, 23, foundation for this team. Nico Collins, 25, foundation for this team. Will Anderson's 23. Christian Harris is 23. Henry To'o is 23. Derek Stingley is 23. Kamari Lassiter is 21. Kalen Bullock is 21. And you can even throw in like a Juice Scruggs at 24. I don't want to mention Tank Dell because I'm not sure he's going to play next year. But you have tons of youth. In fact, most of your foundation is built from that youthful core. And then you're also returning 79% of your total snaps, which is reason to be optimistic.
No, I'm supposed to
judge, jury. What side are you on?
I lean Jeremy's side on this. I just
always agree with Jeremy. That's what I see. What's
you
going
heard
on
us
here.
earlier today. We always
Jeremy.
agree.
It's a sham.
Yeah, I understand that the biggest thing to be negative about and pessimistic is the fact that there is a gauntlet to get through. But I just feel like they have so many of the right pieces in place. And, and what they have that wasn't good last year, I believe is totally fixable. That I lean that way. And I believe that the way they played the Chiefs this year shows you that if the Chiefs are the cream of the crop, they're not out of their league. So that's why I would lean that way.
Yeah. I look at Brian, to your, I still think the gap is pretty significant, but I think that the arrow is trending up for the Texans. And I know they took a step back offensively, but they did some things to try to fix that issue. Like, I wouldn't feel – look, I'm not saying they're going to win the Super Bowl next year, but I feel much better that they identified the issue on the offensive side of the ball and made change than I would be if they were running it back with Slowick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just worry that they are kind of running it back in a way by promoting from within for the offensive line and letting Caserio, pick his guy for offensive coordinator. And I get the reason why the snap percentage returning would be positive, but obviously a large part of that is they're basically returning all their offensive linemen. And maybe we think the new offensive coordinator fixes the poor play last year, but I mean, as bad as they were, I don't know if necessarily returning snaps on the offensive line is a good thing.
It can't be worse though, right? Like that.
We think so, but
it feels like rock bottom. Like, I mean, we don't know.
Failure's always an option,
but it feels like rock bottom. That's not true. What a terrible way to live life.
Failure's always an option.
Man, talk about a loser's mentality, Brian. Which makes sense because you've lost back-to-back weeks of who said it.
Oh, there it is.
The NFL honors. They got two things very, very wrong last night. I'll tell you what they are next. 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's do a giveaway, Brian. Let's give away some tickets to the Houston Fishing Show. Going fishing not until you've been to the 50th Annual Fishing Show, February 12th through 16th at the George R. Brown Convention Center. Everything for the fishermen, all the new rods, reels, and lures, factory reps, guides from Alaska to South America, dozens of fully rigged boats, and hundreds of kayaks, plus continuous clinics by expert fishermen, cover salt and fresh water, and a kids clinic on Saturday and Sunday with giveaways. If you love to fish or just want to learn about fishing, don't miss the 50th Annual Fishing Show. Check out HoustonFishingShow.com, HoustonFishingShow.com. Giving away a pair of tickets to caller number 3 at 713-780-3776. Caller number 3, 713-780-3776. You're going to the 50th Annual Houston Fishing Show. Find out more information at HoustonFishingShow.com. All right, the NFL honors blankers, I think, were wrong in 2 ways yesterday. We learned some things. We like all the awards. We learned the guys that are going to the Hall of Fame, which you can vote up to 5, and only 4 got in. But I'm starting with the MVP. I think Lamar Jackson got screwed. I think Lamar Jackson should have won another MVP. I believe he should have won his 3rd MVP. I don't think that Josh Allen should have won the MVP, his first ever in his career. I think Lamar Jackson had the better year. You had a voter, by the way, that voted Lamar Jackson fourth on their MVP ballot. But yeah, I think Lamar got the raw deal. I thought Lamar had a better year. I think he should have won his 3rd MVP. It's a outcry that Lamar Jackson got robbed of the MVP honors.
I agree. I think this is similar to when the Joker was winning his and they felt like they had to get Embiid one, and the Joker's stats were better, and the Joker warranted yet another one, but yet they voted to kind of get someone else a chance. I think you're almost punished in the case of Lamar Jackson because you've done it several times now, and now people are up in the ante on the criteria for you to continue to keep carrying the title, as opposed to it's a season-by-season award. And when you look at the statistics, it's hard to argue that Lamar Jackson didn't deserve it in a landslide based on the fact that his stats across the board were better.
They were. Yeah, I think you're right about the almost voter fatigue where, oh, this guy's wanted too much. Let me pick somebody else. I think that absolutely happened with Lamar. And it's weird, too, because the AP votes on the MVP. The AP votes on the all-pro teams. You know who the all-pro first-team quarterback was?
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
So how does the same pool of voters vote Lamar first-team quarterback, but then they vote Josh Allen the MVP? The math ain't mathin' here. And the numbers that you brought up, Lamar Jackson threw for over 4,100 yards. Josh Allen was just over 3,700 yards. So Lamar threw just under 500 yards more than Josh Allen. Well, Josh Allen must have had more touchdowns, right? No, Josh Allen threw for 28 touchdowns, ran for 12 for a total of 40. Lamar Jackson threw for 41 alone. Oh, well, Lamar must have turned it over a lot. Lamar must have thrown a bunch of picks. No, 41 touchdowns thrown to 4 interceptions. Josh Allen, 28 touchdowns to 6 interceptions. Oh, well, completion percentage. Josh Allen certainly completed more of his passes, right? No, Josh Allen, 64%. Lamar Jackson, 67%. Well, Allen must have ran for a lot more yards, right? Nope. Josh Allen, 512 rushing yards. Lamar, 915, nearly doubled him up. How does this add up here? How is Josh Allen the MVP?
And the voting's done before the playoffs, so don't even bother mentioning anything postseason.
And
the voting
we know
was
that
already
Allen's
done.
a loser in the playoffs too. So
I'm just saying the voting was all done prior to the playoffs even beginning. So everything is regular season stats. Those regular season stats are all just slam dunk Lamar Jackson, and the only thing that you can see that kind of plays into this is what I said, that there's a bias based on the fact that he's won multiple MVPs. It's time for someone else to win it.
I think that is what happened here. I think that there was voter fatigue. Brian's the resident Josh Allen stan on this show. Do you want to make a case for the playoff bum?
Well, I reject the note, the starting point of the conversation of him being a playoff bum. I would have voted for Lamar too. I mean, for all the reasons you ran down, Lamar beat him in every single statistical category that mattered. I think the argument for Allen, other than voter fatigue for Lamar, would be one. I mean, I don't like that MVP awards kind of sometimes come down to who had less around them. But that's really the argument for Allen. If you're going to make an argument for Allen, is that Lamar had Derrick Henry added. He had a Pro Bowl receiver with Zay Flowers. Mark Andrews was still a guy that caught 11 touchdowns, whereas Josh lost the guys around him, most notably Stephon Diggs, and was still able to have a really good statistical season and have his team win one more game than Lamar's Ravens. So I think that's the argument for Allen, but I would have still voted for Lamar.
As soon as you said Pro Bowl, I stopped listening.
But that's going to be, I'm saying that's the argument. Like, the argument, whether you like Pro Bowl or hate it, the argument is going to be Lamar Jackson had more around him. Just,
Yeah.
I mean,
Derrick
agree
Henry
or
wasn't
disagree,
helping
but
catch those touchdowns, you know?
yeah, it's just I hate how MVP races come down to like who has less around him, but it seems like that's what happened here.
It's really weird too that he was voted first team All Pro, but not MVP from the same population that are voting. It's bizarre. Really, really weird. The second the texters saying they don't want the NFL, or I mean I don't know if it's the NFL, but they said they don't want Lamar to have more MVPs than Mahomes. I don't think that came into play, but Mahomes does have 2. Lamar has 2. So they are equal. And now Josh Allen has 1. The second one, how come Eli Manning didn't make the Hall of Fame? I think that they got it wrong there. And look, I know he's going to go in, and people are weird about this first ballot, second ballot stuff, more often in baseball. But I can't believe Eli Manning didn't go in. And it also ruined what would have been a very poetic ending for Eli, because he would have been inducted, and they would have done the whole honors thing right there in New Orleans, where he's from. He got cheated too.
I don't think he got cheated. I think that this all comes back to my argument. I'll tell you what I mean.
I don't think Eli's the Hall of Famer.
I think he eventually gets
be in
in
the Hall of Fame.
But
I think you're right. I just don't think he deserves it.
Yeah, I think that when you look, I think his lifetime record in the NFL is 500. I think
it's like one. Yeah, it's either right at 500,
right
like
at 500
one game over.
He's got 2
teetering.
titles though. Like I care more about the 2 titles than the 500 record.
You do, right? But that goes back to my point that I always bring up about criteria, because we don't know if it's about the Super Bowl titles and the MVPs for the playoffs, or is it about pure all of his stats and everything like that? Because
I don't think many voters are looking at win-loss record. Like, yeah, we do know.
I'm saying in terms of stats,
way
passing
more
yards,
Super
TDs.
Bowl wins, and all of that than win-loss record.
Like I said, I don't think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. I think that he'll get in eventually, but I am on the other side of that I don't think he deserved to get in this year.
I'm not voting someone into the Hall of Fame if I never thought they were top 5 at their position. And Eli Manning, I know, was in the league for a long time, so he's going to accumulate the career stats. He's going to be top 10 in passing yards and all these things because he's in the league for a long time. And give him credit for 2 incredible runs in 2007 and 2011, whenever those Super Bowl titles were. I just don't think anyone credibly ever viewed Eli Manning is a top 5 quarterback in the league. And if you were never even top 5 in a given year, I don't know how you could be voted into the greatest fraternity of football players and said you're a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Tom Brady thought he was a top 5 quarterback on 2 separate occasions, and Tom Brady has the greatest football resume of all time. Plus, he's a 4-time Pro Bowler, this Eli Manning.
I thought Pro Bowls don't matter.
They don't. Plus, I don't subscribe into the whole first ballot, second ballot thing. To me, it's yes or no. It's binary. Either you are a Hall of Famer or you're not a Hall of Famer. I hate the whole, first ballot means more than no. It's yes or no for me. And I'm a yes when it comes to Eli Manning.
And I'm a no. I think he'll eventually get in. I'm just a no because of the fact that overall the name carried a ton of weight too. He got those 2 wins, but that's like saying, well, so if Brad Johnson or Joe Flacco or someone that otherwise isn't worth. It's like the Robert Horry argument in basketball. Like,
you can't put Horry on Eli. He's the quarterback.
But again, it's rings, it's championships, it's the fact that he's got.
Eli's the quarterback. Like that takes a different meaning than being 3rd or 4th or 5th best player on a basketball team.
Okay, but if you're talking about, David Tyree pinning a ball and making a lucky catch on his helmet and some of the things that he did too, like I'm looking at the whole body of work for Eli saying, look, he had a big name, he played in a big market, but do I think that his entire career was worthy of the Hall of Fame? I personally don't.
You're gatekeeping Super Bowl wins?
I'm not gatekeeping him, but I think you got to have both. You got to back it up. You got to back it up by also being, a premier above average player at your position in the league. And I never felt like that. I never felt like he was a top 5 quarterback in this league. I never felt like a lot of times he was a top 10 quarterback in this league.
That's also not a criteria. That's Brian's criteria.
We don't know what the criteria is.
Every voter has different. You're right. I mean, every voter has different, but no one's like, hey, was he top 5 for 15 years? Like everybody's criteria is different. You're right. I am a believer that Eli's a Hall of Famer. It sounds like I'm in the minority on this show. Blankers and Brian Yar both know. Y'all would vote no forever for Eli.
I said yes. I just think eventually he will get in, but I don't think he's worthy of Hall of Fame.
Yeah, no, I'm asking what you would vote. I don't care about.
I would vote
against.
no.
I think he'll get in.
I would vote no.
Man, y'all are harsh. Y'all are harsh. I don't think y'all like Mannings. I think y'all are anti-Mannings.
I'm just anti-Hall of Very Good.
I think there's no doubt Peyton Manning. I liked Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning was an unbelievable quarterback. It sucked that for a while he was in the Texans division, but I've always been a fan of Peyton Manning. I haven't been impressed with Eli.
All right. Agree to disagree. 713-780-ESPN. Where are you at on that? Do you think Eli is a Hall of Famer? Yes or no? Also, car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. Few texts on the Hall of Fame deal. Why does the MVP vote and MVP too? Why does the MVP vote always seem like a quarterback award? It should have went to Saquon because quarterback is the most valuable position. I hear you on that. It gets a little old, but quarterback is the most important position in sports. Someone said it. Dak should have won it last year. Cool story. Todd the Show, that's my quarterback. Eli gave me my best 2 days of my life, and I have 2 kids. It's messed up.
Sounds like not much of a sex life.
Shout out to his kids.
Yeah, jeez.
Sounds like a no shout out to his kids. Sounds like a put down to his kids. Who are the top 5 quarterbacks when Eli played? If you think Andre Johnson is worthy of the Hall of Fame, Eli is.
Andre Johnson was clearly a top
way
5
better.
receiver multiple
Yes.
years. That's a bad take.
Let's see.
Andre had no quarterback throwing to him, and he still had great numbers.
He had multiple years where he led.
Who was Eli's best receiver?
He had a
Monty
lot of them. He had
Toomer,
Brandon
Plaxico
Marshall.
Burress.
He had
Those guys were kind of mid. They weren't mid. They were good, but they weren't great. Like, he never had a great receiver. He probably had better receivers than Andre had quarterbacks, but he never had top receivers. Yeah, it is a bad take. Like, Eli never led the NFL in a specific category, a major category. Andre led the league in receptions twice, led the league in receiving yards twice.
He had Plaxico
he was a better
Burress.
receiver.
He had Brandon Marshall.
Those guys were not great.
Monty
though.
Toomer.
He had some good receivers.
I didn't. That's not the word I used. I said he didn't have great receivers.
He also had Jeremy Shockey, right?
But that matters, though. Like, that matters. Like, great versus good matters. Like, it matters, right?
Isn't that also a further indictment on Eli that he had good receivers and still wasn't able to elevate enough to have top 5 numbers?
I mean,
Dre
he
had
elevated
bad
twice to win it
quarterbacks,
all.
whereas Eli had some weapons.
What was the first thing you said? I missed it.
Me?
Yeah.
I said Dre had bad quarterbacks and still performed well, whereas Eli had some weapons.
No, I think it's a bad take, too. I think that Andre had worse quarterbacks than Eli had receivers, for sure. And Andre led major categories multiple times and was a 2-time AP first team. Eli Manning was never a first-team AP guy or led a major stat. So I agree with that. But I also think that Eli never had great receivers. He had good receivers. What's your car wreck of the day, Blinkers?
I mean, it starts and ends with me with the Rockets' inability to close out games. I thought for sure that was going to be a big win for that team last night. And the frustration level of how they couldn't finish offensively. They couldn't do anything to take the ball out of Edwards' hands. That was awful.
Yeah, what was it, 36-15 in the fourth quarter?
Yeah, something like 36-16, something like that. But yeah, I mean, again, if this was a team that was getting hammered or doing this for 4 quarters, fine. But the fact that you did it for more than 3 quarters and were in control of that game and then just completely just fell apart again is inexcusable.
Yeah, it's been a problem. Like, it's been the fourth quarter over and over and over and over again. It was awful. It's going to be tough to beat that one for car wreck of the day. I'll try, though. I have a couple. People were mad about this insurance company of UMass women's basketball. Did you see this? There was a guy that had to make a free throw, a layup, a 3-pointer, and then if he did that in a period of time, he got a half-court shot, and if he made that, he would win $10,000. He did all of that, but the problem was that his toe was on the line. So the insurance company said that they're not paying him. But the car wreck isn't the insurance company. The car wreck here is the people that are mad about this. We don't cut corners. We don't stop short of lines. If you needed a 3-pointer to win a game and your foot's on the line, are they just giving you 3 points because of the sympathy? Because they feel bad for you? No. The car wreck of the day are all these people that are mad at the insurance company for not giving this guy $10,000. He broke the rules.
Hardo
Branham.
Hardo
What was accomplished.
Jeremy,
he had to be behind the line. He was not behind the line. He was on the line. We don't stop short.
Have you seen it? Because the only video I saw was from so high up with a logo on the court. I didn't have definitive proof that he was on the line.
Well, they get VAR for this? They bring that out?
Well, this happened at a Bulls game for, I think, $1 million, and the insurance company did the same thing.
There's very clearly the rules. You have to follow the rules if
then
you
I
want
want
to win
the very
the
clear
reward.
video instead of the aerial from the back, the raised up corner to show me that he stepped over the line.
It's not a great video. I concede that. I did think he was over the line, though, but it's not a good video for sure. Brian, what do you got?
Quickly, I don't know if you guys mentioned him by name. Jim Miller was the guy that voted for Lamar Jackson fourth. He apparently also had some bad votes for Lamar the year. Lamar was unanimous MVP in 2019, so he's getting a bit doxed right now with his votes.
I would think so.
Take away his vote.
Yeah, why does he have a vote? What does he do?
Take it away. Former player, media guy.
Is he?
Yeah.
He's got it.
All right. What's winning? Rockets, right?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, congratulations, Rockets. It's their only win they've got lately.
Beat
Thanks to Brian
Dallas.
for the hard work. He's Blank on Branham. We'll talk to you on Monday. Enjoy the Super Bowl, college basketball, the Johnnies against UConn coming up at 7 on ESPN 97.5.